Chapter 25:02. Hui and Hua and the rest were a little embarrassed, their faces flushed red. However, they had no choice in this matter. Some things that they knew should not be done, they could not do it just because of Lord Qin Shao, right? In the end, wouldn't the Park clan have to bear the consequences? After a moment of silence, Qin Shao said, "Exalted immortal Yun Hua, I can understand your feelings and thoughts right now. For what you're thinking right now, you're right. However, have you ever thought about whether Park Hua Sage is willing to see the current situation of the Park Palace? Is he willing to see the Park clan fall apart? Is he willing to see the new king of Park work for the first prince and be used as a pawn by the first prince? He might even be abandoned by the first prince and bring the Park Palace to its end. Actually, you should know very well that the Park Palace is supporting the first prince now. When the first prince ascends to the position of crown prince, the Park Palace will not have much value. At that time, it is unknown what kind of fate will befall Park Wong residents. Even if the first prince does not deal with the Park Palace, then what about King O? 3 kings with different surnames, 3 legs of a tripod. They keep each other in check. This is King Pan's art of balance. Now that the Park Palace is gone, only the 2 kings are left, King O and King Mu. I don't know if King Mu is really sly or cunning. He does not offend or help either. But I believe King O will definitely not tolerate the existence of the Park Palace. With such a good opportunity, he will definitely make a move on the Park Palace. At that time, what do you think the fate of the Park clan will be? You are also members of the Park clan. Can you watch the Park clan fall into a situation where it may be destroyed? Are you really willing to hide in this deep forest and not care about the matters of the Park Palace? Do you not care about the life and death of the Park clan? If that is the case, how can you face the dead Park Hua Sage? You are all the descendants of Piao Hua Saint. You all see him as your faith, but what you have done, do you deserve the word faith? You don't even dare to fulfill the most basic wish of Piao Hua Saint. You can watch the Piao clan slowly walk towards destruction, but you don't have the confidence, or rather, you don't have the courage to help. Are you really worthy of being Piao Hua Saint's descendants? There are things a man should do and things he shouldn't do. There are some things that should be done. Even if you risk your life, even if you know that you will die, you should still do it without hesitation. Just now, I still had some admiration for you, heavenly immortal Pu Yinhua. However, your lack of confidence and cowardice have begun to reveal your cowardly side. This has made me very disappointed. Whether you do it or not, I, Qin Shao, will definitely do it. Since I have promised Piao Hua Saint, I will definitely do it for him. If you're not confident in yourself, I'll do it. If there's something you guys don't dare to do, then let me do it. Boom! Qin Zhao's words were like bolts of lightning that struck the hearts of Pu Yinhua and the others. It was a heavy blow that was akin to being struck by 5 bolts of lightning. It shook them so much that their hearts trembled fiercely, and it went deep into their hearts. Qin Zhao's words were sonorous and forceful. They were sharp and piercing. Every word was able to cut into the depths of their hearts. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Pu Yinhua felt even more ashamed. Yes, Lord Qin Shao is right. We only thought about ourselves and threw the Pu clan to the side. We threw the ancestors' dying wish to the side. I believe that even in the underworld, the patriarch would not want to see the Piao clan fall apart. We're ashamed. Father established the Piao clan, but we couldn't protect it well. That's right. So what if I have to sacrifice my life? We were weak once before. This time, we have to give it our all. Yes, I also agree with Lord Qin Zhao's words. He, an outsider, dares to fight. As members of the Piao clan, don't tell me that we don't have the courage. That's right. For the sake of the survival of our Park clan, I feel that we should also give it a try and fight for our survival. Otherwise, I dare say that once the first prince ascends to the position of crown prince, the Park manor will definitely face a calamity. You're right. We also want to do it, but we don't have the strength to. With just a few of us, these old and weak soldiers, how can we uproot the Piao clan? Not to mention, there's still more to come. There's still the crown prince. Pu Yinhua looked at Qin Shao and said solemnly, Lord Qin Shao, I'm very sorry. Just now, I didn't consider everything. I was too lacking in confidence and thought too much about the present. I didn't look at the long term. I'm not afraid of carrying any heavy burden. I'm just afraid that I don't have the ability to carry it. I don't care about my life. I've always been willing to die for my Piao clan. It's just that Lord Qin Shao can see the current situation clearly. There are some things that are really helpless. There's really no way. Lord Qin Shao, I'll listen to your instructions. Tell us what to do. We'll listen to you. Pu Yunhua spoke, and the other members of the Piao clan also echoed in agreement. Qin Shao waved his hand to everyone, indicating for them to quiet down. Then he continued, methods are always thought of by people. If you're willing to think, then there'll naturally be a way. The key is still whether you dare to do it, whether you have the determination to do it to the end. Even if you have to pay with your life, you won't hesitate. If you can take out such determination to do things, then I think there's nothing that can be difficult for you. Confidence and determination are the most important things to do. Pu Yinhua and the others nodded in agreement. Everyone understood this principle. It's just that it was very difficult to do it. If it could be done easily, then it would be easy to talk about. However, this was obviously impossible. Well, since everyone has confidence and determination to do this, then it's a good start. A good start means that we're already halfway to success. This is a good thing. So, we have to strike while the iron is hot now, discuss countermeasures, and plan this matter. If you want to do something big, then you naturally have to have a very detailed plan. And a good plan needs everyone to discuss and explore together. This is also related to the survival of your Piao clan. Many things need you to make a decision. Qin Shao waved his hand to everyone and said seriously. Everyone nodded after listening. It should be like this. But how is he going to deal with this matter? Lord Qin Shao, I don't have any clues for the time being. I don't know where to start. I wonder if Lord Qin Shao has any countermeasures? Pu Yinhua asked directly. Qin Shao said, I've been thinking about this matter and planning it. I definitely don't have a complete countermeasure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called all of you here to discuss this matter. It's just a general idea. I've thought about it. When doing things, we have to do it step by step. We can't be too hasty. For us now, the most difficult problem is how to deal with this matter and where to start. If we don't start first, then there's no need to talk about anything else. So, we have to find a starting point first. Where should we start? Let's discuss it together. An old man immediately said, I think we should kill our way back to the Park Palace and capture Piao Jingxian directly. After we capture him, we'll convene a meeting of the Park clan to discuss the matter of removing the patriarch of the Park clan and appointing a new one. In my opinion, Pu Yinhua, don't be modest and unconfident. You have to bear this heavy burden. You're the only one who can do it now. We'll chase Piao Jingxian away. Piao Yinhua, you'll take over and we'll revive the Park clan. In any case, with Lord Qin Shao helping us, I believe it won't be a problem to take down Piao Jingxian. Now that we have the strength, what's there to be afraid of? We'll just fight our way back to the Park Palace. It's simple, crude, and effective. Hearing this suggestion, Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh. If there was really such an easy thing, then it would be great. Sure enough, another old man immediately objected. This method is not appropriate. Right now, there's still quite a lot of people in the Park Palace who support Piao Jingxian. If we kill our way into the Park Palace, I'm afraid we'll get what we deserve. Even if we capture Piao Jingxian, we might not be able to convince the Park clan to trust us. Who knows, they might even accuse us of conspiring with outsiders to rebel. Yes, I also think that this method is very inappropriate. Not only that, even if we capture Piao Jingxian and appoint Piao Yunhua as the patriarch, let's not talk about whether the Park clan will agree or not. Even if they agree, we still need Emperor Pan's approval to confer the title. Piao Jingxian is the new Lord Piao who was conferred the title by Emperor Pan's decree. I think the most difficult step is to get Emperor Pan to confer the title. Only when Emperor Pan conferred the title will it be legitimate. Otherwise, it won't be legitimate, and there will be a lot of controversy. If there's a lot of controversy, it will give others an excuse. Then, Lord Piao will be the first to jump out and openly attack the Park Palace. Yes, Ninth Uncle is right. I also think that our biggest challenge now is to get Emperor Pan's approval and get him to confer the title. Otherwise, even if we capture Piao Jingxian, it will be difficult to justify it. We will still be criticized by others, and there will be a lot of trouble. Pu Yinhua also nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That's right, young Master Qin Shao. Obtaining Emperor Pan's approval is the biggest problem in front of us. If Emperor Pan doesn't approve and confer the title, then even if we capture sixth uncle, won't we still be accused of treason? When the time comes, we will be accused of treason. Then I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to escape death. I'm afraid it's impossible to get Emperor Pan's approval, right? Since Emperor Pan has already conferred my sixth uncle as the new Lord Piao, he won't give anyone else the title. Moreover, Emperor Pan obviously intends to let the eldest prince and the ninth prince fight for the position of crown prince, and he is supporting them from behind. Sixth uncle's position as the new Lord Piao probably has something to do with the eldest prince. Touching sixth uncle is equivalent to touching the eldest prince. If we touch the eldest prince, I'm afraid it will anger Emperor Pan, and in the end, it will be difficult to clean up the mess. Therefore, I think this matter is very difficult, very difficult. This first obstacle is going to block all of us, sigh. Piao Yinhua couldn't help but sigh again. It was too difficult to do what they wanted to do. It was not something that could be done with the intention. This made everyone's blood and fighting spirit, which had just been ignited, involuntarily cool down a little. As the saying went, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. When one thought of a beautiful dream, one's blood would surge, and one would want to risk one's life, no matter what. However, when one returned to reality, one would immediately realize that reality was cruel, and one would feel powerless to fight back. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "This is not a difficult matter. In fact, I think it's a relatively simple matter. The difficulty of this matter doesn't lie in this. If I haven't even considered this, then I won't let you discuss it." Hearing Qin Shao's words, everyone was shocked. They all looked at Qin Shao in astonishment, as if they had heard something unbelievable. How could this be? This was not a difficult matter. That was the Emperor of Pan, the supreme emperor whose words carried enormous weight. He was the only ruler of the Pan kingdom. Who would dare to go against his majesty? Emperor Pan had already conferred the title to Piao Jingxian, so how could he confer it to others? Wouldn't that damage his supreme emperor's majesty? Therefore, when they heard Qin Zhao's words, everyone was very puzzled and curious. Could it be that the Lord Qin Shao had a good idea? However, they really couldn't figure it out. What good idea could there be? No matter how they thought about it, they felt that it was completely impossible. How could it be possible? Could it be that the Lord Qin Shao had such a heaven-defying ability to make Emperor Pan listen to him? It was also impossible. If the Lord Qin Shao really had such a heaven-defying ability, then wouldn't this matter be easily solved? Wouldn't everything be decided with just one sentence? Therefore, the situation was definitely not as simple as that. It was definitely not that simple. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed completely impossible. However, this is an extraordinary time, so there is an extraordinary way. What if you, Piao Yinhua, become an ancient saint? Then do you think that Emperor Pan will still confer you the title of the new King Piao after taking down Piao Jingxian? Qin Shao continued. What? Become an ancient saint? Hearing this, many people couldn't help but smile wryly. How could one become an ancient saint just because they wanted to? If they wanted to, who in the world didn't want to open their own ancient path and step into the saint realm? But what was the use of thinking about it? It was simply wishful thinking. Piao Yinhua smiled wryly and shook his head. Lord Qin Shao, don't joke with me. Let's talk about the real thing. I also want to become an ancient saint even in my dreams, but it is completely impossible. I know my talent and potential very well. I have no hope of becoming a saint in my life, so I don't even think about it. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. It's not impossible. Nothing is absolute in this world. There are some things that you think are completely impossible, but in the eyes of others, there's a way to do it. Immortal Yinhua, Don't be anxious. Answer me first. If you become an ancient saint, do you think that Emperor Pan will confer you the title of the new King Piao? Although Pu Yinhua knew that this was completely impossible, he knew that Qin Shao was just joking with him, making an assumption. However, since the Lord Qin Shao insisted on asking, he could only answer truthfully. After thinking about it, Pu Yinhua said, "If I'm really a saint sovereign, then after taking down my sixth uncle, I'll be able to command the entire Pu clan. Under such circumstances, Pan Di might indeed give me the title of the new Pu king." After all, Emperor Pan still cares a lot about an ancient saint existence. Moreover, the prestige of the Piao Palace is there. I believe that Emperor Pan will confer you the title of Ancient Saint. Yes, Immortal Yinhua, you are right. If you become Ancient Saint, then after taking down Piao Jingxian, Emperor Pan will definitely confer you the title of the new King Piao. Otherwise, wouldn't Emperor Pan's supreme prestige be tarnished? Wouldn't he be letting down the expectations of the world? If an ancient saint existence is not valued by Emperor Pan, then there will be a lot of rumors and slanders. I'm afraid that some people will even associate Piao Hua Saint's death with Emperor Pan. Therefore, when that time comes, Emperor Pan will definitely confer you the title of the new King Piao. Qin Shao nodded and said. Piao Yinhua thought for a while and carefully analyzed it. He did not think of this aspect just now. After listening to Qin Zhao's words and thinking carefully, it seemed to be the case. No matter how he looked at it, Emperor Pan would definitely confer him the title of the new King Piao. No. The premise was that he had to become an ancient saint first. However, this was obviously a fool's dream. It was completely impossible. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, it would not work. Immortal Yinhua, for me, it's easier to make you an ancient saint than to take down Piao Jingxian. Qin Shao suddenly said. Boom. What do you mean? These words completely stunned Piao Yinhua on the spot. He widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not say a word. The others were even more surprised and looked at Qin Shao with incomparable puzzlement. They thought to themselves, what did the Lord Qin Shao mean by this? As long as the Lord Qin Shao made a move, it should be a piece of cake to take down Piao Jingxian. There was no difficulty at all. However, the Lord Qin Shao actually said that it was easier to make Piao Yinhua a holy saint than this? How is that possible? How could it be so easy to become a holy saint? Author, Cruel Death. Chapter 2503. Qin Shao did not keep Pu Yinhua and the others in suspense, as the time was almost right and he had done enough foreshadowing. He waved his hand, and a Saint Vitality fruit appeared in his hand. The sacred aroma emitted by the Saint Origin fruit immediately filled the whole room, making the whole room suddenly brighten up a bit, and the whole room was dyed with a holy light. The aura of the Saint Origin fruit immediately intoxicated everyone, making them feel refreshed and especially comfortable. They could feel their souls being nourished with a single breath, as if they were enveloped by divine grace. Everyone looked at the Saint Vitality fruit in Qin Zhao's hand in shock and thought of a possibility. It was just that this possibility was too unbelievable. Pu Yinhua was stunned for a while before he exclaimed, Lord Qin Shao, could this be the legendary Saint Vitality fruit? Yes, the Saint Vitality fruit was something that only existed in legends to them. One Saint Origin fruit was enough to create an ancient saint. Yes, this is the Saint Vitality fruit. Your ancestor, Parkhua Lord, left it to your Pu clan. I came here this time to give this Saint Origin fruit to your Park clan. Your ancestor had thought so much for your Pu clan before he died, so you should live up to his dying wish. Park Palace must be uprooted. Anyway, we must return to the right track. Only then can Parkhua Lord rest in peace in the underworld. I have some ties with Parkhua Lord, so I've spared no effort to help your Pu clan. But I'm an outsider, so I can't control your Pu clan. Your Pu clan's matters should be settled by your own people. I can only provide you with help. Now that you have this Saint Vitality fruit, exalted Immortal Yinhua, you can become an ancient saint. After you become a sacred venerate, Do you have the confidence to uproot Park Palace and return to the right track? Qin Shao said with a serious face. Pu Yinhua was extremely excited and nervous at the same time. It was really a Saint Vitality fruit. If he ate this Saint Vitality fruit, he could directly break through and become a saint. Pu Yuanhua naturally had the desire to reach the saint realm, although it had always been a luxury and a daydream. However, even if it was just a daydream, it still had to be done. But now, this daydream was about to become reality. How could he not be excited and nervous? However, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and the heavier the burden on one's shoulders. Was he, Pu Yinhua, ready? Do you have the confidence to fight? For the ancestor, for the Pu clan, I, Pu Yuanhua, am willing to sacrifice my life. Pu Yuanhua nodded solemnly and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao handed the Saint Origin fruit to Pu Yuanhua and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's fight together. This divine origin fruit is for you. Digest it as soon as possible and break through to the saint realm. After you become a saint, we will begin the second step of the plan." Pu Yunhua's hands trembled as he received the Saint Essence fruit. This was the legendary Saint Essence fruit. At this moment, he felt as if it weighed tens of millions of pounds. It felt heavy in his hands. A Saint Essence fruit was enough to change his fate. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of before. Now, it was about to become a reality. Becoming a saint. Even if he was beaten to death, he never thought that he, Pu Yunhua, would become a saint one day. After receiving the Saint Essence fruit, Pu Yunhua suddenly knelt down with a plop. However, he didn't kneel to Qin Shao, but to the heavens. Old ancestor, even if your grandson Yunhua has to risk his life, he will definitely protect your dying wish. I can't let sixth uncle bring disaster to the Pu Palace and ruin our Pu clan. Originally, this heavy burden shouldn't be shouldered by me. However, there's no one else in front of me. Therefore, I can only accept the task in the face of danger and shoulder this great responsibility. With the ancestors' protection, I believe that our Pu clan will definitely not decline. We will definitely be able to continue to prosper. Pu Yinhua faced the heavens and kowtowed 3 times before standing up. As for his eyes, they became incomparably serious and determined. There were some things that had to be done even if it meant risking his life. The rest of the Pu clan also nodded heavily. The blood in their hearts was rekindled. They had to fight this battle, and they had to win it. Now, that Pu Yinhua had a Saint Origin fruit. Everything would be easy to deal with after Pu Yinhua became a Saint Master. The most difficult problem would be solved, and the remaining problems would be solved one by one. Pu Yinhua went into seclusion to digest the Saint Essence fruit. The Pu clan's eminent elders were there to support him and ensure his smooth breakthrough. If he wanted to completely digest the Saint Essence fruit and break through to the Saint realm, it would definitely take some time. In front of the mountain range, in the attic, under the eaves, Qin Shao stood there, looking at the mountain and the water in the distance. In this deep mountain forest, it was very refreshing and elegant. An old man walked over with a faint sense of sadness on his face. He stood in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao recognized this old man. He was the 3rd son of Pu Hua Saint. However, his talent and potential were extremely poor since young. Now, he was only a 3rd step heavenly venerable. Although he had a high seniority in the Pu clan, he did not have much prestige. Firstly, it was because his strength was indeed lacking. Secondly, he was a relatively low-key person. He did not ask much about the matters of the Pu clan. In the past, with Pu Hua Saint around, there was indeed no need for others to worry. However, it was different now. Now that Pu Hua Saint was no longer around, there was naturally someone with the ability to stand up. For someone like him who had no ability, he could only remain silent. The disputes in the world are really incomparably complicated. In the past, I did not care about the affairs of the world and wholeheartedly lived a comfortable life. I also felt very carefree. Originally, I thought that our Pu Palace was highly valued by Emperor Pan. In the Pan Kingdom, our prestige and reputation were very good. We should be able to develop steadily and prosper for generations to come. But who would have thought that my father would actually be injured in this power struggle, causing our Park clan to be embroiled in disputes? Being in the king's company is like being in the company of tiger. I did not understand the true meaning of this saying in the past. Now I finally understand. The old man shook his head and sighed, speaking his mind. In his mind, there was helplessness, pain, and sadness. Qin Shao pouted and said, "Yes, being in the king's company is like being in the company of a tiger. I have never liked imperial power. I do not like the power of the emperor. The imperial power is as deep as the sea, is cruel and merciless. Everything is for the sake of power. For power, one can betray one's trust. Brothers can kill each other. Even father and son can fight each other. The battle for the crown prince's position, this time, is just an intense portrayal of the imperial power. Everyone is just a chess piece on this chessboard. Your Pu clan is also a chess piece. Unless your Pu clan renounces the position of King Pu, leaves your homeland, and migrates far away from Pan country, only then will you be able to get rid of your status as chess piece. However, even so, I am afraid that Emperor Pan will not let your Pu clan off easily." The old man shook his head and sighed heavily, saying, "Yes, at this point, it is difficult to advance or retreat. The knife has been placed on our Pu clan's neck, leaving us with no way out. If we retreat, only death awaits us. Moreover, our ancestor is quite loyal to Emperor Pan. He has no intention of betraying him. He wholeheartedly wants to establish himself in the Pan kingdom and protect it. Even if we can do so, I am afraid that it will go against my father's wishes. It is not something that my father wants to see. Being in the king's company is like being in the company of a tiger. Tomorrow night, you will need to raise a few wolves by the tiger's side. As for us, the Park clan, we are a strong wolf. As long as we serve this tiger well, our Pu clan will be able to survive. It's just that I am still very worried now." Qin Shao looked at the old man and said, "Senior, where do your worries come from?" The old man looked at Qin Shao and then looked into the distance of the mountain. His thoughts seemed to have flown far away. After a long silence, the old man continued, "My first worry is naturally the competition between us and my sixth brother. I know my sixth brother's character. He has always been very interested in power and position. When my father was still around, he fought to do many of the Pu clan's matters, big and small. My sixth brother is indeed more outstanding in all aspects. He can indeed bear the responsibility. He is a person of great responsibility. If my sixth brother does not pay too much attention to power and position and does not lose his heart, it is indeed a good thing that the Pu clan is led by him. As for my second worry, I am worried that even if we take down my sixth brother, get the new position of King Pu, reorganize the Pu clan, and let the Pu clan return to the right track, we may not be able to have an easy time. If we support the ninth prince, the first prince will definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. He will wait for an opportunity to take revenge on our Pu clan. Even King, you will take the opportunity to suppress our Pu clan. Under the revenge of these two powerful and terrifying forces, our Pu clan will be in a very bad situation. This is only one of the reasons. Secondly, if the first prince ascends to the position of crown prince in the end, he will definitely suppress and retaliate against our Pu clan. At that time, the survival of our Pu clan will be even more difficult. If we wait until the first prince ascends to the throne, it will probably be the day of our Pu clan's destruction. So this time we fight. I always feel that whether we lose or win, there will be trouble that can't be cut off in the end. In the end, it will bring a huge disaster to our Pu clan." Qin Shao nodded. In fact, he had been thinking about this problem just now. He had been thinking about this problem before. If this problem could not be solved properly, then even if he helped the Pu clan pull out the chaos and return to the right track, the Pu clan would probably also encounter a great disaster in the future. It was just a matter of time. Unless they were lucky and the one who ascended to the throne was the ninth prince. But looking at the current situation, the first prince's chances were indeed higher. To be precise, it should be much higher. Looking at the current situation, if they really wanted to compromise for the future, then the best way was probably for Pu Yunhua to lower his head to the first prince, support the first prince, and be used by the first prince. After Pu Yuanhua digested the Saint Origin fruit, he would be an ancient sage existence. There was no need to talk about the value of an ancient sage existence. Even if the first prince ascended to the throne, he would definitely not give it up. He would definitely keep it by his side. He would definitely use it. If that was the case, then it might protect the long-term development of the Pu clan. But such a thing was impossible to happen. Even if he agreed, Pu Yuanhua would not agree. The rest of the Pu clan would definitely not agree. Chapter 2504. But the problem now was that the future was uncertain and full of variables. The path they had to take now could not be changed randomly. Now that it had been decided, it would not be changed anymore. What they had to do now was very clear. They had to uproot the Park Palace and support the Ninth Prince. If this matter was to be carried out smoothly, then the problem of the first prince had to be resolved. The battle for power was deep. Qin Shao did not want to get involved in this muddy water. But there was no other way. He had to get involved. Not only did he have to get involved, but he also had to clean up this muddy water. If this problem was not solved properly, even if the Park Palace was safe now, there would still be trouble in the future. This was the result that Qin Shao did not want to see. So I forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Let's talk about the future in the future. Let's take care of the present first. No matter what, when Yunhua becomes a holy venerate, our Pu clan will have another prime saint to hold the fort. The situation will definitely improve. No matter how much the first prince hates our Park clan, no matter how much he wants to deal with our Park clan, he will still have some misgivings. My father, Lord Park, has already been killed by the first prince. Will the first prince dare to kill another ancient saint of our Park clan? If Emperor Pan allows this to happen, then there is no need for our Park clan to be loyal to Emperor Pan. Besides, the road ahead is tough. I'm afraid it will be bumpy. The old man shook his head and sighed. He was obviously very worried about the future of the Park clan. This was the misfortune that befell the Park clan. There was no way to avoid it. They had no choice but to face it bravely. There are not many paths in front of the Park clan. Either the ninth prince will be lucky enough to win and become the crown prince, or Emperor Pan would remember Pu Hua Saint's contributions and old friendship and protect the Park clan. Otherwise, the future of the Park clan would indeed be very worrying. To protect the ninth prince to become the crown prince? This was not something that could be done with just a word from Emperor Pan. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao realized that the final decision was still in Pandi's hands. Originally, this dispute had started with Pandi's tacit approval, so the final authority to end it was also Pandi's. In that case, if I want to solve the problem of the future of the Pu clan, the best and most direct way is to deal with Emperor Pan. Although the emperor is a scheming person, he will not go back on his word if he can make a promise. It's just that it won't be easy to deal with Pandi. Thinking of this, Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. That was Emperor Pan. He was definitely an extremely scheming person who was good at manipulating the power of the emperor. He was unfathomable. Even Piao Hua Saint, a meritorious official, was killed. It was clear how cold-blooded Emperor Pan was. This kind of person could no longer be moved by emotions. Emperor Pan only cared about his position, his emperor's prestige, and his interest. In his eyes, everything else was probably a chess piece, something that could be sacrificed. He did not care about them at all. In order to deal with Emperor Pan, there had to be something that could move him, something that was extremely beneficial to him. However, Emperor Pan was a second-step ancient saint. Qin Shao did not have anything that could move Emperor Pan. Even if Qin Shao was willing to take out a divine origin fruit, it might not be enough to attract him. Within the borders of the Pan Empire, there were at least a dozen ancient saints. The Pan Emperor didn't lack an ordinary ancient saint. Of course, it would be better if there was one, but it might not be too attractive. It was not so easy to make a deal with such a scheming emperor. No matter how difficult it was, he had to do it, right? Now, Qin Shao did not have a clear idea in his mind. However, he had a rough idea, but he had not decided on how to go about it. By the way, Senior, how much do you know about Emperor Pan? Qin Shao asked. The The old man frowned slightly and said, I often hear my father talk about Emperor Pan. He also told me many things about Emperor Pan. I don't dare to say that my understanding of Emperor Pan is deep, but it should be okay. Then, do you think there is anything that can move Emperor Pan? Qin Shao asked again. What could move Emperor Pan? Hearing this question, the old man was taken aback again. After thinking for a while, he said, I really don't know. As far as I know, Emperor Pan is more obsessed with cultivation now. He only wants to break through to a higher realm. It seems like Sovereign Pan doesn't care about power anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen a crown prince to help him manage the affairs of the royal court. It's because Sovereign Pan wants to focus more on his cultivation so that he can push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. If there's one thing that Emperor Pan cares about the most now, it's strength and realm. Emperor Pan has already entered the second step Ancient Saint realm, but it's too difficult for him to go further. Every realm in the Ancient Saint realm is like climbing the heavens. Qin Shao had no way of satisfying Pan Di in terms of strength and realm. Then, other than strength and realm, think carefully and see if there's anything else that Emperor Pan cares about. Qin Shao asked again. The old man thought for a while and shook his head. I really can't think of anything at the moment. Maybe there's nothing else. Emperor Pan is standing at such a high position and doesn't care about power now. So, there should only be strength and realm left. Is there really nothing else? If there's really nothing else, then I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to get close to Emperor Pan. Without a breakthrough, there's no way to open this gap. If Emperor Pan doesn't work, then I can only talk to the ninth prince first. It seems that I have to take one step at a time on this road. Oh, that's right. After a while, the old man suddenly slapped his head and thought of something. Young Master Qin Shao, I suddenly thought of something just now. It's just a small legend, so I didn't verify its authenticity. But from what I know, it seems to be very likely to be true. This matter probably happened 2 to 3 million years ago. It said that once, Princess Panya went out to play, and for some reason, she started a massacre and killed many innocent people. In the end, she provoked an extremely powerful ancient saint existence. It's said that a child of this ancient saint existence was also killed by Princess Panya. This ancient saint was angry and captured Princess Panya. Princess Panya is very unruly by nature. She didn't know the identity of that ancient saint, so she thought it was just a one-step ancient saint. Naturally, she was angry and threatened, and even insulted that ancient saint and told Emperor Pan. Emperor Pan has many children and grandchildren, but Princess Panya is the only princess. Therefore, Emperor Pan has always doted on Princess Panya, and even the first prince and the others can't compare. Emperor Pan loved his daughter dearly, and in order to save Princess Panya, he killed his way to settle the score with that ancient saint. But after a fight, he realized that he had provoked an existence that he couldn't afford to provoke. The other party's strength was far above Emperor Pan. Therefore, not only did Emperor Pan fail to save Princess Panya, but his clone was also captured by that ancient saint. Princess Panya's hands were stained with the blood of countless people, and she was unrepentant and had an extremely evil nature. Therefore, that ancient saint killed Princess Panya's clone as punishment. Moreover, he asked Emperor Pan to send Princess Panya's original body over to be punished. Only then would he be willing to release Emperor Panya's clone. It's said that Princess Panya is still being held by that ancient saint, and that Emperor Pan's natal saint weapon was also taken away. That ancient saint wants to give Princess Panya a deep punishment, and he won't let her go until she changes her disgusting nature. This matter has caused Pan Di to lose face. Furthermore, his most beloved princess has also been detained by that ancient saint, along with his natal saint weapon. If there are things that Emperor Pan cares about, then this should be one of them. After hearing this, Qin Zhao's heart was moved, and he had some new ideas. To be able to make Pan Di suffer such a huge loss, he wondered what kind of powerful existence this person was. Emperor Pan's most beloved princess was detained, and his natal saint weapon was also taken away. Emperor Pan definitely wanted to redeem it, but he was powerless to do so. This matter was probably a great humiliation to Emperor Pan. Therefore, this matter had been suppressed very tightly and did not spread. How true do you think this matter is? Qin Shao asked. The old man said, in my estimation, it should be 80 to 90% true. Otherwise, who would dare to spread such a thing? And as far as I know, Princess Panya has not shown her face since then. With Princess Panya's character, I think it is completely impossible for her to not show her face for millions of years. Therefore, I think it should be true. Qin Shao nodded. If that was the case, then it should be true. If this was true, then there was indeed one more direction for them to take. However, the existence that could make Emperor Pan suffer such a great loss was definitely not easy to deal with. Then do you know who that ancient saint is? Qin Shao asked again. The old man thought for a while, and then said, it seems to be called Freedom Saint. I don't know if it is right. I heard that it is called Freedom Saint or something like that. It should have the word freedom in it. I can't guarantee whether it is or not. Freedom Saint. Hearing this name, Qin Shao was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Could there be such a coincidence? Freedom Saint, wasn't he Prince Zhongyang's master? In terms of strength, it matched. There shouldn't be a second person called Freedom Saint, right? Logically speaking, if it was really called Freedom Saint, then it should be Prince Zhongyang's master. If that was the case, then there would be a big turning point in this matter, and there would be a chance to settle it. Therefore, hearing this name, Qin Shao naturally laughed in surprise. Lord Qin Shao, could it be that you know Freedom Saint? Seeing Qin Shao laughing happily, the old man asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't know Freedom Saint, but he is the master of one of my brothers. If it is really Freedom Saint, then maybe I could be thick-skinned and beg him. But I need to confirm this matter. I hope it is true. In that case, the problem should be much easier to solve, and it should be able to be solved. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the old man's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. If it was true, then it would be really great. Then the heavens would really bless the Park clan. He could only hope that the ancient saint was indeed the unfettered saint. He didn't dare to make any guarantees about this matter. After all, he only heard about it and didn't know the specific situation. No one dared to spread this matter. Chapter 25:05. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately contacted Prince Zhongyang and asked if Prince Zhongyang knew about this matter. Prince Zhongyang didn't know about this matter. He had left his master for millions of years, so he didn't know about the recent events. He said that he would ask his master before answering Qin Shao. The old man became anxious when he didn't get an answer. How is it, Lord Qin Shao? Is he your brother's master? Qin Shao said, Senior, don't worry. He went to ask his master. There should be news soon. How could he not be anxious? If that was the case, then it would be a heaven-sent opportunity. If he could save Princess Panya and take back Pandy's natal saint artifact, then he could make a deal with Pandy and make him promise to protect the peace of the Pooh clan forever. There should be a very high chance of success. After all, these two things were very important to Pandy. Besides these two things, Pandy could also get an additional thing, which might be what Pandy valued the most, his face. Pandy's princess had been detained by Unfettered Saint, and his sacred weapon was also detained by Unfettered Saint. This was a great humiliation for Pandy. Pandy was obsessed with cultivation recently. He must have been stimulated by the fact that he wanted to choose a crown prince. Therefore, if he could get these two things back for Pandy, it would also let Pandy regain his face. In this way, it was equivalent to three things. Each of them was very important to Pandy, and they were closely related to his own interests. Qin Shao also made a lot of assumptions in his heart. He also had some understanding of Pandy. Qin Shao felt that with these as bargaining chips, he could definitely make a deal with Pandy. Moreover, this deal didn't require Pandy to pay much. Not only that, but it also had the effect of increasing Pandy's prestige. Piaohua Saint was the founder of the Pan State, the most capable right-hand man of the Pan Emperor. Pandy didn't investigate the death of Piaohua Saint, which probably caused a lot of criticism in the world. It was just that Pandy didn't care about the criticism of the world for the sake of power. But if Pandy announced that he would protect the Pooh clan forever, wouldn't he be able to establish his prestige? Naturally, he would be praised by the world. Therefore, if he really did this, it would be helpful for Pandi's prestige. Qin Shao didn't think that Pandi would be unwilling to do this for the sake of the first prince. In his heart, the first prince was just a chess piece. Qin Shao had already made a rough plan. Now, all that was left was to wait for Zhang Yang's reply. Qin Shao was also hoping that Zhang Yang's teacher was really Zhang Yang's. If that was the case, then this matter would be much easier to resolve. Otherwise, it would be a headache for Qin Shao to resolve this matter. Not to mention that this matter couldn't be solved by force. Even if it could be solved by force, Qin Shao couldn't go against Pandi. Big brother, what are you worried about? At most, I'll go and eat the first prince. If the first prince dies, then the crown prince will definitely be the ninth prince. At that time, wouldn't it be easy? Isn't it great? It's not a big deal, right? Look, I have a good solution. Xiaogu suddenly curled his lips and said indifferently. Hearing Xiaogu's solution, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Xiaogu pouted and said, Big brother, what are you laughing at? It's so strange. Are you laughing at me? Am I wrong? It's a very simple matter. Is it that complicated? No, right? It's just killing a person. Although the first prince is an ancient saint, I'm confident that I can eat him. If it really doesn't work, then call Dong and Wu Qi over and let them restrain the first prince. I'll be responsible for eating him. I guarantee that I can eat him. Qin Shao really couldn't help but want to laugh. It was so uncomfortable to hold it in. The old man next to him also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was very awkward. Xiaogu scratched his head and said with a puzzled look, Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with what I said? No, I think it's very right. It can't be that simple, right? Qin Shao finally laughed and said jokingly, Yes, it's that simple. Then I'll leave such a simple problem to you. Okay, big brother. You should have said so earlier. This is just a small matter. Just leave it to me. There's no need to spend so much effort. I've been wanting to mention this method for a long time. It seems that I, Xiaogu, have to do it. Then, big brother, let's go quickly. Take me to the Pan Kingdom. I'll go and eat that first prince first. Then everything will be fine. Xiaogu was even more happy when he heard Qin Shao agree. He had wanted to say it for a long time, but he didn't. Wasn't it such a simple matter? Was it so complicated? Seeing that Xiaogu was about to leave, Qin Shao pulled him back and said, Wait, before we go, can I ask you a question? Xiaogu was stunned. He blinked and looked at Qin Shao strangely. There was something wrong with his tone. No, it was very wrong. He was so polite. This was not like Big Brother's usual style of doing things. Xiaogu hesitated before saying, Big Brother, what do you want to ask? Do you know where the first prince lives? Qin Shao asked. Xiaogu scratched his head. Wasn't this question very simple? The palace. Then are you sure that the first prince's original body and clone are in the palace? I don't know. Maybe they are, or maybe they aren't. However, it seems that the first prince has nowhere else to go in the Pan Kingdom. So I think it's very likely that they are in the palace. Even if they are in the palace, do you know how many ancient saints there are in the palace? Who cares how many ancient saints there are? If I can eat the first prince, I'll eat him. If I can't eat him, then I'll go get reinforcements. Big brother, call Dong and Wu Qi over first. Tell them to help me at any time. With the three of us working together, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Then do you know that the Emperor of Pan also lives in the palace? Who cares about the Emperor of Pan? No, big brother, you mean the Emperor of Pan? The Emperor of the second step, ancient saint realm? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled helplessly. Of course, which Emperor of Pan can I be talking about? Xiaogu finally calmed down. He scratched his head and pondered for a long while. No one knew what he was muttering. In the end, Xiaogu shook his head. Forget it. With the Emperor of Pan around, forget it. Even if the three of us work together, we definitely won't be a match for a second-step ancient saint. That's right. The first prince lives in the palace, and so does the Emperor of Pan. If I eat the first prince, the Emperor of Pan will definitely make a move. Once the Emperor of Pan makes a move, I'll be in trouble. No. Just thinking about it makes me a little scared. Although my strength is not bad, I definitely won't be able to defeat a second-step ancient saint. It seems like this matter isn't as simple as I thought. Forget it, forget it. I'll leave this problem to Big Brother. Xiao Gu was defeated and threw the problem back to Qin Xiao. Xiao Gu's naivety made Qin Xiao feel both amused and helpless. However, Qin Xiao knew what Xiao Gu was thinking. He also wanted to share his burden. His blood was thicker than water with Xiao Gu, and their hearts were connected. Xiao Gu could feel Qin Xiao's sadness. At this moment, the good news finally came. Zhang Yang had replied to Zhang Yang. "Ha, good news. It seems like the heavens are really blessing your clan." Sure enough, such a thing did happen. The person who detained Princess Panya is indeed my brother's master. Prince Zhang Yang has already set out and is rushing towards me. He'll be here soon. Qin Xiao smiled. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the old man was so excited that his eyes almost flowed out. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha. The heavens will always leave a way out. The heavens are really blessing our clan. Lord Qin Xiao, thank you. Thank you so much. If you can help our clan get through this crisis safely, you'll be the greatest benefactor of our clan. Everyone in our clan, including our descendants, will remember the Lord Qin Xiao's great kindness to our clan for generations to come. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't say that. I've also promised Piao Hua Saint, so I naturally have to do it. I've also received good karma from Piao Hua Saint. Doing these things for him is also a kind of repayment to Piao Hua Saint. I hope everything will go smoothly." There was a way, but it was still hard to say whether it would go smoothly. Although Xiaoyao Saint was Prince Zhang Yang's master, Prince Zhang Yang would definitely help Qin Xiao with all his strength. However, it was definitely not an easy task to make an existence like unfettered Saint relent so easily. It would not be easy to get him a hand over the things and people he had detained. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to be mentally prepared. Of course, with Prince Zhang Yang as a lobbyist, there was still a good chance. Moreover, dealing with unfettered Saint was much better than dealing with Pandi, wasn't it? Prince Zhang Yang rushed over as fast as he could. It only took him 100 years to get here. Piao Hua Saint was still in seclusion, there digesting the divine vitality fruit. He probably would not succeed so quickly. I say, Brother Qin Xiao, what are you playing at this time? When did you become so free that you came to this remote place to meddle in other people's business? Prince Zhang Yang joked. Qin Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "I have no choice. I'm a grateful person. Piao Hua Saint has done me a favor, so I naturally have to thank him." Well, it's like this. Qin Xiao roughly explained the situation to Prince Zhang Yang. Prince Zhang Yang understood the situation after hearing it. Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and shook his head, saying, "I also hate the politics of emperors, so I don't like those who call themselves emperors." Of course, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are exceptions. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are just honorifics. They don't belong to this kind of emperors. What **T competition for the position of crown prince? I think it's just a game of chess that Emperor Pan himself wants to play with. He wants to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the 3 emperors, reorganize the court, and strengthen his imperial prestige and the loyalty of his subjects. I hate this kind of person the most. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat Pandi, I would have killed him. If Pandi was killed, everything would be over. How free would that be? There wouldn't be so much trouble. But now, there's no better way. That's the only way. Brother Qin Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. Even if I have to beg my master, I will still get what you want. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2506. With Prince Zhang Yang around, Qin Xiao was relieved. Qin Xiao knew that Prince Zhang Yang would do his best to help him. Moreover, Qin Xiao was confident that Xiaoyao Saint would help him with this matter, right? At most, it would not go smoothly. However, this was nothing. Qin Xiao had also made preparations for everything. Pu Yanhua was still in seclusion. The 3rd master of the Park clan was in charge of everything. After all, his seniority was the highest. The people of the Park clan naturally respected him. Senior, Prince Zhang Yang and I will go to his master to finalize that matter. You guys protect heavenly, immortal Yanhua well. After he breaks through and becomes a saint, if we are not back, you guys will act according to the original plan. After heavenly immortal Yanhua becomes a saint, with his strength as an ancient saint, he will lead you guys back to the Park Palace. I believe that he will be invincible. The new Park King will not be a match for you guys. You guys take control of the situation in the Park Palace first. I believe that the Crown Prince will not easily make a move on you guys. When we come back, everything should be fine. However, you all must be very careful in your actions. You must not be careless and reckless, Qin Shao said with a serious expression. The old man nodded and said seriously, "Okay, Lord Qin Shao, this old man understands. You guys can rest assured. We will solve the problem in the Park Palace. This is the family matter of the Park clan. It should be solved by us. Okay, then we will go first." Qin Shao nodded. He was also thinking about this. It was inappropriate for him to intervene in the internal affairs of the Park Palace. He could only leave it to Pu Yinhua and the others to solve it. If Pu Yinhua becomes a saint, he believed that it would not be a big problem to solve the problem in the Park Palace. They were forced to escape from the Park Palace. Wasn't it because they were not strong enough? There was no way to resist King Xinpu, so he could only escape. If they were strong enough, they could easily suppress the new Park King. Then, with the support of the majority of the Park clan, such a thing would not have happened. Therefore, there shouldn't be any big problems when they return to Park Prince's mansion this time. Because of this, Qin Shao was relieved to let them split up. He didn't know how long it would take for him to return from his visit to Freedom Saint. If everything went smoothly, it would be soon. However, he was afraid that things would not go so smoothly. If that happened, it would take some time. However, Qin Shao felt that even if it took some time, it shouldn't take too long. Unless Carefree, Saint was really hard to talk to and refused to let go of his mouth. However, from what Qin Shao had learned from Prince Zhongyang, Xiaoyao Saint should not be a difficult person to talk to. Haha, brother Qin Shao, I told my master that I would take you to visit him. My master was very happy. Your reputation is really great. Even my master has praised you. On the way, young Master Zhongyang said to Qin Shao, this could be considered as a disguised form of consolation. Qin Shao smiled. She did not expect Freedom Saint to know about her. Freedom Saint was a wild crane. He didn't like to stay in one place. He liked to wander around the world, and his whereabouts were elusive. This time, Xiaoyao Saint stayed in a fairyland not far from here for a while. Qin Shao and the other three hurried on with the fastest speed. It took them less than 3 years to find the fairyland. Here, Qin Shao saw some herb gardens. The garden was filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, causing the air to be filled with a thick smell. With all kinds of smells mixed together, it seemed a little strange. However, it smelled quite comfortable. Therefore, walking here made people feel very comfortable, and their mood couldn't help but become better. Qin Shao obviously didn't know much about alchemy, so Qin Shao didn't know much about the things in the gardens. 2 children were carefully taking care of the gardens. Although they were children, they were both great immortals at the 3rd step of the celestial realm. Haha, brother Qin Shao, my master likes to learn by analogy. Recently, he has been studying alchemy, so he likes to plant some rare herbs. However, I don't like these things very much, so I haven't studied them, Zhongyang said. Qin Shao smiled. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, yes, I didn't do any research either. For the time being, we don't need to learn by analogy. We have to focus on opening up our own ancient path, so we don't have much time to think about other things. When the 2 children saw Qin Shao and the others, they respectfully saluted Prince Zhongyang and said, greetings, young master. Master is in the house over there. Young master, you can go there by yourself. Prince Zhongyang nodded, indicating that they should continue with their work and not pay attention to them. Qin Shao looked at an ordinary house at the end of the garden. The house was very ordinary and not very big. It looked like a private house. It was true that the more powerful a person was, the simpler they would be. They wouldn't do those fancy things. It was just like the saying, great Tao is simple and return to simplicity. Soon, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang came to the front of the house. Jing Yang and Qin Shao had already taken them into their inner worlds. Perhaps Xiaoyao Saint didn't like to see too many outsiders. They couldn't play any role here, so he asked them to leave first. Standing in front of the house, Qin Xiao found that he couldn't sense anyone in the house at all. He couldn't sense any aura at all. But if he sensed it carefully, he could feel a trace of illusory aura. But this aura couldn't be captured. It was vague and very strange. But Qin Xiao was sure that Xiaoyao Saint was in the house. This meant that Xiaoyao Saint's control of aura had reached a godly level. Of course, the more experienced ancient sages would also be able to do the same as long as they intentionally concealed their aura. But Qin Xiao thought that Xiaoyao Saint wouldn't deliberately conceal his aura here, would he? In other words, this was a natural manifestation. He had integrated his Taoist skills into nature. This was a manifestation of a very high realm. Qin Xiao didn't ask Prince Zhongyang, but judging from the situation, Qin Xiao guessed that Xiaoyao Saint should be a fourth-step ancient sage. Fortunately, Qin Xiao had seen a lot of the world now. He had seen some big shots, fourth-step ancient sages, world gods, and even Sage Li, who was comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't feel nervous. Instead, he was very calm, facing Xiaoyao Saint. This was a kind of experience, a kind of state of mind. Only by really experiencing it could one improve. Master, disciple has brought Brother Qin Xiao to visit you. He quickly opened the door. Prince Zhongyang bowed to the house, but there was a mischievous smile on his face. It could be seen that he was a little presumptuous in front of his master. He didn't behave properly and was very casual. He was not like other people who were respectful and well-behaved in front of his master. How would they dare to be presumptuous? Of course, this was the result of his character. Prince Zhongyang had always been like this, so he didn't stick to one pattern. You brat, you still remember to come back to see your master? I thought you had forgotten about me after you became Emperor Xuanyuan's disciple. You've been out for so long. You don't even remember to come back to see me. A new generation replaces the old. Xiaoyao Saint's voice came out quickly. He sounded like a complaining elder, complaining about Prince Zhongyang. This gentle voice was obviously filled with a bit of doting. It could be seen that Xiaoyao Saint doted on Prince Zhongyang very much. Young Master Zhongyang immediately said, "How could I, Master? You are the most important person in my heart. No one can replace you. A teacher for a day, a father for life. In this disciple's heart, Master, you're like my biological father. It's the same. I miss you too. That's why I came back to see you. Young men should be ambitious. However, Master, you're the one who told me to go out and gain experience. No matter how you look at it, your disciple has made you proud this time. Master, you should be happy. You little cunning fellow. If you didn't have something to do, would you have thought of coming back to see me? Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks?" Xiaoyao Saint didn't believe Prince Zhongyang's words. Prince Zhongyang continued to flatter him with a smile. This was his specialty. It seemed that he had done this a lot in the past. How could that be? Master, you've wronged your disciple. How could your disciple be such a person? I really miss you, Master. My brother happened to have something to do, so I brought him here. Visiting you is the main thing. Everything else is secondary. Master, don't dawdle anymore. Hurry up and open the door. Otherwise, I'll just barge in. I brought a guest here. He's come a long way, so we can't treat him badly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be detrimental to Master's supreme prestige? After Prince Zhongyang finished speaking, the door finally opened. A voice came from inside. Come in. Prince Zhongyang immediately gave Qin Xiao a victorious look. He smiled complacently and shook his head, indicating Qin Xiao to go in. After listening to the conversation between Prince Zhongyang and Xiaoyao Saint, Qin Xiao felt more confident. It seemed that Xiaoyao Saint was indeed a senior expert who was easy to talk to. In that case, it would be easier for him to achieve the purpose of this trip. He hoped that everything would go well. He followed Prince Zhongyang into the room. The room was not big. It was filled with all kinds of herbs and rare treasures. They were arranged neatly and orderly on the shelves. The whole room was filled with the strong smell of herbs. It was much stronger than outside. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a little pungent. In the middle of the room, there was a 9-legged golden cauldron. A man in his 30s sat in front of the cauldron with his legs crossed. He had slanted eyes, an aquiline nose, and a standard handsome face. He had a heroic spirit and was very handsome. His appearance really gave people the impression that he was very young. It seemed that Xiaoyao Saint had a very good attitude. He could keep himself so young. His face was so young that it was a little childish. When he stood next to Prince Zhongyang, they didn't look like master and disciple at all. Junior Qin Xiao greets Xiaoyao Saint. Qin Xiao immediately saluted respectfully. Only then did Xiaoyao Saint look at Qin Xiao. He looked at Qin Xiao up and down. Although it felt weird to be scrutinized by someone, it was still an honor to be scrutinized by someone like Unfettered Saint. After all, ordinary people were not even qualified to be looked at by Xiaoyao Saint. Chapter 25:07. Unfettered Saint was more easygoing. He smiled and nodded to Qin Xiao, saying, "Well, heroes come from the young. It's good that you can take the first place on the holy list and become famous in the immortal realm. Look at your calm expression and firm eyes. You have a strong mind. Fate can't capture you. It means that there is a power in your fate that can break free from the shackles of the world. Although you are unlucky this time, it's not bad. It's Zhongyang's fortune to have a friend like you." Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "Master, I'm here. Why are you so biased? It's also Brother Qin Zhao's fortune to have such a handsome and excellent brother like me. So, our luck is mutual. Hee hee. It's my fortune if you can be less cunning." Unfettered Saint rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang. They were not like a master and a disciple, but more like an elder brother and younger brother. This kind of master-disciple relationship was actually very good. Qin Xiao was a little envious, but he obviously could not do so with his character. Moreover, this wasn't something that could be decided by one side's personality. It had to be the same for both sides. "Say it. What's the matter?" Unfettered Saint was straightforward and took the initiative to ask. Zhongyang pursed his lips and said, "Teacher, look at what you're saying. Can't your disciple just come back to visit you? I brought my best friend here to greet you. Is it to get acquainted with you, or something? I feel that this brother of mine didn't embarrass you, old man." Unfettered Saint rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang and said, "Don't be long-winded. Just say it." "Well, Master, you are a powerful existence. Aren't you afraid of ruining your image by saying vulgar words? There are outsiders here," Prince Zhongyang said. Unfettered Saint stared at him. Prince Zhongyang shut his mouth and nudged Qin Xiao, signaling Qin Xiao to speak. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and said immediately, "Unfettered Saint, it's like this." Qin Xiao briefly explained the situation. When he came, he had already thought of the words to say. He used the most concise words to express the purpose of his visit. Unfettered Saint could naturally understand him and did not need to say much. Unfettered Saint should have guessed Qin Zhao's intention. After all, Prince Zhongyang had asked him about it. Now that he brought Qin Xiao here, his intention was clear. It was just that Xiaoyao Saint did not know the specific situation. After hearing Qin Zhao's explanation, he understood some of the reasons. Unfettered Saint said, "Qin Xiao, you are a person who values friendship very much and knows how to be grateful. Originally, Pu Hua only asked you to give a divine vitality fruit to the Pu clan, but you wanted to get involved in this mess." Qin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I have no choice but to make this trip. Just handing over a Saint Origin fruit to the Park clan is indeed a very simple and easy matter. But I think I should be more responsible for the Pu clan. I'm afraid Pu Hua Saint did not dare to ask too much before he died. He was afraid that the destined person would not do it for him. However, I believe that Piao Hua Saint would not be willing to see the current situation of his Piao clan. Piao Hua Saint has done me a great favor, so I should repay him and protect the Piao clan for him. At the very least, I need to stabilize the Park clan for the time being. Only then will I be able to leave with peace of mind. Since I was young, my father taught me that I should repay the kindness of others with a great deal. Pu Hua Saint has done me a great favor, so I think it's reasonable for me to do this for him." "Well, you're right. It's good that you have such a grateful heart." Unfettered Saint nodded slightly and praised Qin Zhao's action. Qin Xiao looked at Unfettered Saint calmly, waiting for Unfettered Saint to open his mouth. In the current situation, Qin Xiao felt that the chance should be very high. Unfettered Saint should be a Saint Master who is easy to get along with. Unfettered Saint Master was silent for a while, then said, Qin Shao, I understand the purpose of your trip. You want me to release the unruly princess and give you the natal saint weapon. These two items are indeed of no value to me. I'm only giving them the punishment they deserve. Killing people should be punished. It's just that I don't want to kill too many people. That's why I want to teach her a lesson. It's only been 2 to 3 million years. Originally, I wanted to lock her up for an era and see the situation. Now, you want me to release her? I'm afraid it's a little difficult. A little difficult? Qin Shao was stunned. Although he was mentally prepared, Qin Shao was still stunned when he heard that Unfettered Saint Master didn't ask him to release the princess. It seemed that the situation wouldn't be so smooth. Fortunately, Unfettered Saint Master said it was a little difficult, not impossible. A little difficult meant that he was willing to relent. At least there was still hope. Zhang Yang immediately opened his mouth and said, Teacher, can you please help us out a little? Brother Qin Shao is also grateful. He's repaying the kindness of others. He's also doing a good deed. It's not a big deal to release the unruly princess. Master, please let her go. I beg you. If I release the unruly princess, isn't it also a bad thing? That girl has a very bad temper. I can't just let her go. Otherwise, how can I show my face? Unfettered Saint Master shook his head. Prince Zhongyang continued to beg. Master, haven't you already killed her doppelganger and locked her up for millions of years? It's about time. I believe that the unruly princess character will change a little after she gets out. Isn't there a reason now? Master, I brought my senior brother here to beg you. I've never asked you for anything since I was young. Can you just agree? No. Unfettered Saint Master still said. Prince Zhongyang blew his nose and said, If you don't agree, Qin Shao and I will stay here and not leave. Haha, not leaving? That's great. You can accompany me. Unfettered Saint Master smiled happily. Ha, dream on, Master. If we don't leave and get bored, maybe we'll go pick some flowers and plants or something. I just saw that they are blooming. Those flowers are so beautiful. The fruits should be delicious. That's because I love to destroy things. Zhang Yang smiled and said. However, it was obvious that he was threatening Zhang Yang. Hearing that Prince Zhang Yang dared to talk to Unfettered Saint Master like this, Qin Shao was also shocked. This guy's guts were really not small to actually even dare to threaten his master. However, Qin Shao also knew that Prince Zhang Yang did this for him. If not for him, why would he do this? He begged his master and threatened him. Luckily, he had a good relationship with his master. Unfettered Saint Master should have a good temper, so he dared to be so presumptuous. If it were someone else, he would have been punished by his master. You brat, are you itching for a beating again? Unfettered Saint Master was angry. Prince Zhongyang knew how to be relaxed. He immediately went to Unfettered Saint Master with a smile and said, Ha, Master, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Just promise Qin Shao. Do me a favor, my brother Qin Shao. I will definitely be deeply grateful to you, Master. Master, I know you're the best. Your hometown is so kind. You will definitely help me with this small matter, right? As he said this, Prince Zhongyang winked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally understood Prince Zhongyang's meaning. He bowed to Unfettered Saint Master again and said, Yes, Senior Unfettered Saint Master. I hope you can fulfill my presumptuous request so that I can finish this matter. It's an explanation to Piao Hua Saint in the Netherworld. In this way, I can leave with peace of mind and cultivate in peace. I won't be troubled by this matter. If you can fulfill my request, I will be very grateful to you. I will remember this kindness. Unfettered Saint Master looked at Prince Zhongyang and then at Qin Shao. He sighed helplessly and said, Fine, fine. I'm afraid of you. Qin Shao, I can give you the person and the thing. You don't need to be grateful. However, that unruly princess is very evil. She can't be educated. You can take her away. But I have a condition. You must fulfill it. A condition? It didn't seem easy. But no matter how difficult it was, at least there was a chance. And since Unfettered Saint Master had asked, it shouldn't be too difficult. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, Just tell me what condition you have. Qin Shao will fulfill it. unfettered Saint Master said. It's like this. I locked up that unruly princess in a herb garden and asked her to take care of the herbs there. I wanted to use this to train her character. But after 2 or 3 million years, this unruly princess has always been unwilling to take care of the herbs in the herb garden. Not only is he unwilling to take care of the herb garden, but he also destroys the medicinal balls. That's why he hasn't successfully cultivated a single medicinal herb until now. If you want to take her away, you can. You can go in and guide her. No matter what method you use, if you can make her cultivate a medicinal ingredient independently, I will let you take her away. This can be considered as her final punishment to give her a chance. This is a deep lesson. If she doesn't destroy it and concentrates on cultivating it according to the correct method, she can cultivate a single herb in, at most, 900 years. You can persuade her. You can use any method to change her character. But you can't help her cultivate the herbs directly. She must do it by herself. If you succeed, it will only take you 1,000 years at most. I believe you can afford to wait for such a short time, right? I've given you a chance. Whether you can take her away or not depends on your ability. Master, why don't you just let us take her away? Why do you have to make it so troublesome? Prince Zhongyang muttered. Unfettered Saint Master stared at Prince Zhongyang and shouted, If you keep talking, I won't let you take her away. Ahem, okay. Forget it. Don't be angry. Prince Zhongyang didn't dare to say more. He quickly shut his mouth. He knew that his master was serious about this. If he dared to say more, he would screw up. Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of this challenge. He immediately nodded and said, Okay, Senior Unfettered Saint Master. I agree. Just leave this matter to me. I believe I can do it. Senior, wait for my good news. Chapter 25:08. There were a few gardens at the foot of the mountain. The herbs planted in these gardens were sparsely withered and crooked. Some of them even had their roots broken. It was a complete mess. Flowers and grass were scattered all over the ground as if they had been robbed. A woman was sitting in front of a garden. She was angrily destroying the few remaining medicinal herbs to vent her anger and dissatisfaction. You rotten grass. I've taken care of you so carefully. How can you not grow well? Even you dare to go against me. How abominable. This princess has never served anyone like this in her entire life. It's always others who serve me. Even my father dotes on me. Those princes don't dare to bully me. You rotten grass. How dare you bully me? Do you think I can't do anything to you? I'm going to uproot and destroy all of you. Let's see if you still dare to bully me. That woman was none other than Princess Panya. He had been kept here by Freedom Saint to grow medicinal herbs. However, after 2 to 3 million years, she hadn't even grown a single qualified medicinal herb, which was destroyed by her mercilessly. She hated days like this. She hated this place. However, she couldn't leave. She hated Freedom Saint, but she didn't dare to show it. She knew that if she dared to show it, she would be seeking her own death if she really angered Freedom Saint. Her doppelganger had already died in the hands of Freedom Saint. How could her original body dare to act recklessly? However, she had been kept here. When would this end? Every time she thought about it, she would get angry. However, she had nowhere to vent her anger. Therefore, she could only vent it on these herbs. These aren't broken grass. These are all rare and precious medicinal herbs. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded and came over. Who's there? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Princess Panya stood up abruptly and looked around. Very quickly, her eyes landed on a handsome figure. The person who came was none other than Qin Xiao. Seeing Qin Xiao, Princess Panya's nervous and cold expression finally relaxed. Her gaze was somewhat fixed on Qin Xiao as she sized him up. Soon, a smile appeared on Princess Panya's face. She looked at Qin Xiao with sparkling eyes and said, "Oh, there's a handsome young man here." He had cultivated to the 4th step of the Empyrean realm at such a young age. His bearing was extraordinary, and he was not a child. Who are you? Is he Carefree Saint's disciple? You're much more pleasing to the eye than your master. Your face is quite pretty. Little handsome brother, do you have a girl you like? What was the situation again? Why are you looking at me with such malicious eyes? He even asked if he had a girl he liked. This Princess Pan, you couldn't be a love-struck fool, right? This was completely out of the ordinary. Qin Zhao's prepared lines were all messed up. Shouldn't the focus be on the herbs? Why do they talk about whether he had a girl he liked? Princess Panya, don't you want to know why I came in? Qin Zhao did not answer Princess Panya's question. Instead, he talked about business. However, Princess Pan, you seem to have no interest in this kind of business. She waved her hand and said, that's not important. What's important is that you came in. Little handsome brother, what's your name? Which family are you from? If you don't admit that you have a girl you like, then I'll take it that you don't have one. It just so happens that I don't have a man I like. You're much better than those childs in the Pan Kingdom. Are you interested? Let's get to know each other and make friends. It's okay to have an in-depth conversation about life. Could the topic be any more deviant? Qin Zhao had also met the female flower, but this was just the first time they met. Wasn't it too enthusiastic? Most importantly, Qin Zhao did not dare to have any feelings for Princess Panya. She was an unruly and bad-tempered woman. Her hands were stained with blood. She was a woman who would kill people if she did not agree with her. Anyone who provoked her would not have a good ending. She was unruly, capricious, overbearing, cruel, and merciless. Qin Zhao did not like such a woman. Well, to be precise, he somewhat disliked her. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not have a good impression of Princess Panya from the beginning. This time, he came in just to fulfill the condition of Freedom Saint, so that he could take Princess Panya away as a condition for his negotiation with Emperor Pan. However, what Qin Zhao did not expect was that this unruly Princess Panya was a complete love-struck fool. As soon as he came in, he launched a gentle attack, which really caught Qin Zhao off guard. Qin Zhao had always been a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Such a gentle attack really made him somewhat powerless to fight back. I'm Qin Zhao. Princess Panya, can we talk about business? Qin Zhao said. It turned out that he was still relatively weak in dealing with women. Princess Panya approached Qin Zhao and stared at Qin Zhao with her big eyes. She did not feel embarrassed at all. A girl should be a little reserved. However, this did not seem to show on Princess Panya at all. Although Princess Panya was indeed beautiful, she did not pose any attraction to Qin Zhao. Not to mention that Qin Zhao had a bad impression of this princess in his heart. He was repulsed by her from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Qin Zhao was not interested in this kind of thing. Therefore, as soon as Princess Panya approached, Qin Zhao directly took 2 steps back to keep a certain distance from Princess Panya. Then he said with a serious face, Princess Panya, please respect yourself. I didn't come in to talk about romance with you. To talk about the love between men and women. Huh? Princess Panya laughed and said, then why did you come in? Could it be that your master, Xiaoyao Saint, was afraid that I would be bored and lonely alone, so he sent you in to accompany me? I don't believe that Xiaoyao Saint would be so kind. He imprisoned me here to punish and torture me. How could he send a little handsome guy in to accompany me? So, isn't your purpose of coming in just to get close to me? Why are you still pretending? Don't use those little tricks. I'm a smart person. I don't like to be tricked. It's not a good trick to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. However, your reserved manner has piqued this princess's curiosity even more. I haven't been in a relationship. Have you been in a relationship? Qin Zhao had an impulse to turn around and leave. How could he meet such a woman? Loosen the reins only to grasp them better? She was thinking too much. In fact, I'm not interested in you at all. You're very ordinary in my hands. You're thinking too much. You're too confident. Qin Zhao said seriously. It seemed that he had to give a blow to such a confident woman who was too infatuated. Princess Panya was the only princess of the Pan Kingdom. She had been pampered since she was young. It was normal for her to be spoiled. Princess Pan, you was really hit by Qin Zhao's words. Her face suddenly darkened and became a little ugly. Since she was young, no one had dared to talk to her like this. Since she was young, she did not know how many young masters followed behind her. They were willing to lick her toes and regarded her as a goddess. But she did not expect that there would be someone who was so disdainful of her and humiliated her in such a way. This was a heavy blow to her pride and confidence. However, the strange thing was that after suffering an unprecedented blow and humiliation, she quickly couldn't get angry anymore. She wasn't angry at Qin Shao anymore. Instead, she developed some special feelings for him. A real man should be like this. How could he be like those young masters of the Pan Kingdom? He only knew how to shake his head and beg like a lapdog. He did not have any heroic spirit at all. How could such a person be worthy of her, Princess Panya? But Qin Zhao's appearance seemed to give her a ray of light and let her discover a new continent. Yes, how could a man worthy of her, Princess Panya, be an ordinary man? How could he be like those young masters who only knew how to please her and even disregarded their dignity as a man to please her? Men were all like her father, who was indomitable and a matchless hero. Since they were matchless heroes, they naturally had to be able to subdue beauties and make beauties kneel at their feet willingly. It doesn't matter. Maybe I was too abrupt. However, this princess believes that I will definitely be able to capture your heart. Princess Panya said with a confident smile. Damn it. Qin Shao wanted to cry. What did she mean by capturing his heart? He was a man, okay? He was a man, okay? Qin Shao was really speechless about Princess Panya. These questions were not within the scope of his consideration before. Qin Shao shook his head and put these things aside for the time being. He did not want to think too much about it. It was more important to talk about business. He could not waste too much time. Princess Panya, let's talk about business. You were imprisoned here by Freedom's Saint and punished. You should be unwilling to accept it, right? You should want to leave here as soon as possible and go back to your Pan Kingdom, right? Qin Shao asked directly. Princess Panya laughed strangely and said, Of course I want to leave here as soon as possible. If possible, I don't want to stay here for a second longer. What? From what you're saying, are you here to take me away from here? I knew it. You men always say one thing and mean another. You say no, but in your heart, you want to leave. Young Master Qin Shao, if you can rescue this princess and bring her back to the Pan Kingdom, then this princess will definitely devote her life to you and marry you. What do you think? Bah! Hearing this, Qin Shao almost gave up the idea of saving Princess Panya. How could you repay kindness with ingratitude? I saved you, and you want to marry me? How much hatred do you have? But Qin Shao held back his words. As a man, he should be magnanimous and not lower himself to the level of a girl. Qin Shao said, Princess Panya, you are right. I came here to take you out of here and send you back to Pan Kingdom. But don't be happy too early. I can take you out of here, but Freedom's Saint has a condition. You can only leave here if you can fulfill this condition. Otherwise, I'm afraid Freedom's Saint will keep you here for a long time. So, if you want to leave here as soon as possible, you'd better listen to me and don't talk to me about those messy things. Otherwise, if I leave, you will continue to be tortured here slowly. However, Princess Panya smiled. Her smile seemed to contain a deep meaning. Chapter 2509. Lord Qin Shao, do you think I'm stupid? Princess Panya suddenly asked with a meaningful smile. Qin Shao frowned slightly and said, If Princess Panya is stupid, then I'm afraid there are no smart people in the world. If you have something to say, why don't you just say it? Princess Panya smiled and said, Since you, Lord Qin Shao, say that I'm smart, then let's talk like smart people. Who are you, Lord Qin Shao? It seems that you're not Freedom Saint's disciple, nor his servant. Who are you? Since Freedom Saint let you in, it seems that you're someone with a great background. I think your temperament is extraordinary and you have an impressive appearance. I think you must have a great background. You want to save me. What's your purpose? Don't tell me that you've taken a fancy to me and want to save me so that I can repay you with my body. I'm afraid that you, Lord Qin Shao, won't be interested in the position of Prince Consort of Pan Kingdom. So, I can't figure out why you want to save me this time. What's your purpose? Is there something about this princess that you can use? Princess Panya was indeed a very smart woman, but she didn't use her intelligence in the right way. If this woman's intelligence could be used in the right way and her heart could be pure, even if she was a little unruly, she wouldn't be so annoying. This woman was not easy to fool. Of course, Qin Shao didn't intend to deceive her. He had expected this situation. Therefore, Qin Shao said directly, It's very simple. You don't have much profit or value, but I have something to discuss with your father and make a deal. So, you're very useful to me as a bargaining chip. With you as a bargaining chip, I believe your father will agree to make a deal with me. Humph. Princess Pan, you seem to have expected this situation. She stood up coldly and stared at Qin Shao with a strange light in her eyes. In other words, the initiative should be in my hands now, right? You have a favor to ask of my imperial father, but you don't have any bargaining chips in your hands that could be used against my imperial father. Therefore, you thought of me and wanted to use me as a bargaining chip. I have to admit that you are indeed quite smart to be able to think of such a flexible method. Now, I'm afraid the only thing that my father cares about is me and the natal saint weapon that is in unfettered Saint Venerable's hands. If you can obtain these two items, you will indeed be able to move my father and make him agree to some of your requests. However, this matter is up to me to decide. The most important thing is whether I am willing to cooperate with you or not. So, the one you should be begging is me, right? Princess Panya smiled and looked at Qin Shao, as if she had already grasped Qin Shao in her hands. Qin Shao looked slightly surprised. This Princess Panya was indeed a difficult person to deal with. Good. She found the key to the problem so quickly and wanted to snatch the right to decide. How could Qin Shao allow Princess Panya to have the right to make this decision? Wouldn't he be led by the nose by her? Based on Qin Zhao's understanding of Princess Panya's character, once he was led by the nose by her, he would not have a good life. Perhaps she would constantly ask for something. Qin Shao would never put his fate in the hands of others. It was impossible for Panya to control this matter. Qin Shao would never agree. After a moment of silence, Qin Shao suddenly laughed. Ha! Why should I ask you? I'm afraid you haven't figured out your priorities, have you? Princess Panya, it's good to be confident and smart, but don't be too smart and overconfident. If you overdo it, you will be outsmarted by your own cleverness. That is the stupidest way to do it. What? Do you still want to be imprisoned here? If you really want to, I have no objection. Princess Panya smiled confidently and said, No, I won't. You'll get me out, won't you? If I don't get out, you won't be able to make a deal with my father. So, shouldn't you be the one to figure out your priorities? If I don't cooperate with you, you won't be able to do what you want to do. Besides, you took the initiative to come to me. Naturally, you're the one who is in charge. What? Is there anything wrong with what I said? We're all smart people. Don't scare me with words. It's useless. Either you do as I say, or you can leave. Before Princess Pan could finish her words, Qin Shao simply turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, he said, If you don't even have the basic self-awareness, it's a sign of overconfidence. You think too highly of yourself. That's a sign of stupidity. You can slowly stay in here. I have more than one way. Qin Shao left very resolutely and did not stop at all. Soon, Qin Shao walked out of the forbidden area. Seeing Qin Shao leave so resolutely, Princess Panya was stunned. She stared blankly at Qin Zhao's back as he left. For a moment, she was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Did I really make a mistake in my calculation? Qin Shao, actually really left? Was there really no room for negotiation? Could it be that other than this bargaining chip, he had other ways to negotiate with his imperial father? That shouldn't be the case. But how could this man be so arrogant? Did he really leave? If he really left, what should I do? Am I really going to be imprisoned here by freedom, saint forever? This was a great opportunity to get out. Was I really going to waste it? No. I don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. I don't want to be tortured like this. No. This is a great opportunity to get out. I must seize it. I can't give it up. It's fine even if I have to endure it. Why do I have to be so stubborn? Princess Panya thought about it carefully. She also felt that it wouldn't do her any good to be so stubborn. Last time, because of this, she completely angered Freedom Saint and ended up like this. If it was the same this time, she would be trapped in this damn place forever. Lord Qin Shao, please wait. When Qin Shao was about to walk away, Princess Pan finally called out to him. On the other side, Qin Shao was secretly relieved when he heard Princess Pan calling out to him. In fact, wasn't he also taking a gamble? If Princess Pan really didn't call out to him this time and let him go, then he would definitely be in a passive position if he wanted to talk to Princess Panya again. Qin Shao had already analyzed the situation. If Princess Panya's temperament was really so unyielding and unruly, Then if he refused to agree, it would be useless to say anything more to her. The more he said, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Therefore, Qin Shao grasped this point and didn't want to say anything more to Princess Panya. He directly turned around and walked away very resolutely. He wanted to use this strange move to catch Princess Panya off guard and give her a strong psychological impact, using this to shatter her arrogance and self-confidence. If he didn't break Princess Panya's arrogance and self-confidence, then it would be hard to talk about what would happen later. It was precisely because he was very clear about this point that Qin Shao had no other choice but to take a risk. He could only gamble every time he took a risk. He believed that Princess Panya should be eager to leave here, so he wanted to use this strong psychological impact to put pressure on her. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. If he failed, it would be a headache for Qin Shao. In order to deal with this kind of spoiled princess, he had to be ruthless. How could a flower that grew up in a greenhouse dare to confront Qin Shao head-on? If she wanted to have the right to make the decision, how could Qin Shao let her do as she pleased? Since he was going to use a ruthless trick, he had to be ruthless to the end. He had to beat Princess Panya to wake her up and make her afraid. Otherwise, there would be more trouble later. Therefore, after hearing Princess Panya's words, Qin Shao didn't pay attention to her at all and continued walking as if he didn't hear her at all. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't stop and pay attention to her, Princess Panya was really anxious. Lord Qin Shao, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Please don't leave. I'll listen to you and cooperate with you. I'll do whatever you say. Is that okay? Princess Panya said anxiously. Hearing this, Qin Shao stopped, but he didn't turn around immediately. Instead, he stood there with his back facing Princess Panya. Since he had won the psychological attack, Qin Shao wanted to take advantage of it and continue to attack Princess Panya's psychological defense. He wanted to completely break Princess Panya's psychological defense. After a pause, Qin Shao finally said, "Are you sure I can believe what you're saying now? I hate people who go back on their words the most. The final decision is in my hands whether to save you or not. Do you really think you're qualified to negotiate with me? If I don't save you, your father is far from being able to save you. Even if I take you away, your life will still be in my hands. You don't even understand this most basic point, yet you dare to open your mouth and ask for a sky-high price. Do you think you're very smart?" Princess Panya looked at Qin Shao's back. For the first time, she felt that this man's aura was very strong. This man's deterrence was extremely great. In front of this man, she felt that she had no ability to resist at all. This feeling was something she had never felt from any other fourth-step celestial venerables, even her two brothers. This kind of strength directly attacked her heart and destroyed her fighting spirit. She didn't dare to play tricks with Qin Shao anymore. If she continued to play tricks, she was afraid that she would really be destroyed. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in her heart, Princess Panya gritted her teeth and said solemnly, "I naturally mean what I say. Naturally, I won't go back on my words. Besides, didn't you say that my strength is far inferior to yours? I can't play any tricks in front of you. I believe that you're very strong. I'm not as smart as you. I'm not as scheming as you. And I'm still not as strong as you in strength. What's more, my fate is in your hands. Do I dare to play tricks with you?" Qin Shao chuckled and said, "It's good that you know this, but it's useless to know it. You have to remember it. Not only do you have to remember it, but you also have to support in action. Otherwise, I can guarantee that the person who will suffer losses will be you. Of course, if you're unhappy about it, you can find a chance to take revenge on me after I hand you over to your father." Chapter 25:10. Princess Panya's confidence and arrogance had been hit hard, and this kind of hit came in waves, so Princess Panya had no strength to resist at this time. Her face darkened, and she looked a little embarrassed. But this time, she could only bow her head and think of a way to leave here first. If she wanted to get even with Qin Shao, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It was not suitable to confront him directly here. "Okay, I understand. Come back, and let's continue to talk," Princess Panya said weakly. Qin Shao turned back. After Princess Panya's spirit was frustrated, she was obviously more well-behaved. She did not stare at Qin Xiao with an infatuated look like she wanted to win Qin Xiao's heart. However, Princess Panya looked at Qin Xiao with a little more admiration and admiration in her eyes. In Princess Panya's eyes, Qin Xiao was a very special man who was different from others. She had never seen such a man before. In her eyes, such a man was very strong, smart, powerful, excellent, handsome, and heroic. And all of this was capable of capturing her heart, causing her to be greatly moved. In her heart, compared with those men who fawned on her like dogs, she felt that she had lived in vain all these years. What kind of man did she meet before? To be worthy of Princess Panya, he had to be a peerless man like Qin Xiao. Perhaps in her heart, there was a kind of desire to be conquered by others. What do you want me to do? Princess Panya asked. Qin Xiao pointed at several medicinal gardens over there and said, "It's very simple. I just want you to cultivate these medicinal herbs. After you succeed, I will take you out of here and send you back to Pan State. If everything goes well, it will only take 900 years. Forget it. So, if you want to leave here as soon as possible, be honest, calm down, and be patient. Cultivate these medicinal herbs carefully according to the requirements of cultivating medicinal herbs. If you're still as impetuous as before, then I think you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life." Princess Panya swept her gaze over the messy medicinal garden that she had destroyed and said, "All right, isn't it just nurturing a few medicinal herbs? Such a small matter is definitely not difficult for this princess. In the past, this princess was just very unhappy and annoyed, so I didn't want to waste time on these medicinal gardens. Since you're willing to take this princess away, then this princess will suffer for once and cultivate these medicinal herbs. It's not a big deal." Was it not a big deal? Indeed, it was nothing much. It could even be said to be a very small matter. Perhaps any random person who didn't know anything would be able to do it well. It was just that the more trivial it was, the more people were unable to do it well. It was actually very simple to cultivate these herbs. There was only one secret, and that was to be patient and diligent. As long as he had these points and followed the method, there wouldn't be any problems. But for Princess Panya, this was something that could cost her life. She had a very bad temper. How could a princess who was pampered and spoiled endure any hardships? How could she have that kind of patience? Sure enough, although Panya spoke very confidently, but in less than 100 years, Panya finally couldn't bear it anymore. After seeing a patch of medicinal herbs showing signs of withering, she completely exploded. She directly pulled out all the herbs and crushed them. As she stomped on them, she scolded angrily. "Even you lousy weeds dare to bully this princess. This princess has been taking care of you so carefully for the past few decades. I've been taking care of you like my ancestors. I didn't dare to forget a single step, and I didn't dare to neglect. But you still look like this, and you still want to go against this princess. You're abominable, extremely abominable. Since you dare to bully this princess will trample all of you to death. I'll trample all of you to death." Princess Panya's heart had accumulated a lot of unhappiness, and she had worked hard to endure for so many years. So at this time, she suddenly exploded. Naturally, her outburst was more intense. As the saying goes, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature. Once a person's nature was formed, it was indeed very, very difficult to change it. Some people might experience some big setbacks, some big lessons, and some correct guidance. They would be enlightened, repent, and slowly change. But some people couldn't change for the rest of their lives, and they wouldn't repent even if they died. Princess Pan Yu was a person with a very bad temperament. She was unruly, willful, and very delicate. Since she was young, she had been submissive and had grown up in such an environment. So her nature had long been set and had been distorted. It was too difficult to change. In order to leave this place, she had tried hard to endure and change for the past few years, but she still couldn't help it. The more she accumulated, the more unbearable it was, and in the end, it would still explode. Qin Xiao had long expected that such a situation might happen, so he had been watching Princess Pan Yu's every move over the years, while thinking of countermeasures. Are you done throwing a tantrum? When it was about time, Qin Xiao finally spoke. Princess Pan, you still looked a little angry. She clapped her hands and looked at Qin Xiao, but she didn't realize that she had done something wrong. Instead, she spread her hands to Qin Xiao and said, "It's done. This medicinal herb needs to be replanted. No, it's just a matter of a few decades." A few decades? Qin Xiao's voice was a little cold, and his expression was a little cold and serious as he looked at Princess Panya. It's only been a few decades, and you're so impatient that you destroyed this medicinal herb. How many decades are there in 900 years? You can waste a few decades, 10 decades, or even 100 decades. But if you don't repent, then even if I give you 100,000, 10 million, a billion, or a few billion, it won't be enough for you to destroy it. Facing Qin Zhao's reprimand, Princess Panya was very unconvinced and said angrily, "Why are you so fierce? Do I owe you anything? Don't think that just because you came to save me, I have to listen to you in everything. I've tried my best to cultivate these medicinal herbs, but they bullied me too much. I took care of them so carefully, but they didn't grow well. Can you blame me? Can't you see my efforts all these years? How can you say that about me?" Qin Xiao sneered and said sarcastically, "Humph, don't tease me, okay? You call that hard work? You call it effort? I dare say that even a cow can do better than you. Do you believe it? Don't call yourself a princess. What kind of princess are you here? Forget your identity as a princess. You have nothing here. There's no such honorable treatment for you. Look at your pampered appearance. I only saw you do some small things, but you said that you worked so hard. You can't cultivate the medicinal herbs well, and you blame them for not growing well. Do you know what this is like? It's like you are so unruly now, but you blame your mother for not giving birth to you to be gentle and virtuous. What did you say?" Qin Zhao's words obviously deeply irritated Princess Panya, which made Princess Panya furious. She stared at Qin Xiao with her eyes wide open, and her face was completely gloomy. "I said that you were a pig, stupider than a cow. Are you satisfied?" Qin Xiao didn't hold back and directly scolded her. To deal with Princess Panya, he had to use strange and ruthless methods. Only in this way could he have a good effect. "Bastard, you're courting death." Princess Pan was completely angry. She actually directly attacked Qin Xiao and wanted to solve the problem by force. But her, Princess Panya's strength was clearly far from enough in front of Qin Xiao. The difference was too great. Therefore, as soon as Princess Panya attacked, Qin Xiao took the initiative and directly attacked. Slap! There was a loud slap in the face. Qin Xiao's heavy palm slapped Princess Panya's face heavily. This slap was really not careless. It was so heavy and fast that Princess Pan didn't even have a chance to react. She was directly slapped by Qin Xiao. The slap in the face. 5 bright red fingerprints were imprinted on her white and tender cheeks, and blood seeped out from them. It was obvious how heavy Qin Zhao's slap was. Qin Zhao's lightning-fast slap really stunned Princess Panya. She was dumbfounded and stood there as if she had been petrified, and her expression became stiff. She subconsciously covered her face with one hand and stared at Qin Xiao with her jade eyes wide open. However, there was no anger on her face. Qin Zhao's slap completely shocked Princess Panya. After a long time, Princess Panya seemed to come to her senses and asked, "You hit me?" However, this voice was not angry or interrogative. Instead, it was a very gentle tone. This kind of feeling was similar to the feeling of a child who had done something wrong and felt guilty in front of his father. Such an effect surprised Qin Xiao a little. It seemed that the effect was much better than he had expected, and there were some surprises. It was the first time he met such a woman who deserved to be taught a lesson. "Yes, you deserve it. If you still don't repent, I won't be so gentle next time," Qin Xiao said. Panya actually laughed. She actually smiled. She looked at Qin Xiao and smiled. She looked a little like a love-struck fool. Had he been beaten silly? How could she laugh after being slapped? Moreover, there was more admiration and affection in her eyes when she looked at Qin Xiao. This love-struck fool was she? Seeing Panya like this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel that the situation was a little wrong? Hitting this woman didn't wake her up. Instead, it was going to make her silly. Qin Xiao, you are the only man who has hit me in my life. Do you know that? Princess Pan, you said again. The only one? It was normal. She was a princess, and no one dared to hit her. Not to mention hitting her, they probably didn't even dare to scold her. My father told me in a novel that there are only 2 men in the world who can hit me. One is my father, and the other is my husband. You hit me now, so you are destined to be my husband. Moreover, my father has never hit me before. The first one who hit me is you. Therefore, I, Panya, have decided that I will only marry you in this life. You are my husband, and I have decided to marry you in this life. Is that slap enough? If you think it's not enough, you can slap me again. I don't mind. Come on. My husband hit me, and I am very willing to do so. What the hell was going on? Oh God. Oh God. You can't play with me like this, right? Hearing Princess Panya's words, Qin Xiao had the urge to chop off his hands. Who asked you to slap her just now? This slap was enough to make Princess Panya cling on to him and recognize him as her husband. Chapter 25:11. Seriously, Qin Xiao wanted to spit blood. Was this a joke? He just slapped Princess Panya in the face. Was she trying to blackmail him? She was trying to blackmail him. Qin Xiao would never agree to such blackmail. He didn't even want to think about it. However, Qin Xiao was really helpless about Princess Panya. He had never seen such a weird woman. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao felt a chill. Although Princess Panya was really beautiful, she was just beautiful on the outside. She was ugly on the inside. Qin Xiao, I've decided that you will be my only husband in my life. You slapped me, which is the best proof. It means you've made up your mind. I'll call you husband from now on. Although it's a little early, I like it. I'll be absolutely gentle and obedient to you in the future. I'll let you beat and scold me. I'll be a qualified wife. So, husband, you can rest assured. Princess Panya even tried to act cute. She blinked at Qin Xiao and deliberately lowered her voice to appear very gentle and virtuous. However, seeing Princess Panya like this, Qin Xiao really wanted to slap her a few more times. But he restrained himself. A slap had caused such trouble. If she slapped him a few more times, he was afraid that he would be entangled and unable to get rid of her. Qin Xiao was not afraid of her playing hard, but he was afraid of her playing soft. If you dare to say anything else, I won't care about your business. You can continue to stay here obediently. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and said coldly. His voice was extremely firm, which showed Qin Xiao's determination. Seeing Qin Xiao was really angry, Princess Panya immediately changed her words and said, Okay, my Lord Qin Xiao, don't be angry. I'll listen to you, okay? I'll listen to you in the future, okay? I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Since you told me not to call myself a princess, then I won't call myself a princess in front of you anymore. Is there anything else you want me to do? Just say it. I will do it obediently. I will definitely listen to your every word. Lord Qin Xiao, you see, I'm actually quite gentle and virtuous, right? I used to be unruly and willful because I was young. If I get married, I won't be unruly and willful anymore. The problem with her, Princess Panya, was not as simple as being unruly and willful. She had a vicious heart and had killed many people. Her sins were not small. Hurry up and cultivate that medicinal herb. Qin Xiao hurriedly threw down a sentence and left the place as if she was escaping. Qin Xiao really didn't want to stay here any longer. After leaving that forbidden area, Qin Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! Qin Xiao shook her head and sighed. She still had some lingering fear in her heart. What sin have I committed? How could I provoke such a weirdo? She's really the best in the world. I'm really speechless. If I spend more time with this woman, I'm afraid I'll have the intention to kill her. Instead of this, I'd rather she continue to be unruly and willful. She's really killing me. My head hurts. Qin Xiao rubbed his temples. His head really hurt. Qin Xiao really had never met a woman as weird as Princess Panya, who was so difficult to deal with. Ha! Suddenly, a loud laughter of schadenfreude could be heard. From the sound of it, one could tell that it was Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang walked over and put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder. He winked at Qin Zhao and smiled happily. Brother, your luck with women is really good. Wherever you go, you can capture the heart of a beauty. Qin Zhao smiled and said, Brother, your luck with women is really good. You're really my brother. Your ability in this aspect is almost as good as mine. How is it? How does it feel to be pursued by Princess Panya and to be recognized as her husband? Do you feel a special sense of accomplishment? I feel that this kind of woman is very servile. If you really get together with her, you can also enjoy some happiness. If you slap her, she will ask you if you've slapped her enough. Where can you find such a woman? I envy you. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang and said angrily, If you like her, you can have her. You can go and settle it. That's impossible. I can't covet my brother's wife. Am I, Zhang Yang, that kind of person? Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips. Why did he get lost? Besides, Qin Zhao was about to hit someone. This matter was already very annoying. Qin Zhao was not in the mood to joke here. Zhang Yang stopped joking. He stopped smiling and patted Qin Zhao on the shoulder. He pursed his lips and said, Brother, I can only sympathize with you mentally. Qin Zhao nodded. However, you still have to deal with this matter yourself. I, your brother, have the heart, but not the strength. I can't help you with anything. Please forgive me, Brother Wang. This kind of woman, I dare not provoke even if you beat me to death. Brother, you are unlucky to meet such a strange woman. It's really strange that such an unruly, willful, and pampered princess would have such a strong servile nature. Qin Zhao, you have to be careful. I always feel that this woman will not stop. I guess she will make some trouble in the future. Sigh. Qin Zhao sighed helplessly again. How could he not think of this? This trouble was definitely difficult to get rid of completely. After the deal with Pan Di, he was afraid that there would be some trouble. At that time, with Pan Di backing her up, many things would be difficult to resolve. However, this was also something that could not be helped. Qin Zhao did not think about this matter for the time being. He could only take one step at a time and wait until that time came. The most important thing now was to solve the matter of the Park clan and resolve one of his worries. After the matter of the Park clan was solved, Qin Zhao did not have any worries. Only then could he let go of his arms and do things. Now that there were many problems to consider when doing things, his hands and feet were bound. Once his hands and feet were bound, many things became difficult to do. This was also something that could not be helped. Since he had decided to help the Park clan, no matter how big the problem was, he could only solve it. Actually it's nothing. Prince Zhang Yang had a free and easy personality. He quickly laughed again and did not take it to heart. Isn't it just Pan Di? It's nothing. What else does he want? Could it be that Pan Di dares to detain you in Pan country? Dare to force you to marry? Pan Di has the strength, but he shouldn't have the courage, right? No matter what, you are also the #1 genius of St. College. Pan Di will definitely not dare to do things too far. Besides, don't you still have me, your brother? With me here, how can I let Emperor Pan act so presumptuously? Although my strength is not great, my master is awesome. If any of my 2 masters were to come out, wouldn't they be able to crush Pan Di until he *T himself? So I don't believe that Pan Di dares to act recklessly. Then I will definitely come out and suppress Pan Di and teach him how to be a new man. Qin Zhao smiled. Yes, there was indeed nothing to worry about. The identity of a student of St. College was a very good protection. Pan Di was a smart person. He should not go too far. Besides, wasn't Zhang Yang here? Zhang Yang was the disciple of Freedom Saint and also the disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. His identity was very big and awesome. One must know that Pan Di had suffered a big loss in the hands of Freedom Saint. How could Pan Di dare to provoke Freedom Saint? Emperor Xianyuan was needless to say. In the world, who dared to disrespect him? However, it would be best if he didn't have to pull the banner of a greater power. If he really wanted to make a fuss, Qin Zhao would not bother Zhang Yang. The prestige of his master, Li Sheng, was comparable to the Emperor Xianyuan. Even if Pan Di had 100 guts, he would not dare to do anything to Li Sheng's disciple. There was no need to worry, but this matter would definitely be troublesome and would not be so easy to solve. Now Qin Shao had a headache as long as he thought of Princess Panya. 900 years passed quickly. No one knew where the power came from. Princess Panya really did it in one go. Within 900 years, she cultivated the medicinal herbs and completed Freedom Saint's mission. In Zhang Yang's joking words, the power of love was really great. Even Princess Pan successfully changed her temperament. Qin Shao did not think this was love. If this was called love, he did not want it. Princess Panya, could love whoever she liked, as long as she did not love him. Since the mission was completed, Freedom Saint naturally kept his promise. He handed over Pan Di's sacred weapon and Princess Panya to Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao did not directly take these two items with him. Instead, he handed them over to Zhang Yang, asking him to temporarily keep them for him. Since the items were already in his hands, what he needed to do now was to go and negotiate with Pan Di. After the negotiation, Qin Shao would ask Zhang Yang to bring the items over. If Zhang Yang brought the items over now, Pan Di might sense it and reveal his trump card in advance. That was naturally not good. Therefore, Qin Shao took his leave first. Zhang Yang continued to stay here and spend more time with his master, Freedom Saint. Qin Shao's action was deeply appreciated by Freedom Saint. He also wanted Zhang Yang to stay and accompany him more. Qin Shao's trip had only taken about 1,000 years. Pu Yanhua had not completed his breakthrough yet. Therefore, Sanyi had not brought his people back to the Park Palace yet. They were still waiting for Pu Yanhua to complete his breakthrough. Seeing Qin Shao return, Sanyi greeted him and asked with concern, "How is it, Lord Qin Shao? Did you succeed?" Qin Shao nodded and smiled. "Yes, everything is going smoothly. I have succeeded. Princess Panya and Pandi's sacred weapon are in our hands. Next, we will go and negotiate with Pandi." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Sanyi suddenly became very excited. "That's great. That's really great. Ha. The heavens are really blessing our Park clan. The heavens do not want our Park clan to die. Lord Qin Shao, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for our Park clan. We, the Park clan, will never forget the great kindness you have shown to our clan." Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Boom! At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The heavens and earth's sacred aura suddenly descended. Seeing this, Qin Shao also smiled. Heavenly immortal Yunhua is about to break through. It seems that good things are happening one after another. Finally, I did not disappoint. Although the Saint Origin Fruit was said to be able to create an ancient sage, it wasn't a 100% success rate. The success rate of the Saint Origin Fruit was 80% to 90%. It was indeed very high. Theoretically, most people should be able to succeed. However, there would still be a small number of people who would fail. Chapter 25:12. The heavenly might was vast and mighty, and the holy light descended. The breakthrough of the ancient saint realm was indeed very grand. Especially when the heavenly Tao law descended, the entire vast land felt a huge movement. They felt the holy light and heavenly might descending on this land. Even those who didn't see it could guess that someone was about to break through to the saint realm. The birth of an ancient saint was like a heavenly treasure of heaven and earth. The birth of an ancient saint also jumped out of the river of time and was not bound by the heavenly Tao law of this land. This was a leap in life, a leap in the nature of life. Jumping out of the three realms and not being bound by the five elements, it was truly immortal and everlasting. Therefore, breaking through to the saint realm would definitely cause the heavenly Tao to resound, and auspicious signs would descend. The holy light would sprinkle down on the world, causing this land to prostrate in worship. Countless living beings prostrated on the ground and prostrated themselves in worship. Fortunately, this place was far away from the Pan country's imperial city. Otherwise, such a huge movement would definitely be noticed. When Pu Yunhua was breaking through, Qin Shao was not careless and stood guard for him. Xiao Gu discovered that there were a few ancient saint auras, but they disappeared very quickly. It seemed that no ancient saint came to check the situation here. In the end, Pu Yunhua also smoothly broke through to the saint realm. His body was bathed in golden light as he slowly rose into the void. Everyone from the Pu clan came out and looked up at Pu Yunhua with ecstasy in their hearts. Old ancestor Pu Hua, saint, had passed away. Now that Pu Yunhua had become a saint venerable, his Pu clan had a saint venerable overseeing it. The significance of this was a world of difference. The prosperity of the Pu clan would also be guaranteed. San Yu was so excited that his entire body trembled. A trace of tears appeared in his old eyes. As the person with the highest seniority here, he was naturally the one who cared the most about the fate of the Pu clan. Seeing Pu Yunhua become a saint venerable, he also saw the hope of the Pu clan. The Pu clan was built up by his father with great effort. As the son of Pu Hua saint, he felt that he was incompetent. He had always been brooding in his heart and was incomparably ashamed. Now that he saw Pu Yunhua become a saint venerable, he naturally felt gratified in his heart. Gradually, the heavenly might, sacred blessing dissipated, and the heavenly Tao laws returned to the world. Pu Yunhua had completed his breakthrough and landed from the void. His face was filled with a wide smile. He, Pu Yunhua, had never dreamt that there would be a day when he would break through and become a sage. But now he had truly become a sage. The power of a holy venerate was simply too wonderful. Now he felt that he was really just a weak and pitiful ant. The current him could easily crush the previous him. It could even be said that he had the ambition to make the entire world submit to him. This was the strength of an ancient sage. Thank you, Lord Qin Shao. I, Pu Yunhua, will remember this great kindness. Pu Yunhua put away the smile on his face and walked towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved his hand. This is what I should do. If you want to thank someone, you should thank your ancestor. He planned a way out for your Park clan before he died. You should also thank your ancestor for his luck. If he hadn't discovered it before he died, if he didn't discover the Saint Origin Fruit before he died, he wouldn't have been able to protect your Park clan. Perhaps all of this was destined. Now that you have become an ancient sage, you have to shoulder the expectations of Pu Hua Sage for the Park clan. You have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Park clan. Everything is on your shoulders. In any case, you're the first vanguard in the upheaval of the Park Palace. It must be started by you. Pu Yunhua nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, young Master Qin Shao. The moment I decided to approach the Saint Origin Fruit, I knew that I had to shoulder all of this. It was my responsibility. I have already prepared for everything. I am even prepared to sacrifice myself for the sake of the Park clan. As long as I can work for the Park clan, I, Pu Yunhua, will not hesitate to die. This time, the upheaval of the Park Palace and the stable development of our Park clan in the future will depend on Lord Qin Zhao's help. Don't worry, I have already arranged everything on my side. The next step is to start the operation. If everything went well, they would soon be able to see the light of day. I believe that the bright future will be right in front of us." Qin Shao said. He had the confidence to do so. As long as he could deal with Pan Di, he didn't believe that the first prince would dare to do anything. The Park clan had long been restless and ready to make a move. Now that Pu Yunhua had broken through to become a saint, his strength had an absolute guarantee. Naturally, his confidence was greatly boosted. It also gave everyone full confidence that they could return to the Park Palace and turn the situation around. Pan Country, Imperial City, First Prince's Palace. In the study, a man wearing a golden python robe was writing there. Each stroke was like the firmament. Each stroke was like a world. Each stroke was incomparably powerful, full of strength, and full of sharpness. His words were like swords and sabers, vividly displaying the sharpest side of him. The sharpness of his words was like his person. The sharpness that bloomed was too terrifying, piercing the entire void to tremble. This person's strength was obviously extremely powerful. He was an ancient saint. His aura was like a sword, extremely sharp, piercing the firmament, enough to make people tremble in fear. This kind of person exuded an extremely sharp and domineering aura from his bones. A gray-robed old man suddenly walked out of the void. He had a cloak and a hat that covered his head. His entire body was completely shrouded in this gray robe. Only a small part of his face and a pair of eerie green eyes could be seen. Eyes. It was scary enough to look at. First Prince, the gray-robed old man, said in a deep voice. Hearing the gray-robed old man's tone, the man who was writing immediately put down his brush. He looked at the gray-robed old man with a serious expression and said, "What has made teacher so worried?" The gray-robed old man's deep voice rang out and said, "First Prince, when I was divining the stars, I got a bad divination. It's a divination with a very bad omen. I'm afraid it will be very unfavorable for you, First Prince. It may even affect you in the fight for the position of Crown Prince." Hearing this, the First Prince immediately frowned deeply, and a grave expression appeared on his face. His eyes flashed coldly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Teacher, tell me the details." The gray-robed old man said in a deep voice, "First Prince, the extremely bad divination shows that the source is Park Palace, and it's very urgent and ominous. According to my estimation, something big will happen at Park Palace soon. I want to do a deeper divination, but I failed. Therefore, I'm even more certain that something big is going to happen at Park Palace, and it's very likely to affect your fight for the position of Crown Prince. Therefore, I didn't dare to hesitate and immediately came to report this matter to you. Park Palace." The First Prince looked puzzled and said, "Teacher, hasn't Park Palace been under my control for a long time? That old stubborn Pu Hua is dead. The new king of Park, Pu Jingxian, has already reached an agreement with me to work under my command and serve me. On this point, Park Jingxian has done a good job for the time being. The entire Park Palace is also fully supporting this prince. Those who opposed were either dead, locked up, or escaped. The situation in Park Prince's residence was completely under control and stabilized. So, how could there be any changes? Those who escaped from the Pan Kingdom are not worth mentioning. They're not even worth mentioning. This little bit of power is not enough to shake Pu Jinxian's authority over Pu Wangfu. Teacher, what does this divination mean? This prince really doesn't understand." The gray-robed elder frowned and shook his head with a puzzled look. "I don't understand either. I don't know why such a divination would appear. But teachers' divinations have never been wrong. At most, there will be a big difference, and it can be predicted. I really don't understand this divination. Park Palace is completely under the First Prince's control. It's impossible for there to be any mistakes. But that's how divination works. So, we'd rather believe it than not. It's better to be prepared. After all, the First Prince's situation is bright now. We can't let anything happen to him because of a small matter. Therefore, we have to pay attention to this matter and take precautions early. Only then can we change the situation shown by the divination." The First Prince obviously believed in his teacher's divination. He had always been able to help him avoid trouble in time. It was never a bad thing to be careful. "Teacher, how do you think we should take precautions?" The First Prince asked. The gray-robed elder said, "I think it's best for us to make a trip to Park Palace now. Firstly, we can check on the situation there. Secondly, when we reach Park Palace, teacher, you can make a divination again. It should be more accurate to make another divination in Park Palace. In this way, if anything happens, we won't be able to cause any trouble. If nothing happens, we can be at ease." The First Prince thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, it's feasible. I have some matters to discuss with Park Jingxian. I wanted to ask him to come over. Since that's the case, there's no harm in me making a trip there. Let's go. I'll have to trouble you." The gray-robed elder bowed slightly to the First Prince. Qin Xiao, Pu Yinhua, and the others returned to Park City in a low-key manner. Park Palace was guarding the southeast of Pan Kingdom. The defense line occupied 1/3 of Pan Kingdom's border. Park City was specially built for Park Palace. In the beginning, there were only people from Park Palace in the city. Later on, the city gradually developed and the number of people increased. The families and descendants of those soldiers could all live in Pu City. After a long period of development, Park City was now very prosperous. There were many people in the city, and the huge city was about to be overcrowded. If this continued, It would not take long for Park City to expand several times. This was normal. After all, Park Palace had a large number of soldiers guarding 1/3 of Pan Kingdom's border. They definitely needed a large number of soldiers. Moreover, King Park's soldiers were the most numerous and strongest, and they had all followed King Park Hwasham. Now that Pan Kingdom was peaceful and there were no wars, the soldiers had to recuperate, get married, and have children. They quickly multiplied and developed their descendants. Naturally, Park City became stronger, and these people were also loyal to the Park Palace. Therefore, one could imagine how terrifying the number of soldiers the Park Palace had in their hands was. It was because of this that the attitude of the three princes became crucial in the battle for the Crown Prince's throne. It even had a decisive effect. After all, the three princes had a large number of soldiers in their hands. They were people with great prestige and power. Chapter 25:13. Qin Shao, Pu Yinhua, and the rest of the group stood at the peak of a tall mountain about 10 li away from Park City. They looked at the Park King Manor that was just inches away from them. Looking at the Pu Palace in front of them, the people of the Pu clan were incomparably excited. This time, they didn't bring all the members of the Pu clan back. They only brought back close to 1,000 elites. After the situation stabilized, they would welcome all of them back to the Pu Palace. Pu City is in front. We've returned to Pu City, back to our home. We're all descendants of the Pu clan. We were born here and grew up here. This is where we have everything. Our blood, our hearts, have long been integrated into this land. This time, we've returned to uproot the Pu Palace and let our Pu clan truly stabilize. The light is in front of us. Let's go. Let's go straight into Pu City. Pu Yunhua couldn't help but feel a little excited. But at the same time, his blood was boiling. Soon, there would be a battle of light. A battle that would determine the fate of the Pu clan. Of course, Pu Yinhua still had absolute confidence in winning such a battle. If he, an ancient saint existence, couldn't even do such a thing, then it would be a joke. The people of the Pu clan were all excited. They never thought that there would be a day when they would return to Pu City. And this time, they came to openly return to the Pu Palace and take over the leadership of the Pu clan, ending the chaotic situation of the Pu clan. This time, they came for the Battle of Light. Pu City, East Gate. Pu City wasn't a city of commerce. The trade here wasn't developed. Originally, this was a city guarding the border. Naturally, there weren't many merchants here. So, there weren't many people going in and out of Pu City. There were only occasional carriages. Because there weren't many people going in and out of the city, the guards at the city gate were very idle. In the guard pavilion, they could sit there and drink tea and wine. Of course, the people on guard duty had to be very serious. They wouldn't be so comfortable and leisurely. Sigh, our Pu City is getting more and more desolate. Nowadays, it was rare to see people going in and out of Pu City. If this continues, I think we can all go back to the barracks instead of staying here to defend the city. The door is open. Sitting here every day is really boring. After the old Pu king left, the Pu clan is really going to decline. I'm afraid the glory of the past is no more. What a pity, what a pity. We are all warriors who followed the old Park king and reached glory with him. Now, we have to watch the decline of the Park king's residence and the decline of the Park clan. Sometimes, things in this world are really cruel. Even for people like us who have seen many deaths, just thinking about it still makes us sigh with emotion. One of the guards sighed and lamented. Immediately, a guard said, "Isn't that right?" Once the old king of Park died, the Park Palace immediately fell. Now, the new Park king completely listens to the first prince's orders and follows the first prince's lead. He openly supports and follows the first prince. Where's the arrogance of a king with a different surname? Under the leadership of the new Park king, it would be strange if the Pu clan didn't decline. Shut up. Immediately, a guard shouted angrily. He glared at the person who spoke and shouted, "You don't want to live anymore, do you? How dare you spout such disgraceful words? If the new Park king hears about it, how many lives do you have? You are courting death, but don't implicate your clansmen. Do you really want your descendants to die?" Hearing this, the face of the man who spoke just now changed, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately admitted his mistake and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I said the wrong thing. I deserve to die. I won't say such words in the future. I definitely won't say it." And at this moment, the guards heard a lot of footsteps coming towards them. They also sensed auras approaching them quickly. Such a situation was not right to begin with. So naturally, they quickly put up a high level of vigilance and glanced over. When they saw a team of about 1,000 people rushing towards them, all the guards immediately became spirited. They quickly gathered together with their weapons in their hands and lined up in a battle formation. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Guang stared at the team. There weren't many guards at the city gate. There was only a squad of 12 guards. Compared to a group of over 1,000 people, 12 people were naturally dwarfed by a group of over 1,000 people. They don't come with good intentions. Is there an enemy attack? Quickly inform the higher-ups and sound the horn. One of the guards said. Someone immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. Why do these people look so familiar? Hey, isn't that Immortal Yanhua? And isn't that the third master? And these, they're all from the Park clan. Didn't they escape from the Park Palace a long time ago and leave the borders of the Pan Kingdom? Haven't they disappeared ever since? Why did they all come back in such a short time? So many people from the Park clan came back. What's going on? Don't tell me they want to attack the Park Palace?" Only then did everyone recognize that they were indeed from the Park clan. Since they were from the Park clan, then they didn't need to rush to blow the horn. But what made everyone puzzled was, why did the people of the Park clan come back? These people were openly against the new king of Pooh. They were against the new king of Pooh. This time, weren't they coming back to settle accounts with the new Park king? Under everyone's confusion, Qin Xiao, Pu Yinhua, and the others finally arrived at Park City's east gate. "Exalted Immortal Yinhua, what's going on?" A guard stepped forward and asked. "Immortal Yinhua?" Pu Yinhua glanced at the guards and suddenly released his saint's aura, which pressed down on the guards. When the saint's aura descended, the guards naturally knelt down in fear. They involuntarily knelt down in worship, their hearts trembling. This was a huge difference in the level of life. It's the saint. Immortal Yunhua has broken through and become a saint. It should be the Yunhua saint now. He actually became a saint. No wonder he came back to Park City. Haha. Immortal Yunhua has become a saint. There's hope for the Park clan now. I've been unhappy with the new Park king for a long time. Greetings, Yunhua saint. After the guards knew that Pu Yunhua was a saint, they immediately saluted in unison. Pu Yunhua glanced at the crowd and said, "All of you, stand up and speak." Only then did those guards stand up. But in front of Pu Yinhua, they also appeared very reserved. Each and every one of them had a cautious appearance. It was normal to have such a reaction when facing an ancient saint. An ancient saint, that was definitely a high and mighty existence, especially to small soldiers like them who were only at the first step heavenly venerate realm. That was even more unreachable. It was the true heavens. "Have you reported it to the higher-ups?" Pu Yinhua asked. The guards looked at each other, not knowing what Yinhua Saint meant and why he asked such a question. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to answer casually. "Whatever I ask, just answer truthfully. There's no need to worry about anything," Pu Yinhua said again. Hearing this, the guards dared to say, "We haven't reported it." "Then, can you stop me?" Pu Yinhua asked again. The guards shook their heads and said, "Since Yunhua Saint has become a saint, you can naturally take charge of the Park clan and lead the Park clan to change the royal authority. We are loyal to the old Park king and the Park clan, not the new Park king. If Yunhua Saint wants to enter Park City, we will naturally open the city gates to welcome you. We also hope that Yunhua Saint can uproot the chaos and return the Park Palace to the right track." Hearing these guards' words, Pu Yunhua nodded his head in satisfaction. It seemed like the new Park king, Pu Jingxian, was still not very popular. Even the guards did not need him. It was normal for the new Park king to be unpopular. In fact, everyone in the Park Palace was a loyal admirer of the old Park king, Pu Hua Saint. They respected Pu Hua Saint very much, and even saw him as their religion. Pu Hua Saint's prestige in the eyes of the people in the Park Palace was probably higher than the current Pan Emperor. Everyone knew that Pu Hua Saint's death was definitely related to the first prince. It could even be said that the first prince was the one who killed Pu Hua Saint. Therefore, those who admired and respected Pu Hua Saint naturally did not have a good impression of the first prince. However, the new Park King, Pu Jingxian, was willing to be used by the first prince for the sake of the position of the new Park King. Not only that, in order to secure his position, the new Park King even killed a bunch of people from the Park family. He killed a bunch of them, locked up a bunch of them, and forced a bunch of them to leave. This series of ruthless and bloody methods were naturally not welcomed by the people. Everyone was angry, but did not dare to voice it out. However, they still remembered it in their hearts. Therefore, the new Park King's prestige was naturally not high. In the hearts of many people in the Park Palace, he was not a glorious figure. As the saying goes, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. If I go up the city gate and call for help, will all of you follow my footsteps and uproot the Park Palace and return to the right track? Pu Yunhua asked solemnly. The guards were stunned. After looking at each other for a while, they nodded and said in unison, "We swear to follow Yunhua Saint till death and help Yunhua Saint to uproot the Park Palace and return it to the right track." We have been unhappy with the Park Palace. Not only the few of us, but the brothers in the army also have complaints about this matter. It's just that no one dares to voice it out. Now that Yunhua Saint Sovereign has returned with his supreme will and the will of the Pu clan, we will naturally follow him. These words also allowed Pu Yunhua to get the answer he wanted. It was just as he had expected. In fact, it was even better than what he had expected. He already knew that the new Park King's reputation was not good. His prestige was very poor, and he was not popular. Many people were against him in their hearts. Therefore, now that he had returned with a strong momentum, he should be able to get the Park Palace back. As long as the majority of the people in the Park Palace supported him and stood on his side, things would be much easier to handle. Of course, even if he really had to use force to solve it, Pu Yunhua was now a saint venerable. He did not have to worry about anything. No matter what, this time he came with full confidence. "Yunhua Saint, please go up the city gate's high platform. We will blow the horn for Yunhua Saint to let everyone come out and listen to Yunhua Saint's call." A guard said. Pu Yunhua nodded and said, "Let's go up the city gate's high platform and fire the first shot of our counterattack." Chapter 25:14. Pu Yunhua, Qin Shao, and the others climbed to the top of the highest building in the city. From here, they could almost see the entire Pu City. In the center of Pu City, a majestic king's mansion stood there like a majestic lion. It stood there proudly, exuding the aura of a king. No one dared to disobey it. That was the Park King's mansion, the home of the Park clan. It was the place where Pu Yunhua and the others were born and raised. It was the place where all the glory of the Park clan lay. In Pu City, there were hundreds of millions of soldiers, overseeing a region and suppressing the world. Boom! Pu Yunhua released his saint aura to his heart's content, allowing the endless saint aura to cover the entire Pu City and the hundreds of millions of people in it. The moment the saint aura was released, the entire Pu City was shocked. The entire city was in an uproar. Countless people became nervous, not knowing what was going on. The saint aura enveloping the entire city was something that rarely happened. Under such an inexplicable situation, it naturally caused people to tremble in fear. The soldiers in Pu City were also nervously standing in formation, ready to attack. But in front of Saint Sovereign, they were so weak and pitiful. In Pu City, the whole city was in an uproar. Clearly, the saint aura was deliberately shrouding the entire Pu City. Especially in the Park King's mansion, there were many people running out, not knowing what was going on. Such an action, they felt that the visitor did not come with good intentions. Could it be that they came with hostility towards the Park King's mansion? Soldiers of Pu City, members of the Park King's mansion, I am Pu Yunhua. I broke through to the Saint Realm by chance. Now I have brought the people of the Park clan back to Pu City to fulfill the will of the old ancestor, Park Hua Saint. I, Yunhua Saint, am here to announce to everyone that I have returned this time to reorganize the Park clan and uproot the Park King's mansion. The new Park King, Pu Jingxian, is not popular. He went against the will of the old ancestor, Park Hwa Saint, and sold the king's mansion for glory. He was willing to be used by the first prince. Suppressing my Park clan, the opposing forces of Poo City, means bloody and cruel. Countless soldiers were killed. The people of the Poo clan are either dead, injured, or imprisoned. Such a despicable method is not something our Park Palace should do. It's also not something our ancestor, Park Hwa Saint, wants to see. Now that I, Poo Yun Hwa, have received the protection of ancestor Poo Hwa Saint, I have broken through and become a saint. Now that we have returned, it is to completely wipe out the chaos in the Park Palace and return the righteous energy to our Park Palace, to our Park City. Soldiers of Poo City and members of my Poo clan, please listen to my Poo Yun Hwa's orders. Follow me to the Poo Palace and drag out the people who caused trouble in my Poo Palace. We will return Poo City to its former glory. In the future, I, Poo Yun Hwa, will bear the heavy responsibility of protecting Park City. I believe that as long as our Park Clan and Park City soldiers are united, we will be invincible. No one will be able to bully our Park Palace. The Park Palace is not only the Park Palace of the Park Clan, but also the Park City, the Poo Wong residence of the soldiers, and the countless citizens of Poo City. The new Poo King, Poo Jin Sien, went against the great Tao and lost the support of the people. Poo Yun Hwa's voice was accompanied by a saint's aura that spread to everyone's ears. Everyone in Park City could hear his words clearly. Hearing this, everyone finally understood who this saint's aura belonged to. But when they realized that this supreme saint's aura was released from Poo Yun Hwa's body, they were even more shocked. What? It's exalted immortal Yun Hwa? How is this possible? Exalted immortal Yun Hwa left the Park Palace not long ago. He actually broke through and became a saint? Exalted immortal Yun Hwa actually became a saint? Haha, looks like the old Park King is really blessing the Park Clan. The Park Clan has given birth to another ancient saint. This is great. I have been tolerating the new Park King for a long time. Exalted immortal Yun Hwa's strength doesn't even seem to be in the top 10 of the Park Clan. He has never been outstanding. How did he suddenly break through and become a saint? Isn't this too strange? It is very strange. But it is indeed exalted immortal Yun Hwa. It is indeed a supreme saint's aura. He is a saint. I have wanted to rebel for a long time. I just didn't have the ability to do so. Now that exalted immortal Yun Hwa is back, let's follow him. No. We should call him Yun Hwa Saint. With the return of the saint, he can naturally uproot the Park Palace. Yes, we will firmly support Yun Hwa Saint. Heated discussions spread throughout Park City. The moment Poo Yun Hwa returned, he immediately won countless voices of support. This was similar to what Qin Shao and the rest had thought. The impression the old Park King left in the hearts of the people in Park City was far from the new Park King. The Park Palace was in chaos. There was a group of people who firmly supported the new Park King. There was also a group of people who were more or less assimilated. After all these years of assimilation, they actually did not care anymore. How should they describe the new Park King? They did not firmly support him, but they did not oppose him either. Anyway, they were just small characters. They did not have much weight in their words. Hence, they just followed their superiors. That was it. They did not care about anything else. They just went with the flow. There was also a group of people who had always opposed the new Park King. It was just that they did not dare to voice their anger. They had always suppressed their voices of opposition and did not dare to show it. Now that exalted immortal Yun Hwa had returned, they naturally saw the light of hope. It made their blood boil with excitement. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that such a day would come. Poo Jin led a group of people and quickly flew out. There were dozens of fourth-step celestial venerables and thousands of third-step celestial venerables. This was the strongest trump card of the Park Palace. It was under the command of Poo Jin. It was the strongest trump card of the Park Palace. It was also a force that was incomparably loyal to the new Park King. It was because of this powerful force that the new Park King was able to sit firmly in his position. The elite and powerful force quickly arrived in front of the East City Gate. All of them were flying in the air. The mighty force was indeed very powerful. However, in front of Pu Yunhua's Saint Aura, they were unable to withstand a single blow. Pu Jin and the rest stood in front of Pu Yunhua. All of them felt fear in their hearts. They could not help but feel a little timid. If they really made a move, weren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? They were even worse than cannon fodder. In front of exalted, immortal Yunhua, they were as weak as ants. However, they came under orders. They had no choice but to face Pu Yunhua and the rest head-on. If it was any other time, they would definitely be full of confidence and majestic aura. However, at this time, they no longer had any confidence. Many of them even trembled slightly. Pu Yunhua, you have guts. You actually dare to bewitch the people's hearts. You actually dare to bring these traitors back to Park City. Pu Jinlian was still very unyielding. He pointed at Pu Yunhua's nose and scolded. Pu Jinlian was Pu Jinxian's younger brother. He was ranked 8th in the family. He listened to Pu Jinxian's words. Pu Yunhua looked at the furious Pu Jinlian and said, "8th uncle, who is the one bewitching the people's hearts? We only temporarily left the Park Palace earlier. Why is your 8th uncle saying that we are traitors?" 8th uncle said that we are the traitors of the Park clan. Then, I want to ask Uncle Pu, what did we do to betray the clan to be labeled as traitors by your 8th uncle? All of you disobeyed the new Park King and ran away for Park City. Aren't you all traitors? Pu Jinlian furiously shouted. Pu Yunhua sneered. Is our Pu clan's ancestor the old Pu King Pu Hua Saint or the new Pu King Pu Jingxian? Just because we disobeyed his 6th uncle's will and didn't submit to him, we are traitors? It is precisely because we strictly respect the wishes of the ancestor that we disobeyed 6th uncle and disobeyed him. If we are traitors, then what are you disobeying the wishes of the ancestor and tampering with the will of the ancestor? If we're talking about traitors, then all of you are the true traitors of the Park clan. You are the ones who don't like the people, the ones who inverted right and wrong. The ones who sold the palace for glory are despicable and shameless villains. You've wreaked havoc in the Park Palace, wreaked havoc in the Park clan, causing chaos in the Park clan. You're the sinners of the Park clan. Ask yourselves, are you doing this to the spirit of ancestor Piao Hua the Saint in the heavens? We are all his descendants. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. If you don't even respect our ancestor, then what about you? Are you still human? I'm saying that all of you are worse than pigs and dogs. I'm afraid that's light, right? Do all of you really think that you are worthy of your own conscience? Pu Yunhua's words clearly had some effect, making some people lower their heads in shame. Pu Jinlian angrily shouted, "Shut up! You are full of nonsense. Don't try to twist words and force logic." Pu Yunhua, although you're lucky enough to break through to the Saint Realm, Park City is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Since all of you have betrayed Park City, then you are no longer part of the Park Palace. You are no longer part of the Park clan. That's why Park City does not welcome you. Leave quickly, and I will not pursue your provocation and lies. If you don't know what's good for you and leave quickly, then don't blame us for being impolite. Park City is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu quietly watched the battle from the side, watching the development of the situation. They didn't need to do anything for such a small matter. Xiao Gu curled his lips and said, "Big brother, this person is very arrogant. He can still be so unyielding in front of an ancient saint. Is he stupid?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "I have been observing this person. He was very calm from the beginning to the end, which means that he is very confident. If he can be so confident in front of an ancient saint, then there is only one possibility. They have the power to go against Park Yunhua. Park City itself should not have such power. Even if they want to use a sea of people tactic, it will not work. I believe that there are still many people in Park City who will not listen to the new Park King. So, after thinking about it, there is only one possibility. That is, there is an ancient saint in the Park Palace. So the new Park King has not shown himself yet, but sent one. It is possible that the first prince sent an ancient saint to the Park Palace. It is also possible that the first prince is in the Park Palace right now. I vaguely feel a strong aura, so the situation may not be so simple. It seems that we still can't be careless. So, it seems that we still need to call Jing Yang and Wu Qi over, just in case. Xiaogu didn't care too much and said, "It can't be, right, big brother? Could it be that you are thinking too much?" Chapter 25:15. Qin Xiao faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. Qin Xiao had always had a premonition of danger. Therefore, Qin Xiao said seriously, "Xiaogu, you can't be careless. This is of great significance. You can't be careless. If we can't take down Park Prince Mansion this time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Therefore, since we've taken action this time, we must make sure nothing goes wrong. We can't hesitate. We can only fight." Xiaogu shook his head. In fact, he did not think it was difficult. Even if there was an ancient sage guarding Park Prince Mansion, he would take it down in one go. On the other side, Qin Xiao also sent a voice transmission to Pu Yunhua, asking him to stall for time and not rush to take action. Pu Yunhua was anxious and wanted to take action as soon as possible to solve the problem of Park Prince Mansion. If they dragged this on for too long, there might be changes that would occur sooner or later. After all, Pu Jingxian was the first prince's man. Perhaps Pu Jingxian had informed the first prince. If the first prince were to rush over, things would become much more complicated. However, since Qin Xiao said so, he could only do as he was told. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that Park King Mansion had the power of an ancient saint. Otherwise, his eighth uncle, Pu Jinlian, would not be so calm. He seemed to be full of confidence. This was not a bluff, but a show of confidence. Where did Pu Jinlian's confidence come from? Perhaps there was an ancient sage's power overseeing the Park Palace? If that was the case, this force must be sent by the first prince. From this, it could be seen that the first prince attached great importance to Park Prince Mansion. If that was the case, a confrontation with the crown prince would be inevitable. According to the original plan, they would quietly go back to Park Prince Mansion, take down Park Prince Mansion, and uproot the chaos. Before the first prince could react, the situation in Park Prince Mansion would be under control. Once that happened, the first prince could not openly interfere with the internal affairs of the Park clan, right? Even if the first prince wanted to do it, he would definitely have his misgivings, and he would definitely need some time to come up with a foolproof plan. Next, it would depend on how Qin Xiao was going to convince Pan Di and make a deal with him. Pan Di would issue an imperial edict promising to protect the peace of the Park clan forever. Originally, according to the plan, there shouldn't be any problems with the first step. It should be easy to achieve. But now, it seemed that the first step was already a hurdle. However, there was nothing he could do about it. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go on. If he met a wall, he would break it. If he met a mountain, he would climb it. If he met a ridge, he would cross it. Pu Yunhua had been negotiating with Pu Jinlian. Pu Yunhua didn't make a move, so Pu Jinlian didn't make a move either. So, the two of them were bargaining like they were in a market. The tug-of-war between the two parties made both sides somewhat puzzled. At the same time, the countless onlookers were also puzzled. Many of them were secretly paying attention to this matter. However, things didn't seem to be moving forward. Instead, they were stuck here. "Lord Qin Xiao, we still can't make a move? If we continue talking, I'll run out of words. I don't know what to say. If we still don't make a move, I'm afraid our morale will collapse." Pu Yunhua couldn't help but ask. Dong and Wu Qi were still on the way. They were rushing over with all their might. However, looking at the situation, there was indeed no way to continue dragging it out. Therefore, Qin Xiao said to Pu Yunhua, "All right, you can make a move. We really can't drag it out any longer." After getting Qin Xiao's permission, Pu Yunhua suddenly changed the topic. He snorted coldly and said to Pu Jinlian, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Are you going to ask my sixth uncle to come out? Or should I just directly attack the Park Palace? Today, I want to see who dares to stop me. Who can stop me?" As he said that, Pu Yunhua's gaze swept over the third and fourth step heavenly venerate elites behind Pu Jinlian. These words were clearly aimed at them. They were meant to intimidate them. In front of an ancient sage, these people were indeed somewhat lacking. Pu Jinlian was still incomparably unyielding. He shouted coldly, "Pu Yunhua, I think you want to rebel today. Don't be impudent here. Let's see if you dare to do so today. If you dare to make a move, that's provoking our park palace. Then, you'll be a sinner of our park clan. You'll all be spurned by the world. Pu Yunhua sneered and said, Justice is in people's hearts. This point doesn't need you, eighth uncle, to say. You better think about whether you have the strength to stop me before saying anything. If we're sinners of the park clan, then you'd have long committed heinous crimes. But speaking of which, didn't your eighth uncle say that we're traitors of the park clan just now? Didn't you not want to admit that we're members of the park clan? Why? Now you're saying that we're sinners of the park clan and admit that we're members of the park clan? I say, eighth uncle, have you become old and your brain is muddled? Why do you keep saying things that don't make sense? Pu Jinlian was angry, but he didn't know how to refute Pu Yunhua. If Pu Yunhua really wanted to make a move, how could he stop him? However, he wasn't afraid of Pu Yunhua making a move. If he made a move, he would only be asking for trouble. With his confidence in his heart, Pu Jinlian wasn't worried at all. He even sneered and said, If you, Pu Yunhua, have the ability and courage, then why don't you try it? I like to see who'll be the one crying in the end. Then let's try it. Pu Yunhua naturally didn't hesitate. At this time, it was impossible for him to not make a move. It was impossible for him to hesitate. The arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had no choice but to release it. Therefore, Pu Yunhua naturally wouldn't be careless and directly made a move. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the Park Wong residence. Stop! Hearing this voice, one could tell that it was the voice of the new Park King, Pu Jinxian. Following this voice, 3 figures flew out from the Park Palace and swept across the sky. They were like the sun and moon in the sky, instantly illuminating the world. It's the first prince. Seeing the 3 figures flying out, other than the new Park King, Pu Jinxian, there was also the first prince and a gray-robed old man. These 2 people exuded a powerful aura. Obviously, they were 2 ancient sages. Moreover, it was obvious that these 2 ancient sages were very powerful. They were far from being comparable to ordinary ancient sages. For people like Pu Yunhua who relied on the divine origin fruit to break through to the sage realm, their strength was the most ordinary kind. In fact, such ancient sages weren't very strong. Some half-step sages might be able to fight with them. Of course, no matter how weak they were still ancient sages after all. They were also in the sage realm. Therefore, in front of ordinary 4th-step celestial venerables, they were incomparably powerful and were as high as the sky. 2 ancient sages? Pu Yunhua's brows furrowed deeply as he stared intently at the 3 figures that were rushing over. No wonder Pu Jinxian was so confident. It turned out that the first prince was in Park King's mansion. Was this a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? Pu Yunhua was more willing to believe that it was the latter. There shouldn't be such a coincidence. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. He had long had a premonition that the situation might not be good. Sure enough, it was true. 2 one-step ancient sages were in Park King's mansion at this time. It seemed like they had come prepared and had long anticipated that such a thing would happen. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be easy to resolve this matter smoothly. Since the first prince had done so, he would definitely do his best to protect Park King. Big brother, you're right. There are actually 2 ancient sages hidden in Park King's mansion, Xiao Gu said with a grin. Qin Shao said to Xiao Gu, We'll be careful later. Listen to my command and attack. Don't act rashly. Got it, big brother. I'll listen to you. Xiao Gu nodded to show that he understood. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Pu Yunhua at the same time. Yunhua, Saint Sovereign, you don't have to worry about anything. I've already called for help. They're rushing over and will arrive to support us soon. When the time comes and you and Xiao Gu join in, we'll definitely have the upper hand. So, what you should do now is to assess the situation. Don't be suppressed by the other party in terms of momentum. After all, the first prince is an outsider. This is a matter between your Park clan. The first prince shouldn't interfere in this matter. You should seize this point to talk about it. Seeing the first prince and the gray-robed old man, Pu Yunhua's heart was beating like a drum. He was feeling very uneasy. Facing these two ancient sages, how could he have the confidence to face them? But after hearing Qin Zhao's words, Pu Yunhua regained his confidence and regained his confidence. Soon, the new park king, Pu Jingxian, the first prince, and the gray-robed old man arrived in front of Pu Yunhua. Pu Jinlian bowed respectfully and retreated to the side. Pu Jinlian looked at Pu Yunhua with a playful sneer. It was as if the words, "Let's see how you die," were written on his face. The first prince stood in the middle. His aura covered the 9 heavens. The aura of a king was very thick and dense. Just by standing there, he let others know that he was the true king. He was the powerful existence that could rule over everything. Every movement of his had an unparalleled, domineering aura. The domineering aura of a king. It was as if he was born to be a king. Wherever he went, he could make everything in the heavens submit to him. The first prince's gaze fell on Pu Yunhua. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. His gaze quickly landed on Qin Zhao and Xiao Gu. The first prince's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked at the two of them. His gaze also stopped. He stopped for a long time before moving his gaze away, especially on Qin Zhao. The first prince paused for the longest time, causing his brows to furrow the most. Clearly, the powerful aura that Qin Zhao exuded made him feel that Qin Zhao was not an ordinary person. He was definitely a great figure with a great background. He was not simple. Moreover, this person had an ancient sage beast by his side. With the first prince's eyesight, he could naturally see that Xiao Gu was Qin Zhao's spirit beast. What kind of existence was a 4th-step heavenly venerable who could own an ancient sage spirit beast? Needless to say, he was definitely in existence with a great background. With how meticulous and intelligent the first prince's thoughts were, he naturally understood some of the situation. The first prince also immediately thought of a situation. That was why Pu Yunhua was able to break through to the saint realm in such a short time. It was most likely related to this person. Naturally, the first prince focused his attention on Qin Zhao. However, it was obvious that the first prince didn't know who Qin Zhao was. Pu Jingxian stared at Pu Yunhua. Clearly, he had not expected Pu Yunhua to break through to the saint realm and become a sacred venerate. He also had an incomparable desire for the sacred venerate position. It was something that he dreamed of. Chapter 25:16. Saint Origin Fruit? Thinking about it, Pu Jingxian could only think of one possibility. In terms of talent and potential, Pu Yunhua, was definitely not considered outstanding in the Pu clan. Pu Jingxian, was one of the best in the Pu clan, the one with the most hope. But even so, after working hard for so many years, he was still very far away from opening up his own ancient path. It was an incomparably long distance. Wanting to become a saint was too difficult. It was almost impossible unless he was lucky enough to obtain a Saint Origin Fruit. But how could a rare treasure like the Saint Origin Fruit be so easy to obtain? Although the first prince gave him some promise, it was just a promise. It was still an illusory thing. As for the Saint Realm, it was something he wanted to achieve even in his dreams. But he did not expect that Pu Yunhua actually became a saint. Seeing that Pu Yunhua, who was far inferior to him in all aspects, actually became a saint, Pu Jingxian naturally felt very uncomfortable in his heart. You actually got a Saint Origin Fruit by Dogs at Luck. Humph, using a Saint Origin Fruit on you is really too wasteful. Pu Jingxian's words were full of jealousy. Pu Yunhua looked at Pu Jingxian and said, "Sixth uncle, I'm not here today to listen to your nonsense. I'm here to pull the Park Palace out of chaos. I want to bring the Park clan back on track and live in peace. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Sixth uncle, you're too unpopular. I think you should consciously give up the position of family head. The Park Palace has been in chaos for so long in your hands. It's time to end it. Darkness is darkness. It can never replace light." Ha ha ha. Pu Jingxian laughed instead of being angry. He looked at Pu Yunhua with a smile, smiling very calmly. "Pull the chaos out of chaos. Let me ask you, what kind of chaos are you pulling? What kind of righteousness are you opposing? Bringing the Park clan back on track and living in peace. What do you know about living in peace?" Pu Jingxian spread his arms and waved around. He said, "Open your eyes and see. What's not peaceful about the current Park City? What's not on track about the current Park Clan? What's not peaceful about the current Park Palace? What do you need to oppose? Park Wong Fu is thriving and harmonious. Park City is full of vitality. My Park Clan has long stabilized and is thriving. Pu Yanhua, you become a saint and forgot who you are? Do you think you can disregard me, your sixth uncle, the patriarch of the Park Clan, the new king of the Park Palace? If you still think of yourself as a member of the Park Clan, then you should submit to me and contribute your strength to the prosperity of the Park Clan. You should do your best to fulfill your responsibilities. This is what a member of the Park Clan should do. Not like what you're doing right now, bringing people here to mislead the masses and stir up trouble. What exactly are you, Pu Yanhua, trying to do? What do you people want to do? Do you want to rebel? Have you really forgotten your surname after leaving Pu City for a few days?" Pu Jinxian's words were sonorous and powerful. His voice shook the entire Park City, but it was obviously sophistry. Pu Yanhua had come prepared. If it was before, he wouldn't have been confident enough. But now, he was a saint venerable. Moreover, he had Qin Zhao's full support. Therefore, Pu Yanhua was very confident. If he was confident, he would not panic. If he was not panicked, his word would not be messed up. So, he could quickly organize his words to refute Pu Jinxian's sophistry. "Sixth uncle, we came back because we know what our surname is. That's why we want to uproot the Park Palace. We follow the ancestors' will because we know what our surname is. We didn't let you do whatever you want, suppress the opposition, and kill your own clansmen. Don't you know how much blood of the Park clan has stained your hands? You can do whatever you want because you have the support of the first prince. Do you still remember the ancestors' will? Do you respect the ancestors' words? If your sixth uncle wants to put the blame on me, you have to ask the people of the Park clan if they agree. Ask the hundreds of millions of soldiers in Park City if they agree." "Shut up." Pu Jingxian was furious. He pointed at Pu Yunhua's nose and said angrily, "How dare you? Pu Yanhua, how many lives do you have to be killed? The first prince is right beside me. How dare you speak so arrogantly and be so disrespectful to the first prince? The first prince is ambitious and ambitious. He wants revenge. He is a prince with great achievements. It is the will of the heavens. The Park clan will assist the virtuous emperor. Emperor Pan is wise and allowed the three kings to clearly state which prince they support. Since Emperor Pan allowed it, what is wrong with my actions? The will of the heavens is the will of the people. That was then, and this is now. The ancestor situation was not clear. So, the ancestors supported the ninth prince. That was his business. But it is different now. The first prince's situation is very good. For the future development of the Park clan, we naturally have to support the first prince. Who dares to disobey the will of the heavens? Things are dead, people are alive. If we cling to things that are dead, we will bring harm to the Park clan. Now that the ancestor is no longer here, our Park clan's vitality has been greatly damaged. Therefore, we should be even more careful in our actions and consolidate at every step. Only then can we protect our Park clan and allow our Park clan to have a long period of peace. That is the true long period of peace. Do you understand?" Pu Yunhua snorted coldly and said, "I don't understand. I don't understand sixth uncle sophistry. I only know that the ancestors' will is to support the ninth prince and not the first prince. The battle for the crown prince's position is fair. Emperor Pan is also right. He allows us to support each other. Since the ancestor supports the ninth prince, he naturally has his reasons. So, no matter what, we have to respect the ancestor's will and support the ninth prince. If the first prince ascends to the position of crown prince, then the Park clan will naturally support the crown prince. Temporary support has nothing to do with the Park clan's loyalty to Emperor Pan. Temporary support is only a temporary attitude of the Park clan. But no matter what the attitude of the Park clan is, we will still be loyal to Emperor Pan. No matter who ascends to the position of Emperor Pan, our Park clan will be loyal. We will be loyal to the crown prince and share his burdens. Some things are principles, not things that can be changed. Oomph. You're also stubborn. You're just as stupid as those old fogies. What do you know? You don't know anything at all. You are incomparably shallow. Pu Jinxian exploded with anger. Appearances are always deceiving. They are fake. The cruelty of reality is not something you old fogies can understand. You only know how to listen to orders, but you don't know how to be flexible. Trees die, people live. This is the most simple principle, and you don't understand it. If the Park clan is under your leadership, it will only die faster. If you still think of yourselves as part of the Park clan, then quickly stop. Pu Jinxian's words were full of threats and warnings. How could Pu Yinhua stop? How could he back down even a little? Now that he had returned, even if he had to die here, he would not back down. This was the last hope of the Park clan. How could he back down? Since he had obtained the Saint Origin fruit left behind by the ancestor, he naturally had to obey the ancestor's will. Then what if I don't stop? Sixth uncle, what will you do? Pu Yinhua's tone was incomparably resolute. When Pu Jinxian heard this, he frowned deeply. Intense anger flashed between his brows, and there was even a hint of killing intent. Without waiting for Pu Jinxian to reply, Pu Yinhua continued, If I don't stop, are you going to kill us, sixth uncle? We are no longer the masters that you could bully and humiliate in the past. I am now a Saint Venerate. Even if everyone in Park City were to join forces, they would not be a match for me. I am also a member of the Park clan. The fate of the Park clan should be in the hands of the Park clan. Since we have returned, we will definitely uproot the Park Palace. Anyway, sixth uncle, you must give up your position as the clan head. Pu Jinxian was so angry that his body trembled. He glared at Pu Yinhua and said angrily, If I don't give it up, what can you do? Pu Yinhua said, If sixth uncle does not give it up, then I will naturally offend you. It will also be a good opportunity for the Park clan and the people of Park City to seek justice for those who died. I believe that most people will support me because you're not popular. Naturally, everyone has the right to punish you. How dare you? Pu Jinxian glared at Pu Yinhua fiercely, like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. Pu Yinhua chuckled and replied, Why wouldn't I dare? For the sake of the Park clan, even if I have to go against the rules of the world, I will not hesitate to do so. I have made myself very clear. Sixth uncle, you should think about it carefully. I can still call you sixth uncle now. If we really fight later, don't blame Yinhua for not showing mercy. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me today. If I don't get rid of this darkness, how can the Park Palace see the light? Pu Jinxian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was the clan head of the Park clan, the new king of Park Palace. He led the Park clan, commanded Park City, and awed the world. How high and mighty was he? However, today Pu Yinhua was pointing at his nose and threatening him. He was furious. He was filled with hatred. However, in front of Pu Yinhua, the ancient saint, he was helpless. Was he really going to fight? Was he not courting death? There was no other situation. Therefore, at this moment, Pu Jinxian could only look at the first prince with a pleading gaze. The first prince had been standing at the side without saying a word. Now the time had come. It was time for him to strike. The first prince smiled faintly and stared straight at Pu Yinhua. Being stared at by the first prince, Pu Yinhua suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a wolf, tiger, or leopard. Pu Yinhua naturally knew that his strength was far from the first prince's. However, at this moment, he cannot be afraid. He cannot back down even a little. Pu Yinhua, how arrogant of you! The first prince opened his mouth and directly condemned him. Pu Jinxian is the new king of Park City. He is a king with a different surname that was personally conferred by His Majesty. He is the king of the Pan Kingdom. He has a high position and is respected. How can you kill him as you wish? As a member of the Park clan, you actually want to kill the clan head. Isn't that rebelling against Your Majesty? As a citizen of the Pan Kingdom, you actually want to kill the king. Isn't that lawless? I can guess that you are speaking without thinking in the heat of the moment. As long as you truly repent, return to the Park clan, listen to the new king of Park's orders, and serve the Pan Kingdom. That is the right path. That is the way to go. 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 If you persist in going about things the wrong way and want to cause trouble here, then let's see if you have the ability. Chapter 25:17. Since the first prince had made a move, Qin Shao naturally could not stand by and do nothing. Pu Yinhua was obviously weak when facing the first prince. Therefore, Qin Shao spoke up as well. Your Highness, you're wrong. Yunhua, Saint Venerable, is only resolving the internal conflict in his clan and seeking justice for his dead clansmen. How is this considered as rebelling? Not to mention behaving atrociously in Pan Kingdom. Yinhua Saint Venerable is a citizen of Pan Kingdom. Now that he has become a Saint Venerable, shouldn't he be the mainstay of Pan Kingdom? Pan Kingdom can't be so powerful that even an ancient Saint Venerable is beneath them, right? Since ancient times, the position of authority has always been obtained by those who are capable. As one of the 3 king palaces with different surnames, Park King Palace is in charge of Pan Kingdom, guarding the borders and ensuring the stability of Pan Kingdom. How important is the position of King Park? Now that there is an ancient Saint Venerable in the Park clan, the new King Park should be succeeded by an ancient Saint Venerable. Yunhua Saint Venerable's action is completely reasonable. Moreover, it is an internal conflict in the clan. First Prince, isn't it a little unreasonable for you to interfere in this? Could it be that the rumors are true? That the first prince wants to firmly control Park King Palace? Pu Yinhua immediately added, That's right, first prince. Our Park clan has been loyal for generations. No matter who becomes the new King Park, they will pledge their loyalty to Emperor Pan. The first prince said that he wants to rebel and behave atrociously in Pan Kingdom. Isn't it inappropriate to accuse him? Does the first prince mean that there is a problem with the loyalty of our Park clan to Emperor Pan? If the first prince means this, I'm afraid that Park King Palace will report this to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to uphold justice for our Park King Palace. Hearing Qin Shao and Pu Yunhua's words, the first prince's expression darkened slightly, appearing somewhat ugly. If this matter was really reported to His Majesty, he was afraid that the first prince, would not be able to defend himself. Questioning Park Palace's loyalty to Emperor Pan was not a small matter. If this was spread out, it would shake the world. The Park Palace was a meritorious official of the founding of the Pan Kingdom. How could the loyalty of the Park clan be questioned? If such a thing were to spread out, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the people of the world? Who would dare to pledge their loyalty to Pandi in the future? Of course, I believe that the Pu family has been loyal for generations. However, you, Yinhua Lord, want to touch the new King Pu. You want to touch an important official of the Pan Kingdom. Since I have met you here, I can't just sit back and do nothing, right? Z said in a deep voice. Pu Yunhua immediately said, Then it looks like the first prince is determined to interfere in my Park clan's internal affairs. This prince naturally won't care about the internal affairs of your Pu clan. I just won't allow you to harm the new Pu clan king, the first prince said. The two were already at each other's throats. If they couldn't touch Park Jingxian, how could they drag him down from his position? The first prince was determined to interfere in this matter today. This made Pu Yunhua a little worried. What should he do now? When faced with a difficult problem, Pu Yunhua naturally thought of Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao with a pleading gaze. Qin Shao chuckled and looked at the first prince. He said, First Prince, can I understand your intention this way? The new Pu clan king is a king with a different surname conferred by Emperor Pan. He is an important official of the Pan Kingdom and represents the Pan Kingdom. So, as long as you don't touch Park Jingxian's position as the new Pu clan king, you won't interfere in other matters? Or should I say, it's not suitable for you to interfere? The first prince looked at Qin Shao coldly. He thought to himself, who is this guy? How dare he be so presumptuous in front of me? The first prince was not in a hurry to answer Qin Zhao's question. Instead, he asked, Who are you? I don't think you're from the Park clan, right? You're an outsider. It doesn't make sense for you to interfere in the matters of the Park clan, right? The Park clan is an important clan of the Pan Kingdom. How can an outsider like you interfere? I'm Qin Shao from the Saint Academy. I have some connections with the ancestor of the Park clan, Park Hua Saint. That's why I'm here. It's not that I'm interfering in the matters of the Park clan. The matters of their clan are naturally settled by their own people. I won't interfere. What's there to predict? But if someone else wants to interfere, I won't sit by and do nothing. After all, I'm also responsible for the matters of the Parquois Saint. Naturally, I'll do it, Qin Shao said. What? Qin Shao from the Saint Academy? It's actually Qin Shao from the Saint Academy? Of course, the first prince knew about the Saint Academy. He had also heard of the name Qin Shao from the Saint Academy. How could he not have heard of a peerless figure whose name shook the entire immortal realm? You're Qin Shao. The first prince was obviously very surprised by Qin Shao. He didn't expect that Qin Shao, who took first place on the Saint Academy's Saint ranking and shook the entire immortal realm, who was even known as the #1 genius of the immortal realm, was standing in front of him now. Not only the first prince, but there was also an uproar in Park City. Countless eyes fell on Qin Shao. This was a legendary figure. They didn't expect him to come to Park City. The first prince finally understood why Qin Shao had such a powerful aura. He knew that this person had a strong background, but he didn't expect him to have such a strong background. But fortunately, he wasn't a descendant of a big clan. If he was a descendant of a big clan, then even the first prince would have a headache. He would definitely be wary of him. He could choose not to offend Qin Shao, but he could still offend him. It didn't matter. Why? Does the first prince not believe me? How can this be fake? Let me ask you, who in this world dares to impersonate a student of the Saint Academy? Qin Shao said. It wasn't that the first prince didn't believe him. He was just surprised. I don't think anyone would dare to impersonate a student of the Saint Academy. That's courting death, the first prince said. Qin Shao said again. Then the first prince hasn't answered my question? Is that right? The first prince pondered for a moment, then said, You can understand it this way. I won't interfere with the internal affairs of the Park clan, but you can't interfere in the slightest. But let's be clear. If anyone wants to touch the new Park King today, then it has something to do with me. I'll definitely interfere. If he didn't touch the new Park King, then how could he make the Park King's residence fall into chaos? Lord Qin Shao, what do we do now? If we clash with the first prince, I'm afraid we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. From the looks of it, the first prince will protect the new Park King at all costs. Pu Yanhua transmitted his voice to Qin Shao, somewhat worried. Qin Shao said, It doesn't matter. As long as the first prince doesn't interfere with the internal affairs of your Park clan, then it'll be easy to handle. The new Park King can temporarily not touch him. First, take the position of clan head and control the Park clan. If no one supports the position of Park King, it's just an empty position. However, the position of clan head of the Park clan will allow him to control the entire Park clan. Being able to command the entire Pu clan is equivalent to having complete control over the entire Pu city in your own hands. At that time, the new Park King will only be fighting alone. He won't be able to make any waves. He'll still have to rely on the first prince. Him, but I won't give the first prince a chance. After you control the Park clan, I'll pay a visit to Pandi and reach an agreement with him as soon as possible. Pandi will confer you the title of the new Park King. At that time, Park Jingxian will be powerless to reverse the situation. Is this feasible? Pu Yanhua still had a worried look on his face. His confidence had been shaken by the first prince. Qin Shao said, There's no such thing as feasible or not. Every path has to be walked. If you believe it's feasible, then it's definitely feasible. Confidence is the guarantee of success. So do it boldly. I believe that victory will definitely belong to us in the end. Pu Yanhua nodded heavily. Yes, I believe that victory will definitely belong to us. Then do it boldly. After deciding what to do, Pu Yanhua said to Park Jingxian, Sixth uncle, the position of Park King was conferred by Pandi. I'm not here to fight for it with you. Even if I want the position of Park King, I want it to be legitimate. It has to be conferred by His Majesty himself. Today, I came back only to compete with you for the position of clan head of the Park clan. The ancestor is no longer here. In terms of seniority, the position of clan head should belong to first uncle. In terms of strength, the position of clan head should belong to someone capable. I'm afraid it won't fall to you, sixth uncle. Sixth uncle, you're a senior. I'm a junior. Although I've already become a saint, I won't let others talk about me and think that I'm bullying you. So let's do it this way. The position of clan head will be decided by all of us in the Park clan. We'll vote. Whoever the people of the Park clan support, that person will be the patriarch of the Park clan. Sixth uncle, what do you think? Pu Jinxian's gaze was cold. He looked at the first prince. The first prince also had a cold expression. He didn't say anything. Pu Jinxian saw that the first prince didn't want to forcefully interfere in this matter. So, after thinking for a while, he could only helplessly say, "Fine, then we'll do as you say." There was no other way. He could only agree first and let the first prince think of a way later. It wasn't easy to interfere in the open, but there were many things that could be done in secret. Seeing that the first prince didn't forcefully interfere, Qin Shao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like things were still slightly simpler than he had imagined. If the first prince really wanted to forcefully interfere, there would definitely be a huge battle. Fortunately, the first prince still had some scruples for the time being and didn't want to blow things up. However, Qin Shao knew that the first prince definitely had a backup plan. He definitely wanted to do things in secret. The first prince already had one ancient saint helper on the surface. He probably had at least one more in secret. Otherwise, Pu Hua Sage wouldn't have fallen into the first prince's hands. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire the first prince's methods. To be able to rope in at least two ancient saints to work for him was no ordinary method. However, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. Dong and Wu Qi were almost there. They could hide for the time being and protect Pu Yunhua in secret. Once the first prince had some tricks up his sleeve, Dong and Wu Qi should be enough to protect Pu Yunhua's life. Moreover, after Pu Yunhua entered the Pu Palace, he didn't need to leave Pu City. As long as he stayed in Pu City, the first prince would definitely have some scruples and wouldn't dare to be too brazen. This way it would be safer. As the saying goes, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. This was indeed the case. Pu Yunhua's call instantly garnered a lot of support. Most of the Pu clan members supported Pu Yunhua. Pu Yunhua returned this time as an ancient saint. Hence, his prestige was naturally very high. Moreover, Pu Yunhua had brought the will of the Pu Hua sovereign. The people of the Pu clan still respected their ancestor, the Pu Hua sovereign. Naturally, the will of their ancestor was also very respectful. As such, the people who supported Pu Yunhua naturally occupied the majority. Those who were previously imprisoned by Pu Jinxian were all released. These people naturally supported Pu Yunhua with all their might. Chapter 25:18. After Pu Yunhua became the clan head of the Pu clan, the first prince and the gray-robed old man left Pu City. Although Pu Yunhua successfully took back the position of clan head of the Pu clan and temporarily united the Pu clan, Pu Jinxian was still the new Pu king. In theory, the Pu Palace was still the supreme ruler of Pu City. Everyone had to listen to his orders. Pu Jinbian's group of people were still loyal to Pu Jinxian. Although many of the soldiers in Pu City were more willing to support Pu Yunhua, they were still soldiers and not members of the Pu clan. Therefore, to them, military orders were as important as a mountain. Who held the military orders? Needless to say, it was the new Pu king. If there was a military order, they would still obey it. After all, it was the duty of a soldier to obey military orders. As for the military orders, they were firmly in Pu Jinxian's hands. The important positions in the military were all filled with his most trusted and most loyal people. Therefore, the situation in Pu City had become somewhat delicate and tense. The military was still in Pu Jinxian's hands, but the majority of the Pu clan had been summoned by Pu Yunhua. Therefore, two forces were formed, and there was an invisible confrontation between the two forces. Moreover, these two forces were like fire and water. Pu Jinxian obeyed the first prince's orders, while the Pu clan, led by Pu Yunhua, supported the ninth prince. There was a fundamental conflict of interest between the two forces. However, for the time being, both sides maintained a tacit understanding and calmness. There was no conflict. After all, Pu Jinxian was the new Pu king personally conferred by Emperor Pan. It was difficult to touch him. For the time being, Pu City's side was in a deadlock. Everyone remained silent because they still had backup plans, and they continued to fight in the dark. After Qin Shao said a few words to Pu Yinhua, he left and prepared to go to the imperial city. Qin Shao wanted to leave the imperial city, but it was not easy. Not long after he left Pu City, his path was blocked by two figures. It was the first prince and the gray-robed old man. The two of them did not return to the imperial city. Instead, they waited for Qin Shao as if they had expected Qin Zhao's next move. When Qin Shao saw the first prince and the first prince, he did not feel too surprised. This was something he had expected. The first prince obviously had a backup plan and would not give up so easily. It was reasonable for him to block Lin Yun's path. First prince, I made you wait for a long time. For two ancient sages to wait here for me. Qin Shao, it seems like I have quite a lot of face here, Qin Shao said with a smile. The first prince smiled and looked at Qin Shao, saying, It seems that young Master Qin Shao is also a smart person. You expected that I would be waiting for you here, just like how I expected you to make a trip to the imperial city. Yes, it seems like everyone is smart. I prefer to deal with smart people. It is easier to talk to them. Qin Shao nodded. The two of them seemed to have met their match. The first prince laughed softly. His gaze was somewhat deep as he looked at Qin Shao. He said, What if I suggest that you don't go to the imperial city and leave the Pan Empire? Since you have some relationship with the Pu Hua Saint, I will treat it as you being entrusted by him to take care of the Pu clan. Since you've already completed your mission, why don't you leave now? You are a student of the Sacred Academy. Why don't you stay at the Sacred Academy to cultivate and open your own ancient path? Instead, you came here to waste your time on trivial matters. It is not worth it, right? I admire your talent and respect you, so I've been waiting here for a long time to give you a good suggestion, Lord Qin Shao. What do you think, Lord Qin Shao? Although he said it with a smile, there was a hint of sharpness in his words. There was also a hint of threat. Qin Shao chuckled. You should know better than anyone about the Pu Hua Saint's will. He does not support you and will not be used by you. You should know better than anyone about the Pu Hua Saint's thoughts. Since I am here to take care of the Pu clan on behalf of the Pu Hua Saint, what do you think I will do? Although you are the first prince of the Pan Kingdom and a saint, I don't think it is wise for you to threaten me like this. As a person, I think it is better to make fewer enemies. After all, you can't guarantee that your enemy will become stronger than you one day, right? Qin Shao naturally did not back down in the face of the first prince's threat. He also retorted. The hidden meaning was obvious. You are threatening me today, Qin Shao. When I, Qin Shao, become stronger than you in the future, it will be time to settle the score. His intention was to remind the first prince that it was best not to provoke him. Otherwise, it would not be too late for revenge. There would always be a chance. As a genius student of the Sacred Institute, no one would dare to doubt Qin Zhao's talent and potential in future. Faced with Qin Zhao's counterattack, the first prince was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Haha, Lord Qin Shao, you are right. As a person, it is indeed better to make fewer enemies. That is why I've been waiting here for you, Lord Qin Shao. Obviously, I do not want to make an enemy of you. If I want to make an enemy of you, I am afraid that I will make a move first before talking. Not only do I not want to make an enemy of you, but I also want to be friends with you. Be friends with me? Qin Shao laughed in his heart. Wasn't this a case of a weasel paying a visit to a chicken? What kind of good intentions could he have? He must be plotting something again. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. Instead, he said, Oh, then it seems that I have misunderstood the first prince. I wonder, what does the first prince want to be friends with me? Could it be that the first prince has decided to let the Park clan off this time and help me succeed so that I can return to the Sacred Institute with peace of mind? If that is the case, then I would like to be friends with the first prince. The first prince shook his head and smiled. That is not the case. I just want to discuss a collaboration with you. Pu Hua Saint has been dead for hundreds of millions of years. The struggle for the crown prince position has also been going on for hundreds of millions of years. According to my father, I am afraid that he will announce the crown prince candidate soon. Lord Qin Shao, based on the current situation, who do you think has a higher chance of becoming the crown prince? Qin Shao said calmly. To be honest, based on the current situation, you naturally have a higher chance. However, to be honest, I don't really care who becomes the crown prince. I just need to ensure the safety of the Park clan. As for those struggles, they're your pan-kingdom's affairs. What does it have to do with me? Since Lord Qin Shao understands this, why do you insist on chasing the new king of Park off the throne and making Park Palace support the ninth prince? The first prince continued. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that we do not have Park Palace's support now, I am afraid that the outcome will not change. I'm a person who cherishes talents. Although Park Jingxian is only a fourth-step heavenly venerable and has not become a sage, he is very capable in all aspects. Therefore, I intend to use him well. That is why I want him to become the new king of Park. I want him to lead Park Palace and work hard to eliminate the impact of Park Hua Saint's sacrifice on the Park clan. I have always been thinking for the sake of the Park clan. I have always wanted to support the Park clan. Lord Qin Shao, this is no different from you wanting the stability of the Park clan. Why do you insist on letting Park Yinhua take charge of Park Palace and oppose me to support the ninth prince? Hearing the first prince's words, Qin Shao laughed mockingly. Since the first prince has said so, it does not matter whether the Park clan supports you or the ninth prince. It will not affect the final outcome. Since that is the case, why is the first prince so obsessed with these things? Who the Park clan supports is the matter of the Park clan. It is not something that I, Qin Shao, will deliberately interfere with. It is Park Hua Saint's own will. It is just that the people of the Park clan have to follow Park Hua Saint's will. It's only a temporary support. When your first prince ascends to the position of crown prince, Park Manor will naturally be loyal to your first prince and be of use to your first prince. That way, it will be legitimate and reasonable. Everyone will be willing to do it. So why not? Why does the first prince care about these temporary gains and losses? Why must you come and cause chaos in the Park clan? Just now, I said that the first prince is a smart person. It seems that smart people also have times when they are confused. I do not like the way the first prince is speaking now. The first prince's expression darkened. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Good, very good. Then I will be direct. Let's talk about cooperation. I can promise you that as long as you do not continue to participate in this matter and do not help Park Yinhua become the new king of Park, I can guarantee that after I ascend to the position of crown prince, I will protect the Park Palace. I will protect Park Palace's eternal peace. If you do not believe me, I can swear on my soul. This is my sincerity to you. I have already said that I want to be friends with you, Qin Shao. I do not want to be enemies with you. Don't you just want the peace of the Park clan? I can promise you peace for eternity. Is that enough? Hearing the first prince's words, Qin Shao was silent for a moment, but still shook his head. Peace for eternity comes with a price. I have already promised Yinhua Saint and the others. Naturally, I cannot treat this lightly. I will say the same thing again. The fate of the Park clan should be in the hands of its own people, and not for the first prince to forcefully interfere. If the first prince really does not want to be enemies with me, then let me give you a piece of advice. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past, and stop me from doing things. I have said that I have no interest in your fight for the position of crown prince. I also do not have the ability to interfere. What I need is nothing more than what I've promised the Park clan. The first prince's face darkened completely. It was extremely cold. He stared at Qin Shao with a sharp glint in his eyes. This sharp glint seemed to be able to pierce through a person. That is to say, you insist on being enemies with me, going against me, and standing on the opposite side of me? The first prince's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Qin Shao did not show any signs of weakness. He looked at the first prince calmly. Their eyes met, and there was no sign of backing down. The first prince was showing off his abilities. Qin Shao was also calm and composed. He replied, I do not insist on being enemies with you. I am just doing what I have promised. Whether or not you want to be enemies with me, Qin Shao, is entirely up to you, the first prince. If you want to be enemies with me, then we will be enemies and opponents. If you do not want to be enemies with me, then even if we cannot be friends, we can still have a good chat. Chapter 25:19. The first prince laughed coldly and said, Looks like I have no choice but to ask you, Qin Shao, to leave my Pan kingdom. It was obvious that the first prince was going to resort to violence now that the soft approach had failed. The first prince was too stubborn about his control over the Park King residence. Qin Shao could not be bothered to figure out the first prince's intentions. Since the first prince insisted on this, he had no choice but to face him head-on. Neither of them gave in to the other, so they could only fight at close quarters. "How dare you touch my big brother? I'll eat you." Seeing that the first prince was about to attack, Xiao Gu was instantly enraged. He curled his lips and said fiercely to the first prince, "Humph. A little bastard like you dares to behave atrociously in front of me? I don't dare to kill a student from the Sacred Academy, but I dare to kill a little bastard like you." The first prince snorted coldly and made up his mind to kill Xiao Gu. The gray-robed man was also waiting to attack. Both of them were about to attack. After all, these were two formidable ancient saints. If they were to attack at the same time, then how could Qin Shao and Xiao Gu possibly be a match for them? "Who dares to hurt our young master?" At this moment, two loud voices were heard. Two powerful figures quickly flew over and landed in front of Qin Shao. The two people who had arrived were none other than Ah Dong and Wu Qi. Qin Shao had expected that the first prince would stop him, so he had already made preparations. Ah Dong and Wu Qi were already on standby. As long as Qin Shao gave the order, they would rush over to stop Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao had three ancient saints on his side. Even though the first prince and the gray-robed elder were slightly stronger, it was obvious that they would not be able to gain any advantage when it was 2 against 3. The first prince naturally saw the situation clearly, and his expression turned extremely ugly. When had he ever suffered such a great loss? Moreover, the first prince knew that Qin Shao was determined to go against him this time. He could either fight or endure for a while. However, if he continued to endure, he was afraid that there would be many unforeseeable consequences in the future. Moreover, his teacher had also said that it was an extremely ominous divination. The success or failure of his position as crown prince would most likely depend on Park Palace. Therefore, if Qin Shao was allowed to go on like this, it would affect his chances of becoming the crown prince. For a moment, the first prince hesitated, not knowing what to do. Let's fight? If he made a move now, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If he didn't want to fight, then he would just give up. There might be trouble in the future. Therefore, this matter was naturally a little tangled up. The two of them refused to back down in the slightest. In the end, the first imperial prince still tolerated it. Qin Shao, don't think that you can do whatever you want in my Pan Kingdom just because you're from the Academy of Sacred Arts. I'll give you face this time and won't fight you. But if you really dare to force this prince into a corner, then don't blame this prince for being impolite. It's not up to an outsider like you to meddle in the affairs of our Pan Kingdom. Therefore, I advise you, Lord Qin Shao, to think carefully before you do anything. Once you do something, there's no turning back. Thank you for your reminder, First Prince. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about it. You should worry more about your position as Crown Prince. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied. The first prince swung his arm and left angrily. On Qin Zhao's side, he ordered Ah Dong and Wu Qi to continue hiding in the dark to protect Pu Yunhua. He then continued to lead Xiao Gu towards the imperial city. On the other side, the first prince was furious and his expression was ugly. He was also thinking of a way to deal with Qin Shao. Teacher, if I don't get rid of this person, I'm afraid it will affect my great cause. What do you think, teacher? Do you have any good ideas? The first prince asked. The gray-robed elder frowned deeply and said in a low voice, This person is a genius student of the Sacred Institute. He's a peerless genius ranked first on the saint rankings. Even if he's not a disciple of Emperor Xinyuan or the gods of the Yinglong world, he's definitely a student that the Sacred Institute will focus on nurturing. He has this huge layer of protection. I'm afraid that if we want to touch him, we'll have to think twice before we act. Otherwise, if we really cause an accident, I'm afraid that we won't be the only unlucky ones. It might even implicate the entire Pan Kingdom. When he heard the gray-robed elder's words, the first prince was even more furious. His frown deepened, and his expression became even uglier. He was furious. He was really furious. Teacher, according to what you said, doesn't that mean that we can't touch Qin Xiao? We can only watch helplessly as he helps Pu Yunhua go against me? We can only watch helplessly as Pu Jinxian's position as the new king of Pu Yunhua is taken away? In the end, even my position as crown prince will be affected, handed over to the ninth prince? The first prince was a little anxious. The gray-robed elder shook his head and said, "Of course we can't do that. How can we just sit around and wait for our deaths?" Although the divination isn't good, it might not really affect the first prince's position as crown prince. The battle for the position of crown prince has been going on for more than 100 million years. Perhaps His Majesty has already thought about it and just hasn't announced it yet. The position of crown prince is not something that can be affected by the Pu Palace alone. When Pu Hua Saint was still alive, he didn't have such great influence. Moreover, Pu Hua Saint is already dead. How can the Pu Palace still have any influence now? It's just that the first prince needs some loyal subordinates. That's why he recruited Pu Jinxian. If Pu Jinxian can secure his position as king of Pu, then he can naturally be used by the first prince. However, it doesn't matter. If the first prince becomes the crown prince, he will be able to control the entire Pan Kingdom in time. Then, who in the world would dare to disobey the first prince? Therefore, the most important thing is still the position of crown prince. The Pu Palace might have been useful to the first prince in the past. However, I'm afraid it's not that useful now. After pondering for a while, the first prince nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, you're right, teacher. As long as this prince ascends to the position of crown prince, all forces will listen to this prince and be used by this prince. There's indeed no difference. It's just that I could use the Pu Palace previously. Now, it's really not that much of an impact. But what is the meaning of teacher's divination sign? Do you really think we don't have to be so nervous?" The gray-robed old man was silent for a while before he said seriously, "Maybe it's just that the first prince is going to lose control of the Pu Palace. It's hard to say what the divination means. Everything is vague. Therefore, there are all kinds of possibilities." The old man thinks that the first prince doesn't have to be too worried. After hearing the gray-robed old man's words, the first prince immediately felt more assured. He had worked so hard and fought for so long for the position of crown prince. As long as the position of crown prince wasn't affected, he didn't care about anything else. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu quickly arrived at the Pan Kingdom's imperial city. However, Qin Xiao didn't go directly to the imperial palace. Emperor Pan wasn't an ordinary prime saint. He was a second-step Heavenly Venerate Prime Saint who was trying to break through to the third-step Heavenly Venerate Prime Saint. Moreover, the imperial palace was heavily guarded. There were many guards, and there were probably countless restriction arrays. If they rashly barged into the imperial palace, they might not be able to enter. Secondly, it might cause trouble. Thirdly, the first prince might seize the opportunity to deal with them. Therefore, rashly barging into the imperial palace was obviously not a wise move. If they didn't barge into the imperial palace, how could they successfully meet Emperor Pan? Qin Xiao had already considered this problem, so Qin Xiao thought of an excellent referral. Therefore, Qin Xiao brought Xiao Gu directly to the ninth prince's residence. This was only the ninth prince's residence, not the imperial palace. Therefore, there weren't many guards. It was much easier to enter this place. "Big brother, are you sure the ninth prince is willing to bring us into the imperial palace to meet Emperor Pan? Why do I feel that it's not very reliable?" Xiao Gu asked doubtfully. Qin Xiao curled his lips and said confidently, "There are many things that you think are not reliable. What's the use of it? Everything depends on one's effort. No one knows what will happen if they haven't done it before. But I believe that I can persuade the ninth prince to bring us to meet Emperor Pan. This is the best and fastest way to meet Emperor Pan. No matter what, we have to give it a try." Xiao Gu shook his head and smacked his lips. He was too lazy to think about this matter anymore. In any case, there was no need to look for him for troublesome problems. He didn't want to think about these things. He could just leave it to Big Brother. Qin Xiao brought Xiao Gu to the ninth prince's residence. However, before they could get close, a thunderous voice shouted, "Don't come any closer. This is the ninth prince's residence, a forbidden area in the imperial city. Unrelated people, leave quickly. Do you believe that I will eat you? Xiao Gu was a little angry when he was shouted at by several first-step heavenly venerate guards. Qin Xiao pulled Xiao Gu and stepped forward to speak to the guards at the entrance of the Ninth Prince's residence. Brothers, please help me inform the Ninth Prince that Qin Xiao, a student of the Sacred Academy, wishes to meet him. As he spoke, Qin Xiao also released his immortal pressure to suppress the guards. Of course, this was not to pressure them. It was to prove his strength to them, so that these guards would not dare to be negligent. When the guards heard Qin Zhao's words and felt Qin Zhao's powerful immortal pressure, their expressions changed drastically. They were filled with respect. How could they dare to be negligent in the slightest? A student of the Sacred Academy. How high and mighty was that? A fourth-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, this aura was much stronger than an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate. Such a big shot. Would he not be welcomed? Sir, please wait for a moment. I will go and report to His Highness, the Ninth Prince, right away. A guard immediately said respectfully. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Qin Zhao's politeness made the guard feel flattered. Soon, the guard hurriedly ran out and bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao. Sir, our Ninth Prince invites you. Qin Xiao smiled. It was done. It seemed that his identity as a student of the Sacred Academy was quite useful. Following the guard, Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu soon arrived in front of a rockery. There was a man-made waterfall on top of the rockery. Below it was a small pond. There were lotus flowers in the pond. Under the lotus flowers, there were all kinds of colorful fish playing around. It was very beautiful. There was a pavilion at the side. There were exotic flowers around the pavilion, making the place very beautiful. It was like a fairyland. In front of the pavilion, a graceful man stood there. His white robes made him look even more elegant. The feeling he gave off was completely different from the domineering aura of the first prince. The Ninth Prince had a bit of awe-inspiring righteousness, a bit of elegance, and a bit of an immortal. He was a cultivator of the righteous path. Qin Zhao's first impression of the first prince was very bad. Qin Xiao did not like him. Chapter 25:20. The Ninth Prince's eyes fell on Qin Xiao and sized him up. After sizing him up, he said, Lord Qin Xiao, you are the most famous person in recent times, but you are also the luckiest person. Number 1 on the saint list, you defeated all heroes, and even Fu Zhongshuan was defeated by you. You are aiming for the top of the saint list, and your name is known throughout the immortal region. But you are not lucky because you were not accepted as a direct disciple by Emperor Xin Yuan, nor were you accepted as a direct disciple by Ying Longshi. You only have a reputation that is known throughout the immortal region. Looking at your temperament is indeed extraordinary, far different from ordinary people. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, There is no such thing as lucky or unlucky. It is my fortune to get it, and it is my fate to lose it. If it is not, then it is my fate. Be content with what you have and be happy. Why do you have to be so calculative? Aren't you just looking for trouble? It is better to be open-minded as a person, don't you think? Ha ha ha. The Ninth Prince laughed heartily and said, That's right. I agree with your point of view. Yes, it is better to be open-minded as a person and don't care too much about personal gains and losses. As you said, it is my fortune to get it, and it is my fate to lose it. Isn't cultivation a wonderful thing? Why do you have to be obsessed with scheming and scheming? Lord Qin Xiao, you didn't suddenly visit me just to ask for a drink, did you? Qin Xiao liked the Ninth Prince's frank character. He felt that it was the right thing to do. Qin Xiao smiled and said, I really don't visit the Ninth Prince's Three Treasures Palace for no reason. The Ninth Prince is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. I want you to take me to see someone. I don't know if you are willing to help me. See someone? The Ninth Prince immediately smiled and looked at Qin Xiao curiously and said, Then I don't know why Lord Qin Xiao wants to see my father. Is there anything in our Pan Kingdom that would be of interest to a student of the Sacred Institute? However, my imperial father rarely sees guests recently. If I don't have anything important, I don't dare to disturb him. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to meet him. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, it's because I know it's not easy that I came to visit the ninth prince, right? If it's that easy, I'll head over directly. There's no need to trouble the ninth prince. The ninth prince invited Qin Shao to sit down and personally poured a cup of wine for Qin Shao to drink. Then he said, Can I ask why you want to see my father first? Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately spat out 3 words, Park Prince's mansion. Oh, Park Palace? Hearing these 3 words, the ninth prince immediately frowned deeply. However, the ninth prince did not seem to care too much about this matter. He quickly relaxed and smiled faintly. The situation in Park Prince's mansion is a little complicated. The water is a little deep. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? If you're looking for my father because of Park Hua Saint's death, then I'll tell you, Lord Qin Shao, that it's better for you to give up on this idea. The situation is very complicated and it's a taboo now. It's better for you not to get involved. No. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I'm not here for Park Hua Saint. I know about his death and I know about the situation. I naturally know that I can't get involved in this matter. I have some connections with Park Hua Saint, but I don't have any friendship with him. After all, Park Hua Saint died 100 million years ago. I don't have any real friendship with him. Therefore, I naturally won't seek revenge for Park Hua Saint. However, I promised Park Hua Saint something. Naturally, I have to do it well for him. Oh, the ninth prince was even more curious and puzzled. The ninth prince wanted to find out more. Immediately, news from Park City arrived. Only then did the ninth prince know about the shocking changes in Park City. Haha, this is interesting. The ninth prince laughed, Saint Vitality Fruit. Park Hua Saint has become a saint and wants to uproot Park Palace. Interesting, this is interesting. So, you want to see my father to confer the title of the new Park King? About this matter? Qin Shao continued, Yes, you can say that. Indeed, he wants Emperor Pan to confer the title of the new Park King to Yunhua Saint. He wants to uproot Park Palace and return the Park clan to the right track. The Park Palace fully supports you, the ninth prince. The ninth prince shook his head indifferently and said, To be honest, I don't really want to fight for the position of crown prince. To me, it's just like what you said just now. If I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. I won't deliberately fight for it. In comparison, I'm more willing to indulge in cultivation. It's not easy to manage such a big pan kingdom. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. I prefer to be free and unfettered. So, actually, I didn't fight with the first prince from the beginning. It's a pity that Piao Wang Manor and Piao Hua Saint were implicated. However, this prince can only feel pity for this matter. Lord Qin Shao, if you came to get Park Palace to support me, then I appreciate your kindness. But there's no need. I don't fight for these things. Qin Shao admired the ninth prince's indifference. His attitude was detached. Whether Park Palace supports you or not has nothing to do with me. I don't care about this matter. I only care about uprooting Park Palace. Anyway, I only care about supporting Yunhua Saint to the throne. I only care about letting Emperor Pan ensure the peace of the Park clan. Everything else has nothing to do with me. As for who will be the crown prince in the end, it's up to Emperor Pan to decide. I won't join the fun. It doesn't matter who Park Palace supports. What's important is that I want to ensure the stability of the Park clan. The peace of the Park clan. That's all, Qin Shao said. The ninth prince was slightly shocked and looked at Qin Shao in surprise. These words made him respect Qin Shao. That's all. The ninth prince asked again. Qin Shao nodded and said seriously, Yes, that's all. The fight for the crown prince position is an open matter. Emperor Pan allowed all the officials to express their support. But I believe, and the ninth prince should also believe, that no matter who becomes the crown prince in the future, Park Palace and the Park clan will definitely be loyal and follow him to death. Park Hua Saint's loyalty is enough to explain everything. Yunhua Saint and the others want to fulfill Park Hua Saint's will. That's why they want to uproot the Park Palace. The ninth prince nodded and said, I know P. Hua Saint's loyalty very well. Back then, I fought alongside him on the battlefield, so I respect his character very much. I'm not worried about the Park clan's loyalty. It's just that I don't really want to get involved in this matter all this time. If you're only here for this matter, I can bring you to see my father. Of course, I'll take you there and introduce you. However, I can't guarantee that my father will be willing to see you. With my father's divination, he'll definitely know what you're here for. Qin Shao was naturally aware of this situation and had long since made preparations. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Don't worry, Ninth Prince. Just introduce me. I'm confident that I can get Emperor Pan to see me." Oh, seeing how confident Qin Shao was, the Ninth Prince was surprised and looked at Qin Shao. With such confidence, what trump card did Qin Shao have? However, the Ninth Prince did not ask much. He raised his wine glass and said, "Come, Lord Qin Shao. After drinking this glass of wine, I'll bring you to see my father." Qin Shao smiled and raised his wine glass. After drinking a glass of wine, the Ninth Prince brought Qin Shao and Shao Gu to the palace. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the palace, they met a familiar face. "Yo, Lord Qin Shao. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." The person who spoke was none other than the first prince. Qin Shao smiled in his heart. The first prince had obviously been waiting here for a long time. How could there be such a coincidence? How could he hide the fact that he had entered the Ninth Prince's residence from the first prince? Therefore, the first prince had been waiting here for a long time. It seemed that he wanted to stop him from entering the palace to see Emperor Pan. The Ninth Prince also understood. He gave Qin Shao a reassuring look, meaning that he could handle it. "Yes, we meet again so soon. It seems that the first prince can't forget me. It's an honor for you to come to the entrance of the palace to wait for me," Qin Shao said sarcastically. The first prince did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he looked at the Ninth Prince and said, "Ninth brother, why are you bringing Lord Qin Shao into the palace?" The palace is an important place of the imperial family. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Ninth brother, you should know this rule, right? Now that you've brought these two people into the palace, I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? One is a student of the Sacred Academy, an extremely powerful fourth step celestial venerable, and the other is a sage realm beast. These two forces are not small. Ninth brother, you're really magnanimous to let them enter the palace. If something happens, you'll be responsible. Can you bear the responsibility? Ninth brother, you've always done things casually. However, I still have to advise you to be careful. The Ninth Prince smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your concern, first brother. However, Lord Qin Shao and I feel like old friends at first sight. We have a pleasant conversation. I believe in Lord Qin Zhao's character. If something happens, you'll bear the responsibility. Moreover, Ninth brother has always been by your side. Does eldest brother not believe in Ninth brother's strength? Therefore, there's no need for first brother to be so concerned. I know what I'm doing." The Ninth Prince clearly did not appreciate the first prince's advice. Instead, he stubbornly retorted. The first prince's face darkened. His voice became colder and colder. It seems that Ninth brother is determined to bring these two outsiders into the palace. You've only met Qin Shao for the first time. How much do you know about him? Do you really think that nothing will happen to him after he enters the imperial palace? If something really happens, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences, no matter what the consequences are. Why don't you listen to first brother for once and give up on this idea? Only by being careful can you sail a ship for 10,000 years, right? The threat in the first prince's words became even stronger, and he directly stated it out loud. However, the Ninth Prince was still unmoved. Instead, he said even more firmly, it's fine. There's no need for first brother to worry about this. I have my own plans to protect myself. If I really can't bear the consequences, it'll be Ninth brother's own fault. It won't affect you, first brother. What's more, if Ninth brother really can't bear the consequences, then I think you should be happy, eldest brother. Chapter 25-21. The Ninth Prince's words left the first prince speechless. He looked at the Ninth Prince coldly, but the Ninth Prince was not afraid of him. Although the Ninth Prince's personality was indifferent and he didn't like to fight, since he had agreed to do something, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. In terms of strength, The ninth prince was not inferior to the first prince. In terms of status, the two of them were at least equal for the time being. Therefore, if the ninth prince insisted on not backing down, the first prince could do nothing about it. He couldn't do anything about it. Since the ninth prince did not give in, the first prince could only retreat and let the ninth prince enter the imperial palace with Qin Shao and Xiao Gu. After sending off Qin Shao and the other two, the gray-robed old man came out of the darkness and appeared beside the first prince with a gloomy expression. "Teacher, it seems that we have to take some precautions," the first prince said gloomily. The gray-robed old man nodded and said, "The ninth prince must have brought Qin Shao to see his majesty. I don't know what Qin Shao is up to, but this kid definitely doesn't have any good intentions. He must have gone there for the matter of Park Wong residence. If he succeeds, we may lose the support of the Park Palace." The eldest imperial prince's frown deepened. Losing Park Wong Fu wasn't a big deal right now, but he couldn't guarantee that Qin Shao wouldn't make any other moves. Therefore, he could not help but worry. However, no matter how worried he was, there was no way to solve this problem. On the other side, the ninth prince brought Qin Shao and Xiao Gu to the imperial palace. Before they arrived at the Forbidden Palace, Qin Shao and Xiao Gu were stopped by the guards. The ordinary guards here were all third step Empyrean great immortals. "Lord Qin Shao, wait here for a while. I will go in and report to my father," the ninth prince said to Qin Shao, and then entered the imperial palace. The ninth prince was so noble that he did not need the guards to go in and report. He could go in directly. For the time being, Qin Shao could only wait outside for news from the ninth prince. But the ninth prince went in alone, which made Qin Shao somewhat worried. If he were to report it like this, the chances of success would not be high. Sure enough, the prince soon came out. He shook his head helplessly at Qin Shao and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Qin Shao. My imperial father said that he doesn't want to see any guests recently. My imperial father told me to entertain Lord Qin Shao well. Therefore, the Lord Qin Shao, please." Was he rejected? This result was what Qin Shao had been worried about. She didn't expect it to be true. Qin Shao naturally couldn't give up so easily. This time, he had to see Pan Di no matter what. Qin Shao looked in the direction of the imperial palace and said, "Your Majesty Pan Di, Qin Shao has taken the liberty to visit because I have something important to discuss with you. I have just met the unfettered saint." Qin Shao didn't say it too clearly, but as long as he mentioned the name of the unfettered saint, he believed that Pan Di would understand. Hearing Qin Shao's words, the ninth prince was also shocked. He looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. He naturally knew about the matter of Princess Panya. This was a taboo matter that was not allowed to be discussed in the Pan Empire. There were not many people who knew the details. How could Qin Shao know about it? No wonder the ninth prince was surprised. He now knew where Qin Zhao's confidence came from. It seemed that he really had a trump card in his hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident that he could see his imperial father. With the unfettered saint in his hand, he naturally could play a game. "Let's go, Lord Qin Shao. My imperial father wants you to go in." The ninth prince quickly received the order from Pan Di. Qin Shao had already expected such a result. He had a trump card in his hand, so naturally there was no problem. Following the ninth prince, they soon arrived in front of palace. As soon as they arrived, they felt the powerful security here. Even Xiao Gu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He smelled a dangerous aura. This made him know that this place was very dangerous. Qin Shao also felt this strange and powerful aura. It was a very bad feeling. No wonder it was the place where Pan Di lived and cultivated. It was really extraordinary. When you get close to this place, you can't help but feel a sense of awe. "Qin Shao, please come in. Saint Xiao Gu, please stay here." The ninth prince said to Qin Shao and made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Gu originally didn't want to be separated from Qin Shao, but Qin Shao also knew the rules, so he motioned Xiao Gu to stay here and wait for him. He stepped into the palace alone. The palace was very quiet, unusually quiet. It seemed that no sound could be heard. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. The palace was incomparably magnificent, but it was empty. There was almost nothing in it. At the bottom of the palace, There was a figure sitting cross-legged on a throne with 9 dragons surrounding a pearl. He was wearing a dragon robe, and the 9 dragons on it were vivid and lively. Under the dense, immortal aura, it even felt that they were alive and could move from time to time. In this way, it would form a king phenomenon with 9 dragons' true chi surrounding his body, indicating that he was the true son of heaven. A powerful aura enveloped the entire palace, so that people who entered here deeply understood whose domain they had entered. Everything that entered here had to submit to the feet of Pan Di. Pan Di was the only master in this palace. In front of a powerful second-step ancient saint, Qin Shao was naturally very weak, just like an ant. Although his strength was weak, Qin Zhao's expression did not change. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He stood there straight and looked at Pan Di calmly. He bowed slightly and said, "Saint Academy, student Qin Shao greets your majesty Pan Di." Pan Di opened his eyes. Those black hole-like eyes stared at Qin Shao, like the gaze of the boundless starry sky, incomparably deep. Being stared at by these eyes, Qin Shao felt like he was being seen through, as if he was standing naked in front of Pan Di. Qin Shao, the genius who ranked first on the saint list. Your relationship with Zhang Yang should be very good, and you call each other brothers. No wonder you were able to meet unfettered Saint Venerable. Pan Di glanced at Qin Shao, as if he had understood everything. He said, Qin Shao said, "Your Majesty Pan Di has sharp eyes." That is indeed the case. Freedom Lord is the teacher of my brother, Zhang Yang. So, I asked Zhang Yang to bring me to see Freedom Lord. Today, I took the liberty to meet your Majesty Pan Di precisely because of this matter. Qin Shao boldly wants to make a deal with your Majesty Pan Di. What do you think, your Majesty? Pan Di smiled faintly. Make a deal? It seems that you have inflated to the point where you don't recognize yourself. You are just a 4th-step celestial master, a student of Saint Academy. With your identity as a bargaining chip, what can you use to make a deal with me? Qin Shao said neither hurriedly nor slowly, Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Let's listen to Qin Shao slowly. Qin Zhao's status is not enough, but making a deal does not necessarily require equal status and strength, right? Making a deal? It just so happens that I have something Your Majesty wants, and Your Majesty can give me what I want. Can we make a deal? Pan Di looked at Qin Shao and said with interest, You said that you have something that I want. What is it? Princess Panya's freedom and Your Majesty's natal sacred weapon. I wonder if these 2 things are enough as bargaining chips to make a deal with Your Majesty? Qin Shao said with a serious face. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Pan Di's face darkened slightly, and his eyes became even more profound. These 2 items were naturally things that he desperately wanted to get back. Moreover, he also wanted to regain his lost face. However, in front of Freedom Saint, he was so helpless and powerless. His strength was far inferior to Freedom Saint's, so how could he get it back? Therefore, after being stimulated, he wanted to cultivate desperately and break through to 3rd-step ancient saint realm as soon as possible. After a long while, Pan Di said, Why should I believe you? How can Freedom Saint give it to you so easily? Qin Shao said, Your Majesty, why can't you believe me? First, if I dare to deceive Your Majesty, even if Your Majesty doesn't kill me, you can at least punish me, right? Moreover, I have my spiritual beast with me. If Your Majesty wants to kill my spiritual beast, I can't stop you, can I? Second, since it's a deal, naturally both sides must show sincerity. My sincerity is to fulfill Your Majesty's promise after you see what you want. I believe that Your Majesty is a man of your words. If I can't give it to Your Majesty doesn't need to give me what you want. So how can you say that I'm deceiving you? Huh? Pan Di laughed faintly and praised Qin Zhao's words. You're a little interesting. You're right. I understand that you wouldn't dare to deceive me. Since you've met unfettered Saint Exalted, it means that you've already reached an agreement with him. At the very least, you're pretty much done with it. If you can really do that, I don't mind making a deal with you. But tell me, what do you want? I don't know what my Pan Kingdom has that can attract a genius from Saint Academy. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled, saying, "What I want is not related to me. I want to ask your majesty to announce to the world that the peace of the Park clan will be preserved forever, that Pu Yunhua be conferred as the new king of Pu, and that Pu Jingxian be deposed. That's all. I don't want anything else." Oh, Pan Di was surprised by Qin Zhao's request. He didn't know much about the situation of the Park clan. However, Pan Di soon learned about the situation. Naturally, the information he needed would be sent to him immediately. Pan Di laughed faintly, saying, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. Little friend Qin Shao, you've actually obtained the divine origin fruit and helped a four-frequency heavenly venerate of the Park clan to become a sage. Now you want to help Pu Yinhua ascend to the position of king of Pu, and you want me to preserve the peace of the Park clan? To guarantee the peace of the Park clan for eternity, your appetite is not small at all. I've only just conferred the title of the new king of Pu. Now I want to depose him and appoint a new king of Pu. How will I maintain my dignity in front of the world? Preserve the peace of the clan? I've never made such a promise to anyone. Your request is too much. Even the first prince suffered a loss in your hands. You're quite capable. The ninth prince was also moved by you and recommended you to see me. It seems that both of my princes have something to do with you. You're just a young man. Aren't you afraid that you'll get yourself into trouble?" Qin Shao said calmly, "If I dare to play, I'm not afraid of losing. Since I've decided to do something, I'll naturally do it well. I don't want to interfere with your majesty's imperial affairs. It doesn't matter to me who becomes the crown prince. I don't care about this. I just promised Piao Hua Sage something, so I have to do it for him." Chapter 25-22. Pu Hua Sovereign. If the recent rumors are correct, you should have obtained the 5 Saint Origin fruits left behind by Pu Hua Sovereign, right? As far as I know, you took 1 Saint Origin fruit to save someone and gave another to the people of the Pu clan. Does that mean you still have 3 Saint Origin fruits on you? Emperor Pan's expression changed as he looked at Qin Shao. He didn't expect this news to escape Emperor Pan's discerning eyes. However, Qin Shao wasn't too surprised. The incident in the worryless boundary field had caused so many ancient saints to suffer a great loss. It was normal for them to spread the news. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Emperor Pan knew about it. It wasn't a secret that he took the Saint Origin fruit to save someone in the Wager tribe, so it was normal that Emperor Pan found out about it. However, Qin Shao didn't have 3 Saint Origin fruits on him. He had given 1 to Ah Dong. Therefore, Qin Shao only had 2 Saint Origin fruits left. Of course, Qin Shao didn't say anything in front of Emperor Pan. Instead, he said, "Your Majesty Emperor Pan is really resourceful. Nothing can be hidden from you. However, I don't have that many Saint Origin fruits on me." Emperor Pan chuckled and looked at Qin Shao. "Don't play games with me. This lonely king doesn't want much from you. 2 Saint Origin fruits, plus Panya's, and this lonely king's life saint artifact as bargaining chips, and this lonely king will agree to your request." Qin Shao frowned when he heard Emperor Pan's outrageous demand. What a big appetite. He actually wanted to add 2 more Saint Essence fruits when he already had such a huge bargaining chip. How is that possible? Qin Shao had already fulfilled his promise to Pu Hua Sovereign. It was just that Qin Shao was grateful and wanted to be a good person to the end. That was why he continued to help the Pu clan. Even if Qin Shao stopped now, it wouldn't be a big deal. Emperor Pan's appetite wasn't just big. After a moment of silence, Qin Shao said, "Your Majesty Pan, you are a 2nd step ancient saint. 1 more step, and you'll be a 3rd step ancient saint. The divine origin fruit is of no use to you. Your Pan country has quite a number of ancient saints. Your 2 princes are also very outstanding. Both of them are ancient saints. So why does Your Majesty Pan Di have to raise such harsh conditions? The Saint Origin fruit is very important to me, so I can't give it away, not even 1. If Your Majesty Emperor Pan thinks that I don't have enough chips, then so be it. All I need is a promise from Your Majesty. It's very simple. Such a bargaining chip was still not enough. Looks like I overestimated Princess Panya, his position in His Majesty's heart. If that's the case, Qin Shao will leave now." After saying that, Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. She turned around and left. Emperor Pan's eyes turned cold and deep, and a trace of anger flashed through them. Even after Qin Shao left the Forbidden Palace, Emperor Pan didn't call out to Qin Shao, which made Qin Shao slightly disappointed. Originally, he wanted to take a gamble to see if Emperor Pan would change his mind, but it seemed like he was overthinking it. Emperor Pan was an emperor. He was a person who played politics very deeply. How could he change his mind so easily? If it was an ordinary person, it might be effective, but it obviously wouldn't work on Emperor Pan. However, Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only take a gamble like this. Maybe the gamble would succeed. If the gamble didn't succeed, then there was no other way. He could only make other plans. Qin Shao knew very well that he didn't have much room to bargain with someone like Emperor Pan. He had already put all his chips on the table from the beginning. How was it possible for him to obtain 2 more sane origin fruits? Qin Shao naturally wouldn't agree to it if it was beyond the limit. Since there was no room to bargain, then he might as well be decisive. If he hesitated for a moment, then he was afraid that Emperor Pan would seize his lifeline. Once that happened, there would be absolutely no possibility of success if he didn't give in. It was precisely because he knew this deeply that Qin Shao had no other choice. He directly chose to leave, fixing his bottom line. If Emperor Pan wanted to negotiate, then this was the bottom line. If he could accept it, then everyone would make this deal. If he couldn't accept it, then he would leave without any hesitation. Imperceptibly, this was actually a contest between the two of them. But in this invisible contest, Qin Shao was very likely to lose. This was also a helpless matter. If it really didn't work, then he could only think of other ways. After leaving the Forbidden Palace, Xiao Gu immediately came up and asked with a smile, "How was it, big brother?" Qin Shao helplessly smiled bitterly and shook his head, indicating that it didn't work. It didn't work? How is this possible? This bargaining chip should be enough. What is Pan Di thinking? Xiao Gu was very surprised. He was very puzzled. Although the 9th prince didn't know what Qin Zhao's specific bargaining chip was, he could vaguely guess. To be honest, he felt that there should be no problem with this deal, but he didn't expect that it didn't work. Did his imperial father refuse? Or did he add some more conditions? He felt that the second possibility was more likely, which made him feel rather helpless. But he knew that it was his imperial father's decision, so he couldn't say anything. "Lord Qin Shao, let's go back first. Why don't you rest in my mansion for a few days? I'll find an opportunity to talk to my imperial father and plead for you to see if there's any room for reconciliation." The 9th prince said. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, 9th prince." Qin Shao didn't know what to do for the time being, so it was fine for him to stay in the 9th prince's mansion for the time being. Therefore, Qin Shao followed the 9th prince to his mansion. After the 9th prince made arrangements for Qin Shao, he left. Without any outsiders, Qin Shao also let Jingyang out. Xiao Gu's face was full of indignation, and his heart was filled with righteous indignation. "Big brother, Emperor Pan is too hateful, right? We made such a deal with him with such a bargaining chip, but he didn't agree? What the hell does he want? Could it be that he covets the divine vitality fruits on you?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's right. He wants the divine vitality fruits on me. I only have 2 divine vitality fruits left, and Emperor Pan wants to take them away." "Bah!" Xiao Gu suddenly cursed. "How shameless. Why don't you just rob me? He wants 2 divine vitality fruits at once. It's impossible for him to give even half. This Emperor Pan doesn't even want his own daughter's life. Isn't he too heartless? Big brother, what should we do now? It's not a good idea to keep waiting here, right? Pu Yanhua and the others are still waiting for us to go back. If we don't go back, I'm afraid they won't know what to do next. The first prince will definitely expect this, so he will definitely make some moves. If we keep staying here, I'm afraid the first prince will have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation in the Park Palace." Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem, and it gave him a headache. But for the time being, he really couldn't think of a good idea. There was no need to worry about Pu Yunhua's side. After all, Dong and Wu Qi were guarding there, secretly protecting him. Moreover, Pu Yunhua was in the Park Palace, so even if the first prince wanted to do something, he wouldn't dare to do it too brazenly in the Park Palace. So for the time being, Pu Yinhua and the others wouldn't be in any danger. But the situation in the Park Palace was still in a deadlock, and now they had to think about how to break out of this situation. It would be best if they could take over the position of a new Park Prince legitimately, but it seemed to be a little difficult now. Let's take one step at a time. I believe the heavens will always leave a way out, and this matter will be resolved eventually, Qin Xiao said. Xiao Gu smacked his lips. He didn't think too much, and just followed Qin Xiao's orders. But it was also true that the heavens would always leave a way out. Not long after, the ninth prince came again, and he came with a smile on his face. Obviously, there was some good news. Seeing the ninth prince's expression, Qin Xiao smiled and said, "What's the matter? Does the ninth prince have some good news to tell us?" Ha ha ha. The ninth prince laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Qin Xiao, you've really guessed correctly. I do have good news to tell all of you. However, you can first guess what kind of good news it is." Hearing the ninth prince confirm that there was good news, Qin Xiao's mood began to lighten up, and he vaguely guessed what the good news was. "Don't tell me you're getting married? You're smiling so happily," Xiao Gu said. Cough. Hearing Xiao Gu's words, the ninth prince almost choked and bit his tongue. This guess was a little strange. The ninth prince shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm not interested in marriage. If I was, I would have gotten married long ago. What's more, what's there to be so happy about getting married? No, isn't marriage the most joyous event in life? Why can't you be happy? Seeing you so happy, I feel like you're getting married. Hee hee." Xiao Gu scratched his head and laughed. The ninth prince didn't explain anymore and looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Could it be that the ninth prince helped me persuade this favor?" The ninth prince nodded and said seriously, "Yes, Lord Qin Xiao, I just want to see my father and ask for mercy for you. It can be said that I put down my face. Fortunately, I finally persuaded my father and made him change his mind. My father said that as long as you bring Panya and his natal sacred weapon, he will agree to what you said to him. A monarch's words are not a joke." Sure enough, Qin Xiao was finally relieved. It seemed that he had made the right bet this time. If he hadn't resolutely turned around and left at that time, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to get Pan Di to agree. He had no choice but to gamble, because Qin Xiao was very clear that if he had hesitated even a little bit, this situation would have been impossible. It was because of his incomparable determination that he clearly put the bottom line there, telling Pan Di that this was the bottom line and no one could step on it. If Pan Di stepped on it, then he wouldn't agree to this matter. It was that simple and very clear. Of course, the ninth prince's persuasion was actually just a way out for Pan Di. It was only because Emperor Pan had already relented that the ninth prince had this opportunity to take the credit for himself. But even so, Qin Xiao was still grateful to the ninth prince. "Thank you, ninth prince. I, Qin Xiao, will remember this favor." In this way, it was actually equivalent to Qin Xiao doing another favor. But Qin Xiao was also willing to do this favor. Most importantly, this favor was for the ninth prince, not for Pan Di. For the ninth prince himself, Qin Xiao was quite appreciative. At least they could talk and see eye to eye. Chapter 25-23. Since Emperor Pan had relented, the rest of the matters were naturally much smoother. Qin Xiao had already asked Prince Zhongyang to make preparations. So when Emperor Pan relented, Qin Xiao immediately informed Zhongyang and asked him to bring people and things over. Prince Zhongyang quickly rushed over. Since Emperor Pan had already made a promise, as the emperor, he naturally would not go back on his words. Therefore, Emperor Pan directly dethroned Pu Jinxian and appointed Pu Yunhua as the new Pu king. The reason was very simple. Pu Yunhua was an ancient saint existence. With the strength of this realm, he naturally could convince everyone. Then, Emperor Pan used the opportunity of mourning for Pu Hua, saint, to announce to the world that he would treat the Pu clan well and ensure the Pu clan's eternal peace. No one was allowed to touch the Pu clan. Of course, this naturally included the crown prince. With Emperor Pan's imperial edict, the crown prince would definitely not dare to touch the Pu clan in the future. Even if the crown prince ascended to the position of crown prince in the future, He would definitely not dare to disobey Emperor Pan's imperial edict. Even if Emperor Pan abdicated and the crown prince ascended to the throne in the future, he would still not do so. Therefore, in this way, it was enough to ensure the Pooh clan's eternal peace. Of course, the premise was that the Pooh clan did not seek death. They only needed to play their part. Not to mention how loyal they were, but at least they would not do anything out of line. That should not be a problem. Within the Pooh clan, there was also Pooh Yinhua, this ancient sage, holding down the fort. There shouldn't be any problems. The matter of the Pooh clan was naturally resolved satisfactorily. Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang returned to Saint Academy together. As soon as they returned to Saint Academy, Zhang Yang called Wu Feng Cheng and Meng Dali over. Brothers, it's too boring to stay in Saint Academy and cultivate all the time. It's hard to improve and break through. It's not a good choice for us to open up the ancient road. So, let's have some passion. Let's do something together. Prince Zhang Yang said. Meng Dali immediately joked, Ayo, Zhang Yang, what do you want to do this time? You're following Emperor Xin Yuan? Is it boring? Aren't you going to open the ancient road? Zhang Yang said, I can't stay by my master's side all the time. It's not easy for my master to give me some pointers. What's more, after staying in the Sacred Academy for so long, of course it's a bit boring. When it comes to cultivation, traveling is a very important part of the process. Cut the crap. What do the brothers say? I agree wholeheartedly. Meng Dali agreed immediately. Wu Fengcheng laughed and said, Haha, I've long wanted to go out for a walk. It's just that I haven't thought of any good places to go for a while. Since Prince Zhang Yang has spoken, he must have already thought of a place to go. I'll just follow you. Qin Xiao didn't mind. He could stay in the Saint College and cultivate. After all, he had been running around for years, which had actually scattered a lot of his energy. He really didn't have much time to calm down and cultivate. However, if everyone wanted to go out and gain experience, that was fine too. It was the same for training and training. In fact, the effects might even be better. Hurry up and tell me, where are we going? Meng Dali said impatiently. Zhang Yang curled his lips and grinned, then said, the Shura battlefield. The Shura battlefield? Hearing these 4 words, Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng were stunned for a moment and immediately became a little disappointed. Qin Xiao didn't care. It was the same wherever they went. How are you going out for training? You're going to fight. The Shura battlefield is the strongest battlefield. It's a battlefield full of blood and slaughter. That damn place is not a good place. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. Meng Dali frowned. The Shura battlefield, just hearing about it would make people a little scared. Zhang Yang put his arm around Meng Dali's shoulder and said, Haven't you always been brave and good at fighting? Are you still afraid of the Shura battlefield? It's good that it's dangerous. It's worth it for us to go there. Now that we want to have a big breakthrough, we must have some stimulation, right? If we don't stimulate hard, how can we have a breakthrough? That's why the Shura battlefield is a good choice. If we weren't students of Sacred Academy, we wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Shura battlefield. All right, then let's go there. Meng Dali grinned. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Moreover, with the 4 of them together, they would be even more confident. With the 4 of them working together, they should be able to put up a fight even against an ancient sage. Moreover, Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang could bring an ancient saint with them, just in case. Then should we call Little Jade Monarch and the others? Meng Dali asked. Zhang Yang immediately rejected the idea and said, Of course not. Why would I call them over? They're just a few girls. The Shura battlefield is not suitable for them. It's too bloody. If we let them go, wouldn't it be disgusting? They're pure hearts. It's better that we don't pollute it. Meng Dali nodded in agreement. That was true. A place like the Shura battlefield was indeed not suitable for girls. Therefore, it was better not to call them. After the 3 of them finished their discussion, they made some preparations and immediately set off. They could directly enter the Shura battlefield from Sacred Academy through the teleportation portal. It was very convenient. After entering the teleportation portal, Qin Xiao and the other 3 received a talisman each. When they needed to return, they could crush the talisman and be teleported back from the Shura battlefield. It was very powerful. Basically, it was a life-saving talisman. Of course, The real danger was that you might lose your life in an instant. You might not even have the chance to crush the talisman. Therefore, the talisman's life-saving talisman also depended on the situation. The sky here seemed to be very low. It was filled with a hazy, bloody gas, pressing down very low. The air was filled with an incomparably thick smell of blood. It was mixed with the smell of the blood of various lives. Therefore, the smell was very pungent and unpleasant. Smelling it made people feel very disgusted. As soon as they entered this place, their blood would swell up. They would immediately be on high alert, and their fighting spirit would surge. Hidden dangers lurked everywhere. In the thick, bloody fog, there seemed to be terrifying lives hidden. Therefore, as soon as they entered, Qin Zhao's hair stood on end. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Qin Zhao knew that this was a dangerous place. On the ground, there were ruins everywhere. Broken weapons, armors, and other fragments could be seen everywhere. Even in the bloody yellow sand, there were eerie white bones. This was the Shura battlefield. Qin Zhao scanned the surroundings. Wherever his gaze passed, he could see some metal fragments, dilapidated walls, and even mutilated corpses. Moreover, these corpses had long been dyed bright red. Therefore, they were particularly eye-catching and made people feel terrified. Just looking at them was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is the Shura battlefield. It's really terrifying. I guess ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerables would be scared half to death. How would they dare to continue walking in here? Meng Dali frowned. Wu Fengcheng shook his head and said, "Isn't that so? If I were alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't be willing to walk in this Shura battlefield." Qin Zhao did not know much about the Shura battlefield before. He only knew that it was a place of fierce battles and was an extremely dangerous place. Zhang Yang's face became serious and said, "Brothers, the Shura battlefield is still extremely dangerous. Therefore, we must be careful. The Shura battlefield is a battlefield formed in ancient times. Moreover, it has experienced the great divine demon war. The number of ancient sages who died here is innumerable. The number of saint artifacts that were left behind is also innumerable. However, over the endless years, the valuable things must have been picked up by others. However, there are still some remnants of the ancient races in the Shura battlefield. These remnants of the ancient races are extremely bloodthirsty and belligerent. When they see foreign life forms, they will definitely go crazy and kill them. However, the good thing is that these ancient races are not united. Therefore, they are scattered all over the Shura battlefield. Basically, they are all in their own camps. There are very few situations where they exist in groups of 3 to 5. Even if they are small groups, most of them are formed temporarily and have a common goal. Therefore, fourth-step heavenly venerables also have the opportunity to gain experience in the Shura battlefield. If these ancient races are extremely united and have their own groups, fourth-step heavenly venerables will not even need to enter. Entering is equivalent to courting death. In addition to the ancient races, there are some other life forms that can enter the Shura battlefield. Even though the Azura battlefield has long been sealed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 5 supreme clans, the Kunlun sacred ground, the Jihua immortal sect sacred ground, and sagely are still able to open up a passage and send their disciples into the Azura battlefield. Even some extremely dangerous existences can send people into the Shura battlefield. Therefore, the Shura battlefield is still considered chaotic and complicated. There may also be conflicts between us and others. Alright, there is also an unwritten rule in the Shura battlefield. That is, the life and death of all the battles that take place in the Shura battlefield are up to fate. No matter who dies in the Shura battlefield, no matter who killed them, the forces behind them will not pursue the matter. This is the consensus of the immortal region. It is said that this is the rule that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors set when they sealed the Shura battlefield back then. Such a rule is also to allow killing in the Shura battlefield. It allows people who enter the Shura battlefield to kill and fight to their heart's content without any scruples. It is precisely because of this that those disciples of the major forces will become somewhat crazy and warlike after entering the Shura battlefield. In any case, killing in the Shura battlefield is allowed. There won't be any trouble. For example, if you kill a disciple of one of the 5 supreme clans in the Shura battlefield, the 5 supreme clans will not find trouble with you. It can even be said that if a student of the Sacred Academy enters the Shura battlefield and kills a fellow student, the Sacred Academy will not pursue the matter. Therefore, some people who have some conflicts with each other will become crazy and kill each other when they meet in the Shura battlefield. It is precisely because of this that the most dangerous thing in the Shura battlefield is not the remaining ancient races, but the human heart. Mangdali grinned and said, "The human heart is indeed scary. However, the 4 of us brothers don't have to worry about this. We definitely trust each other completely. The 4 of us are together. If anyone wants to touch us, they will have to see if they have the ability to do so." Haha, I'm thinking that we won't meet other students of the Sacred Academy, right? They won't want to lay their hands on us, right? Wufing Chung joked. Chapter 25-24. In a secluded place, there was a pond, a lone boat, a bamboo hat, and a fisherman sitting on the surface of the water. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. A blood mist rose from the surface of the lake and instantly enveloped the entire place. Who is it? The fisherman's expression changed drastically. He stood up as if he was facing a great enemy. He scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find anything. This made the fisherman's expression even more solemn and gloomy. He was secretly shocked. To be able to create such a big commotion, it was enough to show how powerful the person was. To be able to prevent him from detecting the person's location, this person's means were even more terrifying. Therefore, the fisherman understood that the person's strength was probably far above his. At the very least, the person should be a second-step ancient saint. This aura was obviously unfamiliar to him. He didn't recognize the person. Moreover, the person didn't seem to be hostile. If the person was hostile, they would have attacked him directly. There was no need to do this at all. The other party's strength was clearly far above his, but he didn't seem to be hostile to him. Why was that? The fisherman immediately cupped his fists and said to the air, "May I know which senior expert has come? Why don't you show yourself?" Oomph. A strange laughter came from the void, but the fisherman couldn't determine where the voice came from. You don't need to know who this senior is. This senior has come this time to tell you a piece of good news. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it? Good news? Tell me. This made the fisherman even more puzzled. He didn't know the person in the dark at all. Why would he say that he had good news to tell him? He had never seen such an inexplicable thing in his life. However, the strength of the person in the dark was far above him. It didn't seem like he was joking. Therefore, the fisherman was indeed very puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, please tell me. Qin Shao and his 3 brothers have just entered the Azura battlefield." The voice in the dark said again. Qin Shao entered the Azura battlefield? The fisherman was shocked. There was indeed a grudge between him and Qin Shao. Last time in the worry-free world barrier, he had already obtained a Saint Origin fruit, but he didn't expect it to be snatched back in the end. Moreover, he had also been tricked by Qin Shao, and had even offended Saint Pantao. Therefore, the fisherman naturally hated Qin Shao to the bone. Every time he thought about it, he would gnash his teeth and wish he could kill Qin Shao. The fisherman naturally knew what kind of place the Shura battlefield was. It was the best place to kill people. No one would be retaliated against if they killed anyone. However, the fisherman said in a deep voice, "Senior, you must be joking. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't even know where the Azura battlefield is. Even if I knew where it was, I wouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, Qin Shao and his 3 brothers had entered the Azura battlefield together. I believe that Prince Zhongyang is with them, right? Prince Zhongyang is the direct disciple of Emperor Xinyuan. If these 2 enter the Azura battlefield, I'm afraid that each of them will bring a Saint Origin Stage follower with them. That means there are 2 Saint Origin Stage followers. If it's only 1 Saint Origin Stage follower, it's still possible. However, if it's 2 Saint Origin Stage followers, Senior, you think too highly of me. I don't have the strength to deal with them. Therefore, Senior, your good news is not good news to me." "That's not true." The voice in the dark laughed and said, I naturally have a perfect way to deal with you. Otherwise, why would I be so bored as to come and play with you? You can't enter the Azura battlefield, but I can send you in. You are not strong enough alone. I can find you a helper. I believe that Saint Origin Stage Miao Jia will be very willing to go with you. Do you think the two of you have some confidence? Hearing this, the fisherman was stunned. The hidden expert had a way to send him to the Azura battlefield? Was there really such a method? According to the situation, he knew, if one wanted to enter the Azura battlefield and forcibly open the barrier, one had to be at least a fourth-step ancient sage. Otherwise, one would have to enter through the passageways owned by those supreme great powers. Exactly which type of person did the hidden expert belong to? The evil aura all over his body should not be the second type. As for the first type, it was more likely. Are you certain? Asked the fisherman. Humph, humph, humph. If I wasn't certain, why would I come looking for you? Said the voice in the dark. The fisherman shook his head and said, But senior, why should I go? Firstly, the risk is still there. Furthermore, it's not small. Secondly, there's no need for me to kill a genius student of the Saint Academy. Although we do have some conflicts in the worryless barrier, there's no deep hatred between us. There's no need for me to kill Qin Xiao. Of course, the fisherman did not say the most important reason. The voice in the dark laughed, as if he had seen through the fisherman's thoughts. What? Are you afraid of being used by this senior? The fisherman smiled faintly and said, I wouldn't dare. However, senior is so powerful. If you want to kill me, it'll be as easy as flipping your hand. Since senior can easily enter the Azura battlefield, killing that brat Qin Xiao will be as easy as lifting a hand. Is it so easy to do so? Therefore, I really don't understand why senior wants to borrow my hand to kill a genius of the Saint Academy. What's your intention? To me, this enmity is something that can be avenged. Killing a genius of the Saint Academy for this enmity, even if it's in the Azura battlefield, and there's no need to worry about the Saint Academy's investigation, it's still not worth it. According to what I know, that Qin Xiao is a friend of several Saint Academy students. Even if I kill him in the Azura battlefield this time, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future. To me, there's no benefit at all. Moreover, I have to bear such a huge risk. Therefore, I'm naturally not willing. Ha ha ha. The voice in the dark laughed loudly. The laughter made the whole world tremble. After laughing, the voice in the dark said again, Fisherman, do you think you still have the leeway to say no? Huh? Hearing this, the fisherman's expression sank to the bottom of the valley. His brows furrowed. The meaning of this threat was very obvious. It wanted him to understand his current situation. If he didn't agree, only death would await him. In front of such an existence, how could he have the slightest strength to resist? Such a threat made the fisherman lose his temper. Therefore, the fisherman could only tactfully say, All right then, since senior has spoken, I will do my best. The voice in the dark said with satisfaction, Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Moreover, it's not completely without benefits. Qin Xiao still has 3 Saint Origin fruits. If you kill him, each of you can get at least 1 Saint Origin fruit. Not only can I take revenge and vent my hatred, but I can also get the Saint Origin fruit. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The fisherman was very interested in the Saint Origin fruit. However, he was naturally unwilling to take such a huge risk just for 1 Saint Origin fruit. However, he had no choice now. Therefore, he could only comfort himself. It was better than nothing, right? The heavenly fire's secret realm, the secret realm closest to the celestial region. In a deep place, a man was sitting cross-legged in a small celestial pool. He was closing his eyes and healing his injuries. Although he was closing his eyes to heal his injuries, his face was filled with a ferocious and ruthless expression. It was filled with anger and hatred. This person was none other than Saint Venerate Miao Jia, who had suffered a great loss at the hands of Qin Xiao and was injured by Qin Xiao. Saint Venerate Miao Jia was injured by the small flying dagger previously. Naturally, it would take a long time for him to recover. Suddenly, Saint Venerate Miao Jia spat out a mouthful of blood, causing his expression to turn even uglier. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, Qin Xiao. You caused me to lose so much of my vitality. It's hard for me to calm down and heal my injuries. The effect isn't very good. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll need at least an era to recover. Despicable brat. 2 of my disciples were crippled by your hands. My clone also died at your hands. I'm seriously injured. Such a great hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I'll definitely settle this score with you. I definitely will. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly shrouded the entire place. It was as if they had entered the Azura world in an instant. Ha ha ha! A burst of loud laughter came from all directions at the same time, accompanied by bursts of thunder. This sudden turn of events really shocked Saint Master Miaozha. He stood up abruptly and scanned the surroundings with a vigilant expression. However, Saint Venerate Miaozha quickly calmed down. Since the powerful force did not attack him, it meant that it was not targeting him and was not hostile to him. I wonder which expert has come. Can you show yourself? Saint Venerate Miaozha asked. On the other side, Qin Xiao and the other 3 were walking in the Azura battlefield. Along the way, they saw many tragic and shocking scenes. Meng Dali held a human hand bone in his hand. The large and slender fingers were extremely white, and the fingertips were extremely sharp. Together with the arm bone, it formed an extremely sharp claw. This is the corpse of an ancient saint. It's obvious that someone deliberately polished it and made it into a weapon. Look at it. There's a lot of blood on it, and there are some traces of sword slashes. TSK. It's rare to use the bones of an ancient saint as a weapon. Meng Dali shook his head and looked a little scared. Along the way, such a situation was not uncommon. It was common to see such a scene. There are too many broken corpses, and most of them belong to ancient saints. Because in this Azura battlefield, only ancient sages could preserve their corpses after their deaths. However, there were no complete corpses. Basically, all the flesh had been removed, and only the bones were left. This was because the ancient races in the Azura battlefield would eat the flesh of ancient saints. Therefore, there were no complete corpses, and only the bones were left. It sounded a little creepy. They would even eat the insides of ancient saints' corpses. Even Xiao Gu felt disgusted. He also ate humans, but he ate living humans. He would not eat the dead. Qin Xiao looked at the sharp claw in Meng Dali's hand and said, "This should be the weapon of the ancient races. They should not know the art of refining. Therefore, they either took the weapons from the ancient saints, or they used the corpses of the ancient saints to make it. Judging from what we saw along the way, the latter should be the majority." Chapter 25:25. Zhang Yang, do you think most of the ancient life forms in the Azura battlefield are ancient sages? Meng Dali suddenly asked. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, most of them should be ancient sages. Some of them should be heavenly venerables. Overall, the strength of the ancient life forms here is relatively strong. However, their skills and weapons are inferior. That's why their realms are high. But in terms of true strength, they should be somewhat weak when compared to those of the same realm. So, even if we encounter an ancient sages, there's nothing to be afraid of. Of course, unless we're unlucky enough to encounter an extremely powerful ancient life form here. It seems that there are many ancient life forms in the Azura battlefield whose strength surpasses ancient sages 1. Some are even equivalent to ancient sages 3 or 4. There are even ancient life forms. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Meng Dali's eyes widened. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Cough. Zhang Yang, can you not make it sound so scary? If we really encounter such a powerful ancient life form, won't we be finished? I'm afraid we'll crush the talisman right away." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "Usually, such a situation won't happen. The truly powerful ancient life forms won't come out to kill people easily. After all, those who can enter here are all people with some background. These powerful ancient life forms are very precious to their own lives. They're not stupid. If they really dare to come out to kill people easily, I'm afraid they'll bring trouble to themselves." Meng Dali nodded in agreement. Qin Xiao had also thought of this situation. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Azura battlefield was listed as a training ground for the disciples of the Sacred Academy. It was a place of adventure. If an ordinary ancient life form of the ancient sages killed a student of the Sacred Academy, the student could only blame himself for not being skilled enough. There was nothing much to say. Since it was an adventure, it was natural that there would be a lot of risk. This was something that could not be denied. If an extremely powerful ancient life form jumped out to kill people, the Sacred Academy wouldn't let it go, right? Any powerful ancient life form that jumped in would be enough to kill those powerful ancient life forms. Moreover, it wasn't just the Holy Academy that was behind this. There are also a few holy lands, as well as the 5 supreme clans. In fact, even 100 schools of thought could send people into the Azura battlefield. Therefore, all in all, entering the Azura battlefield was definitely very dangerous. If one was not careful, it was very likely that one would die in the Azura battlefield. But fortunately, with the formation talisman in hand, it could greatly reduce this kind of situation. Therefore, unless they were very unlucky, it would not be much of a problem for Qin Shao and the others to enter the Azura battlefield with their strength. Moreover, there were 4 of them. Moreover, Qin Shao had brought Xiaogu with him. However, Xiaogu had always been in his inner world. As a last resort, Xiaogu could also come out to save him. With so many safeguards, he was naturally not afraid of anything. Qin Shao, Zhang Yang, do you guys feel that something is watching us from the dark? Meng Dali suddenly asked in a serious tone. Prince Zhang Yang immediately cast a glance at everyone and said, because the ancient life forms have always lived in the Azura battlefield, their aura is completely compatible with the aura of the Azura battlefield. If they don't come right in front of us, it will be very difficult to detect them. You must have detected their presence. Therefore, in the Azura battlefield, we must be very careful because the ancient life form may appear in front of us at any time. We don't even know where it will come from. In the Azura battlefield, vigilance is very important. As long as you sense danger, it's most likely that there's danger approaching. Qin Shao nodded and said, I feel it too. But maybe it's because we have more people, so the life form in the dark is not in a hurry to make a move. Or maybe it's waiting for an opportunity. A life form that can make us feel danger should be an ancient saint. Everyone, be careful. It's most likely an ancient life form. Meng Dali was a battle-hungry person. He grinned and became excited, saying, come on, come on. Didn't we come to the Azura battlefield to squat? If we don't fight, how can it be called the Azura battlefield? Ha ha ha. After coming to the Azura battlefield, my blood has been boiling for a long time. My fists have been itching for a long time. Let's fight, let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? Since the ancient life form is hiding and not coming out, let's force it out. With that, Meng Dali rushed out and took the lead, using his strength to lead the battle. Since Meng Dali took the initiative to attack, the ancient life form hiding in the dark could not sit still and immediately flew out from under the bloody sand. He held a long white bone in his hand. One end was very sharp, like a long spear. The white bone pierced through the sky and charged towards Meng Dali at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! Meng Dali was shocked by such a fast speed. It was definitely an ancient saint-level ancient life form, and it should be one that was good at speed. Most of the ancient life forms in the Azura battlefield were probably good at speed. In terms of strength, the ancient life forms in the Azura battlefield were definitely not on par with the human race. After all, the ancient life forms did not have any cultivation methods or martial techniques, and their use of the immortal Tao was also very crude. Therefore, although it was at the ancient saint level, its strength was probably about the same as those who relied on the divine vitality fruit to break through to the saint level. This level was actually not much stronger than a half-saint. Of course, there were strong and weak ancient life forms. It was just that the average ancient life form was at this level. However, it would be hard to say if he encountered an ancient life form that was more powerful. Fortunately, Meng Dali came prepared. After luring the ancient life form out, Meng Dali immediately retreated, and at the same time, used all his strength to block and defend. At this time, Qin Xiao and the other two also charged forward and joined forces to attack the ancient life form. It was a person whose entire body was bright red. From his skin to his eyes, and even his hair, it was blood red, as if he was a blood man. His body was simply covered with some leather, and the rest of his body was bare. He looked very strong and powerful. There were no defensive immortal weapons or sacred weapons, but the body of an ancient life form was especially strong, far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, this was an ancient saint existence, so his body was even stronger. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art slashed towards the ancient life form with all his strength. The ancient life form actually used his arm to block Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art. However, the sharpness of Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art did not leave many marks on the ancient being's body. It only left a few shallow marks. Moreover, these shallow marks quickly healed. The strength of Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali did not have much effect on the ancient life form's body. However, Zhang Yang's attack was extraordinary. With a slash of his sword, he actually forced the ancient life form to retreat. Of course, the strength of Qin Xiao and the other two also played a big role. However, Zhang Yang's last move really made Qin Xiao and the other two exclaim in admiration. What a powerful sword move. In that sword move, Qin Xiao felt the power of the immortal Tao law. In other words, Zhang Yang had begun to master the immortal Tao law. Once he mastered more, he would be able to step through the door of the law and open his own ancient path. In other words, Zhang Yang had already taken a small step in opening his own ancient path. Although it might only be a small step, it definitely couldn't be underestimated. This small step was a foundation for success, a cornerstone for success. With the careful guidance of Emperor Xianyuan, it was really different. Qin Xiao had also been looking for this point, but he had not succeeded yet. Now that Zhang Yang had taken this step, his future path would be much easier. With the strength of Qin Xiao and the other three, they had already suppressed the ancient life form. Moreover, it was obvious that the four of them had not used their full strength. Haha, it seems that our luck is not very good, encountering an ancient life form with no experience. It's boring to fight. Don't let him run away. Surround him. Wu Fengcheng, you come with me. Meng Dali grinned. His fighting spirit was even higher. Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng rushed up, blocking the ancient life form's retreat so that he could not take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang formed a triangle, attacking the ancient life form from two directions. Lowly ants, you're just low-level life forms. Entering the Shura battlefield is courting death. The ancient life form's low and hoarse voice sounded. The voice was as cold as a poisonous snake, without any emotion mixed in it. At the same time, it sounded like a puppet. It was as cold as a machine's voice. In the eyes of these ancient life forms, all other life forms were lowly and low-level. Only they were supreme, ancient orthodox. Their thoughts had long been fixed. Hee, courting death? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Why don't you just play with us obediently? Meng Dali grinned and continued to charge forward. Two little insects, get out of my way. The ancient life form roared angrily and attacked with force, directly sending Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng flying. Fortunately, the ancient life form did not use his full strength to attack the two of them, and did not have the time to add another attack. He only had one chance. Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang immediately rushed forward, and the ancient life form did not have the time to pay attention to Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng. The two of them crashed to the ground, splashing blood and sand. After being hit by the ancient life form, the two of them grimaced in pain, and their blood and qi flowed backward. Meng Dali's body was tough, but after taking this hit, he almost bled. Rubbing his body, Meng Dali gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Good fellow, his strength is not bad. He almost made us vomit blood. Of course, this is an ancient saint. Wu Fengcheng shook his head and said. On the other side, Zhang Yang continued to attack. Qin Xiao used Heart Force and Li Sheng's Flying Dagger. Heart Force controlled Li Sheng's Flying Dagger, greatly increasing the power of Li Shang's flying dagger. At this time, the effect was naturally very good, enough to pose a threat to the ancient life form. Coupled with Zhang Yang's full strength, under the pincer attack of Qin Shao and Zhang Yang, the ancient life form was obviously very uncomfortable and basically could not win. One must know that Qin Shao and Zhang Yang had not used their full strength yet. Haha, it's time for us to attack. Seeing this scene, Meng Dali grinned and immediately attacked again with Wu Feng Cheng. Chapter 25-26. Meng Dali smirked as he fought. Huh, what did you say about us just now? Little bug? If we're little bugs, what are you? Old bug? Corpse bug? I think it's better to call you an old, undying bug. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you an ancient sage-level, old, undying bug? Why are you still being suppressed by us? Why don't you try and get another one? Look, you can't even fight back when I'm beating you up. Meng Dali's smugness infuriated the ancient life form even more. However, he was being suppressed and had no way of breaking free. Damn it! For lowly bugs, I want you dead. The ancient life form roared furiously. Even though Qin Shao and the other three had suppressed the ancient life form for the time being, they could not do anything to him. They could not really hurt him. After all, this was an ancient sage existence, an ancient life form that lived in the Azure battlefield. His divine body was abnormally strong to begin with. It was way too difficult to break his divine body. Haha, you smelly old undying bug. You're still so stubborn. I'll beat you to death. Meng Dali continued to taunt. This verbal attack was enough to infuriate the ancient being completely. The angrier he was, the more he was at a disadvantage, and the more effective Qin Zhao's heart force attack would be. However, no matter how much he was at a disadvantage, it was still difficult for Qin Shao and the other three to kill this ancient life form. If they were to really drag it out, they might not be able to outlast the other party. Furthermore, it was obvious that they could not drag it out for a long time. It's about time. We can't drag this out any longer. Qin Shao transmitted to the other three through voice transmission. The commotion caused by the fight was huge. A huge commotion would definitely attract other ancient life forms. Once other ancient life forms came over, they would be in danger. After all, Qin Shao and the other three could barely suppress this ancient life form. If another one came, they would definitely not be able to handle it. Haha, don't be hasty, Qin Shao. We haven't played enough yet. Let's torture him first. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to skin him alive. I don't want them to think that we foreigners are easy to bully. Meng Dali was quite playful. After all, this was an ancient sage being abused. Naturally, the feeling was extremely wonderful. Fighting against an ancient sage. This was something that no one dared to imagine in the outside world. But in the Azure battlefield, he was truly suppressing an ancient saint. If news of this were to spread out, wouldn't that be something to be proud of? Therefore, Meng Dali was more playful. He was having a good time fighting. If he stopped now, he would naturally feel that it was not enough. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to skin him alive. This was their first time bullying an ancient sage, so it was only natural for them to feel a little excited. It was a wonderful feeling indeed. That was an Empyrean saint. In terms of life providence, it was indeed far higher than an Empyrean realm existence. The Empyrean saint realm was a realm that transcended the three realms, the five elements, and the river of time. It was truly an undying and indestructible existence. The ancient saint realm was truly eternal. Everyone below the ancient saint realm was an ant. This was not an empty phrase. It was indeed so. In other words, Qin Shao and the others had a high status. They were geniuses of the sacred academy. That was why they could be compared to ancient sages. As for other fourth-step Empyreans, no matter how strong they were just ants in front of an ancient saint realm existence. They were simply insignificant. Therefore, when an ant stepped on an elephant's body one day, it would naturally want to step on it properly. But dragging the battle was obviously not a good thing. Not good. Qin Shao suddenly frowned. His heart skipped a beat as he glanced at a direction. Qin Shao could vaguely sense an aura rapidly approaching from that direction. Qin Shao immediately knew that other ancient life forms had come to kill them. Let's go. Qin Shao immediately said. Zhang Yang also sensed it and hurriedly said, let's go. Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng were shocked. Naturally, they did not dare to continue the battle and quickly retreated. But now they wanted to retreat. The ancient being that had been badly beaten by Qin Shao and the others was not going to let it go. With help, he was naturally not afraid of anything. Qin Shao and the others wanted to run, so he naturally chased after them. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to escape. In an instant, he was held back by that ancient life form. Humph for lowly insects. You can't run away. Be obedient and become our food. The ancient being sneered. Meng Dali turned back and scolded. Bah, you are the food. Your whole family is food. On the other side, another ancient being came out and quickly arrived in front of them. The situation was not good. Meng Dali looked regretful. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect to provoke other ancient beings so quickly. It's difficult to run now. Brother Qin Shao, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. Qin Shao shook his head and said, let's not talk about this now. Since we came to the Azura battlefield to train, we have already expected to encounter all kinds of dangers. This is normal. It doesn't matter. Let's fight. If it is really dangerous, don't try to be brave. Just crush the talisman and leave. Don't worry about us. We have the talisman in our hands. I have Xiao Gu with me. No matter what, we won't be in trouble. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Only a real battle of life and death can test a person. What we need to do now is to fight desperately and push our limits. Let's fight. Facing such a dangerous situation, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit became incomparably high. The more dangerous it was, the more interesting it was for him, and the more worthy it was for him to treat it seriously. That was because it was only through such an opportunity that he would have a chance to break through his limits. Ordinary battles were actually meaningless. It was like four people suppressing an ancient life. In fact, it was meaningless. As long as everyone worked together, they could control it. There was no danger at all. Without danger, it could not stimulate people. Naturally, it could stimulate their potential. Often, breakthroughs, upgrades, transformations, epiphanies, and so on could only be grasped at the moment when one's potential was fully erupted. Haha, yes, what are you afraid of? Didn't we come to the Azura battlefield to find excitement? This kind of battle is exciting enough. Wu Fengcheng, Meng Dali, you guys be careful and take care of yourselves. If there is any danger, don't hesitate. Crush the talisman and leave. Prince Zhanyang also laughed excitedly and said, it was his idea to come to the Azura battlefield, so he was the one who made the most preparations. He had also expected all the dangers. Naturally, he had long expected such a scene to occur. Zhanyang, why do I feel like I've been cheated by you? You and Brother Qin Shao are strong, but Wu Fengcheng and I are not so strong. Come on, let's take care of ourselves. If there is any danger, I will be the first to run. Meng Dali grinned. The ancient life rushed in front of them. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He used dual body technique, and his clone held the Heaven Splitter sword and attacked the ancient life. As for Zhang Yang, he directly activated his fire god's physique, as if the fire god had descended. After the guidance of Emperor Xian Yuan, Zhang Yang could now control his fire god's physique at will. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's current fire god's battle body was much stronger than before. It was much stronger than before. The fire god bathed in the sacred fire had the appearance of a god of war, invincible in the world. With the fire god's physique activated, Zhang Yang's combat power was instantly increased by 10 times or even 100 times. All aspects have been greatly improved. Naturally, his strength had become very terrifying. After not seeing Zhang Yang for so many years, the speed of Zhang Yang's progress had indeed made Qin Shao speechless. As expected, with a good master, one would be able to avoid many detours. The speed of one's cultivation was truly terrifying. Qin Shao even felt that if he fought with Zhang Yang with all his strength now, he would most likely be the one to lose. Although he had made a lot of progress over the years, most of his time had been wasted. he did not have much time and energy to cultivate. Therefore, although Qin Shao had made progress, it was far less than Zhang Yang's progress. Zhang Yang had been following Emperor Xianyuan for most of the years to learn and cultivate. Naturally, he had made rapid progress. Moreover, Zhang Yang had comprehended some of the laws of the immortal path. He had taken a small step into the door of law. Prince Zhang Yang activated his fire god's physique, and Qin Zhao's clone also did his best to help. The two of them basically blocked the other ancient life. Fortunately, the strength of this ancient life was about the same as the previous one. It was not very strong. If it was a little stronger, Qin Shao and Zhang Yang would not be able to block it. Although they had blocked it, on the other side, Qin Zhao's original body was fighting with Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng. Although Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng had also gone all out without Zhang Yang, it was impossible for them to suppress the ancient life. However, this was clearly not possible. Qin Shao had used his clone skill. The effect of fighting separately was obviously much worse. Humph! You little bugs will all become our food today. Now that the ancient life had turned the tables, he naturally regained his confidence. Although Meng Dali did not have the upper hand now, he did not admit defeat. I'm afraid your mouth is too small to swallow us. Boom! However, as soon as Meng Dali finished speaking, he was kicked away by the ancient life. He fell heavily into the sand pit, his body covered in blood and sand. After being kicked so hard, blood flowed out from the corner of Meng Dali's mouth. He grimaced in pain. Mother asterisk Kerr, do you think I'm dying? Meng Dali rushed up angrily. Boom! But this time, without exception, he was sent flying out of the pond. Wu Fengcheng was also sent flying a few times. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The situation was not good. On Zhang Yang's side, he was also busy. Dealing with an ancient life was already a difficult task. Naturally, he could not find time to help. Although Qin Shao attacked with all his strength was still limited. No matter what, it was an ancient life after all. Strength and defense were both terrifyingly strong. Qin Shao also thought of letting Shao Gu come out. If this continued, then Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng would most likely have to crush the talisman and leave. However, they came to the Shura battlefield to gain experience. If they let Shao Gu come out so easily, then it would lose the meaning of gaining experience. He brought Shao Gu with him because Shao Gu refused to be separated from Qin Shao no matter what. Secondly, it was just in case there was a life-threatening situation. Chapter 25-27. After thinking about it, he gave up. As long as it was not a life-threatening situation, he could not let Shao Gu take action. Otherwise, the experience would lose its meaning. If it really did not work, he could let Meng Dali and the others crush the talisman and leave the Azura battlefield. Coming together was just to take care of each other. However, to really achieve the goal of the experience, they still had to rely on themselves. Therefore, for such an experience, it was best to go alone. Sure enough, the situation continued to worsen. Soon, Wu Fengcheng crushed the talisman at the critical moment and left the Azura battlefield. Not long after, Meng Dali also crushed the talisman. Before leaving, he said to Qin Shao and Zhang Yang, "This is really unlucky. Forget it. Let's not play anymore. This damn place is really too dangerous. I wish you good luck." Indeed, it was best not to enter a place like the Azura battlefield if one was not in the ancient sage realm. Zhang Yang also felt that it would be better and safer for everyone to come in together. However, he did not expect Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali to leave so quickly. After the two of them left, all the pressure was placed on Qin Zhao's shoulders. The ancient being also stared at Qin Shao with a playful look. Looking at his last prey, he said, "Those two little bugs ran fast. You little bug can forget about escaping." Qin Shao fought against an ancient being alone. Naturally, he had no chance of winning. Prince Zhang Yang frowned. He knew that the situation was not good, so he immediately said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, we can't waste time here like this. If we're trapped by them, I'm afraid we will be the ones who suffer the most. Your clone doesn't need to care about me. Take care of yourself. Let's split up." We'll contact each other when it's safe. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. At this time, they could only take care of themselves. Qin Xiao's clone quickly returned and reunited with his main body. Only then did he feel better. Heart Force, Li Sheng's flying dagger, True Word of Lin, all attacked together. But even so, Qin Xiao was still at a disadvantage. He was still no match for this ancient life form. Of course, Qin Xiao didn't continue fighting. Instead, he used his clones to stall the ancient life form while his main body quickly left. Just a clone was naturally far from being a match for that ancient life form. But it didn't matter if it was a clone. After all, it was a body formed from energy. If it died, it would die. For Qin Xiao, there would be some impact, but it wouldn't be too great. Doppelganger was a secret technique. The doppelganger was a secret technique that gathered the power of heaven and earth to form it. At the very least, even if he used it a few times, it wouldn't hurt his foundation. Therefore, using this method to escape was not a bad idea. The clone fearlessly stalled the ancient life form for a while. Qin Xiao's real body quickly left, and her speed soared to the extreme. Right now, this was the only thing he could do. He couldn't fight them head-on. He could only escape first. It was only then that Qin Xiao realized the dangers of the Azura battlefield. They might have underestimated it. To think that they would encounter such danger the moment they entered. Two ancient saint-level ancient life forms had charged out. Meng Dali and Wu Fengsheng left immediately. It felt like they were just here for a visit. Qin Xiao liked danger. But now, it seemed like the danger was a little too much. Given his current strength, it was clearly unrealistic for him to fight against an ancient saint-level ancient life form. Qin Xiao wanted to run, but he was targeted by the ancient life form. It chased after Qin Xiao relentlessly. The clone blocked for a while, but in the end, it couldn't hold on any longer. The clone was smashed into nothingness. The first clone was smashed apart. The second clone was smashed apart. The third clone was smashed apart as well. Using 3 clones had delayed quite a bit of time. It also bought some time for Qin Xiao, allowing Qin Xiao to escape far away. But the nose of the ancient life form was as sharp as a dog's. It caught up with Qin Xiao very quickly. It chased after Qin Xiao relentlessly. This type of ancient life form was indeed bloodthirsty and warlike. Once targeted, it would be hard to escape even if one wanted to. Using the dual body technique a few times didn't have much of an impact. But obviously, it couldn't be used indefinitely. Every time it was used, it would consume quite a bit of energy. After using it 3 times, it had already consumed quite a bit of energy. If he used it again, the strength of his real body would be affected quite a bit. At that time, the situation would become even worse. Therefore, Qin Xiao knew that he couldn't use the clone to delay anymore. He could still use the dual body technique, but he couldn't sacrifice the clone to delay the ancient life form. What should he do now? Soon, the ancient life form would catch up again. Qin Xiao secretly gritted his teeth. Could it be that he would be forced into a desperate situation so soon? It couldn't be, right? It hadn't been long since he entered the Shura battlefield. If he really went out like this, how could it be called training? It was just a trip out for fun. And it was just a quick trip. No, he couldn't just leave like this. Even if he let Xiao Gu take action, he couldn't be forced to leave the Shura battlefield so soon. Otherwise, the purpose of this trip would be completely lost. The students of the Sacred Institute also had a lot of restrictions if they wanted to enter the Shura battlefield. Ordinary people could only enter once for free. As for Qin Xiao, she could come in twice for free. However, this kind of opportunity could only be used once. Naturally, she had to cherish a little. Looking for a way out, looking for an opportunity, thinking of another way. Qin Xiao looked around to see if there was an opportunity or a way to find a way out. Perhaps there was another way out. He just had to find an opportunity. Why is there a lake over there? Qin Xiao's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly saw a lake in front of him. Strange, there was actually a lake in this Shura battlefield. And the water in this lake was incomparably clear. The blue waves were like the blue sky. It wasn't polluted at all. This was too strange. The atmosphere in the Shura battlefield was simply a bit out of place. In the Shura battlefield, there was blood and chi everywhere. The mud and sand on the ground had long been dyed bright red. It was as if a layer of blood had been poured on it. But this lake, Ziyang felt that it was untainted by the mud. Standing in this Shura battlefield, it wasn't polluted at all. It was still so clean and beautiful. Things were unpredictable. There must be something strange. In this Shura battlefield, such a lake actually appeared. It was too strange. There must be something fishy. If there was something fishy, then there might be an unforeseen event. There might be an opportunity. Therefore, after thinking for a while in his heart, Qin Shao immediately rushed to the lake. He wanted to go over and see if there was a chance to escape this disaster. The ancient life behind him was getting closer and closer. Qin Shao was getting closer and closer to the lake. The closer he got, the stranger he found the lake. He felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem like an ordinary lake. But then again, how could there be an ordinary lake in this Shura battlefield? A lake that could appear here must be very strange. If it wasn't strange, then it would be meaningless for him to look for this lake. Thinking of this, Qin Shao didn't care about anything else. He jumped into the lake to have a look. If it was really dangerous, then he could only let Shao Gu take action. At the worst, he could prepare for the worst. He could just crush the formation talisman and leave the Shura battlefield. But Qin Shao felt that it shouldn't be to this point. There is a saying that heaven would always leave a door open. Qin Shao had always been lucky. He wouldn't be so unlucky. Swish! Qin Shao jumped directly into the lake, but after jumping in, Qin Shao suddenly found something. Huh, this is not a lake. There is no water in it at all. What's going on? After jumping in, Qin Shao found that there were intertwined spaces inside. It was not a lake. It just looked like a lake from the outside. But after entering, he felt as if he had fallen into a space vortex, instantly entering the intertwined space. Countless spaces crisscrossed together, like a huge and complicated maze. Moreover, this maze was not two-dimensional, but three-dimensional. This feeling was like an ant's nest. No, it was thousands of times more complicated than an ant's nest. The intertwining of spaces, in fact, didn't need to be described in three-dimensional terms. It could be said that there were countless dimensions, and it was extremely complicated. So, once one entered, it was basically equivalent to being trapped inside. Qin Shao saw that the ancient life form stood on the shore and didn't jump in. Obviously, the ancient life form knew the danger inside, so it didn't follow in. It was clearly standing there, but it made Qin Shao feel as if it was very far away, as if they were separated by several worlds. The ancient life form doesn't dare to come down. It seems that this place is indeed too dangerous. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to get out of here. Qin Shao frowned and looked around carefully. He studied the surroundings and wanted to see what was going on. He wanted to see if he could find some clues. He walked inside. Every few steps, he would enter another space. Different spaces crisscrossed, and a few steps would lead him to a new space. Sometimes, when he walked closer to a space, he felt a little closer to the shore. But when he wanted to walk in the direction closer, he suddenly felt a lot farther away. It was very strange. What he saw with his eyes was not real at all. It might even be wrong. Suddenly, Qin Shao raised his eyebrows because he saw that the ancient life form hesitated on the shore for a while before jumping in. Seeing that the ancient life form also jumped in, Qin Shao subconsciously took a step back. But with this step, he was suddenly much closer to the ancient life form. In an instant, he was in front of the ancient life form. The ancient life form sneered coldly and charged towards Qin Shao. This sudden change caught Qin Shao a little off guard. He hurriedly blocked it, but under this vast expanse, he was obviously not well prepared. Qin Shao's eyes were extremely cold. He was prepared to suffer a great loss. But the strange thing was that although the two of them collided, they directly passed through each other's bodies. They didn't collide at all. Their powers didn't collide at all, but he clearly saw them collide just now. What was going on? Qin Shao looked back. When he looked again, he found that the ancient life form was already very far away from him. It looked as if they were hundreds of worlds apart, so far away that he couldn't touch it. It was clearly in front of him just now, but in an instant, it was very far away. It was really amazing. And what was going on with the collision just now? They had clearly collided with each other, but how did they just pass through? This kind of feeling was as if at the moment of the confrontation, one side had completely disappeared and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 25-28. The Law of Space. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what was going on. The crisscrossed and complicated worldwide space here was actually a realistic representation of the law of space. It was a very special way to cleverly display the foundation of the law of space. After thinking it through, Qin Zhao was overjoyed. He didn't expect there to be such an unexpected surprise. Previously, I also studied the 5 Laws record. However, the 5 Laws record is only a few mantras for the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws. It's not like here, where I can clearly and directly understand the foundation of the laws of space. The essence of the law of space is completely explained. In other words, if I cultivate here, it's simply like heaven is helping me. After the joy, Qin Zhao quickly calmed down. But thinking about it, his current situation was also very bad. He was trapped here. If he couldn't comprehend the law of space, it would be very difficult for him to get out. If he couldn't leave here, he would eventually be trapped here and die. On the other side, of course, Qin Zhao could use the formation talisman to leave. Moreover, the ancient life form was still rushing towards Qin Zhao. Fortunately, this ancient life form was not good at the law of space and had not mastered it. So the ancient life form rushed towards Qin Zhao again and again. Sometimes it got a little closer, sometimes it got a little further away. However, the ancient life form seemed to have gone crazy. It was desperately pouncing and had no intention of giving up. Seeing that it finally chased in, one could tell that the madness of the ancient life form in the Shura battlefield was still very terrifying. Therefore, Qin Zhao had 2 big problems in front of him. First, he had to find a way to get out of this worldwide space. Second, he had to prevent the ancient life form from catching up to him. The sense of crisis was still very strong. Moreover, Qin Zhao also thought of a problem. This ancient life form had no way to chase in for the time being. But if this dragged on, would other ancient life forms come? After all, many ancient sages had mastered some of the law of space. Once he encountered an ancient life form who had mastered the law of space, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Therefore, a strong sense of danger still lingered in Qin Zhao's heart. So Qin Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He had to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. If he wanted to leave this worldwide space, he was afraid that there was only one way to go, and that was to master the law of space. This was a crisis, but wasn't it also a great opportunity? If he could grasp this opportunity, he could master the law of space in one fell swoop. The importance of the 5 fundamental laws was needless to say. If he wanted to improve his strength now, he could only start from the 5 fundamental laws. All these years, from saving Jingyang to helping the Park clan, Qin Zhao understood that he was still not strong enough. Therefore, he had to improve his strength quickly, open up his own ancient road, and step into the sage realm as soon as possible. However, it was indeed very difficult to open up the ancient road. After all, he had lived for less than 30 million years. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao was indeed too young. His cultivation time was very short. Even if he was a monstrous genius, he was still somewhat lacking in all aspects of accumulation. Accumulation was what Qin Zhao lacked the most now. But this couldn't be helped. It took time to grind it out. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because he wanted to. What he had to do now was to start from some practical points. Cultivating the 5 fundamental laws was obviously a very good path, and it was also the path that most people would take. Moreover, there was an inherent connection between the laws. Once one could successfully step into the door of the law of space, it would be much easier to cultivate other laws. Tao was still closely connected at the most fundamental level. Now, it was better not to think about other things and focus on cultivation. At least this ancient life form didn't master the law of space. It wouldn't be so easy for him to kill him unless he encountered him by chance. Other situations were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Qin Zhao immediately calmed down and devoted himself to studying and comprehending the world-dimensional space. At the same time, he also took out the 5 Laws record to cooperate with the research. After all, the 5 Laws record was the supreme cultivation method of the Sacred Academy. It was recommended to him by Zue Wu Envoy. It was of great help to the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws. It could be said to be a guide for the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws. With the guidance of the 5 Laws records, coupled with the fact that he was in the world of 10,000 dimensions, he could personally feel how the world of 10,000 dimensions crisscrossed so cleverly. Space connected to space, from one space to another. Suddenly, the mysteries behind this were boundless and incomparably profound. After feeling it, he couldn't help but marvel. After a deep understanding, Qin Shao also sighed again and again. Amazing, it's really amazing. It can actually do this. It's worthy of being called the 5 fundamental laws. The vast thousand worlds' initial state was formed by the 5 fundamental laws. The 5 fundamental laws can make the entire vast thousand worlds operate and support all things in the vast thousand worlds. It's just that the vast thousand worlds supported by the 5 fundamental laws. The world is far less stable than it is now with the addition of the 8 fundamental laws. The more stable the world is, the more prosperous it can naturally be. Only then can it give birth to countless lives and countless powerhouses. Only then can it show such a prosperous scene. If the laws are subdivided, they can be seen as made up of countless points. Each point is an origin. If these origins are connected into a straight line, then it's a line. If the lines are connected into a surface, then it will appear on a surface. If these surfaces are combined into a body, then the world will appear. But if we go to the root of this world, it's still made up of countless origin. It's just that these origin are orderly grouped together, and all the origin of the 5 fundamental laws and the 8 fundamental laws are in a very orderly manner. A very strict law is put together, and in the end, it forms the vast thousand worlds that we see now. These origin are everywhere, and all places are made up of these origin. Since this is the case, if you master a law, you can pull out the origin from the world. You can do that. You can do that. You can change the shape, arrangement, and structure of those origin within a small range. Naturally, when those origin are changed, the state they appear in will also change, and some incredible phenomena will appear. Just like the world I'm trapped in now, it's because a force pulled out the origin of the spatial laws and changed their shape, arrangement, and structure. Then, a new shape was redesigned, just like the world I see in front of me. But this force only changed the spatial laws, and the other laws didn't change. So, everything else is normal. Only the space is abnormal. This is the wonder of the laws. If you master a law, you can use the power of the law to change many things. It's precisely because of this that ancient sages are so powerful. Because they have mastered the laws, they can change the trajectory of the laws, the structure of the laws, and change the world in a small range. But fortunately, this ancient being only mastered some immortal Tao laws. The strength of the immortal Tao laws lies more in power. The 5 basic laws are the most fundamental things that make up the world. These won't be changed, and it will be much safer. After this round of comprehension, Qin Shao gained a new understanding of the laws, a deeper level of understanding. It also made Qin Zhao's direction very clear, and he knew how to get out of this space. It was very simple. He only needed to master some basic laws of the spatial laws. He didn't need to be able to hold those origin, and he didn't need to change the structure, shape, and arrangement of the spatial laws. What he needed was to be able to find the laws and trajectories here, and then follow the correct trajectory to get out. It was as if you had entered an extremely complicated maze. In fact, there were at least 3 ways to get out of the maze. The first method was very simple. It was very direct and explosive. Just destroy the entire maze. If there was anything that was blocking you, just destroy it. Then the path would naturally appear. This method was definitely the fastest way to get out of the maze. But to do this, it required a very deep level of control of the spatial laws. This level of control probably required at least a third or fourth step ancient sage, right? Qin Shao naturally couldn't do this, so he didn't need to think about this method. The second method was very clever, changing the laws of the maze. You couldn't destroy the maze, but you could change the maze a little. If there was no exit, you could change it to have an exit. As long as you changed it cleverly, you could get out of the maze very quickly. As for the third method, it was a little stupid and the most time-consuming. That was to study the laws of the maze, and after finding the laws, then walk out of the maze step by step. This was the stupidest and most honest method. Generally speaking, a maze would have its own laws. Just like the space in front of Qin Shao, it seemed to have a very regular pattern. If he wanted to leave, he had to understand the laws of this space and then slowly walk out according to this law. Of course, it was not absolute. It was also possible that there was no law and the road was actually sealed and it was impossible to walk out directly. If this was the case, then he needed to reach the level of the second method, and he needed to have the ability to change some things. But to reach the level of being able to change some structures, he would need to have a very deep understanding of the spatial laws. The levels of the laws were divided into 5 levels: initial, profound, peak, and perfection. The perfection level was to completely master a law, and it could be called a law god. This kind of existence was extremely powerful, and generally, only a 4th-step ancient sage could reach this level. The initial level was to enter the threshold of the laws, which was still okay. Generally, a 1st-step ancient sage could reach this level. There were also some monstrous 4th-step celestial venerables and half-step sages who could reach this level. If he wanted to find the laws, he needed to at least cultivate the spatial laws to the initial level. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Chapter 25-29. This was the initial level of the laws. It was not as simple as just stepping through the threshold. For example, Zhang Yang's immortal Dao law could be considered to have taken a small step into the threshold and comprehended some, but there was still a gap between this and the initial level. If it was the initial level of immortal Dao law, it was enough to open up the ancient road and step into the realm of ancient sage. Therefore, at this time, Qin Shao wanted to cultivate the space law to the initial level. The difficulty was no less than opening up the ancient road. It could even be said that it was basically the same. So, it could be seen how difficult it was, how terrible it was to be trapped here. However, Qin Shao was full of fighting spirit and did not feel discouraged at all. He did not have the thought of crushing the talisman and leaving. Since he had encountered it, then he would fight. What was there to be afraid of? Even if it was a predicament, wasn't it also an opportunity? If he could succeed, then he could successfully step into the door of space law. Cultivating the 5 fundamental laws was also what Qin Shao needed to do the most now. Continue to work hard to comprehend and cultivate. Sacred Academy. It's been 1,000,000 years. I don't know how Qin Shao and Zhang Yang are doing. They still haven't come out. It's really worrying. Meng Dali curled his lips and looked very dispirited. Wu Fengcheng knocked Meng Dali with a wine pot and said, "Let's drink. Why do you like to talk about this when we drink? Like a woman. You don't have to worry about the strength of Qin Shao and Zhang Yang here. If they haven't come out, then they must have gained something. Zhang Yang is the personal disciple of Emperor Xin Yuan. He must have a life-saving trump card. Besides, don't you have the talisman? If there is really danger, just crush the talisman. Qin Shao doesn't have to worry about him. He has Shao Gu to protect him. He is not afraid of dangerous situations. They can stay in the Shura battlefield for so long. That is their strength and also their opportunity. This time, they must have gained a lot. As for us, we were kicked out as soon as we entered. The progress in this 1,000,000 years of cultivation is not much. We have to work hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be left behind by Qin Shao and Zhang Yang in the future. It's very far." Meng Dali grinned and nodded. That was true. His worries were superfluous, and he knew that. At this moment, a figure approached them. Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng were overjoyed and looked over. He saw that the person was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and there were wounds all over his body. Looking at him, no one knew where he came from. At first glance, both Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali were shocked. Zhang Yang, what happened to you? Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng widened their eyes and looked at the person in front of them. Who else could it be other than Zhang Yang? Compared to the elegant, confident, and narcissistic Prince Zhang Yang, he was like a completely different person. Zhang Yang walked over, grabbed the jug of wine from Wu Fengcheng's hand, and began to gulp down the wine. Looking at the way he was wolfing down the food, it was as if he hadn't tasted wine in a million years. No, even if he hadn't tasted wine in a million years, he shouldn't have become like this, right? Therefore, this made Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali curious. Both of them stared at Zhang Yang, waiting for Prince Zhang Yang to speak. After drinking for a while, Zhang Yang put down the jug of wine and let out a long sigh of relief. He sat down and said to Meng Dali, "I'm here as a guest. There's only wine and no food. Hurry up and bring me some good food." Why did he only care about wine and food? Meng Dali patted Zhang Yang and said, "What's the situation? What kind of inhumane things did you experience in the Shura battlefield for a million years? Did they torture you to this extent?" "Yeah, Zhang Yang, why are you the only one who came out? Where's Qin Shao?" Wu Fengcheng asked anxiously. Prince Zhang Yang frowned and said, "Qin Shao hasn't come out yet? I thought he would come out earlier than me. We parted ways last time, and we haven't seen each other since. You know the situation in the Shura battlefield. We have to take care of ourselves. Just wait for me to breathe a sigh of relief." I tried to contact Qin Shao, but there was no response. I thought Qin Shao had come out, but he hasn't. Did he come out? Zhang Yang's words stunned Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali. What's the situation? Zhang Yang couldn't contact Qin Shao in the Shura battlefield, and Qin Shao hasn't come out yet? This situation didn't sound too good. After learning about the situation, Zhang Yang became a little more spirited. After all, he had experienced the Shura battlefield before. Zhang Yang had experienced it himself. This experience of a million years was indeed a kind of life and death torture. It was too scary. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it was a narrow escape from death. "Brother Qin Shao, will he be okay?" The three of them were silent. After a while, Meng Dali carefully asked, "Bah, bah, bah." Zhang Yang immediately scolded Meng Dali and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can Brother Qin Shao get into trouble so easily? Not to mention that he has Shao Gu to protect him in times of danger. He also has the Matrix. As for the talisman, it can also bring him out directly in times of danger. Brother Qin Shao has always been cautious. If he really encounters trouble that he can't solve, he will definitely not force himself. If he hasn't come out yet, it can only mean that Brother Qin Shao must have a big harvest. Maybe he has encountered an opportunity or something, so he hasn't come out yet. It's only been a million years. It's normal that he hasn't come out yet. There's nothing to fuss about." Wu Fengcheng also believed and nodded. "That's right. I also think that Qin Shao will be fine." Meng Dali naturally didn't want anything to happen to Qin Shao. He just spoke too fast. This matter made the atmosphere a little awkward. "Prince Zhang Yang, let's talk about your experience in the Shura battlefield for a million years." Meng Dali immediately changed the topic. Speaking of the Shura battlefield, Zhang Yang couldn't help but raise his head and drink the wine again. After a while, Prince Zhang Yang said, "It was really difficult. It was really difficult for me in the past million years. The fighting was very fierce." Pan Kingdom. An announcement made to the world caused an uproar and cheers in Pan Kingdom. Even many places began to put up lanterns and decorations, praising Emperor Pan's wisdom. The meaning of this imperial decree was very simple. It was to appoint the 9th Prince Pan, Shi, as the crown prince. He would take charge of the entire Pan Kingdom's affairs on behalf of Emperor Pan. From now on, Emperor Pan would cultivate in seclusion and rarely come out. All the affairs of the imperial court would be handled by the crown prince. This imperial decree almost handed over all the power of Pan Kingdom to the crown prince. When Emperor Pan cultivated in seclusion, the crown prince would be the supreme emperor's will. The crown prince had been anxious for the throne for hundreds of millions of years. This was not a secret in Pan Kingdom. It had long been known to the world. Therefore, in the hearts of the people of Pan Kingdom, they already had a candidate in mind. The ninth prince had always been kind-hearted. He rarely competed with others for things. He was elegant and indifferent, so he was deeply loved by the people. Naturally, the ninth prince smoothly ascended to the position of crown prince. Naturally, there was a great celebration and joy. However, in the imperial court there was a silence. Previously, in the imperial court, most of the people were won over by the first prince. Most of them supported the first prince. However, no one expected that the position of crown prince would fall into the hands of the ninth prince. They thought that the position of crown prince would most likely fall into the hands of the first prince, but in the end, the position of crown prince would fall into the hands of the ninth prince. Therefore, the civil and military officials in the imperial court who did not support the ninth prince before were naturally a little frightened. They were worried that the ninth prince would settle accounts with them after the autumn. The first prince's defeat this time caused the first prince's residence to be as silent as cicadas in winter. A large number of people in the residence who were implicated by the first prince's anger were killed or injured. In a palace, the first prince had smashed the entire place into a mess. It was basically unrecognizable. However, this was still not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Why? Father, how am I inferior to Pan Shi in any way? I should be the crown prince that the people support. Why did you have to choose him? Why? Why is this happening? The first prince roared and looked up to the sky. He did not know how many times he had asked this question, but no one could answer him. He had also asked the same question in the imperial court, but Emperor Pan's answer was very cold. He only said coldly, because Panshi has broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. He, the first prince, was only a first step ancient saint, but the ninth prince, Panshi, had broken through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. This breakthrough had caused him to lose the game that he was supposed to win. Strength had taken everything away from him. He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. Pan Shi, you big liar. I've always been deceived by your appearance. You said you didn't want to compete with me. You said you only wanted to cultivate and didn't want to rule the world. You big liar, but in the end, the one who ruled the world was you. You big liar, Pan Shi. Ha ha ha, what a joke. How laughable and pathetic am I? I've lost. I've lost completely. I've lost completely. I'll never have a chance to turn things around. Ha ha ha. Laughing like crazy, laughing like a madman. The gray-robed man stood at the side, his face cold and gloomy. He did not say a word. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. First Prince, all of these changes started with that brat, Qin Xiao. Everything turned out this way because of him. Because he supported Pu Yunhua to the position of King Pu. Because he pulled down Pu Jinqian's position. Because of this, Pu Manor changed their support for you. Qin Xiao went to see the ninth prince and asked the ninth prince to bring him to see his majesty. Because of these changes, everything changed. In the end, his majesty supported the ninth prince to the position of crown prince and caused the first prince to lose his position. So, teacher, you think all of this has something to do with this Qin Xiao. He's the one who caused the first prince to lose his position. That's right. The first prince's eyes lit up when he heard the gray-robed elder's words. Yes, teacher, you're right. Qin Xiao. It's all because of him, Qin Xiao. Everything started because of Qin Xiao. If it wasn't for him, I would have been the crown prince. I would have been the crown prince. It's all because of Qin Xiao. It's all because of him. He's the one who changed everything. Originally, the ninth prince didn't want to compete with me for the position of crown prince. But after Qin Xiao met the ninth prince changed and competed with me. In the end, he won. So it's all because of Qin Xiao. Despicable, despicable, despicable Qin Xiao. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you last time. I didn't expect to leave behind such a big disaster. Chapter 25:30. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiao had been cultivating in the 10,000-dimensional space for tens of millions of years. If one wanted to cultivate and comprehend a law, one had to start from zero and make a breakthrough from nothing. How could it be so easy? Although he had the analysis of the 10,000-dimensional space, and the guidance of the five laws record, it was still too difficult. To achieve this was no less difficult than opening up one's own ancient path. After tens of millions of years of comprehension and cultivation, Qin Zhao's gains were naturally enormous. He had already stepped into the threshold of the space law, but there was still some distance before he could master the space law and reach the initial level. Of course, this distance was not large, but it was not small either. However, it wasn't an easy task to cross the barrier. It was as if there was a heavenly moat. Once he crossed it, it would be a small pit. Not crossing it was a natural moat. Therefore, there was often a fine line between a breakthrough and not a breakthrough. But the difference was like heaven and earth. At this time, Qin Zhao was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He was only one step away. For tens of millions of years, Qin Zhao was completely immersed in cultivation, wholeheartedly comprehending and cultivating the space law. Under the guidance of the five laws record and the 10,000-dimensional space, Qin Zhao's cultivation of the space law naturally improved at a rapid pace. Moreover, Qin Zhao's talent and potential were originally monstrous and heaven-defying, so it was reasonable for him to have such gains during this cultivation. Of course, in such a good cultivation environment, if it was someone else who cultivated here, they would also have great gains. This kind of excellent cultivation environment was something that could only be encountered by chance. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. What is space? A leaf, a firmament, a chestnut, a world. There are macroscopic small ones and microscopic ones. A speck of dust can hide another heaven and earth, a completely different world. A box can be a space. A house can be a space. A world can also be a space. There are four directions of heaven and earth, which can be called space. However, space is not just the four directions of heaven and earth. Emptiness means nothing. Suddenly, an area of nothing was encircled to form a something, thus forming a space. But this kind of space is only a narrow sense of space, not a truly broad sense of space. In a broad sense, space encompasses countless things. It's incomparably deep. Cultivation was about comprehension, and breakthroughs were about great comprehension. Break, then rebuild. Break, it meant breaking a barrier, breaking a natural moat that lay there. Only after breaking through would one be able to gain enlightenment and achieve a breakthrough. It was like a new ray of sunlight, illuminating the darkness in the sky and allowing the light to gradually descend. And Qin Zhao finally caught this light. After catching this light, the whole world lit up. Qin Zhao was finally relieved. Everything was clear. The operation of the law of space and the countless origins suddenly became cute and intimate, allowing Qin Zhao to understand them. The space hummed as if it was celebrating Qin Zhao and worshiping Qin Zhao. Soon, the light in Qin Zhao's eyes calmed down, and a smile appeared on her face. I've finally made a breakthrough. I've just entered the law of space. 10 million years of cultivation is well worth it. I really didn't expect that I would spend 10 million years of cultivation this time. 10 million years of cultivation was indeed something that Qin Zhao had never done before. However, the cultivation that took 10 million years this time was very successful, and Qin Zhao gained a lot. It was mainly because she grasped this opportunity that she was able to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Entering the law of space was a big step in the cultivation of the law. Qin Zhao looked at the ancient life form again and found that it was still trapped here. It was still walking around, but it couldn't get out, nor could it get close to her. But at this time, in Qin Zhao's eyes, she saw many paths that led to the ancient life form. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up into an evil smile. It was very miserable for me to be chased by him before. Now, I'll let him have a taste of my own medicine. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhao's figure moved, and he rushed over. Soon, Qin Zhao arrived in front of the ancient life form. Qin Zhao directly rushed into the space where the ancient life form was and attacked from behind, sneakily attacking the ancient life form. After the attack succeeded, she immediately retreated. By the time the ancient life form reacted, Qin Zhao was no longer in that space, and his counterattack couldn't land on Qin Zhao at all. The ancient life form chased after Qin Shao, but in the space of 10,000 dimensions, he couldn't catch up to Qin Shao at all. Like a headless fly, he could only run around. But in this way, he would never be able to catch up to Qin Shao. This feeling was simply too wonderful. The opponent was clearly in front of you, but you couldn't touch him or hurt him. No matter how strong your power was, if you couldn't hit the opponent, then what was the use? It couldn't cause any harm at all. Lowly bug, you've actually mastered the law of space? The ancient life form frowned deeply, very surprised. As an ancient saint, he couldn't even master the law of space. He didn't expect a lowly fourth-step, heavenly, venerable human bug to have mastered it. Qin Shao curled her lips and sneered. Mengdali is right. You big bug, you've chased me for thousands of years. Don't you feel tired? That's right. You can't leave even if you want to, so you might as well be trapped here until you die. So what if you're an ancient saint? But in this space of 10,000 dimensions, you can't touch me. You'll only be beaten up. Although I can't kill you, I can still give you a good beating to vent my anger. After saying that, Qin Shao continued to attack. She attacked the ancient life form again and again, but the ancient life form couldn't fight back at all. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight back, but because all his attacks couldn't land on Qin Shao. Therefore, every time he tried to fight back, he hit nothing but the void. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Being played by Qin Shao time and time again was simply being trampled on. A dignified, ancient saint existence was actually being beaten up by a fourth-step heavenly venerate. This was simply a jaw-dropping matter. After trampling on the ancient life form and making it roar in anger again and again, Qin Shao felt very satisfied. Since she couldn't kill the ancient life form, Qin Shao didn't continue. After ravaging it for a while, she stopped. Instead of wasting time on this ancient life form, she might as well get out of here quickly. Although it was good to continue cultivating in this space, she didn't know how long it would take for her to make another breakthrough. Qin Shao had been cultivating for thousands of years this time. To Qin Shao, this was a very long time. If she wanted to make another breakthrough, the time needed would probably be increased by at least 10 times. Moreover, if she kept cultivating like this, the effect would not be so good. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't intend to continue cultivating here. Instead, he wanted to leave here as soon as possible, leave the Azura battlefield, and return to the Saint Academy. Qin Shao quickly left. His comprehension of the space laws was already at the initial stage. Naturally, he could see through the rules of this place and find a way out. This wasn't a difficult task. Soon, Qin Shao walked to the edge of the worldwide space and saw the exit. Taking a step forward, Qin Shao was delighted. I'm finally out. I've been trapped here for thousands of years, longer than the time I was trapped in the Peach Blossom Valley. This doesn't seem right. However, Qin Shao's happiness didn't last long. His expression suddenly froze, and his face became cold. This isn't right. In front of him, he had entered another space, an independent small space. He didn't go out just now. He didn't leave the world-wide space, but entered another space. Moreover, this independent space was relatively large, much larger than any space he had encountered before. This independent space seemed to have been deliberately opened up for closed-door cultivation. Through this independent space, he could see the world-wide space outside. This time, Qin Shao found that he was in the center of the worldwide space. There was another terrifying discovery. This independent space was completely sealed like a glass ball. At this time, he was trapped in this glass ball, a completely independent space, without any connection to other spaces. It existed in the worldwide space, but it also seemed to be independent, without any connection to the worldwide space. This situation was too strange. There was no way out. He was trapped. How could this be? No, it couldn't be like this. What the hell was going on? What happened to him just now? Did he go the wrong way? Impossible. He didn't go the wrong way just now. He could have walked out of the worldwide space with one step. How did he end up here? Qin Zhao's face was full of confusion. There were 100,000 questions in his mind, all of which were questions he really couldn't understand. He carefully thought about every detail just now and found that there was no problem. But it was these things that seemed to be all right in his eyes that had such an incredible change. He really couldn't understand, Which environment was it that went wrong? Impossible, impossible. There must be a problem somewhere. Let me think about it again. I will find something. I should have left already. There's no such thing as being trapped deeper. Could it be that I'm really so unlucky? Am I going to stay here and continue to comprehend and cultivate the law of space? If this is the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out without hundreds of millions of years. Hundreds of millions of years? For a celestial venerable, it was nothing. It was just that for Qin Shao, it was indeed a very long time. Qin Shao had lived for less than 40 million years. In addition, he had cultivated in seclusion for 10 million years this time. If he had to cultivate for another few hundred million years, it would be a very painful thing to think about. Most importantly, Qin Shao still had a lot of things to worry about, so he was even more unwilling to be trapped here for hundreds of millions of years. However, this matter was probably not up to Qin Shao to decide whether he was willing or not. After thinking about it, Qin Shao still couldn't figure it out. Thinking carefully about the link, Qin Shao still felt that there was nothing wrong. It was completely correct. This situation shouldn't have happened. But why did it still happen? It was strange, too strange. Haha, is it strange? Don't be strange. It's just because your grasp of the law of space is still too weak and your level is too low, so naturally, you can't understand. Chapter 25:31. Someone's here. There's someone here, and it's a woman. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao was also shocked. His surprise was not small. He had been here for so long, but he had not found anyone else in this worldwide space. Moreover, from the tone of the voice, it was obvious that this person was not an ancient life form, but a human. However, Qin Shao still could not detect the existence of the other party. He looked around, but it was empty. There was no figure at all, and he could not feel any aura. It felt as if the person was not here, but the eyes could be watching here. Qin Shao thought that perhaps from the first day he came in, he had been targeted by this woman who had spoken. Qin Shao also reacted abruptly. Why didn't he go just now? Instead, he inexplicably came to this independent space. Obviously, it was the woman who had done this. Qin Shao could not help but admire this method. He was sent to this independent space without being aware of it at all. It was obvious that the woman had a very deep grasp of the law of space. The deeper the mastery, the more it showed that the woman's realm was very high. She was a very powerful ancient sage, most likely a second or third step ancient sage. But since she was a human, why did she trap him in this independent space? Could it be that he had met someone with evil intentions? But it was unlikely. He was just a fourth-step celestial master. He believed that it was not worth it to be killed. After pondering for a moment in his heart, Qin Shao immediately said, I didn't know that Senior was here, so I've disturbed you. Please forgive me. I'm Qin Shao, a student of the Saint Academy. May I know where you are from? I'm Qin Shao from the Saint Academy. The voice sounded again. After muttering a few words, it said, Oh, you're the unlucky guy who ranked first on the Saint list, but failed to become the personal disciple of Emperor Xianyuan and the God of Long World? Ha! I've been wondering how there could be such an unlucky person in the world. I didn't expect to meet you, and you're really unlucky to have met me. Cough, unlucky bastard. Hearing this, Qin Zhao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although it was indeed quite unlucky. But in the outside world, shouldn't he be the #1 genius of the immortal realms? This light should be able to cover up the bad luck. However, the expert only mentioned the unlucky ones, which made Qin Shao feel a little embarrassed. This heroine? Was it bad luck to run into her? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. This woman who claimed to be a heroine, was she trying to make things difficult for him? In the face of this unknown danger, it was indeed a little frightening. How should I address you, Senior? Qin Shao asked again. Since he refused to tell her who he was, she had to figure out his background first. You keep calling me Senior. How do you know that I'm your senior? Senior. You're talking about how old I am. Maybe. I'm about the same age as you? The female hero in the dark seemed to be a little unhappy. Qin Xiao was speechless. You don't want to reveal your identity. Under the circumstances that I don't know, calling you senior is a safe way to address you, right? Calling you senior shouldn't be wrong, right? No matter how monstrous a genius was, it was impossible to reach the second or third step of the ancient sage realm after only living for 40 million years, right? Anyway, Qin Xiao felt that it was completely impossible. Therefore, Qin Xiao concluded that the female hero in the dark must be much older than him. Besides, even if they were about the same age, their strength was there. There was nothing wrong with calling her senior. But this woman was unwilling to do so. Are you stupid? No wonder you're so unlucky. Don't you know that women are very concerned about their age? This young lady is young and as beautiful as a flower, yet you keep calling me senior. This will make this heroine's mood very bad. It's not good, okay? The female hero in the dark said again, full of complaints. Cough. Qin Xiao was speechless. But who asked the other party to be so strong? Therefore, he could only listen obediently. Qin Xiao secretly gritted his teeth and said, Then how should I address you? Ha ha. The female hero in the dark chuckled a little unhappily. Why do you want to know so much about me? Are you a toad who wants to eat swan meat? Qin Xiao was completely speechless. How did he meet such an unruly and unreasonable woman? Qin Xiao had seen unruly women before. Panya was one of them. The female hero in the dark gave Qin Xiao the feeling that she was no better than Princess Panya. She was also unruly and completely unreasonable. When a woman was unreasonable, it was actually quite scary. But Qin Xiao was also a person with a temper. It was impossible for him to be suppressed like this by a woman. Since he couldn't get an answer, Qin Xiao didn't bother to ask more. He said directly, We are all human. Although I don't know who you are, I think you should be a person of big power. You can ignore me, a student of the Holy College. But I don't think I have offended Miss in any way. What is Miss' intention in trapping me here? I like it. Are you satisfied with this answer? The voice in the dark immediately came. Qin Xiao sneered and said unceremoniously, Do you think I will be satisfied? The voice in the dark said again, I know you are not satisfied. If you're not satisfied, that's right. If you're not satisfied, then I am satisfied. If you're not happy, then I am happy. So, I am very responsible and unhappy to tell you that you have made me angry. So, I want to punish you. I was just teasing you. I will let you go after locking you up. But now it seems that I can't be so merciful. I can't let you go. You are just a little boy in the fourth step of the Celestial Master Realm. How dare you be so presumptuous and impolite in front of me? So you'd better stay here and enjoy yourself. This lady will punish you slowly. Let this lady think about how to punish you first. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Who did Qin Xiao offend? He was inexplicably locked in this independent space and was inexplicably bullied. Then let's see if you have the ability to lock me up. I have seen a lot of unruly women. You are really rare. You just want to punish me, right? Come on, let me see how many tricks you have. Qin Xiao said angrily. This time, the woman in the dark was really angry. You are really not afraid of death. How do you talk back to me? You are really bold. This lady is really angry. Hurry up and apologize. Perhaps this lady will be lenient with you. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Don't regret it when it is too late. Apologize? Qin Xiao sneered disdainfully. It should be you who apologizes to me, right? First, I didn't provoke you, and I don't know you at all. Second, it was you who inexplicably took you here and trapped you in this independent space. Third, I've been very polite to you. It was you who was aggressive and provoked an honest person. What? Now that you know I am not so easy to bully, you want to use force? Okay, I, Qin Xiao, have always been a person who can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. The more you use force, the more I won't give in to you. Even if you are a girl, I won't give in. If you want to be reasonable, then I will be reasonable. If you want to use your fists, then I will use my life. I, Qin Xiao, have nothing but my life. If you want to play, then I will play with you. What's wrong with that? If you want to trap me and punish me, just do it. I, Qin Xiao, will take all your tricks. What is there to be afraid of? This was Qin Zhao's character and temper. He didn't provoke others easily, but it didn't mean he was willing to be bullied again and again. Qin Zhao could be more tolerant of women, but it didn't mean he had no bottom line. You are a man. Why are you so fierce? Just because I want to trap you, I will punish you. The woman in the dark said angrily, and then no longer made any sound. There was no sound and no figure, so Qin Zhao had no idea where the woman in the dark was hiding. He waited for a long time, but there was no other movement. Qin Zhao was originally prepared, but he seemed to have calmed down and was safe. Didn't she say she would punish him? Why didn't she do anything? She had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. In fact, she didn't mean it. Maybe she was just joking with him? She just seemed to have gone too far, so everyone was unhappy. Qin Zhao shook his head. He didn't want to think so much. He should think of a way to get out of this independent space first. There was no other movement for the time being. It seemed that the woman in the dark wasn't so evil, right? People from big forces shouldn't be like that. At most, they were a little unruly and capricious. However, people like Princess Pan, you were really evil in nature. They liked to kill innocent people, which was a problem of quality. It wasn't as simple as being unruly and capricious. The woman in the dark might just be a little unruly and capricious, but she wasn't evil in nature. Of course, Qin Zhao was just thinking in a good direction for the time being, but he couldn't rule out other possibilities. It was possible that she was just thinking about how to deal with him. Since he was safe for the time being, he didn't think about it. The strength of this woman in the dark was far above him. If she really wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. He couldn't resist at all, nor could he avoid it. Qin Zhao began to study this independent space. He found that it was very delicate and very solid. He obviously didn't have the strength to break it open by force. If he couldn't break it open by force, and he couldn't walk out directly, then what should he do? After thinking about it, Qin Zhao could only think of one possibility. That was, he needed to change the law of space here in order to make a passage for him to walk out. But to do this, he needed to at least reach the level of small success in the law of space. If he wanted to reach this step, wouldn't he really be trapped here for hundreds of millions of years? He couldn't be that cruel, right? Qin Zhao really didn't want to be trapped here for hundreds of millions of years. This was a very painful and somewhat unimaginable thing. But what could he do now? He couldn't do anything to this woman in the dark at all. Therefore, Qin Zhao could only sigh secretly. If there was no other way, then he could only obediently cultivate and comprehend first. If he really couldn't do it, then he would use the talisman to teleport out of here. However, Qin Zhao didn't want to use the talisman to leave here for the time being. Using it was tantamount to directly admitting defeat. Chapter 25:32. In a space in the 10,000 dimensional space. This space was very strange. Although it existed in the 10,000 dimensional space, it didn't seem to exist in the 10,000 dimensional space. It was from this space that one could see the entire 10,000 dimensional space. Everything could be seen at a glance. However, no space in the 10,000 dimensional space could see this place. It was as if it didn't exist. This was a singularity, a point that connected countless spaces in the 10,000 dimensional space. Or it could be understood as the starting point of the 10,000 dimensional space. In this space, a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged. She was as beautiful as a lotus in clear water, like a fairy from beyond the heavens. Her clothes were also very strange and unusually beautiful. That standard beautiful face of a fox seemed to have a bit of demonic aura. That pair of big eyes that shone like bright stars in the night sky were like gems blooming with light. Looking into her eyes, it made people feel as if they were looking at the light of life. This was a beautiful face. Coupled with those novel clothes, it really made people's eyes light up. It had a unique style. Not only was she beautiful, but her temperament was also unparalleled. She was really the best in the world. But at this moment, anger was written all over her beautiful face. Her cheeks were slightly puffed up in anger. "I'm so angry, so angry. How can there be such an insensible person? Didn't I just want to joke with him? Did he have to take it so seriously? He even dared to talk back to me. Anne can tolerate it, but I can't. Aren't you capable? Aren't you bold? Aren't you unwilling to bow your head and apologize? Then I'll lock you up until you bow your head and apologize. I'll see how capable you are to come out of there. Even if you can come out, it'll still be able to keep you locked up. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. What kind of man can I deal with? I don't think I've met one so far. Well, I definitely can't let this kid break this rule. Otherwise, wouldn't my face be swept to the ground? How can I go out in the future? Yes, this kid will definitely bow his head. He definitely will. How about I teach this kid a lesson first and let him know my background, know the consequences of offending me? However, the woman quickly suppressed this thought. Shaking her head, she pouted and puffed up her cheeks. No, no. How can this lady bully a fourth-step heavenly venerable? Attacking him, isn't that a serious loss of face for this lady? No, no, this lady will definitely not do such a shameful thing. This lady is a little fairy with an immortal aura. How could I do something that would harm my immortal aura? But if I don't teach her a lesson, I'll be so angry. It's hard for my heart to calm down. It's hard for my anger to dissipate. Moreover, I seem to have said that I would punish him. If I don't teach him a lesson, then wouldn't I be a person who goes back on my words? No, no, this will also damage the immortal chi. What should we do? Should we attack or not? I feel so conflicted. Soon, 1,000,000 years had passed, and Qin Shao had been trapped in that independent space for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years was indeed nothing for the cultivation of laws. Qin Shao also continued to concentrate on his cultivation. In the past 1,000,000 years, other than being trapped here, no other forces fell on him. This made Qin Shao even more convinced that he was not so unlucky this time, and that he had just met an unruly little princess. But fortunately, at least this unruly little princess should be much better than Princess Panya. However, it wasn't a good idea to be trapped here forever. But it seemed that there was no way to leave. This was indeed an unsolvable problem. In the face of this unsolvable problem, Qin Shao could only use unsolvable cultivation to deal with it. There was no other way. This kind of helplessness made Qin Shao deeply feel pale and powerless. He even had the thought of using the array talisman to leave several times, but he was forcibly suppressed every time. Staying here is indeed not a solution. Forget it, forget it. If I really want to cultivate the law of space here to the small success stage, then forget it. I don't want to waste hundreds of millions of years here. The Shura battlefield has been here for 11,000,000 years. It's already a long time for me. Forget it. It's no big deal to leave now. After saying that, Qin Shao prepared to use the array talisman to leave the Shura battlefield directly. Didn't the woman in the dark want to play? Let's see how she can play. But at this moment, the woman in the dark seemed to know that Qin Shao was about to slip away. Her voice suddenly sounded, "How is it, Qin Shao? Does it feel good to be trapped here? After cultivating for 1,000,000 years, what did you gain?" Qin Shao wanted to leave directly, but since the woman in the dark spoke, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He curled his lips and replied, "Of course it feels very good. There must be some gains." Hee. Then it seems that you quite enjoy the feeling of being trapped here. If you want to leave this independent space, you need to cultivate the law of space to the small success stage at the very least. And if you want to cultivate the law of space to the small success stage, with your current situation, I'm afraid it's absolutely impossible without an epic. What, do you really want to be trapped by this lady for an epic? The voice in the dark chuckled and said somewhat playfully. Qin Shao shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, "Isn't it the same wherever I cultivate? If I cultivate in this independent space, I'll be able to do 100 times more with half the effort. It's extremely beneficial to my cultivation of the law of space. This is a good opportunity for me, so why not? An epic is an epic, it's nothing. What's more, with you here to accompany me, wouldn't it be faster for me? You?" The woman in the dark was angered by Qin Zhao's words and was very angry. It seemed that this lady's temper wasn't good. She liked to get angry at the slightest thing. Of course, this was a common problem of unruly princesses. Generally, unruly people were like this and were very easily angered by others. If one said something wrong, they might be angered. Qin Zhao's words were very targeted and sarcastic. Naturally, it was like a sharp sword that directly pierced the heart of the woman in the dark. Humph! The woman in the dark was angry again and said in a cold voice, "You can stay here for an epoch, but this lady doesn't have the time to accompany you. This lady will ask you one last time. Are you willing to admit your mistake and apologize? If you're willing to submit to me obediently, I might let you go once I'm in a good mood." It's a great loss for this lady to waste time with a puny fourth-step heavenly venerate like you. Qin Shao raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a slightly gloomy face, "What if I refuse? If you refuse, then this lady will beat you up to vent her anger and then leave coolly." "You choose," said the woman in the dark. "Choose one of the two. Beat him up if he didn't lower his head. Then wouldn't Qin Shao choose not to choose? Wouldn't it be better to directly use the formation talisman to leave the Azura battlefield?" However, his thoughts seemed to be seen through by the woman in the dark. The woman in the dark continued, "Qin Shao, I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking that you can choose neither of them. You can crush the formation talisman and leave directly. Ha! Do you think this lady doesn't know you have the formation talisman? Although the formation talisman of your sacred academy is powerful, you can give it a try. See if you can use the formation talisman to leave this Azura battlefield in front of this lady. If you can do it, then this lady loses." These words were spoken with great confidence and confidence. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. She couldn't be so confident, could she? Couldn't he leave even with the formation talisman? However, Qin Shao felt that the woman in the dark didn't seem to be trying to scare him. For example, if she was a third-step ancient sage who was extremely proficient in the law of space, then it was indeed possible for her to stop him. Could it be that the woman in the dark was actually a third-step ancient sage? That couldn't be, right? From the way she spoke, she didn't seem very mature, so she shouldn't be very old. How could it be so easy to reach the third-step ancient sage realm without a long period of accumulation of cultivation? The situation was not good. He couldn't be that unlucky, right? Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, "You want me to bow down?" "Impossible. First, I didn't offend you. Second, I didn't provoke you. You were the one who teased me from the beginning. The person who should be apologizing to me is you, right?" "Huh. The person who should be apologizing is me, right? Then why didn't this lady know?" The woman in the dark didn't get angry this time. Instead, she laughed. After laughing, she said, "Are you sure you won't bow down? This is your last chance. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Qin Shao, you better think carefully. It'll be too late for regrets later. Isn't it just an apology? Is it that difficult? You're a man. Is it that difficult for you to apologize to a lady? Will embarrass you? Don't you have the slightest bit of manliness?" In the face of this threat, Qin Shao still had no intention of bowing down. He was the one who was being bullied, okay? Why should he bow down and apologize? If he didn't do anything wrong, he naturally couldn't do that. Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "The word regret has never existed in my dictionary. If I say it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Even if you kill me, it's absolutely impossible. Miss, I don't know you. We don't have any enmity or resentment, and I've never provoked you. You're so unreasonable, and you want me to bow down and apologize? I, Qin Shao, am not that easy to bully. It has nothing to do with manliness. It's a matter of principle. If I'm wrong, you don't need to say it. I'll apologize to you. But if I'm not wrong, no matter how you force me, I'll never bow down. Without principles and bottom lines, that's not what a real man should do. So, you'd better not be whimsical. If you want to fight, just do it. I have an array talisman in my hand. Let's see if you can really block my array talisman." At this time, Qin Shao didn't care about anything else. If the lady in the dark really wanted to fight, then he could only fight with the formation charm first. If the formation charm really didn't work, then he would grit his teeth and resist. If he really wanted to kill the girl in the dark, then he could only use his master, Li Sheng, as an excuse. But Qin Shao didn't think so. No matter how unruly the princess was, she couldn't be so cruel and merciless, right? You, Qin Shao, you're a bastard, a big bastard. You're really going to piss me off. I'm so angry. I'm really angry. Chapter 25:33. In the singularity space, the beautiful woman stomped her feet angrily. Her cheeks were flushed red. She was very angry. However, one had to admit that a beautiful woman looked even more charming when she was angry. The same was true for the woman in front of him. When she was angry, she looked even more beautiful. Calm down, calm down. I won't use force easily. Although I really want to beat him up, it's too much of a loss of my immortal aura. Forget it. I've been here for more than 10 million years. I can't continue to waste my time here. Damn bastard, don't let me see you again next time. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I'm generous. I'll let you go. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman in the singularity space waved her hand and shot out a beam of energy. Then, she took a step forward and disappeared into the horizon. With a single step, she created a whole new world. It could be seen how deep her grasp of the law of space was. On the other side, the independent space that trapped Qin Shao also opened passage. The sound disappeared and the passage appeared. Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. What did this mean? The woman in the dark didn't want to deal with him? Why was she so kind as to let him go? Whatever, he had to get out first. Qin Shao didn't care too much and quickly left. This time, he quickly left the singularity space and arrived outside. Phew, I'm finally out. Qin Shao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the woman in the dark wasn't as fierce as she said. She didn't really want to do anything to him and let him go. However, she was indeed a little unruly, but she had a bottom line. In this aspect, she was much better than Princess Panya. Princess Panya was unruly and had no bottom line. That was why Qin Shao hated her. Or perhaps he was too weak, so she didn't want to attack him. But no matter what, it was always a good thing that she didn't want to deal with him. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and quickly left this place. After that, nothing happened. Qin Shao was basically relieved. Forget it. I'll leave the Azura battlefield first. After walking for a while, Qin Shao stopped and prepared to leave the Azura battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But at this moment, a blood-red water column suddenly rose into the sky like a huge chain, forming a huge umbrella, covering and locking this place. The singularity space was completely cut off from the outside world. In fact, it could even be said that he had lost contact with the main body. This sudden turn of events caused Qin Zhao's face to darken. He was surprised as he clenched the heaven-opening sword and the talisman in his hand. He was ready to crush the talisman and leave at any time. It was a feeling of extreme danger. What a terrifying feeling. The space had been completely isolated. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. It was filled with playfulness and mockery. As the voice faded, two figures appeared in Qin Zhao's sight. Qin Shao frowned when he saw the two people. He finally understood what was going on. Saint Venerable Miao Jia, fisherman, it's you. How did you enter the Azura battlefield? Qin Shao looked at the two people coldly. He was very surprised. Logically speaking, it was impossible. How did they enter the Azura battlefield? This was the Azura battlefield, after all. Only a handful of major forces had access to the Azura battlefield. Only someone as powerful as a fourth-step ancient saint would be able to send someone in. But how did Saint Venerable Miao Jia and Fisherman come in? The two of them were obviously not from those major forces. It was impossible for them to come in through the passage of those major forces. There was only one possibility. An extremely powerful existence sent them into the Azura battlefield. Sending the two of them into the Azura battlefield at the same time was targeted at him. Then who was it that was targeting him? Qin Shao had never offended such a powerful existence. If he had really offended such a powerful existence, the other party could have done it himself. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of getting Saint Venerable Miao Jia and Fisherman to do the dirty work. Who exactly was behind these two people? Such a situation really made Qin Shao very puzzled. However, he didn't have the time or mood to think about it. Saint Venerable Miao Jia and Fisherman were staring at Qin Shao with murderous intent. Qin Shao was the prey they were talking about. They had come here to kill Qin Shao. They had been waiting in the Azura battlefield for 12 million years. After waiting for so long, Qin Shao had finally arrived. Oomph. Qin Shao, you despicable brat. 2 of my disciples died tragically in your hands. My clone was also killed by you. I was severely injured. Today, I can finally take revenge for this irreconcilable hatred. Mao Yingxing said. Saint Venerable Miao Zhao walked towards Qin Shao step by step. His deep eyes were filled with hatred, anger, and murderous intent. Just killing Qin Shao once was far from enough to relieve the hatred in his heart. Speaking of this, Qin Shao also remembered that Saint Venerable Miao Zha had been severely injured by him. However, he didn't expect him to have completely recovered. How is this possible? It had only been 10 million years. How could Saint Venerable Miao Zha, who had been severely injured, be completely healed? Moreover, Saint Venerable Miao Zha had been waiting for him in the Azura battlefield for more than 10 million years. In other words, Saint Venerable Miao Zha's injuries had been completely healed more than 10 million years ago. How was it possible that he had recovered so quickly after injuring his vitality? This made Qin Shao even more certain that Saint Venerable Miao Zha and fishermen must have an extremely powerful existence helping them. Just which powerful existence had such a deep grudge against him? Qin Shao didn't think that he had offended any powerful existence. After all, he hadn't offended many people. There weren't many people with powerful backgrounds either. Who could it be? A Heaven's Pride? Impossible. A Heaven's Pride doesn't have that much power. Pan Country's Crown Prince? That's impossible. He shouldn't have that much power either. A student of Saint Academy? There were indeed many students with powerful backgrounds in Saint Academy. Many of them were disciples of the 100 schools of thought. There were also many disciples of other big families. There were a few people that he had offended in Saint Academy. However, there shouldn't be such a deep hatred, right? Speaking of Li Yuanji, Qin Shao had met him later on and chatted with him. Qin Shao didn't think that Li Yuanji was that kind of person. Therefore, it shouldn't be Li Yuanji. Apart from this, Qin Shao really couldn't think of anyone who had such a deep hatred for him and had such great power. There were many people who hated him, but he couldn't think of anyone who had such great power. Could it be that Saint Venerable Miao Zha or fisherman found a helper? There was a slight possibility of this, but it didn't seem very likely. If it was either Saint Venerable Miao Zha or fisherman, why would they ask the other person to help them? Speaking of which, it didn't seem to make sense. Since there was really one of them who could invite such an existence to help them, and if they were willing to put down their face to ask for help, then it was impossible for them to pull another person to help them. When it came to revenge, it would be more satisfying to do it with one's own hands. There was no need to ask another person to help them, unless they felt that they were not strong enough. Of course, there is also such a possibility. After all, Qin Shao still had Xiao Gu. With Xiao Gu's strength, he should be able to block one of them. Qin Shao, I snatched a divine vitality fruit last time. In the end, you snatched it back and made me suffer a great loss. This time, not only do I want your divine vitality fruit, but I also want your life. Fisherman also walked over with a gloomy face. He wanted to take Qin Zhao's life. The 2 Empyrean saints had come with a murderous look in their eyes. However, how could Qin Shao let them do as they wished? Humph, you 2 saints want to kill me, Qin Shao. I'm afraid you know that Sacred Academy won't find trouble with you if you kill me in the Azura battlefield. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Do you think it's so easy to kill me? Qin Shao sneered. After saying that, he crushed the array talisman in his hand. He wanted to leave this place immediately. As soon as the array talisman was crushed, Qin Shao clearly felt a surge of power that connected to the great array far away. It wanted to draw Qin Shao into the transmission channel and return to Sacred Academy. However, this power was quickly severed by the blood-colored chain. It quickly came to a stop. The array talisman did not allow Qin Shao to leave this Azura battlefield. Looking at the broken transmission channel in his hand, Qin Zhao's expression became gloomy and his brows furrowed even deeper. The array talisman had lost its effect? What a good move. It could even block the array talisman. No wonder he came prepared. Since the array talisman had lost its effect, there was no way to escape. Since there was no way to escape, he could only fight head-on. In this place, even if he showed his master, Saint Lee's banner, it might not be effective. Killing someone in the Azura battlefield would not lead to any repercussions. Unless Qin Shao directly asked for help from his master, Saint Lee. Perhaps Saint Lee could save him. However, did he really have to go that far? If he really went that far, Qin Shao would be ashamed to be Saint Lee's disciple. Ha, run? Qin Shao, why don't you run again? Sacred Venerate Miao just smiled playfully. He clearly enjoyed seeing Qin Shao unable to escape even though he wanted to. The fisherman also sneered. Qin Shao, do you think we don't know that you have an array talisman? If even your array talisman couldn't suppress it, do you think we need to come in and kill you? We weren't in a hurry to attack just now. Do you really think we're stupid? Why would we come to kill you without any preparation? Qin Shao, you can't escape now. No one can save you, and you can't inform anyone. So, you'd better accept your death obediently. You deserve to die. Do you know that? I'm guessing that you have an Empyrean saint with you, right? I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins with your death. If you kill yourself and hand over the divine origin fruit, we could consider sparing your followers' life. Humph. If you don't, then your followers will die with you. You'll drag them down with you. Faced with the threat of Saint Master Miao Zhe and the fisherman, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't bow down and admit defeat so easily. Since he couldn't escape, he would fight. With a thought, Qin Shao released Xiao Gu and told him some things. Chapter 25:34. As soon as Xiao Gu came out, he glared fiercely at Saint Venerate Miao Zhe and the fisherman. He was determined to protect Qin Shao with his life. Faced with two ancient sages, the situation was naturally not looking good for him. Although Xiao Gu was strong, Saint Venerate Miao Zhe and the fisherman were both ancient saints who had lived for a very long time. They were probably stronger than Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu could not deal with one of them, let alone the two of them. Fisherman, I'll leave that ancient beast to you. Qin Zhao's life is mine, Miao Zhe said coldly. Miao Zhe said coldly. The enmity between him and Qin Shao was irreconcilable. He naturally wanted to kill Qin Shao with his own hands. Although the fisherman also hated Qin Shao, it was not as deep as Saint Venerate Miaoing. The fisherman came to the Azura battlefield to kill Qin Shao mainly for his own life and the Saint Origin fruit. Therefore, he did not care. If Saint Venerate Miao Zhe wanted to take action, he would naturally leave it to him. It was very easy for him to hold back an ancient saint. The fisherman looked at Xiao Gu playfully and said, "You're a little beast, but you're quite loyal. However, loyalty is worthless nowadays. You can't save your master. You'd better stand aside obediently." After saying that, the fisherman attacked. There was no doubt about the fisherman's strength. Qin Shao had also seen the fisherman's means in the worry-free barrier land. "I'll eat you." Xiao Gu was infuriated. He roared angrily and rushed towards the fisherman. However, the fisherman was obviously very confident. He was very calm and did not need to use his full strength at all. The fisherman's strength was indeed stronger than Xiao Gu. Therefore, Xiao Gu was quickly forced to reveal his true form and unleash his full strength. However, even if he unleashed his full strength and roared, he still could not deal with the fisherman. He was still being toyed with by the fisherman. Saint Venerate Miao Zhe walked towards Qin Shao step by step. Just the pressure from his aura was enough to make people collapse and feel fear. Qin Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold as he faced Saint Venerate Miao Zhe. His nerves could not help but be extremely tense. Although this was not his first time fighting against a prime sage, he had only fought against the ancient life forms in the Azura battlefield. Furthermore, in the previous battle, he had only been able to suppress them by working together with Prince Zhongyang and the others. Later on, when he fought them alone, he could only run for his life. Right now, Qin Shao was about to face Saint Master Miao Zhe, who was more than 10 times stronger than the ancient being. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In the face of Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe, even a half-sage would be powerless, let alone a fourth-step heavenly venerate like Qin Shao. In the eyes of Saint Venerate Miao Zhe, Qin Shao was merely an ant. Therefore, Saint Master Miao Zhe was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he walked toward Qin Shao. Right now, Qin Shao had no possibility of escaping or calling for help. In the Azura battlefield, there was no one who could help him. The situation was completely in Saint Master Miao Zhe's hands. Saint Master Miao Zhe did not believe that Qin Shao still had a powerful treasure on him like the last time. This time, he would definitely get his revenge. He definitely would. Qin Shao gritted his teeth secretly as he thought about how he should fight this battle. In terms of strength, the difference between him and Saint Master Miao Zhe was indeed too great. Fortunately, he had already grasped the spatial laws. Although the spatial laws were still at a beginner level, it was still impossible for him to defeat Saint Master Miao Zhe. However, even though he could not defeat Saint Master Miao Zhe, he should be able to trap Saint Master Miao Zhe for a while. Of course, Qin Shao also knew very well that it was impossible to stop Saint Master Miao Zhe with just the spatial laws. He might be able to stop Saint Master Miao Zhe for a while, but he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Saint Master Miao Zhe for a long time. In this place, there was really no way for him to ask for help. Therefore, this battle would not end well for Qin Shao, no matter how he thought about it. There was simply no good way for him to win. He had also used up all his trump cards. The situation was really bad. Could it be that he really had to ask his master for help? Qin Shao sighed helplessly in his heart. Saint Master Miao Zhe, I think you've forgotten the pain after the scar healed. Have you forgotten the lesson from the last time so quickly? Are you really sure you want to kill me? Qin Shao said coldly. Although he was a little nervous, he did not show any weakness in his aura. He did not make others think that he was afraid or flustered. Oomph. Are you trying to trick me? Saint Master Miao Zhe sneered. Do you really think that I don't know your background? Are you trying to scare me with the trump card from the last time? I can only say that you're too naive. If you really have such a life-saving trump card, you can just take it out. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You're already very lucky to have one of those life-saving trump cards. Do you really think that you have two of them? Qin Shao sneered and said, Then how do you know that I don't have two? Since I can have one, I might have two or even three. Who knows? There are many things that you don't believe in. If you believe in them, you wouldn't have suffered such a big loss in my hand the last time. Since it's a life-saving trump card, I'll naturally only use it when my life is in danger. Why would I use it so easily? Once I use it, it won't be good for anyone. For you, Saint Master Miao Zhe, even your original body might die in the hands of me, Qin Shao. Once your original body dies, you, Saint Master Miao Zhe, will completely become history and will no longer exist in this world. You won't even have the chance to be resurrected. As for me, I'll lose my life-saving trump card. The price I have to pay is also great. So, if you insist on going to this step, it won't be good for anyone. Why bother? You can't blame me, Qin Shao, for what happened the last time. I was just trying to protect myself. If you don't do anything to me, I naturally won't provoke you. Today's matter is still the same. If you all do not continue to be overbearing and insist on killing me, I, Qin Shao, will have no choice but to fight you all with my life. I will disregard everything and fight you all. Qin Shao could only gamble and see if he could scare Saint Master Miao Zhe. However, Qin Shao was disappointed that it didn't have any effect this time. Saint Master Miao Zhe didn't believe Qin Shao's words at all and completely ignored him. Instead, he used practical actions to reply to Qin Shao. You'd better put away these thoughts and think about how you're going to die. As he spoke, Saint Master Miao Zhe had already made his move and charged towards Qin Shao. When an ancient sage made his move, the entire world changed color and the immortal Tao law was controlled by him. Immediately, Qin Shao felt as if the entire world was attacking him. The omnipresent immortal Tao law power turned into countless invisible hands and attacked Qin Shao one by one. This was the advantage of ancient sages. They could mobilize the supreme power of law for their own use. Ancient sages who had opened up their own ancient paths and stepped into the ancient sage realm had cultivated their law to the minor accomplishment realm. Therefore, Saint Master Miao Zhe's immortal Tao law was also at the minor accomplishment realm. His control of the law was extremely good. Naturally, he could easily mobilize the immortal Tao law and use it to suppress Qin Shao. It was equivalent to the entire world suppressing Qin Shao. It was like a giant dragon suppressing an ant. The giant dragon only needed to say a few words, and its voice alone was enough to crush the ant. Although Qin Shao had also mastered the space law, it was only at the minor accomplishment realm. Moreover, Qin Zhao's cultivation was only at the fourth step heavenly venerable realm. He had not stepped into the ancient sage realm. Therefore, when compared to Saint Master Miao Zhe in all aspects, the gap was still very big. It could be said that the difference between the sky and the earth was like a natural chasm. Since Saint Master Miao Zhe had made his move, Qin Shao could only grit his teeth and go all out. Qin Shao unleashed the space law. Layers of space were constructed and blocked in front of him. He could only use the space law power now. He could not use any other power at all. He was not even qualified to fight. Using any other means was an act of seeking death. Only the space law power could block a few attacks. With the space law's obstruction, Saint Master Miao Zhe's power could not land on Qin Shao at all. It was digested by the several worlds in between. Space law? Saint Master Miao Zhe frowned. He was quite surprised. He did not expect Qin Shao to have mastered the space law. These were the 5 great fundamental laws. The difficulty of cultivating them was much higher than the 8 great fundamental laws. You have mastered the space law? No wonder we couldn't find you all these years. We have been waiting for 11 million years. It turns out that you have been cultivating the space law all this time. That's why we couldn't find you. I really didn't expect that you, a mere 4th step heavenly venerable, would have mastered the space law, Saint Master Miao Zhe said in surprise. He had not mastered the space law yet. The 5 fundamental laws were too difficult to cultivate. Without extraordinary talent, there was no way to cultivate it. He had been working hard to cultivate the 5 fundamental laws, but he had not succeeded. He did not expect that Qin Shao, a mere 4th step heavenly venerable, would be able to do this. Saint Master Miao Zhe felt a heavy blow to his soul. It was very uncomfortable. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "What's so strange about it? Isn't it normal that I have mastered the space law? Cultivation is not difficult for me in the first place. It's just the space law. Not to mention the law of space. As long as I'm given enough time, I'll be able to grasp the other 4 laws of the 5 fundamental laws. There is also the immortal path law. That is only a matter of time and energy. That is what I lack the most now. What you, holy exalted Miao Zhe, cannot accomplish is nothing difficult for Qin Shao." Saint Master Miao Zhe was provoked by Qin Zhao's words. He snorted and said angrily, "Arrogant child, you really think you are fat? So what if you have mastered the space law? You have only just entered the space law. Furthermore, you have only just broken through. Your proficiency and application of the space law is still very weak. You simply cannot unleash much of the power of the space law. Do you really naively think that you can save your life with just this little bit of space law power? How could Qin Shao not know this? He had just broken through, so the application of the space law in battle was still a blank slate for Qin Shao. Needless to say, his application was also a blank slate. Therefore, in his hands, the law of space was indeed unable to exert much power. Chapter 25:35. If he had cultivated the law of space to the small success realm, he might still be able to put up a fight. But now, he could only barely resist. Moreover, it was obvious that Saint Master Miao Zhe did not use his full strength. Otherwise, Qin Shao might not be able to deal with him so easily. Perhaps Saint Master Miao Zhe was prepared to toy with Qin Shao from the very beginning. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to kill Qin Shao. Instead, he wanted to play with Qin Shao slowly. Now that he saw that Qin Shao had mastered the law of space and could barely resist him, Saint Master Miao Zhe's playfulness increased a little. "Qin Shao, let's see how long you can resist me. Don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I'll torture you and make you beg for death. Resist. Resist as much as you want. It's useless. The more you resist, the happier I'll be. Ha ha ha. Saint Master Miao Jia's heart was filled with hatred and revenge. Saint Master Miao Jia was not in a hurry to kill Qin Shao, which gave Qin Shao some time to breathe. However, the strong sense of crisis made Qin Shao unable to breathe. He had to think of a way out. Otherwise, he might really die here today. There were several times when Qin Shao wanted to ask his master for help. He believed that with his master's strength, as long as he asked his master for help, his master would definitely know and save him. However, this was his last resort. Qin Shao really did not want to take this path. After all, he was also a person with strong self-esteem. He was very strong and would not easily use his master's name. Moreover, his master, Li Sheng, had also told him not to ask him for help unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, his master had given him a small flying knife to protect his life. The flying knife had been used very quickly. If he asked his master for help now, Qin Shao would not be able to live with his self-esteem. This feeling was really not any better than death. Therefore, every time such a thought came to his mind, Qin Shao would hesitate and not make a decision. What should he do if he did not ask his master for help? Did he have any other way? Qin Shao thought about it, but he really could not think of any other feasible way. There was no way to listen to him at all. The disparity in strength was too big. Moreover, he was trapped in this small space at this time. It was impossible to escape. Moreover, it was impossible to escape from Saint Master Miaojia's eyes. If he could really escape, then it would be easy. He could also lure the Saint Sage into the world-dimensional space and use the world-dimensional space to temporarily trap the Saint Sage. This would be a good idea. However, this method obviously wouldn't work. He couldn't leave this place at all. Qin Shao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A light flashed in his mind as he thought of a bold idea. That strange energy stone. Yes, Qin Shao thought of the strange energy stone that he had obtained in the Qixing clan. Qin Shao had relied on that energy stone to escape danger once before. He had also used the energy in the energy stone to fuse his heart force with the power of Li Sheng's flying dagger. Qin Shao still felt that the energy in the strange energy stone was very powerful and mysterious. He had only used a little bit of it before, and it had a very good effect. What would happen if the energy in the strange energy stone was completely released this time, and all of it poured into Saint Master Miaojia's body? Qin Shao was now almost able to use his heart force to draw out the energy in the strange energy stone. The attack of his heart force was invisible. His heart force could easily attack Saint Master Miao Jia's soul will. He could directly draw the energy in the strange energy stone into his soul. In this way, he could use this strange energy to attack Saint Master Miao Jia. Maybe it would have a miraculous effect. Although Qin Shao didn't have the slightest confidence, he had no choice but to make a Hail Mary effort. There was no other way. There was no other way. He could only fight. This might be a way out. If this method worked, there was no need to ask his master for help. Forget it. Let's fight first. Xiao Gu had been suppressed by the fisherman and did not have much strength to fight back. However, Xiao Gu's divine body was still very strong. Although he had been suppressed by the fisherman could not hurt him. How could it be so easy? Of course, the fisherman would not fight Xiao Gu to the death. Although his strength was indeed superior to Xiao Gu's, if he really had to fight with his life on the line, he wouldn't have it easy either. After all, Xiao Gu was from the ancient behemoth clan. He had a natural advantage. His body was naturally strong, and his defensive ability was extremely strong. It was not an easy task to injure Lil Gu. Therefore, the fisherman was not stupid. There was no need for him to risk his life. Their purpose was only to kill Qin Shao and snatch the divine origin fruit. As for the other things, they could completely ignore them. Ha ha! Qin Shao, you're in big trouble now, aren't you? Just as Qin Shao was about to fight, a voice filled with schadenfreude suddenly rang out in his mind. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. Isn't this the woman who trapped me in the independent space? She hasn't left yet? She has been secretly watching me being bullied by Saint Master Miaojia. Women are really more terrifying than villains. If this woman is willing to help, I will be safe. As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Shao directly extinguished it. How could he have such a thought? Owe this woman a favor? Then Qin Shao would rather ask his master, saintly, for help. How about it? Do you want me to help you? It's very simple. As long as you beg me, I will be kind and beg you, poor man. Come on, Qin Shao. Beg me. Beg me. If you beg me, I will beg you. If you don't beg me, I will happily watch you get trampled to death. Ha ha. Actually, seeing you being bullied, this young lady is especially happy, especially carefree. Who told you to be so sharp-tongued? How dare you act like a bastard in front of me? Now, you have been taught a lesson, haven't you? What is this called? This is called heaven's retribution. I am kind and do not want to bully a puny fourth-step heavenly venerate like you. However, someone has come to teach you a lesson for me. This is your retribution for provoking me. You know that? Is it Tao? The woman continued to speak. Retribution? Qin Shao sneered in his heart. He never believed in such retribution. Dream on. I will never beg you even if I die. You speak as if I really need you to save me. Do you really think I have no way to protect myself? It is not a good thing to underestimate others. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the woman's voice sounded again. Ha ha, you are still so stubborn when you are about to die? I like to see you spouting nonsense with a serious face and pretending to be calm. Strength is not something that can be obtained by just talking. You are still too weak now. Don't think that just because you are a genius of the Sacred Academy, the #1 ranker on the Saint rankings, and the #1 genius of the younger generation in the immortal realms, you can be complacent and think that you are very impressive. But in fact, you are just a slightly stronger ant. However, no matter how strong an ant is still an ant. No matter how strong an ant is, it cannot move a single hair of a giant dragon. This is the reality, the bloody reality. However, Qin Shao retorted sarcastically, an ant can also move the blue sky. It is just a matter of whether this ant has the will to move the blue sky. If this ant's willpower is strong enough, then even the blue sky won't be able to stop him. Bah! The woman immediately scolded. You shameless bastard. What are you thinking? Are you daydreaming? You are far from being a match for this ancient sage. If he didn't want to toy with you and use his full strength, you would have died long ago. You are still so stubborn. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. You still want to escape from him? Do you think it's possible? Making the impossible possible was Qin Zhao's favorite thing to do. He had done such things many times along the way. Therefore, Qin Shao was never afraid of such things. He always had some confidence that came from his bones. It was a kind of ruthlessness that refused to admit defeat. Qin Shao was too lazy to reply. Seeing that Qin Shao did not reply, the woman said again, Qin Shao, don't show off. Don't be so stubborn. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You are a smart person, so you should do smart things. What's wrong? Is it so difficult for you to beg this young lady once? Will it kill you to beg me? As long as you beg me, I will save your life. What good deal this is. Are you still not happy? Are you a man or not? Is it so difficult for you to beg me? This tone, it seemed to be full of complaints and a little less angry. This tone of voice made Qin Shao feel strange when she heard it. She did not take advantage of him in the world-dimensional space, and she still did not take advantage of him now. How much resentment did she have? However, Qin Shao was not soft-hearted at all. Instead, he said with incomparable determination, if you directly save me, then I, Qin Shao, will definitely be grateful to you. I will owe you a favor and consider your kindness. But miss, if you insist on forcing me to beg you and then beg me, that is absolutely impossible. It is precisely because I am a man, and because I have at least a basic self-esteem, that I will not beg you. Well, girl, if you want to watch the show, just continue to watch. You don't have to talk to me anymore. You're distracting me. The woman in the dark was once again angry with Qin Shao. How could this unromantic guy say that? Would it really kill him to beg her? It was just a matter of one sentence. Could he not say it out loud? Humph, Qin Shao, you bastard, go to hell. Since you like to die so much, I will watch you die. Let's see if you regret it. This lady has lived for so long, but I've never met such an insensible fellow like you. You're too infuriating. People like you deserve to be killed. This lady won't be merciful enough to save you. Absolutely not. It seemed that the woman in the dark was really angry. Qin Shao did not bother to pay attention to her anymore. He stared at Saint Master Miao Jia and was ready for the final battle. If he could not take down Saint Master Miao Jia with this last move, he could only take the last step. He hoped that he would not take the last step. That was the step that Qin Shao did not want to take the last step. So now, he could only pray that the energy in the strange energy stone could play a role in turning the tide. Chapter 25:36. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, this was the only path that Qin Shao could take. Therefore, he could only give it a try. Once he made up his mind, he immediately acted on it. Qin Zhao's mind power surged into the strange energy stone and turned into countless hands to capture the energy in the strange energy stone and guide it out. During this process, he would naturally suffer from the backlash of the energy in the strange energy stone. The more energy he wanted to draw in, the stronger the backlash would be. Under this terrifying backlash, Qin Shao was in great pain. His mind and soul could collapse at any time. The energy in the strange energy stone was something that even ancient saints would be afraid of. Therefore, it was naturally an extremely dangerous force for Qin Shao. Once he did not control it well, he would definitely suffer from the backlash. If he only wanted to draw out some of it, it would not be a big problem. Qin Shao had successfully done this before. However, the person that Qin Shao wanted to deal with now was Saint Master Miao Jia, an experienced Saint Master. Therefore, if he wanted to use the energy in the energy stone, he naturally could not use a small amount. He had to use a large amount. In fact, it would be best to use all of his strength to deal with Saint Master Miao Jia. However, if he wanted to do this, he had to take a great risk first. However, Qin Zhao's mind power had improved compared to before. Therefore, he had more confidence. Of course, it was only a little more. However, it was still far from the risk. Qin Shao wouldn't hesitate at all if it was something he was really confident about. Now he could only grit his teeth and fight. The terrifying backlash was like a ferocious beast. It roared crazily and pounced on Qin Shao. It wanted to completely devour Qin Zhao's mind and soul. This was a very terrifying backlash. It was crazily devouring and attacking Qin Zhao's mind and soul. At this time, Qin Shao felt incomparable pain. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss. He struggled bitterly on the line between life and death. He relied on his strong willpower to hold on. However, this pain kept spreading and attacking Qin Zhao's soul and willpower. It wanted to destroy Qin Shao and make him collapse. At this time, Qin Shao was indeed on the verge of collapse. His soul was trembling violently. Hold on a little longer. Qin Shao clenched his teeth and desperately held on. I must defeat this energy. I can't lose. I can't lose. Qin Zhao's willpower was incomparably strong, and the power of faith was also incomparably strong. The combination of these two powerful forces produced an incomparably strong and tenacious power that supported Qin Shao. I can't go any further. This is already my limit. If I go any further, I feel like I'm going to collapse. Before Qin Shao could completely draw out the energy from the strange energy stone, he already felt that he had reached his limit. He could not continue. Therefore, Qin Shao did not continue to draw out the energy. Instead, he used all his strength to attack Saint Master Miao Jia. Heart Force? You're only at the 9th level of Heart Force. Heart Force that hasn't entered the loss. What use is it to me? Saint Master Miao Jia snorted disdainfully when he felt Qin Zhao's Heart Force attack. However, Saint Master Miao Jia's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Why is there another energy other than Heart Force? And this energy is so terrifying? What kind of energy is this? What a strange and powerful energy. I've never seen such a strange energy before. What a strong devouring ability. What a terrifying destructive ability. What a domineering attack. It's strange and eerie. It wants to drag me into an endless abyss. Saint Venerate Miao Jia was also very surprised. Not only was he surprised, but this powerful and terrifying force had also caused him to be on high alert. He had to deal with this force seriously, so he had no time to pay attention to Qin Shao. On the other side, the fisherman's expression changed. He also looked over in surprise. He did not understand what was going on. Qin Shao attacked with all his strength. He used this energy to deal with Saint Master Miaozhe. Success or failure depended on this. Saint Master Miaozhe's expression twisted in pain under the devouring attack of this energy. He struggled with all his might. This gave Qin Shao hope of success. He hoped that he could defeat Saint Master Miaozhe in one fell swoop. In the dark, a beautiful figure stood there with her cheeks puffed up in anger. However, at this moment, a strange look flashed in her star-like eyes. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? Qin Shao, had actually managed to suppress a prime saint? How is this possible? What kind of power is capable of inflicting such pain on an ancient sage? It should be a terrifying, devouring power, a power that attacks the soul. Although Qin Shao is a heart force cultivator, his heart force level shouldn't be very high. He definitely hasn't reached the threshold of the laws. If he hasn't reached the threshold of the laws, how can he deal with an ancient saint? Puzzled, extremely puzzled. That beautiful woman really couldn't understand what was going on. This was the first time she felt that she could not see through someone. It was a little mysterious. As for women, at least 9 out of 10 of them would have a strong sense of curiosity. The more she could not see through something, the more she wanted to understand it. The more she could not understand it, the more her heart itched. It was very uncomfortable, and she would keep thinking about it. On the other side, Saint Master Miaozhe was still struggling in pain. However, the more he struggled, the deeper the pain became. Saint Master Miaozhe could already feel that his soul, will, and sacred body were being devoured and destroyed by this strange energy. If this trend continued, he would die under this strange energy. He was also trying his best to destroy this energy and weaken it bit by bit. However, this energy was too massive. He did not have any chance of winning if he tried to consume it. Such a situation naturally caused Saint Venerate Miaozhe to be shocked, and a hint of fear appeared in his heart. Saint Master Miaozhe hurriedly transmitted his voice to the fisherman. "Fisherman, come and help me. Help me deal with Qin Shao." "Saint Venerable Miaozhe, what's going on with you?" The fisherman was quite shocked and asked, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do something. Otherwise, we will be defeated this time. You know what will happen if we fail. We are now in the same boat." Saint Master Miaozhe urged. How could he have the heart to explain? What was there to explain to the fisherman? The fisherman could also see that the situation was urgent. It was indeed very bad. If something happened to Saint Master Miaozhe, he would be the only one left. He would definitely run away. How could he dare to continue fighting? If that happened, he would fail the mission. If he failed the mission, what awaited him would be misfortune. He did not know how that existence would punish him. He did not want to die. He did not want to die. Therefore, the fisherman did not hesitate. He immediately went all out to force Xiao Gu to retreat and support Saint Master Miaozhe. Qin Shao also saw the fisherman's actions and knew his purpose. Therefore, he immediately said to Xiao Gu, stop him. Don't let him disturb me. Okay, big brother. Don't worry, leave it to me. As long as I don't die, he can forget about getting past me." Xiao Gu grinned and patted his chest confidently. After saying that, Xiao Gu sneered at the fisherman and said, "Your opponent is me. Don't even think about getting in my big brother's way. Don't even think about getting past me. You'd better stay here obediently." Although Xiao Gu was not as strong as the fisherman, his strength lay in his thick skin and tough flesh. His defensive power was too strong. The fisherman would not be able to hurt Xiao Gu at all. Xiao Gu was not afraid of a battle of attrition at all. He could take his time with the fisherman. Moreover, he only needed to delay the fisherman for a while. This was even less of a difficult matter for Lil Gu. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let the fisherman get past him. Xiao Gu transformed into his true form. His true form was very large and could easily block a large area. He would not give the fisherman any opportunity to get past him. "Little bastard, get out of my way." The fisherman shouted angrily and angrily. However, Xiaogu naturally ignored him. Instead, he said, "You old bastard. If you have the ability, then go ahead. You want me to get out of your way? You're dreaming. If you don't have the ability, then don't be so arrogant." The fisherman attacked with his full strength. Although he could suppress Xiaogu in terms of strength, it was useless. Although he could suppress Xiaogu with his strength, he could not force Xiaogu to retreat completely. Although Xiaogu was not as strong as the fisherman, he could use his body to resist. Xiaogu would let the fisherman hit his body and endure the pain. He would use his body to block the fisherman. In the face of Xiaogu's methods, the fisherman felt somewhat helpless. "Fisherman, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. If you don't come over and help me, I will be defeated." Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe's voice was heard again. How could the fisherman not want to be faster? However, he simply could not go any faster. The fisherman said bitterly, "Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe, you can see the situation on my side. I simply have no way of saving you. I have already tried my best. I simply can't get past you. You should pray for your own fortune." "What? Pray for my own fortune? Damn it!" Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe roared furiously in his heart. How could this be? Resist this power. However, this power was so ferocious, so terrifying, so overbearing, and so powerful that it could devour everything. Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe could only rely on his powerful strength to suppress and slowly defeat this extremely terrifying and strange power that was difficult to break. However, this was not enough. It was far from enough. This power was not in the minority. He could only defeat some of it. There was no way for him to completely disintegrate it and truly suppress it. If he could not suppress it, he would only be devoured. This was like rowing a boat against the current. If he could not advance, he would have to retreat. If Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe could not advance, he could only retreat. The longer this dragged on, the worse his situation would become. Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe could see death approaching him step by step. How is this possible? How can this be? I'm a dignified Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe. How can I die in the hands of fourth-step Heavenly Venerate brat? Impossible, impossible. How can this brat have so many terrifying means? He used such a powerful life-saving trump card last time. How can he still have such a terrifying life-saving trump card? Chapter 25:37. Saint Venerable Miao Zhe panicked, but he was increasingly helpless. There was simply no way for him to resist. The fisherman wanted to ask Miao Zhe for help, but there was simply no way for him to break through Miao Zhe's defense. "I can't hold on any longer. I really can't hold on any longer. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? No, I can't just admit defeat like this. I can't just fall like this. What can I do? I have no way of resisting this energy at all." Miao Zhe's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. His soul, will, and sacred body were all being devoured by that strange power. Saint Venerable Miao Zhe was getting increasingly powerless to resist it. This was the feeling of walking towards death. This time, he would truly die completely. He would be erased from this world forever. No, hold on a little longer. My lord, please save me. Take me away from this azure battlefield. I don't want to die. Saint Venerable Miao Zhe was still roaring in his heart, but it was useless. No one could save him. He watched as he was being annihilated bit by bit and finally walked towards death. In the end, Saint Venerable Miao Zhe actually died in the hands of Qin Shao. To think that an ancient saint would actually die in the hands of Qin Shao. This was truly an inconceivable matter. What? Saint Venerable Miao Zhe actually died? That brat Qin Shao actually really managed to kill Holy Exalted Miao Zhe. How is that possible? Seeing such an outcome, the fisherman was deeply frightened. He was truly frightened. The way he looked at Qin Shao had completely changed. To be honest, he had not taken Qin Shao seriously since the last time they met. Qin Shao was just a fourth-step Heavenly Venerable. No matter how monstrous he was, he definitely wouldn't be that strong. However, He did not expect that Saint Venerable Miaoja's clone had died in the hands of Qin Shao. This time, even his original body had fallen in the hands of Qin Shao. He was just a fourth-step heavenly venerable, but he had actually completely erased an ancient saint from this world. Terrifying. This was simply too terrifying. Such a thing was truly unheard of. Now that Saint Venerable Miao Zhe was dead, how could he, the fisherman, dare to continue fighting? Therefore, Saint Venerable Miao Zhe couldn't care less. He immediately retracted his hand and fled for his life. He didn't think that he was stronger than Saint Venerable Miao Zhe. Therefore, if he didn't run away quickly, he would be the next one to die. Humph, you want to escape? Don't even think about escaping. Seeing that the fisherman was about to escape, Xiao Gu wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Xiao Gu didn't know about Qin Zhao's situation. He thought that Qin Shao was really invincible and could kill the fisherman. Therefore, he naturally wanted to chase after the fisherman and kill him. However, Qin Shao knew very well that being able to kill Saint Venerable Miao Zhe was already a miracle. Even if Saint Venerable Miao Zhe didn't die, he would collapse. He wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. If he continued to fight like this, it wouldn't take long for him to die. Besides, one shouldn't chase after a cornered enemy. No matter what, the fisherman was still an extremely dangerous ancient saint existence. If he was really forced into a dead end, he wouldn't be someone to be trifled with. Since Qin Shao didn't want him to chase, Xiao Gu naturally didn't chase after him. Instead, he quickly left. After the fisherman ran far away, Qin Zhao's body softened and he directly fell to the ground. Big brother. Xiao Gu jumped in fright when he saw this scene. He immediately ran over and hugged Qin Shao. He anxiously shouted, "Big brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He slowly sat up and said, "Xiao Gu, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It's just that I overdrew too much when fighting Saint Venerable Miao Zhe. I feel very weak now. I'll feel much better after resting for a while. It's fine." Qin Shao heaved a long sigh of relief. His body and mind were completely relaxed. This feeling was really wonderful. Although this battle was very difficult and they fought with their lives on the line, the result was unexpectedly good. In fact, Qin Shao didn't expect that he would be able to kill Saint Venerable Miao Zhe. Qin Zhao's best hope was to be able to intimidate Saint Venerable Miao Zhe and make him retreat. But in the end, there was actually such a pleasant surprise. That strange energy stone is really dangerous. It seems that I still underestimated it. I still don't know much about it. Originally, I thought that the best way to obtain the energy within this energy stone would be to intimidate Sacred Venerate Miao Zhe and force him to retreat. But I didn't expect that not only would I be able to kill Saint Venerable Miao Zhe, but the energy in this strange energy stone wasn't completely exhausted. I don't know exactly how much energy is left, but it's not completely exhausted. I really didn't expect to pick up such a precious treasure. Last time, it helped me once. This time, it helped me kill Saint Venerable Miao Zhe. I really didn't expect that this strange energy stone would become the most dangerous trump card in my possession. Xiao Gu looked at Qin Shao with admiration and said, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" "Haha, big brother, you're really too powerful. Even a powerful ancient saint has died in your hands. If this news spreads out, it will definitely be very powerful. Big brother, your name will probably shake the entire immortal domain again." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I just borrowed some treasures. It's not my own strength. My current strength is still too far away from the ancient saint realm. This time, I'm lucky to be able to come back alive. Phew, it's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." After resting for a while, Qin Shao felt a little better. However, he had consumed too much energy this time. His strength was definitely reduced. Fortunately, he didn't need to fight now, so it was fine. Qin Shao stood up and looked at Saint Venerable Miao Zhe's corpse. He walked over and looked at the dead Saint Venerable Miao Zhe. Saint Venerable Miao Zhe's face was still filled with pain. It was obvious how painful it was when he died. Moreover, Saint Venerable Miao Zhe's eyes were wide open. Although he was no longer breathing, his eyes were still a little scary. Qin Zhao's energy seeped into Saint Venerable Miao Zha's inner world to collect his spoils of war. However, Qin Zhao was a little disappointed that Saint Venerable Miao Zha didn't put it in his inner world. Qin Zhao only found some primal chaos source stones and a saint weapon. It should be Saint Venerable Miao Zha's natal saint weapon. It was a heavy sword that emitted an extremely powerful aura. This sword contained a lot of Saint Venerable Miao Zha's aura, so Qin Zhao didn't like it. Although it was a saint weapon and was extremely powerful, Qin Zhao didn't like it. However, the value of a saint weapon was extremely high, especially a natal saint weapon. Generally speaking, every prime saint would nurture a natal saint weapon after becoming a prime saint. The natal saint weapon would slowly become more powerful because it was nurtured by the prime saint weapon. The longer it was nurtured, the more powerful it would become. Furthermore, when it came to producing, an ancient saint would at most nurture 2 natal saint artifacts. Most of them would only nurture one. If they nurtured 2 natal saint weapons, they would nurture them together with their clone. However, this would obviously require more energy and saint force. In short, a life-bound saint artifact was much more valuable than a saint artifact that was forged or born from the world. Saint Venerable Miao Zha was a prime saint who had lived for an extremely long time. His natal saint weapon was naturally very valuable. Just the aura alone was enough to make people feel that it was extremely powerful and overbearing. The sharpness of the natal saint weapon was probably enough to kill a 4th-step heavenly venerate cultivator. This was a natal saint artifact. Its value was unimaginable. Since it was a spoil of war, Qin Zhao was naturally very happy to put it away. The primal chaos source rock was not a lot. It was probably only a few million pieces. Although it sounded like a lot, it was indeed very little for a prime saint. It was so little that it was pitiful. Fortunately, Qin Zhao had always been indifferent to things like money. It did not matter to him whether he had it or not. After all, he did not have many uses for the primal chaos source rock. Saint Venerable Miao Zha is really a cunning old fox. It seems like a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. He's the only one left, but he didn't even leave everything with me. However, it doesn't matter. I can't be bothered to covet your things. As long as I can kill you, it's a happy thing. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and did not think much about this matter. However, a new troublesome matter had arisen that gave Qin Zhao a headache. He had already crushed the formation talisman earlier. It was blocked by Saint Venerable Miao Zha, so he did not have any formation talisman now. Without the formation talisman, how was he going to get out? His original body was in the Hongmeng universe and not outside. If his original body was outside, he could see if the teachers of the Sacred Academy could take him back. Or rather, he could ask little Jade Monarch and the others to take him out. Now it was all right. How was he going to get out? Big brother, it seems like you crushed the formation talisman earlier, right? Xiao Gu also reacted and shook his head as he asked. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "It seems like we can't get out." "Cough, it can't be, right? Is there no other way?" Xiao Gu asked. Qin Zhao thought for a moment and said, "We have no way to contact the others. We can't even ask for help. The only way now is to try our luck here and see if we can meet the other students of the Sacred Academy. Then we can ask them to take us back to the Sacred Academy. I can't think of any other way for now." It can't be that bad, right? How long do we have to wait for the others to come in?" Xiao Gu was surprised. Yes, if they waited for the others, it would be a completely uncertain matter. Not only was it uncertain, but even if the students of the Sacred Academy came in, they might not be able to meet them. It would be useless if they couldn't meet them. At least, Qin Zhao had not met the other students of the Sacred Academy after coming in for so long. Therefore, waiting would definitely be aimless. But other than that, Qin Zhao really couldn't think of any better way. So, after thinking about it, he was afraid that this was the only way now. "Ha! Qin Zhao, you have used the formation talisman. Now, you have no way to get out, right? So, have you thought about it? Do you want to go out? I can take you out. But, if you want to go out, come and beg me. As long as you beg me, I will take you out. Come on, come and beg me." The woman's voice abruptly rang out again. Qin Shao frowned and replied, I said I won't beg you, so I definitely won't beg you. It's impossible for me to beg you. Chapter 25:38. Hee, is it impossible? Then I'll make it possible. Since you can't get out now, I like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. One day, you'll come and beg me. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as begging. The woman did not believe in Qin Xiao's words. It seemed that she was going to go against Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao was also stubborn. If he were strong, he would be stronger. Qin Xiao would never bow down. Qin Xiao ignored the woman who had been hiding in the dark. After calming himself down, he left the place. Now, he could only try his luck. Even if he could not meet the students of Saint Academy, he could still meet people from other forces. There was still a chance for him to get out. Qin Xiao did not believe that no one would enter the Shura's battlefield. There must be a lot of people in the Shura's battlefield. If he could not meet them in 1 million years, then he could meet them in 10 million years. If he could not meet them in 10 million years, then he could at least meet them in 100 million years. Worst case scenario, if Zhang Yang and the others were to stay in there for too long, there was a possibility that Zhang Yang and the others would seek help from the teachers of the academy. After all, no matter what, even if Zhang Yang was trapped in there, he would not be trapped to death, right? Qin Xiao was not afraid of being trapped. Relatively speaking, Qin Xiao was more concerned about the dangers in this Shura's battlefield, such as the ancient life forms. For the past 11 million years, he had been trapped in the world of 10,000 dimensions, so he did not have the chance to meet any ancient life forms. However, now that he was walking in the Shura's battlefield, the chances of meeting any ancient life forms would be much higher. Anyway, there was no way to get out now. He could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, he had mastered the law of space. Even if he faced an ancient life form, he would have the power to protect himself. Furthermore, he had Xiao Gu by his side. Plus, he had that strange energy stone. The power to protect himself should not be a problem. Well, as long as he was careful, he would not be so unlucky. Qin Xiao walked into Shura's battlefield without any purpose. He was just trying his luck. Huh, there's someone over there. Qin Xiao suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. He was sure that there was someone over there. It was the human race. Qin Xiao was overjoyed. It seemed that he was really lucky. There was always a way out. He didn't expect to meet someone so soon. No matter which force they belonged to, as long as they were humans, they would have a chance to leave this place. Qin Xiao quickly rushed over there. The other party also seemed to have discovered Qin Xiao. When Qin Xiao approached there, the other party actually began to run away, wanting to avoid Qin Xiao. This subconscious action made Qin Xiao smile bitterly. It seemed that the other party thought that he was a bad guy, so he ran away as soon as he noticed him. Fellow Taoist, I'm not a bad person. Please don't run away. I'm Qin Xiao, a student of the Saint Academy. Can you stay here? Qin Xiao had no choice but to ask. After hearing Qin Xiao's voice, the man suddenly stopped, as if he was surprised. Qin Xiao, you are Qin Xiao. I finally found you. Hearing this excited voice, Qin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he was pleasantly surprised. It was actually Ming Yuexin's voice. It was Ming Yuexin. Why was she in the Shura battlefield? And from what she said, it seemed that she was looking for him. Could it be that she came here just to find him? Thinking about it, he had indeed been in the Shura battlefield for a long time. It had been 11 million years since he entered. After confirming that it was Ming Yuexin, Qin Xiao quickly rushed over. Sure enough, he soon met Ming Yuexin. To be able to meet in the Shura battlefield, it really felt like a reunion after a long time. Qin Xiao, I've finally found you. That's great. You made me look for you. Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Ming Yuexin heaved a long sigh of relief and said. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Xiao felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a little ashamed. I'm sorry for making you guys worry, Qin Xiao said with an apologetic face. After that, he asked, What's the matter with you guys? Did you come in here alone? Or did someone else come in with you? Zhang Yang should still have a chance to enter the Shura battlefield. However, after Meng Dali and the others entered the Shura battlefield once, they were no longer eligible to enter for free. So, Ming Dali and the others would definitely not be able to enter the Shura battlefield. However, Qin Shao was not sure if Zhang Yang had left the Shura battlefield. After all, after they separated when they entered the Shura battlefield, Qin Shao did not contact Zhang Yang again. So, Qin Shao really did not know about Zhang Yang's current situation. Ming Yuexin shook her head and said, Yuan and I came in together. But we have not been in here for long, only about 10,000 years. When we saw that you did not come out, we were worried that something might have happened to you. Then, Yuan dragged me to the Shura battlefield to look for you. I could not persuade her, so I came in with her. What? Yuan also came in here? Only Yuan and Ming Yuexin came in here? Qin Shao really did not know what to say about this situation. Emotionally, he was really feeling it. But rationally, he really wanted to scold Ming Yuexin. The Shura battlefield was so dangerous, and she and Yuan were two girls? Why did they come in here? No matter how dangerous it was, he would not die here. But when he thought that they came in here to help him, Qin Shao could not say those words. Sigh. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, You guys are really not afraid of death. How dare you come in here casually? By the way, Ming Yuexin, where is Yuan? Didn't you say that you came in with her? Why do I only see you and not Yuan? Don't tell me you guys got separated too? Ming Yuexin nodded and said with a sad and worried look, Yes, Qin Shao, Yuan and I got separated thousands of years ago. I have been looking for Yuan, and I have been looking for you. If I can't find either of you, I will really cry. Okay, now that I have found you, we can go find Yuan together. With you here, I am relieved. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. The Shura battlefield is really terrible. I am really worried about Yuan. That silly girl is so naive. She has no thoughts at all. If she encounters any danger, Yuan will be in danger. After learning about Yuan's current situation, Qin Shao could not help but frown. He nodded solemnly and said, Well, let's not delay. Let's go find Yuan quickly. We must not let anything happen to Yuan. Yes, let's go find Yuan. Ming Yuexin nodded heavily. With the addition of Ming Yuexin, Qin Zhao's group of three could be considered to have formed a small team. Xiaogu was not very familiar with Ming Yuexin, so he did not say anything. His gaze fell on Ming Yuexin from time to time, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiaogu could not help but send a voice transmission to Qin Shao. Big brother, she is Ming Yuexin? Yes. Haven't you seen her before? Qin Shao replied. Oh, but why do I feel like I have never seen her before? Xiaogu said again. What did he mean by, you have seen her before, but feel like you have never seen her before? This sounded very awkward. Qin Shao glanced at Xiaogu and said, Don't think too much. Let's go. It is more important to find Yuan first. In the dark, in a distorted space, a beautiful woman had been following Qin Shao, but Qin Shao had no way to discover her existence. The beautiful woman's mouth curved into a strange smile. Humph. I don't believe that you won't beg me. Wait, you will be in big trouble soon. You will definitely beg me. You will definitely beg me. If you don't beg me, not only will you not be able to leave this Shura battlefield, but you may also die here. I don't believe this. Usually, it is others who take the initiative to beg me and flatter me. You, on the other hand, are actually so disdainful of me. If you want to play, then this young lady will play with you. This young lady will never lose. I have never lost, and it is impossible for me to lose to a mere fourth-step celestial venerable like you. It is absolutely impossible. Wait and see. Your trouble is coming soon. It will be a good show to watch. Of course, Qin Shao was naturally unaware of this secret situation. He followed Ming Yuexin to look for Yuan. Along the way, he also asked some questions to see if he could find Yuan based on the situation. However, it was obviously not easy to find Yuan. The Shura battlefield was very vast. Looking for a person here was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Ming Yuexin and Yuan had not been separated for long, so Yuan should not have gone too far. He only needed to look for her within this area. He was afraid that he would not be able to find her. Then, as time dragged on, more unforeseen events would naturally occur. This search lasted for 100 years. After searching for 100 years, he still could not find her. This was normal. It had only been 100 years. Suddenly, Ming Yuexin's face surged with a bit of surprise. Seeing Ming Yuexin's expression, Qin Xiao immediately looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Ming Yuexin immediately nodded and smiled. Yes, I sensed Yuan. She is over there. I have already transmitted a message to her. She responded to me. Let's go quickly. Oh. After Qin Xiao nodded, he followed Ming Yuexin and walked over. After walking for a while, Qin Xiao suddenly stopped. His face was slightly gloomy, and there was a bit of a dignified expression. Seeing Qin Xiao stop, Ming Yuexin also stopped. She looked at Qin Xiao strangely and said, "Hey, Qin Xiao, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Yuan is waiting for us over there. Let's go quickly." Yuan must have been scared badly. However, Qin Xiao did not seem to hear Ming Yuexin's words. He did not move. He still stood there and looked at Ming Yuexin. His gaze seemed to be deep. He stood there as if he was thinking about something. Xiaogu also looked at Ming Yuexin strangely. He was ready to take action at any time. As long as Qin Xiao gave the order, he would definitely not care so much. Ming Yuexin frowned slightly. She was even more puzzled. "Qin Xiao, what's wrong with you? I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Say something. What's wrong?" Ming Yuexin asked anxiously. Qin Xiao's gaze suddenly became a bit cold. He looked at Ming Yuexin and said, "You are not Ming Yuexin. Who are you?" After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiaogu looked at Qin Xiao. His gaze towards Ming Yuexin became sharp. Qin Xiao's words made Ming Yuexin completely dumbfounded. She looked at Qin Xiao with a confused expression. Chapter 25:39. I don't know who you are. That's why I'm asking. If I knew who you are, why would I need to ask? Qin Xiao sneered. Ming Yuexin was even more speechless. She patted her forehead and said, "Hey, Qin Xiao, have you become stupid? I don't understand what you're saying. Are you really Qin Xiao? Did I mistake you for someone else? You said that I'm not Ming Yuexin. Then who is Ming Yuexin? Even if someone can transform into my appearance, they can't imitate my aura, right? You've known me for so long. Can't you detect my aura? To determine a person's identity, anyone with a little common sense would know that one should not look at a person's appearance, but their aura. A person's appearance was the most unspeakable. As long as one was a celestial venerable, one could transform into any appearance. As long as Qin Xiao was willing, he could transform into anyone's appearance. Appearance was the most obvious way to distinguish someone. The most correct way to distinguish someone was through aura, which was unique. No one could completely transform into another person's aura. At most, some methods could be imitated. However, if it was someone who was very familiar with the method, it would be completely useless to imitate it. That kind of method would only work on people who were not very familiar with the method. Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin had known each other for so long, so they were very familiar with each other. Therefore, it was indeed impossible to deceive Qin Xiao based on aura. Of course, it was impossible in the outside world. However, in the Azura battlefield, Qin Xiao did not dare to make such a guarantee. After all, the Azura battlefield was full of a strong bloody aura and a murderous aura. Therefore, anyone's aura would be weakened in the Azura battlefield. Moreover, it would be wrapped in the bloody aura, greatly reducing one's ability to distinguish. Reducing the ability of others to distinguish, the interference was too strong. In addition, Qin Xiao was only a fourth-step celestial venerable, so the interference was even greater. It was precisely because of the great interference that Qin Xiao was not 100% sure that what he perceived was right. That was why Qin Xiao questioned Ming Yuexin. In terms of aura, although Qin Xiao was unable to make a judgment, in terms of feeling, Qin Xiao felt that the person before him was not Ming Yuexin. Qin Xiao had always been a person who believed in her feelings. Feelings would never lie. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that there must be something wrong. It must be. Of course, Qin Xiao wasn't 100% sure that there was a problem. He just felt that there was a problem. So to be careful, Qin Shao suddenly questioned Ming Yuexin. In the Shura battlefield, auras can be faked. We can't say for sure, Qin Shao said. Ming Yu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her cheeks were red. She glared at Qin Shao angrily and said, Qin Shao, you stupid blockhead. You really want to anger me to death. Well, stop making trouble. Let's go find Yuan Yuan first. When you see Yuan Yuan, you will know whether I am real or not. Really? I'm a real person, and you're actually doubting me? Yi Zichen asked. If you continue to be like this, I will really be angry. Xiaogu blinked his eyes and scratched his head. After looking at Ming Yuexin and Qin Shao, he couldn't help but say, Brother, could we have made a mistake? If we have really made a mistake, you will really hurt her. Look, Miss Ming Yuexin's eyes are red because of you. She looks like she is about to cry. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't know if I have made a mistake, but it is never wrong to be careful. If I have really made a mistake, I will apologize. But now, it is better to be careful. I always feel that something is not right. I hope my feeling is not wrong. Xiaogu nodded and didn't say anything more. Anyway, he didn't care. He would definitely follow his brother's words and do whatever his brother asked him to do. In his eyes, what his brother did was right. Nothing else mattered. Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin and said, If you want to be angry, I can't do anything about it. But it is better to make things clear first. This is also for our own good. Yuan Yuan is already coming here. When she comes, we will know. You. Ming Yuexin was so angry that her face turned red to the roots of her ears. After glaring at Qin Shao angrily, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her head to one side, ignoring Qin Shao. Soon, Yuan Yuan came. That extremely simple-minded girl came. Her face was full of smiles, and her smile was as resplendent as a summer flower. Sister Ming Yuexin, Qin Shao, seeing Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin, Yuan Yuan jumped with joy. Like a child, she ran to the two of them. As soon as she came over, she hugged Ming Yuexin and jumped up and down, looking very excited. If you didn't come to me, I felt that I would die. This damn place is so scary. I don't want to stay here anymore, Yuan Yuan said with an aggrieved look. Ming Yuexin comforted Yuan Yuan, then said to Qin Shao, See, Qin Shao, do you still believe that I am real? Really, you really pissed me off just now. I'm still angry now. Hurry up and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will really be angry with you and ignore you. However, what Qin Shao replied to her was a sharp glint. Xiaogu, do it. As soon as he said this, not to mention Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan, even Xiaogu couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Why did his brother want him to do it all of a sudden? There didn't seem to be any problem. Was he really going to do it? However, since his brother had said so, Xiaogu naturally wouldn't hesitate much. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately reacted. He adjusted his state and was ready to do it. Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan's expressions suddenly changed. Ming Yuexin let out a strange sneer. You human brat, you actually managed to see through it. You're really something. Ming Yuexin changed. Yuan Yuan also changed, and their auras began to change. At this time, Qin Shao was completely sure that the two people in front of him were indeed not Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan. They were really imposters. Moreover, their impersonations were so real that it was a little unbelievable. Brother, they are really imposters. They can even impersonate their auras. Isn't this too much? Xiaogu was also certain. He stood in front of Qin Shao and was ready to make a move. The two people in front of him were obviously ancient saints. He couldn't deal with two ancient saints alone. Therefore, Xiaogu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Qin Shao also signaled him not to be in a hurry and to act according to his instructions. Just now, Qin Shao decisively asked Xiaogu to make a move. In fact, his purpose was to trick Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan into revealing their true identities. Now that the trick was successful, Qin Shao naturally didn't need to be anxious anymore. Since they had already been exposed, the two of them didn't need to hide anymore. Ming Yuexin sneered and said, Human boy, I'm more curious. How did you see through us? It seems that you didn't completely believe me from the beginning. Just now, you were more suspicious of me and refused to move forward. Was it because my disguise wasn't good enough? How did you see through it? Qin Shao sneered and said, "Your disguise was indeed very good." So in the beginning, I actually believed it. Whether it was the appearance, aura, words, actions, expression, or tone of voice, they were all very, very similar. It was almost to the extent that you could pass off the fake as the real one. So, in the beginning, I actually believed you and didn't notice any problems. It's just that along the way, I talked to you a lot. After spending a long time together, I slowly noticed some problems. The more problems I noticed, the more they stacked up. Naturally, I started to suspect you. If I could detect it from the beginning and was sure, then I wouldn't have followed you here and let you meet up with your companions, increasing the danger to me. I think that you didn't want to reveal yourself at the beginning and kept confusing me. Your purpose was that you didn't dare to make a move easily, right? If you made a move from the beginning, you would definitely be at a disadvantage because you didn't have so much confidence. So, you thought of this trick to lure me here and then kill me with your companions, right? Ming Yuexin sneered and didn't deny it. She said, "Yes, you're right. That's indeed the case. However, I'm more curious about how you saw through me. I thought that my disguise should be impeccable. This is something I'm proud of. But how did you see through it? This feeling of defeat makes me very uncomfortable. So, you better tell me about it and let me know where my shortcomings are." Qin Shao shook her head and said, "No matter how good your disguise is, it can only be a disguise on the outside. It can't be a disguise on the inside. Although I couldn't sense that you were a fake from your aura, you can't fake feelings. So, after spending a long time together, I naturally noticed some things that were not quite right. Naturally, I paid more attention to it. From the beginning, I intuitively felt that there was something wrong with you. So, from the first time I saw you, I said that there was something wrong with you. It's just that I didn't pay much attention to it that time. Although I didn't pay much attention to it, I started to pay attention to this problem. In the end, I did find that there was something wrong with you. The feeling that you gave me was not like Ming Yuexin. I couldn't sense any friendship from you. So, I slowly started to suspect that you were a fake. Just now, I refused to move forward because both you and I were looking for Yuan Yuan. But you suddenly said with great certainty where Yuan Yuan was, and even said that you had already contacted her. But I also contacted Yuan Yuan through my soul, but there was no response. There was no response. And your tone obviously changed a little. Perhaps you felt that it didn't matter whether I exposed myself or not. Your companions were already around here. Even if I refused to move forward, you still had the confidence to make a move now. You had confidence, so your feeling changed even more. I was even more certain that there was something wrong with you. When Yuan Yuan walked over just now, the feeling that she gave me was even worse. No one can really imitate a girl like Yuan Yuan. Her simplicity, her innocence, her temperament, all of these are naturally revealed in her bones. No disguise can do it. No matter how good the disguise is, it can't be imitated at all. So, from the first time I saw Yuan Yuan, I could basically be sure that you were a fake and that there was something wrong with you. Because of this, I asked Xiao Gu to make a move directly. My purpose was actually to provoke you one last time and find out your true colors. Chapter 2540. It turned out that the reason why Qin Shao ordered Xiao Gu to attack was to give Mingyu Xin and Yuan Yuan a fierce blow and expose their foxtails. Perhaps it should be said that these two people were not their real selves, but someone else in disguise. Qin Shao found it hard to believe such a result. At this moment, he was full of doubts and puzzlement. Other than the fact that they could not disguise their feelings, they could pass off as genuine in other aspects. Even his aura could be passed off as genuine. This was truly inconceivable. Logically speaking, there was no way to disguise one's aura. However, he did not expect that someone could disguise their aura so well. What kind of person could have such ability? Obviously, the two people in front of him were not very strong. They were probably at the level of an ordinary one-step ancient saint. Otherwise, they would not have to go through so much trouble to kill him. They could have just used it directly. If their strength was ordinary, then they had to rely entirely on disguise. Qin Shao had never heard of Li Hai's terrifying disguise technique before. It was beyond his knowledge. Therefore, Qin Shao was very puzzled. He did not know how the two people in front of him did it. Who were the two of you? Qin Shao asked coldly. The two people in front of him still did not reveal their true faces. Mingyu Xin sneered and said, "Do you want to know? When you die, you can go down and ask. Maybe you can get the answer." After saying that, the two women directly attacked. Since he could not get the answer, Qin Shao was too lazy to ask anymore. It was better to fight first. "How dare you pretend to be my big brother's friends? I'll eat you." Xiaogu bared his teeth and rushed over. However, Xiaogu could only block one person. Xiaogu blocked Mingyu Xin, but Yuan still rushed over to Qin Shao. Qin Shao could only use the law of space to block the attack. Only the law of space could block the attack of an ancient saint. Fortunately, the strength of the person in front of him was obviously not as strong as Saint Venerable Mao Ying. It was similar to the ancient saint that Qin Shao encountered before. Therefore, Qin Shao's law of space should be able to block the opponent's attack. Qin Shao was able to stop Yuan, and Xiaogu could completely trample on Mingyu Xin. Therefore, it was basically impossible for these two people to kill Qin Shao. The two of them clearly didn't expect Qin Shao to be able to block them. Their plan was that one of them would entangle Xiaogu while the other would kill Qin Shao. As long as they could kill Qin Shao, they would be able to defeat Gu Ning easily. However, reality was often not what people expected. However, these two people were also very tactful. Seeing that there was no way to kill Qin Shao, they directly retreated. "You two evil spirits, let's see where you can run off to." Xiaogu was in the mood to fight. Previously, he had been completely suppressed by the fishermen. This time, he had finally recovered his capital. Naturally, he would not give up so easily. However, Qin Shao stopped Xiaogu again and told him not to chase after them. It was not a wise choice to chase after them in here. "Big brother, what kind of life forms are these two people? How can they have such a terrifying disguise technique? They don't look like ancient life forms. Those ancient life forms are very stupid. They don't know any cultivation methods or things like that." Xiaogu said very doubtfully. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know either. They are indeed different from the ancient life forms we know. I can't feel the aura of ancient life form from them. It is indeed very strange. I don't know if they're strange life forms that came in from the outside world. Logically speaking, the major forces shouldn't have such people. Or perhaps, maybe there are some people who like to do evil. After all, there are also disciples of the 100 schools of thought who can enter this Azura battlefield. Even ancient sages can send people into the Azura battlefield. Or some extremely evil ancient sages sent some evildoers into the Azura battlefield as punishment in a fit of anger. Then, they survived in the Azura battlefield. Although very few people can enter the Azura battlefield, there are still many things that happen that no one knows about. Therefore, anything can happen. Let's investigate this matter after we go out. It's better to figure out the situation." Xiaogu shook his head. He was very curious, but he didn't have the determination to get to the bottom of this matter. Since Qin Shao didn't know, he didn't ask anything more. "Oh, you have some skills. You actually saw through it. I thought you were going to fall in their hands. I was ready to save you." Just as Qin Shao was about to leave, the woman's voice sounded again. It rang in his mind. Qin Shao was also speechless. Could it be that this woman really had her eyes on him? She really followed him wherever he went. Was there no end to it? If he didn't ask her, she wouldn't let him go, right? "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need. I still have the ability to protect myself." Qin Shao replied. The woman's voice soon sounded again. "Humph, you're talking as if you've been through a lot. If it weren't for someone protecting you, I'm afraid you would have died. You want to walk in the Azura battlefield with your little skills? I'm afraid you won't know how to die. Die. If you go on, you'll be in danger." Although the two of them ran away, they definitely won't give up. They will definitely come back. When they come back, you won't have a chance. While it's safe now, beg me. If you beg me, I will take you out of here. If you don't beg me, I promise you will die here." "Humph." Qin Shao sneered, but didn't bow his head. He said, "I said I will never beg you. Don't waste your energy on me. If you want to teach me a lesson, just do it. I know I can't resist in front of you. I admit defeat. But if you want me to bow my head and beg you, that's absolutely impossible. Ha ha. This time, the woman didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled confidently. What a coincidence. What I like to do the most is to make the impossible possible. The more you say something is impossible, the more likely it is to make it happen. The more impossible it is, the more I want to make it possible. That's why I don't believe in this. I'll never admit defeat. I've never lost. I said I would make you beg me, so I will make you beg me. I'm serious. I can't be bothered with you. Qin Shao didn't want to bother with the woman anymore. He was ready to leave. If she wanted to follow, then let her follow. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind, Qin Shao didn't want to hurt her. His strength was far inferior to hers, so this was the only way. However, when Qin Shao was about to leave, a space like a transparent glass wall appeared in front of Qin Shao and Qin Shao, blocking their way. Soon, such space walls appeared all around, directly enclosing the place. They were trapped in a sealed space. This kind of situation really gave Xiao Gu a big fright. Xiao Gu didn't know what was going on. The woman in the dark directly transmitted her voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't tell Xiao Gu about this situation, so Xiao Gu naturally didn't know. What's going on? What's going on? Xiao Gu was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face and said, "Brother, why are you surrounding us? Is there any danger?" He thought it was Qin Shao who did it. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a deep frown, "It's not me. Someone is attacking us. Don't talk first. Go into my inner world first. I'll deal with it." It was meaningless for Xiao Gu to stay. Qin Shao knew that the woman in the dark had attacked. It seemed that she couldn't help but want to attack him. Qin Shao didn't allow Xiao Gu to refuse and directly took him into his inner world. After settling Xiao Gu, Qin Shao glanced around coldly and said directly, "Miss, what do you want to say? Why don't you be straightforward? Don't be so wishy-washy. Just do it directly, so that everyone won't feel uncomfortable. You're just wasting your time on me. I don't want to be followed by you all the time. Why don't we settle our accounts once and for all?" The woman in the dark said, "It's very simple. You know what I want. It's up to you whether I let you go or not. Do you believe that I can trap you here until you die? I believe that you can trap me here until I die, but you also have to believe that I still have a way to get out of here. It's just that I don't want to use my last trump card unless it's a last resort. If you insist on wasting time with me, then I, Qin Shao, won't hesitate. I don't mind wasting time with you." Qin Shao said. The woman finally got angry again. "You idiot bastard. Do you really want to do this? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you directly? My patience is limited. If you just apologize, will you lose a piece of your flesh or something? Will you die? You're not even afraid of death. Why are you afraid of begging me? I'm asking you to beg. Is it so difficult for you? You bastard. Do you have to make me angry? Do you have to force me to kill you?" Qin Shao still said with a resolute face, "I, Qin Shao, always have a bottom line. If I cross the line, I will never compromise even if I die. You can kill me, but I said I won't beg you, so I won't beg you. A man should have a backbone. If you insist that I provoked you, then just kill me. You don't have to be so conflicted." Eve, the woman in the dark, was about to explode. Although Qin Shao didn't see her in person, he could imagine how angry she was. Qin Shao had no choice. He couldn't bow his head. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. This was not a matter of words, but a matter of principle and bottom line. At this time, Qin Shao was ready to ask his master for help. In the dark space, the beautiful woman was stamping there anxiously, clenching her fists. Her cheeks were red, and she was so angry that her scalp was about to explode. "Abominable, abominable, abominable bastard. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. How can there be such an abominable boy? Why is it that you're so stubborn? He would rather die than submit? What kind of heroic act is this? Isn't it just begging me? Isn't it just bowing his head? Is it so difficult for a man to bow his head to a woman? Isn't it a very normal thing? I'm so angry, so angry. I really want to kill him. But I can't casually kill people. That's too damaging to my immortal aura. What should I do? I don't want to kill him, but I don't want to let him go. What should I do?" Chapter 25:41. Thinking of this, the woman finally felt enlightened. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll save him first and see if he'll thank me. It'll be much easier to deal with him when I get out of here. There's no chance for me to do that in this sure battlefield. Well, I'm so smart. That's what I'll do. Humph, you stinky Qin Shao. I don't believe I can't deal with you. After making the decision, the woman's mood finally improved. As for Qin Shao, he was trapped in that space and had made all the necessary preparations. But suddenly, a terrifying and powerful force descended like a gust of wind, engulfing him and wrapping him in it. What's going on? Is she really going to kill me? But it doesn't seem like it. This force directly tore open the space and dragged him in by force. Qin Shao immediately reacted to this feeling. It's the void travel. He experienced this in the Shura battlefield. In other words, the woman in the dark doesn't want to kill me, but wants to take me out? Take me out and then kill me? That's impossible. There's no need to do that. If she really kills me outside, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to the Sacred Academy. If she really kills me in the Shura battlefield, at least the Sacred Academy won't pursue the matter. What does that mean? What exactly did this woman want? She just wants to force me to beg her and bow to her. She talks so fiercely, but she hasn't done anything to me. Now she even wants to take me out of the Shura battlefield. What is she thinking? A woman's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It's really very deep. Qin Shao doesn't understand, but he knows that it won't end so soon. There must be a follow-up. Let's not care about this for now. I'll take one step at a time. I want to see what this woman wants. Qin Shao is not afraid of anything. Anyway, he's prepared for the worst. He can't help it. His strength is far inferior to hers. He can only be controlled by her. But now it seems that the woman in the dark is not that bad. At least she won't kill people easily. Maybe she's just a little unruly. Let's not care about this. Let's take a look first. Sure enough, the space soon calmed down. After walking out of the void, Qin Shao found that he was in a magnificent ancient palace, and the teleportation array was behind him. Clearly, this was the teleportation palace, a place used by the major forces to teleport people to the Azura battlefield. This place was extremely grand and ancient. Qin Shao felt that it was something that had existed since ancient times. In the face of such antiquity, people could not help but feel reverence in their hearts. Where's this? Qin Shao carefully looked around. He didn't know which big force he was in right now. At this moment, a foot suddenly kicked him heavily on the back. The powerful force made him unable to resist. He staggered forward and almost fell to the ground. This kick was really ruthless. Although it wasn't very painful, it still made him feel very embarrassed. This kick really angered Qin Shao. He turned around fiercely, and his eyes fell on a beautiful figure. To be honest, at first glance, it did give Qin Shao a great shock. It was a heavy blow to Qin Zhao's heart. This feeling was like the first time Qin Shao met Gu Lingwei in the Fuda Immortal Palace, when Princess Xiaoyu descended from the sky among the peach blossoms. It was the kind of feeling that could shock people's hearts at first glance. Beautiful. She was really very beautiful. The impact on her temperament was great. Gu Lingwei could shock Qin Shao like this because it was the first time in Qin Zhao's life that he had seen such a supreme beauty. Moreover, it was at the beginning of his feelings. Later, he gradually fell in love with Gu Lingwei. He was shocked by Princess Xiaoyu because she had a peach blossom body. Her natural constitution was determined by her physical strength, and Qin Shao could not resist it. However, the beautiful woman in front of him obviously did not have a peach blossom body. Obviously, her physique was not as strange as Princess Xiaoyu's. Her beauty was completely born from her unique temperament. Of course, her strength and aura were also extremely powerful. Standing there, she was like a goddess in heaven. People could only look at her from afar and could not get close to her. Her temperament was simply invincible. Her strength was powerful, and her aura was also invincible. Qin Shao felt that this beautiful woman in front of him was very likely to be a third-step ancient saint. At least in terms of aura, she was much stronger than the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. Therefore, she should have surpassed the second-step ancient saint realm and was much stronger than Emperor Pan, whom Qin Shao had met. That was to say, she was very likely to be at least a third-step ancient saint realm existence. TSK, TSK, TSK. At such a realm, her temperament and aura were naturally invincible. Standing in front of her, Qin Shao naturally looked up at the tall mountain. Was this the woman who had been secretly forcing him to do something? Qin Shao could tell from her voice that she must be a beautiful woman. However, Qin Shao did not expect her beauty to be to the extent that it could shock him. It was just that such a beautiful person did not have a beautiful heart. So what was the use of being beautiful? In any case, Qin Shao did not like such a person. Although she was slightly better than Princess Panya, she still vividly displayed her unruly nature. Where is this? Qin Shao asked. The beautiful woman's eyes, which were like stars and gems, fell on Qin Shao. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The Holy Land of Fuxi. What? The Holy Land of Fuxi? Hearing this, Qin Shao was shocked. Was it the Holy Land of Fuxi? The ancestral land of the human sovereign Fuxi, one of the 5 supreme clans. Qin Shao had thought of some possibilities, but he really did not dare to think of the 5 supreme clans. The 5 supreme clans were powerful, mysterious, and aloof. They were the real existences of the 5 supreme clans that stood in the clouds. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 5 saint emperors, dominated the mortal world of the immortal realm. Qin Shao had only seen one of the 5 supreme clans, and that was Fu Zhongshuan, who competed with him for the first place in the heaven list. Fu Zhongshuan was cold, powerful, and also somewhat domineering. He did not reveal too much of his strength, but people did not dare to approach him. Fu Zhongshuan was like a natural powerhouse. This was the supreme aura that a descendant of the 5 supreme clans should have. The woman in front of him had an invincible aura. Qin Shao could feel a bit of Fu Zhongshuan's strength from her. This was a natural strength, a strength that exuded from the bones. They were born to be powerhouses, and their fate was innately superior to others. How could he be so unlucky to have provoked a powerhouse from the Fuxi clan? What was this? At this moment, Qin Shao really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He could not speak of his bitterness. To be honest, he was very respectful of the Fuxi clan from the bottom of his heart. He was full of reverence for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Seeing Qin Zhao's frightened look, Fu Yunyi said proudly, "What's wrong? Panicking? Panicking?" Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and said, "If I calmly say that I'm not panicking, I'd be lying to myself. But to be precise, it's not that I'm panicking. I am indeed incomparably respectful of the Fuxi clan. But this reverence does not mean that I'm panicking. It's just a kind of reverence. I really did not expect that I would provoke a powerhouse from the Fuxi clan." "Huh, do you feel honored now?" Fu Yunyi said with a smile. Was he honored? Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled. "Speaking of which, it is indeed an honor. Provoking a powerhouse from the Fuxi clan is not something that ordinary people can afford to do. As for me, Qin Shao, I've unintentionally planted a willow tree, but it has become a shade for me. If that's the case, I guess I have quite the affinity with the Fuxi clan. I fought Fu Zhongshuan from the Fuxi clan in the Sacred Academy's student tournament and was fortunate enough to defeat him. But this time, I'm not so lucky to have fallen into your hands. Who is Fu Zhongshuan to you? Why do I feel that you two are somewhat similar? Is he your younger brother?" "Ha ha ha." Fu Yunyi laughed. To be honest, this woman was very charming and beautiful when she laughed. If she could smile and speak properly, she wouldn't give off the feeling of being unruly. "You're really smart." It really was. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? "Are you related by blood?" Qin Shao asked again. Fu Yunyi glared at Qin Shao and said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "What do you think? Didn't you say that they were very similar? If they weren't related by blood, how could they be so similar?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, it's just that they are similar in appearance. In fact, they are completely different in other aspects. As for Fu Zhongshuan, although he is a bit cold, at least he is very reasonable and somewhat cultured." Fu Yunyi was angry again. Her jade cheeks puffed up, and her jade eyes glared at Qin Shao angrily. Are you saying that I'm being unreasonable? Qin Xiao shrugged and said, I didn't say that. You said yourself. Then what are you trying to say? It's the literal meaning. Understand it yourself. What? Are you a man or not? Do you dare to say it but don't dare to admit it? If you really want me to explain, then I will also answer you responsibly. You're very smart. Bastard. Or are you saying that I am unreasonable? Damn it. Do you dare to say it again? Fu Yeni was really angry. Once a woman was really angry, it meant that it was very dangerous and the consequences were very serious. Therefore, most people would choose not to provoke a woman when she was angry because they really couldn't afford to provoke her. However, Qin Xiao didn't seem to be prepared to die. He retorted, if I say it again just because you asked me to say it again, wouldn't I lose face? Why should I listen to you? Coward. I think you just don't dare to say it, Fu Yeni said. Qin Xiao snorted and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Let her interpret it however she wanted. It was unreasonable to reason with a woman. Anyway, he couldn't run away now and fell into her hands. What else could he do? He could only take one step at a time. However, although he was a prisoner, Qin Xiao wouldn't lower his head. This woman's temper was really hot. She was a proper, unruly young lady. Qin Xiao, don't be happy too early. I remember all these debts one by one. Don't worry, I'll pay you back one by one. I won't leave behind a single one. Just wait for the punishment I'll give you. I want to see if you can still smile like this when the time comes. Chapter 2542. Women were truly a unique life form. A beautiful woman, regardless of whether she was smiling or angry, frowning or gritting her teeth, even if she was sad, crying, or making funny faces. No matter what she looked like, there would always be a certain charm to her. She would always be especially beautiful and good-looking. Perhaps this was a natural charm unique to women. That was why women were often men's deadliest weapons. There were countless men who had sunk under a woman's skirt. Since ancient times, heroes had always bowed before beauties. Fu Yeni was beautiful, but Qin Xiao really didn't like her. Even if he didn't hate her, he clearly didn't have the slightest bit of affection for her. And right now, he saw her as an enemy. Qin Xiao shrugged and said nonchalantly, whatever. If you want to kill me, then kill me quickly. You. Fu Yeni's nose twitched in anger. She had the urge to rush up and strangle Qin Xiao. Couldn't he not be so impulsive? Couldn't he not be so confrontational? Couldn't he please her? Why did he have to contradict her time and time again? Bastard, you're pissing me off. Fu Yeni stomped her foot in anger again, as if this was the only way she could vent her anger. Qin Xiao didn't care about his own masterpiece. He'd already offended this young miss to death anyway, so it didn't matter if he offended her a bit more. Who cares? First of all, Qin Xiao felt that no matter how vicious Fu Yeni was, she wouldn't really kill him. In any case, Qin Xiao had already prepared for the worst. If it really came to this point, then Qin Xiao would naturally pull his master, Li Sheng, out to deal with it. So what if he was a Fuxi expert? He'd at least give Sage Li face, right? Even if he didn't, he believed that Sage Li would resurrect him at least once. And the chances of that were close to zero. Sage Li was a supreme existence that stood on the same level as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even the human Emperor Fuxi would give him some face, right? One more little girl. At this moment, an immortal rope suddenly tied up Qin Xiao's hands. Qin Xiao had no way to react at all. His hands were firmly tied up. Qin Xiao struggled hard, but found that there was no way to break free from the immortal rope. The power of this immortal rope was too terrifying. It completely suppressed Qin Xiao's power, making it impossible for Qin Xiao to use his power. Therefore, it was impossible for him to break free from this immortal rope. In this way, Qin Xiao's strength was basically suppressed. Now, any random first step Heavenly Venerable would be able to render Qin Xiao powerless to fight back. The other end of the immortal rope was in Fu Yeni's hands. Fu Yeni tugged at the immortal rope in her hands, and a smile appeared on her face. If you dare to talk back to me again, I will seal your mouth and tie your legs. I will tie you up like a big dumpling, so you can only jump and walk. You are now my prisoner, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. If I don't teach you a good lesson, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Aren't you a troublemaker? Why don't you resist again? Let's see how strong you are." With that, Fu Yeni tugged at Qin Shao, and a powerful force pulled Qin Shao away. Qin Shao really didn't have any power to resist. He could only be pulled away by the immortal rope. Even if he didn't want to, he had to leave. This was also the first time Qin Shao had experienced the feeling of being held captive by someone else. No matter how miserable he was in the past, he had never been reduced to such a state. But this time, he really was in a terrible state. This woman is really ruthless. She actually dared to humiliate me in such a manner. Qin Shao clenched his teeth, feeling extremely angry in his heart. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He couldn't resist at all. When he walked out of the palace, he saw a group of guards. However, these guards weren't humans, but beasts in human form. When the guards saw Qin Shao, they looked at him strangely. Clearly, they were very surprised by this uninvited guest's arrival. "This is a prisoner I caught. You don't have to worry about anything with me guarding him," Fu Yeni said to the guards. Only then did they withdraw their gazes and say nothing. Seeing this, Qin Shao knew that Fu Yeni had a high status in the Fushi clan. Qin Shao vaguely knew about Fu Zhongshuan's status in the Fushi clan, but he didn't know much. He only knew that Fu Zhongshuan was one of the more outstanding disciples of the Fushi clan's younger generation. His father and grandfather were both extremely powerful existences. Qin Shao didn't know much about the rest, but now he could roughly guess that his father's status was extremely high. Fu Yeni was strong to begin with, and she looked a bit like a princess. Her father and grandfather probably held extremely high positions in the Fushi clan. Only people who lived like princes would be so unruly and willful. This was a character that had been cultivated since childhood. Sister Yeni, where have you been for the past 10 million years? Why did you bring an outsider in? Aren't you afraid of angering the clan's elders? Our Fushi clan doesn't allow outsiders to enter. After walking for a short while, he ran into a handsome young man. Judging from his aura, he should be an extremely powerful first-step Empyrean saint. In the Fushi clan, it was as if Empyrean saints were worthless. One could easily run into one. Even those guards just now were actually all fourth-step Empyrean existences. And clearly, they weren't ordinary fourth-step Empyreans. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Qin Shao even felt that he might not necessarily be a match for one of the guards. Even a powerful fourth-step Empyrean like him could only be reduced to a guard. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of such guards standing guard over there. What an unimaginable amount of wealth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Shao would have found it hard to believe. As he spoke, the young man's gaze landed on Qin Shao. He sized up Qin Shao with a somewhat sympathetic gaze. It was a very unpleasant feeling to be sized up by someone else with such a strange gaze. That gaze was like a sharp sword that ruthlessly stabbed into Qin Shao's heart. This was an absolute humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. Right now, he was a prisoner, a prey in the young man's hands. "I didn't go anywhere. I was just bored. I went to the Azura battlefield for a walk. I caught some prey while I was at it," Fu Yeni said casually. "Azura battlefield?" The young man was taken aback. "That place isn't worth your time, Sister Yeni. There's no challenge at all. There's no point in going there." "Sister Yeni, did I see wrongly? Why do I feel that this person is a bit like that person called something?" "Oh right, Qin Shao. That Qin Shao from the Sacred Academy. He defeated Fu Zhongshuan and took the first place on the holy list." "Ahem, Sister Yeni, don't tell me that you caught him because he snatched Fu Zhongshuan's first place on the holy list." Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at the young man and said angrily, "Am I that kind of person in your eyes?" No, Sister Yeni, that's not what I meant. What I meant was..." The young man immediately explained anxiously. It was obvious that he was a little afraid of Fu Yeni. However, before he could finish, Fu Yeni said affirmatively, "But you're right. I caught him because I didn't like him. He bullied my brother. As his sister, I naturally have to settle the score with him. And this guy doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dared to contradict me and provoke me again and again. So, I naturally have to teach him a lesson. All right, Zhongyu, you have to keep this a secret for me. If you dare to spread this, you know the consequences." Hearing Fu Yunyi's threat, Fu Zhongyu immediately shook his head like a drum. I wouldn't dare. I promise to keep this a secret. I won't tell anyone, not even my father. Ahem, Sister Yunyi, don't worry. Don't you trust my mouth? It's precisely because I don't trust you that I'm warning you. Fu Yunyi rolled her eyes at Fu Zhongyu. Fu Zhongyu felt that he couldn't continue this conversation. After a shiver, he didn't want to stay any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. Walking past Qin Xiao, Fu Zhongyu looked at Qin Xiao sympathetically. He moved closer to Qin Xiao and gently patted Qin Xiao's shoulder. He whispered into Qin Xiao's ear, "Brother, I also sympathize with you. But you're asking for more." Fu Yunyi. But my sister Yunyi is actually quite easy to talk to. You have to go along with her temper. You can't go against her. The more you go against her, the worse the situation will be. So, brother, you know what I mean. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Why do you have to fight with a woman in a moment of anger? No matter what, we're all men, aren't we? Since we're men, why can't we give in to a woman a little? Isn't it better to show that we're men? Magnanimous? Don't lower yourself to the same level as a woman. Didn't we just lose 10%? Zhongyu, why aren't you leaving? What are you mumbling about? You're not talking bad about me, are you? At this time, Fu Yunyi's voice was heard again. Fu Zhongyu immediately bounced away. He smiled at Fu Yunyi and said, Nothing. We're just chatting for a bit. I'll leave then. Sister Yunyi, you're having fun. But don't play too hard. After all, this brother is a seed student of the Sacred Institute. If anything happens to you, be careful that the Sacred Institute will find trouble with you. That won't be good. Just play for a bit and let him go. This brother seems to be quite a good person. Fu Yunyi was angry. She glared at Fu Zhongyu and shouted, You're such a traitor. It seems that I've been doting on you for nothing. Why are you helping an outsider? Am I that kind of bad person in your eyes? What do you mean he's quite a good person? How bad am I? Whose side are you on? Tell me. Cough. I almost forgot. My father called me for something. I have to hurry over. I'll leave first. Sister Yunyi, bye-bye. Fu Zhongyu didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. He ran even faster than a ghost. It could be seen that he was indeed quite fearful of this Fu Yunyi. Qin Xiao could also see that Fu Yunyi was famous for being unruly. Even the people of the Fushi clan were afraid of her. Could a real man know when to yield? There were some reasons, but Qin Xiao didn't agree. Even if he could yield, it would depend on the situation. In this kind of situation, Qin Xiao would rather die than yield. Therefore, Qin Xiao wouldn't yield to Fu Yunyi. Fu Yunyi pulled Qin Xiao and continued to walk. After a few steps, she couldn't help but turn around and ask, What did Fu Zhongyu say to you just now? Aren't you very experienced? You don't know? If I knew, why would I ask you? You don't like to eavesdrop. He said you're very fierce and unruly. Chapter 25:43. The Fushi Sacred Ground was one of the 9 great sacred grounds of the mortal world. It was one of the 5 supreme clans and had a transcendent status in the mortal world and even in the entire immortal realm. The 5 supreme clans were all extremely mysterious and powerful. Apart from their own clansmen, no one else knew where their clansmen were located. Moreover, the descendants of the 5 supreme clans rarely traveled outside. It was almost as if they were the type that lived in seclusion. However, the 5 supreme clans did not reproduce very quickly, so there were not many clansmen. There is a saying that the 5 supreme clans' clansmen were all hidden in a patch of chaos, so no one could find them. It was precisely because they were mysterious that they appeared to be even more powerful. The two complemented each other. If one was too powerful, they would become mysterious. If one was too mysterious, they would become powerful. At least, people would have that impression and feeling in their hearts. There is no need to say more about the strength of the Fushi clan. Qin Xiao was directly brought by Fu Yunyi to her cultivation area. Her cultivation area wasn't small, occupying an area of 100 miles. There were many mountain ranges, tall mountains, flowing water, small creeks, and blue lakes. The scenery was beautiful. A small, elegant palace was located halfway up one of the mountains. There was a waterfall that cascaded down from the peak, forming a natural beauty. From afar, The small palace looked like it was growing in the middle of the waterfall. It was very artistic. It was very quiet here. Even in the small palace, there were only 2 servants. The 2 beautiful women had very low cultivation levels. They were only first-step heavenly venerables. However, the more Qin Xiao looked at them, the more she felt that something was not right. They did not seem to be of the human race or the beast race. There seemed to be some life aura on them, but there was no life aura. It was a bit strange. When the 2 servants saw Fu Yunyi bring Qin Xiao back into the palace with a rope, they looked at Qin Xiao curiously. They had some spirituality and life aura, but their auras were very weak. They were far inferior to normal life forms. Therefore, this caused Qin Xiao to be very puzzled. What was going on? Are they not human? Qin Xiao muttered. You're the one who's not human. You're not human from head to toe. Then my people, my maids. Who are you calling not human? However, Fu Yunyi heard her muttering. She immediately scolded Qin Xiao unhappily. His temper was indeed a little explosive. Qin Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her and did not reply. Fu Yunyi stared blankly for a moment before she suddenly reacted. She couldn't help but ask, "Oh, are you saying that they aren't humans? Isn't that obvious? How can there be anyone else in our Fushi sacred ground? Only our Fushi clansmen have the right to live here. My 2 maids aren't human if I don't give them orders. They aren't living beings, they're just puppets." What? Puppet? Although Qin Xiao had some guesses, doubts, she really didn't think that it was related to puppets. Qin Xiao knew about puppets. She had seen puppets that were at the 4th step heavenly venerable realm. However, no matter how strong a puppet was, it wasn't a real life. Since it wasn't a real life, it shouldn't have any aura of life. However, the 2 maids in front of her clearly had some aura of life on them. Although it wasn't much, at least there was some. If there was an aura of life, then they should be living beings. The definition of life was based on the aura of life. If the aura of life didn't count as living beings, then wouldn't the definition of life need to be changed? No matter how strong a puppet was, how could it have an aura of life? Moreover, these 2 maids were only at the 1st step heavenly venerable realm. Their realms weren't high, and they weren't strong either. How could they be puppets? This was another thing that exceeded Qin Xiao's understanding. Seeing Qin Xiao's look of disbelief, Fu Yunyi rolled her eyes at Qin Xiao and chuckled. Don't make such a fuss. It can only be said that you haven't seen much of the world. How could you know so many things? There are many things in this world that you don't know and don't dare to believe. Can't puppets be given some aura of life? Your understanding of puppets is still at a very basic level. But it's normal. The world's understanding of puppets is very limited. If you don't reach that level, you really don't have the qualifications to know some things. Giving a puppet some aura of life is a very simple thing. Not to mention giving everything. Even if you give everything, it's not difficult to directly turn a puppet into a living being. What's so strange about it? Qin Xiao was speechless for a moment. However, the truth was indeed the case. Qin Xiao also admitted that he didn't have much knowledge and wasn't qualified to reach that level. This was normal. He was just a small 4th step celestial venerable and had just become a student of the Academy of Holy Light. He had no identity and no background. Moreover, he was a lowly life from the universe. To him, this world was incomparably vast and boundless. It was originally filled with endless, unknown dangers. And wasn't the purpose of cultivation to solve those unknown dangers step by step? Wasn't it to slowly explore this vast and boundless upper-class world? Wasn't it just to slowly increase his knowledge and experience? Many a little makes a mickle. Giving a puppet some aura of life could actually do this. Furthermore, it could even turn a puppet into a living being. It was truly an unimaginable thing. Did this mean that he could directly create a human? Directly creating a human? Wasn't that equivalent to creating a god? What kind of level did one have to be able to do this? These things were far beyond Qin Xiao's imagination. It was far from the level that Qin Xiao could come into contact with now. There are also things that you have never heard of before. They can even copy all of your memories and create a person who looks exactly like you. Except for the different souls, Everything else is exactly the same. Even if it's your original body in front of you, if it's not for the fact that the souls are not connected, you won't be able to tell the difference. There are too many things in this world that you don't know, Fu Yeni said again. What? It could be like this? These words gave Qin Xiao quite a fright. To think that such a thing could actually happen. It was too incredible. Directly copying a person's memories and directly creating a clone. Except for the different souls, everything else was exactly the same. This. Qin Xiao had never heard of such a thing. However, Qin Xiao felt that Fu Yeni wasn't lying to him. Besides, there was no point in lying to him about such a thing. That was to say that such a thing really existed in this world. It was just that no one knew about it. So, you better not make me angry again. Otherwise, Humph, believe it or not, I'll make a copy of you, release the copy, and lock you up here forever. Then, I can think of a lot of fun things. It's very interesting just thinking about it. Do you want to give it a try? Give it a try? Give it a try, my ass. Whoever wanted to give it a try would be crazy. It was said that it was better to provoke a villain than to provoke a woman. A vicious woman was 10 times scarier than a villain. No, at least 100 times scarier. Unfortunately, Qin Xiao had already provoked this vicious woman, so now his life was even worse than that of a servant. Although I don't know much, it doesn't mean that I don't have much courage. I didn't grow up being scared. No matter how ignorant I am, at least I have some common sense, right? If I'm not wrong, the cost of copying a person is very high. I'm afraid that Miss Yeni can't do it, right? If it's really so easy, I would have heard of it before. You've paid such a big price for me, so I should be happy. Fu Yeni glared at Qin Xiao and said snappily, I can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't beg others. The price depends on the degree to which you've provoked me. You've really angered me. Do you really think that I won't dare? However, you really won't have this honor. To deal with a puny fourth-step heavenly venerable like you, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I have a million ways to deal with you. You won't be able to enjoy that kind of superb treatment. Don't think too much. I've already thought of many ways to deal with you. There's no rush. Anyway, I don't lack time now. I have plenty of time to slowly play with you. If you beg for mercy one day and admit your wrongs, I'll consider letting you go back to the Saint Academy. As long as I don't let you go, even the Dean of the Saint Academy won't be able to save you. Unless you have the ability to get the Saint Emperor to save you, then I'll accept it. Other than that, you won't be able to get out. Fu Yeni had a smug look on her face. This woman was really someone who did what she said. Qin Xiao also knew that the Ying Long World God probably wouldn't be able to come to the Fuxi sacred land to ask for him. However, if Qin Xiao really wanted to ask his master, Saintly, for help, then there wouldn't be any problems. As long as his life wasn't in danger, Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't ask his master for help. Unless this woman was really crazy and wanted to kill him. However, looking at the situation, she probably wouldn't kill him. If Fu Yeni really wanted to kill him, she would have done it long ago. She wouldn't have kidnapped him back to the Fuxi sacred land. You're talking as if I'm really short on time. If you have the ability, then lock me up for tens of thousands of universe epics. Qin Xiao curled his lips. In any case, he wouldn't lower his head, admit his wrongs, or beg for mercy. He was furious. Based on what? Based on Fu Yeni's strength and the fact that she was a woman. He had to lower his head and apologize to her after being bullied by her. How could there be such logic in this world? Qin Xiao, don't forget that this lady saved you once. This lady brought you out of the Azura battlefield. This counts as saving you once, right? Fu Yeni said. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and retorted, You're talking as if I really needed you to save me. I've never needed you to save me, right? In the Azura battlefield, I wouldn't be in any danger at all. At most, I would be trapped for a while, but it definitely wouldn't be for long. So, you're serious? Are you sure you saved me? I don't want you to take me out of the Shura battlefield. You were the one who wanted to take me away by force. I haven't even said that you didn't ask for my permission and forcefully took me away from the Shura battlefield. Are you trying to take credit from me? Chapter 25:44. Did he not know what was good for him? If he still knew what was good for him, then there would be no evil people in this world. Everyone would be good people with a bodhisattva's heart. However, Qin Xiao should really thank Fu Yunny from the bottom of his heart. After all, she did bring him out of the Azura battlefield and left that damn place. Although Qin Xiao was confident, staying in the Azura battlefield all the time was definitely very dangerous. However, although he left the Azura battlefield, he did not gain freedom. He was still in the hands of Fu Yunny. So, what was the difference between saving him and not saving him? Because of this, Qin Xiao could not thank Fu Yunny for the time being. A strange light flashed in Fu Yunny's eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. A plan came to her mind. Fu Yunny looked at Qin Xiao and said, "I know that you are very unhappy and unconvinced. You are unwilling to bow down. I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? I'll give you a chance to leave." He wasn't an unreasonable person. If you're not an unreasonable person, then there's no one in the world who's not unreasonable. Unruly and unreasonable. Aren't they exclusive to you? Qin Xiao could not help but snort in his heart. However, when he heard that there was a chance to leave, Qin Xiao was still somewhat interested. Of course, Qin Xiao naturally would not believe Fu Yunny's words so easily. Instead, he asked, "Miss Fu Yunny, I don't believe that you are so kind. What tricks are you playing? I am not stupid. There is obviously a mine buried in here." Fu Yunny laughed and said, "Whether or not there is a mine buried in here for you, Qin Xiao, isn't this a real chance? I already said that I am giving you a chance. But do you think that you can grasp this chance? I will give you a chance, but do you think it is so easy to grasp this chance?" Qin Xiao frowned. He didn't have a choice now. Since Fu Yunny wanted to play, then she would play with him. She wanted to see what tricks he had up his sleeves. There were some things that could not be avoided. Since that was the case, Qin Xiao said, "Fine. If you want to play, I'll play with you. But are you sure you'll let me go if I win?" "Yes, yes. As long as you win, this lady will let you go. I'll keep my word. Since I've spoken, I'll definitely keep my word. You don't have to doubt this. As long as you can win, I'll definitely fulfill my promise." Fu Yunny said with a face full of certainty. This could be considered good news. However, how could Qin Xiao not understand? In fact, Fu Yunny's words had a backup plan. She only promised to let him go. However, he was now in the Fushi Holy Land. How could he walk out of here? Even if Fu Yunny was willing to let him go, he had to be able to leave the Fushi Holy Land first. According to the legends, the Fushi Holy Land existed in a piece of primal chaos. In that piece of primal chaos, not to mention a mere fourth-step heavenly venerable like him, even an ancient sage would not be able to get close to it. If he entered that piece of primal chaos, he would definitely be crushed to pieces. However, he did not care about this for now. If he could make Fu Yunny let him go, then at least he would no longer be controlled by Fu Yunny. At that time, it would be much easier to think of a way to get out. "Okay, then tell me," Qin Xiao said. Seeing Qin Xiao agree, the smile on Fu Yunny's face couldn't help but widen. She looked like she had succeeded in her scheme. It was really beautiful and charming. However, no matter how charming she was, Qin Xiao did not have the slightest interest in her. Fu Yunny pointed at the two maidservants and said to Qin Xiao, "Fight with my two maidservants. As long as you can defeat them, I will let you go. I will not go back on my words. You don't have to doubt anything. My two maidservants are indeed first-step heavenly venerables. Their strength is at most equivalent to a first-step heavenly venerable with some experience. How about it? Do you dare to play with me? If you win, you will be free. I will also cancel the previous account book with you. If you can't win, then it's very simple. You just have to admit defeat to me. I know you want to beg me. You won't be willing to admit your mistakes, even if you are beaten to death. Is there a problem with admitting defeat? Qin Xiao, what do you think? I'm not making things difficult for you, right? What? Fight with two first-step heavenly venerable puppet maidservants? She would let him go if he won? Are you sure you are not joking? Qin Xiao was confident that he could win against two fourth-step heavenly venerables, let alone two first-step heavenly venerables. Two first-step heavenly venerables. Was there even a need to fight? He could crush them to death with just a pinch of finger. However, it was obvious that it was not that simple. There must be some conditions. Qin Xiao was not stupid. After thinking carefully, he immediately understood what was going on. Qin Xiao could not help but chuckle and say, "Miss Fu, Don't you think that your methods are a little, how do I put it, low level? Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child? My hands and feet are bound by your immortal rope, and my strength is suppressed. Let alone 2 maidservants. I am afraid that even 1 maidservant can beat me to the point that I can't fight back. So, if I fight with the 2 of them, am I not looking for a beating? I have no chance of winning at all. If you really want to give me this chance, then let me go and don't restrict my strength. Let me fight a real battle, then I will accept it. In that case, don't talk about admitting defeat to you. Even if I really lower my head and admit my mistake, it will be fine. You can't, but you have dug a big hole for me to jump into. Am I really that stupid to jump into it? Not jumping. Fu Yeni laughed. Her laughter was somewhat playful. She chuckled and said, "You don't want to jump? But that's not up to you. This is this lady's territory. That's why. What's the point of not jumping? Do you really think that you still have the ability to resist here? So, if you really don't want to jump, then it is easy. This lady will kick you into the hole." What a clean and straightforward thing to do. Qin Xiao did not want to say anything. This unruly woman was playing this trick again. Then what the hell was he going to say? If she played hard, then he would admit defeat. There was nothing to say. There was no other way. His skills were not as good as hers. He could only do this. No matter how unhappy he was, no matter how much he wanted to resist, he could not break free at all. How could a fish that was nailed on the chopping board escape? Aju Abai, do it. Treat this guy well for me. Fu Yeni directly gave the order. After giving the order, she directly pulled a chair and sat down. She took out some snacks and ate them while watching the show. She seemed to be enjoying it very much. Damn Qin Xiao, stinky Qin Xiao, you are merely a mere 4th-step heavenly venerate. How dare you disobey and offend this lady? If this lady doesn't teach you a lesson, you won't know what this lady is capable of. Haha, aren't you a legend? Aren't you number 1 on the Saint rankings of the Sacred Academy? Aren't you known as the number 1 genius in the Immortal region? Aren't you very arrogant? Today, this lady will properly crush your arrogance, drive, and talent. Let's see what you can do. This lady is really too smart. I can actually think of such a good way to deal with this guy. I don't believe that I can't make this guy bow down to me. Aren't you stubborn? Then this lady wants to see how stubborn you can be. This lady has lived for so many years. Although I haven't seen many people, I have never met someone so difficult to deal with. I don't believe that I can't do this. On the other side, the 2 puppet maids, Aju and Abai, naturally obeyed the order. They immediately walked out and bowed to Qin Xiao. They said in unison, "Young master, please excuse us." After saying that, the 2 directly attacked Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao wanted to fight back, but his hands were tied tightly. There was no way for him to move. However, it wasn't as simple as his hands being tied up. His strength was completely suppressed as well. Even his heart force was completely suppressed. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not have any strength to resist. Even if the 2 maids who attacked him were 1st-step heavenly venerables, Qin Xiao still did not have the strength to fight back. He was completely ravaged. Being ravaged by 2 1st-step heavenly venerables, what kind of situation was this? Fortunately, Qin Xiao's temperament was still strong. Otherwise, his self-esteem would have collapsed directly. Qin Xiao knew that this was Fu Yeni's method. She deliberately did this in order to strike her own self-esteem. She wanted to give herself a hard blow. But how could he be so easily defeated? How could he let Fu Yeni do as she wished? However, being trampled and beaten by 2 1st-step heavenly venerables was definitely a very uncomfortable feeling. Qin Xiao wanted to cry. He was a 4th-step heavenly venerate, the young master of the Sacred Academy, the 1st on the saint list, and the personal disciple of Li Sheng. But now he was actually being beaten up by 2 1st-step heavenly venerables. If this spread, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Not only would his reputation be ruined, but how could Li Sheng endure this? How could he not lose his face? Therefore, Fu Yeni's actions were a great humiliation to Qin Xiao. However, she glorified it as giving Qin Xiao a chance to humiliate him. Seeing Qin Xiao being beaten up by her 2 maids, Fu Yeni finally felt that she had vented her anger. She was in an incomparably good mood and happy mood. This was the feeling she wanted. However, she had a bottom line. After beating him up for a while, Fu Yunny waved her hand, indicating for the two maids to stop. The two maids immediately retreated to the side. Fortunately, the two maids had a sense of propriety and did not go overboard with their attacks. In fact, they had only given Qin Xiao a small punishment. If they had played a little more ruthlessly, Qin Xiao would have definitely become angry and hateful. Once that happened, Qin Xiao would probably really treat Fu Yunny as an enemy. Fortunately, it did not reach that line. Although she didn't reach that level, it was still very shameful and humiliating to be beaten up by two maidservants. In her heart, she was indeed very unhappy. Qin Xiao gritted her teeth and stared coldly at Fu Yunny. The more unhappy Qin Xiao was, the more her expression was like this. However, this made Fu Yunny even happier. To her, this was something that she was very proud of. Fu Yunny smiled very happily and said, "How is it? Are you convinced?" "Don't say that. I can also tell that you are very, very unconvinced. But what's the use of being unconvinced? You have fallen into my hands, and you still dare to disobey me. This is the outcome. Do you understand?" Chapter 2545. The Academy of Saints, where Princess Xiaoyu cultivated. Yuan and I went in to look for him, but it was really too dangerous inside. We couldn't find him at all, so we were forced to come out. Ming Yuexin shook her head. Yuan also said weakly, Yeah, the Azura battlefield is too terrifying. Sister Ming Yuexin and I almost died in there. Meng Dali frowned deeply. His face was solemn. Everyone's mood was very heavy. It had already been more than 11 million years, but Qin Xiao still hadn't come out of the Azura battlefield. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have stayed there for so long, so everyone began to worry about Qin Xiao. They were all afraid that something had happened to Qin Xiao. For this reason, Ming Yuexin and Yuan even specially entered the Azura battlefield once, but they didn't find anything. They couldn't keep waiting like this. Yuan said very worriedly, "Nothing will happen to Qin Xiao, right? What should we do now? Should we ask the teachers for help?" The teachers of the Academy of Saints should care about something like this, right? Why don't we go directly to Diening Long? Let me go to the Azura battlefield to look for Qin Xiao, Princess Xiaoyu suddenly said. Princess Ruexian also said immediately, "Sister Xiaoyu, I'll go with you." Meng Dali waved his hand and shook his head. "Don't be so anxious. I believe Qin Xiao will be fine. His luck has always been good. He shouldn't be that unlucky. With Xiaogu by his side, normal dangers should be impossible to threaten his life. Perhaps he just had a fortuitous encounter. We don't have to think about some bad things and worry too much about this. Qin Xiao has his own fortuitous encounter. The Azura battlefield is too dangerous. Princess Xiaoyu and Miss Ruexian, don't get involved in this. I know you want to save Qin Xiao, but you can't act recklessly. The Azura battlefield is too dangerous. If Qin Xiao really is in danger in the Azura battlefield, it'll be pointless for you to go in. You won't be able to help Qin Xiao at all. Don't worry about this. Prince Zhongyang has gone to look for the teacher. There should be good news soon. Let's wait patiently." As soon as Meng Dali finished speaking, Prince Zhongyang returned. Seeing that Zhongyang had returned, everyone turned their attention to him. Prince Zhongyang frowned and shook his head. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" At a time like this, how could anyone still be in a mood to choose this? Seeing everyone's cold stares, Prince Zhongyang continued, "The good news is that Qin Xiao is fine. The bad news was that Qin Xiao was no longer in the Shura battlefield, nor had she returned to the Saint Academy. Now her whereabouts were unknown. Where did he go?" "What?" Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, everyone was shocked and confused. What did he mean? He wasn't in the Shura battlefield, but he didn't return to Saint Academy either. Where did he go? How is that possible? Wouldn't he be able to return to Saint Academy by crushing the talisman? Only an extremely powerful fourth-step ancient saint would be able to leave the Azura battlefield without relying on a formation talisman. It's very simple. Someone took Qin Xiao away by force. But we don't know who it is. We don't know what the other party's purpose is. We don't know whether the other party is good or bad. Now, the situation is more awkward. We don't know anything. We don't even know where Qin Xiao went. Fortunately, the good news is that Qin Xiao is fine. And if we make some more inferences, since the person took Qin Xiao away without hurting him, it means that they won't really do anything to Qin Xiao. At least, they won't kill Qin Xiao. So, Qin Xiao's life should be relatively safe. As for the rest, it's hard to say. Prince Zhongyang shook his head and said. Everyone fell silent. Such a situation was indeed giving them a headache. But there was no other way. There was nothing they could do. After a moment of silence, Meng Dali said, So, we can't do anything now? Then what do you think you can do? Prince Zhongyang asked. Meng Dali fell silent. Yes, there was nothing they could do. However, the good news was that Qin Xiao was fine, so everyone could be at ease. Everything else was Qin Xiao's luck. They didn't have to worry too much about Qin Xiao. Fuxi Holy Land, Fu Yeni's palace. Fu Yeni showed mercy and untied Qin Xiao's immortal rope, allowing Qin Xiao to move freely. It could be said that he had obtained some personal freedom. Of course, this freedom was limited to her small palace. It was obviously impossible for him to leave this place. Qin Xiao could clearly see that the defensive restrictions here were very strong. It was not something he could break out of. He definitely couldn't escape from here. Even if he could escape from this small palace, he couldn't escape from Fuxi Holy Land. Therefore, Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't think of escaping. At least, this place was very safe. But if he tried to break in, it was very likely that he would attract a fatal disaster. After all, this was Fuxi Holy Land, the supreme holy land. How could an outsider casually break in? Fu Yeni went out and was no longer in the palace. The two maids didn't care about Qin Xiao. They were busy with their own things. They were puppets. They would only listen to their master's orders. If their master didn't give them orders, they wouldn't do it. Fu Yeni was gone. Qin Xiao temporarily had some peace and quiet. But now, he was trapped under a fence. It couldn't be considered freedom. Qin Xiao didn't stay idle. He walked around casually. Fu Yeni was an expert of the law of space. Her mastery of the law of space was very deep. It could be seen from here. This small palace was full of methods of the law of space. If one didn't understand the law of space, there was no way to walk around here. As long as he walked around, he would soon be trapped in one place. Qin Xiao's mastery of the law of space had reached the beginner level. So Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of anything. He could walk around the small palace. Moreover, as he walked, Qin Xiao could also study the methods of the law of space. He could absorb some of the roots of the law of space. From there, he could cultivate more and slowly improve his understanding of the law of space. Just treating this place as a place for cultivation, it was definitely an excellent place for cultivation of the law of space, although it was not as big as the 10,000-dimensional space. However, there were many small aspects that could be developed here, some guidance could be made, and there were many more specific things. Therefore, cultivating here was more targeted and the direction was more clear. The big aspects were not perfect, but the small aspect had a strong guiding power. This was a good thing for Qin Xiao. He naturally wouldn't let go of a free cultivation opportunity. The enlightenment he gained from it made Qin Xiao's cultivation of the law of space a little better. As he walked, Qin Xiao's nose suddenly twitched. He smelled a strange fragrance. Following the fragrance, Qin Xiao looked over. Soon, he saw an orchard. In this orchard, there were 3 different kinds of fruits. They were of different shapes and colors. There was a golden one, a crystal clear one, and a 7-colored one. There were 3 fruit trees. On each tree, there were only 3 fruits. There were only 9 fruits in total. It looked very rare, but the strange fragrance emitted by these 9 fruits could be smelled from afar. With just a whiff of this strange fruity aroma, one would immediately feel refreshed and refreshed. It was very comfortable. Moreover, these 9 fruits all exuded a sacred light. At a glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary things. They must be sacred objects. Since they could be planted here, they must be extraordinary. However, Qin Xiao didn't know the origin of these 3 fruits. He just felt that these 3 fruits were extremely precious. Perhaps the value of each fruit was no less than a divine origin fruit. Qin Zhao's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Since I've come across them, I'll pick them first. Anyway, this woman wants to teach me a lesson. I've been bullied so badly by her. There's nothing wrong with me picking a few fruits from her as compensation, right? But she's so cruel. I can't be so cruel. I'll leave her one of each fruit. I'll pick 2 of each. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He directly went forward and picked 2 fruits from each tree. As soon as the fruit was in his hand, Qin Zhao suddenly felt a heavy feeling. It wasn't because the fruit was heavy, but the supreme aura emitted by the fruit made Qin Zhao feel very heavy. Qin Zhao felt that this feeling was even stronger than the divine origin fruit. It seemed that his guess was right. The value of these fruits was very likely to surpass that of the divine origin fruit. He really didn't know what kind of sacred object it was, but it didn't matter. Now that he got the fruit, of course, Qin Zhao didn't dare to be happy too early. After all, with Fu Yunyi's means, even if it was in his hands, she could directly snatch it back. At that time, he still couldn't resist. The power of heaven. So, he had to eat these fruits first to see what kind of sacred object it was and what kind of special effect it had. Qin Zhao first took out a golden fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as the golden fruit entered his body, a powerful force suddenly exploded in Qin Zhao's body. The power that erupted in an instant was so terrifying that it really made Qin Zhao break out in a cold sweat. It was life-threatening. This power was really enough to destroy his whole body. Qin Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used all his strength to deal with this power. At the same time, he also guided this power into his inner world and used his inner world to digest part of it. Otherwise, Qin Zhao clearly felt that his body would not be able to digest so much power in such a short period of time. If he forcibly digested it, he was afraid that he would be in danger of exploding and dying. How terrifying! A single golden fruit actually contained such a terrifying amount of power. But what surprised Qin Zhao was that this power was the purest gold immortal power, one of the 5 elements. It was the purest gold immortal power. The power of the immortal Tao cultivation originated from the 5 elements immortal power. The gold immortal power was the best at attacking. It was the strongest and most domineering power. The gold immortal power could completely assist the cultivation of the immortal Tao. Moreover, it could improve one's immortal power and immortal body. This was simply like picking up a treasure. Qin Zhao immediately guided the gold immortal power. While digesting it in his inner world, he cultivated and used it to improve his immortal body, making it stronger. He didn't expect to really find a treasure this time. Chapter 2546. This golden fruit was truly miraculous. After digesting it, Qin Zhao could clearly feel himself improving in all aspects, and by a large margin. Such an unexpected gain made Qin Zhao wild with joy. It seemed that he had made the right choice in collecting interest. After digesting the golden fruit, Qin Zhao's inner world suddenly increased by 10%. His body's strength and toughness increased by 20%. It also had a great effect on the immortal Tao, allowing Qin Zhao to advance on the immortal Tao. He also improved a lot. Most importantly, it was a kind of increase in strength. His overall strength had probably increased by about 20%. At Qin Zhao's level, an increase of 20% with a huge improvement. Moreover, this was only the benefit of one golden fruit. This result was truly a pleasant surprise. Since there was such a great gain, Qin Zhao naturally didn't hold back and continued to eat the other golden fruit. The second golden fruit's effect was obviously less than the first, but this was normal. After all, these were all external forces. When using external forces to improve one's strength, the amount had to be moderate. If the amount was too much, it would naturally backfire and even affect one's cultivation path. The effect of a second golden fruit was about 70% of the first fruit's effect. However, even though it was only 70%, the increase in Qin Zhao's strength was still quite obvious. The effect of 2 golden fruits superimposed on each other increased Qin Zhao's strength by more than 30%. With just 2 fruits, such a great improvement in strength was probably equivalent to tens of millions of years of cultivation, or even more. I really picked up a treasure. As expected of an expert from the Fushi clan, to be able to grow such a rare treasure in his own place of cultivation. These 2 golden fruits have such a miraculous effect. I wonder what the other 2 fruits will do. Qin Xiao took out another pure-colored fruit and ate it in one bite. As soon as he ate this pure-colored fruit, Qin Xiao immediately felt the space in his mind explode, filling his entire mental world in an instant. The power of the law of space gushed out in an instant, directly bringing Qin Xiao into the primitive sea of the law of space, allowing Qin Xiao to personally feel the root of the law of space. Qin Xiao was wild with joy. This fruit could actually guide people to cultivate the law of space. This was definitely a holy fruit of the law of space. This effect was similar to the divine origin fruit's effect on the cultivation of the immortal Tao. Of course, it might not be as overbearing as the divine origin fruit. The divine origin fruit forcibly opened up the ancient road for a 4th-step celestial venerable to step into the saint realm. However, the price of being overbearing was a great harm to the cultivation body, almost severing the cultivation path. But this was different. It guided people's cultivation of the law of space. The essence of the law of space was dissected in detail in front of Qin, so that Qin Xiao could comprehend and cultivate. This is equivalent to having an extremely dangerous master in your hands. Teaching hand in hand. Of course, such benefits were needless to say. Qin Xiao was immediately immersed in the sea of space, reaching the fundamental core of the law of space to comprehend and wander. Such a guiding effect was naturally much stronger than that of Qin Xiao in the infinite dimensional space. For the cultivation of the law of space, this was simply an invincible treasure. However, Qin Xiao's cultivation of the law of space had already reached the initial level, so the improvement for Qin Xiao was not too great. The effect of this fruit was also limited. For someone who had not yet entered the threshold of the law of space, the effect of this fruit would be very great. It was even possible to help a person directly break through the law of space. For example, if Qin Xiao had obtained this fruit before entering the infinite dimensional space, Qin Xiao was confident that he could use this fruit to directly break through the initial level of the law of space. But Qin Xiao was already in the initial level, so the extent of improvement would be very small. There was also a lot of improvement, which could be regarded as an accumulation of cultivation. After all, if Qin Xiao wanted to go further now, the extent of the improvement was indeed a bit big, so it was naturally not an easy thing. The fruit was quickly digested. Qin Xiao clicked his tongue and said, "It's a pity that a holy fruit was wasted. If this fruit was given to Zhang Yang and the others, it would definitely help them directly reach the initial level of the law of space." The initial level of the law of space. There's still one more fruit. I don't need it for the time being. It won't improve me much. It doesn't match the value of this fruit. Qin Xiao took out the colorful fruit again. The first golden fruit was the holy fruit of the gold immortal power, which had a lot of improvement in all aspects. The second fruit was the holy fruit of the law of space, which did not have much improvement. What kind of holy fruit was the third one? No matter what it was, he would try it first. Whether it had any benefits or not, he would only know after he tried it. Qin Xiao ate the colorful fruit in one bite. As soon as the colorful fruit entered his stomach, a powerful and pure immortal power suddenly gushed out of the fruit and quickly rushed to all parts of Qin Xiao's body, nourishing Qin Xiao's body, soul, and will. Mind, what a powerful immortal power! What a pure and rich immortal power! What a clear foundation of the law of immortality! It appeared clearly in Qin Xiao's mind, making Qin Xiao feel a burst of joy. The holy fruit of the law of space, just now, did not have much effect on Qin Xiao, but this holy fruit of the immortal Tao was very useful to Qin Xiao. It was similar to the divine origin fruit, but fundamentally different. The divine origin fruit was forcibly instilled and changed. But this holy fruit of the immortal Tao was a step-by-step guide. The latter was the foundation of cultivation, so naturally, it would not be affected in any way. Qin Shao worked hard to absorb and digest these things, so that his cultivation of the immortal Tao would improve and he could open up his own ancient path. For Qin Shao now, what he needed to master was the law of immortality, and he had to start with the law. This holy fruit of the immortal Tao was a miraculous guiding force that guided Qin Shao to cultivate and comprehend the law of immortality. With such a guiding force, Qin Shao naturally became extremely greedy. He absorbed and digested the fruit madly to improve himself. Cultivating and comprehending the law of immortality naturally took time. Soon, 1,000 years had passed. Under the effect of the holy fruit, Qin Shao also grasped a trace of the law of immortality. Although he had not completely stepped through the threshold and reached the initial level, at least he had touched a little. He was half a step into the threshold of the law of immortality. Taking a step forward on this path was of the greatest significance. Now that he had taken this step, his future path would be much easier and smoother. Needless to say, such a harvest was incomparably huge. It could be considered as opening up some roads for Qin Shao. In this way, Qin Shao also found a trace of a way to open up the ancient path and obtained a trace of guiding light. With this light, it was obvious that he had a direction to cultivate. He was no longer flying around like a headless fly. Therefore, for Qin Shao, this was the biggest harvest of the 3 holy fruits. If he could do it a few more times, he might be able to cultivate the law of immortality to the initial level. Of course, the improvement of the law of immortality was a different kind of influence, unlike the law of space. In comparison, it was more difficult. It was not so easy to cross this hurdle. This was a path to open up the ancient path. How could it be so easy? Qin Zhao's accumulation in all aspects was not deep. If he tried to force it, there might not be a good result. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Qin Shao decided not to continue eating the remaining holy fruits. He would first settle down and wait for a good opportunity in the future to continue eating them and use them to break through. Now it was better to digest the immortal Tao holy fruit. He had not completely digested it yet. After eating 4 holy fruits, there were only 2 left. These 3 holy fruits each had their own miraculous effects and were precious in their own way. They were all priceless treasures. Although they might not necessarily be more valuable than the divine origin fruit, they were definitely more useful than the divine origin fruit for real cultivators. At least for Qin Shao, these 3 holy fruits were obviously better than the divine origin fruit. This time, he had found a treasure. Qin Shao looked at the other 3 holy fruits on the 3 trees. Qin Shao did not want the space law holy fruit, but Qin Shao was itching to pluck the other 2. However, Qin Shao did not do so in the end. He suppressed the thought in his heart. Forget it, forget it. It's better not to be so ruthless. This is not mine to begin with. My action is considered stealing. It's just that Miss Fu has been bullying me, so I'm just charging her a little interest. But after all, this is not an honorable act. It's a little shameless to take more than half of it. If I took it all, it would be extremely shameless. I, Qin Shao, will not do such a thing. Forget it. No matter how good something is, if it doesn't belong to me, there's no need to be greedy and force it. Qin Shao shook his head and dispelled the thought in his heart. How dare you break in here to steal my Miss Holy Fruits? How should you be punished? At this moment, a stern voice was heard. The 2 maidservants walked over. Both of them looked at Qin Shao with incomparably stern expressions. They were condemning Qin Shao. Faced with this sudden question, Qin Shao felt a little guilty. After all, it was not a very glorious thing, but Qin Shao was not completely without confidence. Qin Shao looked at the 2 servant girls and curled his lips. But your miss let me go of her own accord. When she left, she did not say that I was not allowed to walk around here, nor did she say that I was not allowed to touch anything here. She should not have told you to do so, right? So, she set me free and left by herself. Until now, she hasn't returned. How can a living person like me stay in a place without moving? So, naturally, I walked around here and took a look. I just happened to see a few fruits, so I casually picked them and ate them. It doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Just like when I go to someone's house as a guest and see some fruits in their courtyard. If the owner is at home, then I should naturally ask for the owner's opinion. But the owner had something to do at the last minute and left me alone in the house. So, I naturally cut first and collect later. Nothing is forbidden, so it can be regarded as permitted, right? Besides, I only ate a few fruits. Why are you so agitated? Chapter 25:47. That's right. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Miss didn't order me to do that, right? But this fruit is very precious. It's our Miss's favorite fruit. There are only 3 planted here, and it takes a long time for them to bear fruit. This batch of fruits has just ripened, and we haven't picked them for our Miss to eat, but you ate most of them. A maid said. Qin Shao saw that the 2 maids were fooled and continued. Don't care about those details. I'm also your Miss's guest. You said that these fruits are what your Miss usually eats, but the number is a little small. Since the fruit is used to eat, the good things are naturally used to entertain guests. So, I ate a few, so there's nothing wrong. Is that so? It's good to entertain guests with good things, but the 2 maids are not so easily fooled. One of them immediately shook her head and said, No, my Miss said that you are her prey. You are not my Miss's guest. Abai, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's take him down first and wait for Miss to come back. Aju said. Abai nodded in agreement. These 2 women came forward to take down Qin Shao. Qin Shao took 2 steps back and made a gesture to stop. Hey, Miss Aju and Miss Abai. Last time I couldn't defeat you all because my hands and feet were bound and my strength was suppressed by your young miss. Now I'm free. With your strength, you are far from being my opponent. If you want to fight, you will suffer. Whether I'm a guest or not, it's not too late to wait for your miss to come back, right? What if your miss doesn't mind that I ate a few of her fruits? Then aren't you going against your miss's wishes? If your miss is really angry, then your miss will naturally deal with me, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 2 maids looked at each other for a while. It seemed that what he said was very reasonable. After all, they were puppet life forms. Even though they were given some life force and had high intelligence, there were still many areas where they were not flexible enough. They were dead. After thinking about it, they also felt that what Qin Shao said was reasonable. Abai said, Well, we can't do it, but we have to monitor you. We won't let you walk around and touch anything here. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Oh, that's what I want. I'm bored. Whenever I'm bored, I'll walk around and look around to kill some time. If you 2 beauties don't mind accompanying me, then I'm naturally happy. At least I can talk to you, and it won't be so boring. Why don't you 2 beauties talk about the wind and snow and the moon? Barog, Aju and Abai both spat at Qin Shao in unison. Cough. He was just chatting about romance. How did he become a hooligan? Qin Shao wondered if these 2 ladies had some misunderstandings about hooligans. Next, Qin Shao was closely monitored by Aju and Abai, and they kept staring at Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao did not intend to walk around again. He stayed in one place and simply cultivated. It just so happened that he could also take this opportunity to digest the benefits brought by the immortal Tao holy fruit and improve his cultivation. After 2,000 days, Fu Yunny finally came back. This time, when she heard that Qin Shao had stolen her holy fruit, she immediately became angry. She put on a very angry look and angrily stared at Qin Shao. Damn Qin Shao, stinky Qin Shao, I'll kill you. You bastard, how dare you steal this old lady's favorite fruit? That thing takes tens of millions of years to bloom, tens of millions of years to bear fruit, and tens of millions of years to mature. One cycle takes 30 million years. Moreover, it doesn't bloom and bear fruit every 30 million years. It needs careful care to bloom and bear fruit. For those 3 trees, I spent a lot of energy. It wasn't easy for me to get a few ripe fruits, but you bastard ate more than half of them. Humph, I'm very angry now. If you don't quickly apologize to me, the consequences will be very serious. Fu Yunny's appearance was really a bit scary. This woman, was she really so angry? Could it be? Although these fruits were indeed invaluable to ordinary people, they were exceptionally precious. Even if they were not comparable to the divine origin fruit, they were still extremely precious. To Fu Yunyi, this fruit was just a fruit that she could eat. It was no different from a fruit. With Fu Yunyi's current realm, these fruits would not have any effect on her at all. They were just for the taste. Therefore, Qin Xiao always thought that these fruits were not worth mentioning to Fu Yunyi. She should not take them to heart. But the situation in front of him did not seem right. She was so angry that she actually swore. No, it shouldn't be. For such a small matter, she shouldn't be angry. Was she doing it on purpose? Was it to scare him? To make him apologize to her? And this possibility was very high. Qin Xiao immediately understood. In order to make him apologize, this Fu Yunyi was going all out. I say, Miss Fu, you left me at your cultivation place for 2,000 years. When you left, you didn't tell me not to wander around and touch your things. I just happened to see a few fruits. In a moment of excitement, I tasted one. I found that it tasted pretty good, so I couldn't help but eat a few more. See, I still know my limits. I didn't eat all of them. I even left 3 for you. When I was eating, I was just thinking that Miss Fu still has a friendly side to her. Although she looks quite fierce on the surface, she still gave me some good fruits to eat. That's a little bit of hospitality. I can be considered a guest. I just ate a few fruits. You don't have to be like this, right? Hearing Qin Xiao's shameless words, Fu Yunyi glared at Qin Xiao with disdain. Can you be any more shameless? He was a guest. What kind of guest? Since when did a prisoner call himself a guest? She just did not think too much when she left. Did not say anything mean that she allowed it? What kind of logic was this? He was a classic example of someone who took advantage of others. Intolerable, intolerable. We're the same. I just learned it from you. Qin Xiao said. Fu Yunyi was furious. What did he mean by learning it from her? How was she shameless? Slander, slander. She was such a beautiful woman with a celestial aura. She was obviously kind-hearted, okay? She was obviously full of righteousness, okay? After calming down, Fu Yunyi pointed at Qin Xiao and said, Are you trying to be unreasonable with me? Are you sure you don't want to apologize? You stole my sacred fruits and ate them. How can you be so self-righteous? Who gave you the courage? In this matter, Qin Xiao was indeed in the wrong. However, Qin Xiao was not so self-righteous, right? Qin Xiao said, If you're willing to let me leave the holy land of Fuxi and let me return to the Holy Institute, then I can apologize to you for what happened just now. Without your master's permission, I ate a few of your sacred fruits. That was indeed wrong. However, you kidnapped me here and let your maidservant humiliate me. I'm just collecting some interest. If you didn't treat me like that, why would I do that? Fu Yunyi laughed. However, this laugh was clearly a bit strange. Qin Xiao immediately knew that this woman was up to something. Sure enough, Fu Yunyi waved her hand and a force enveloped Qin Xiao, directly capturing Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was unable to move an inch. An invisible hand grabbed Qin Xiao tightly, causing Qin Xiao's expression to turn cold. He stared coldly at Fu Yunyi. He did not know what this woman wanted to do. Collecting interest, is it? You dare to collect interest from this lady? Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. How dare you be so arrogant? You ate 6 of my sacred fruits. Then this lady will also collect some interest from you. After Fu Yunyi finished speaking, a force directly penetrated into Qin Xiao's inner world. Such an action really frightened Qin Xiao quite a bit, and cold sweat seeped out of his body. What kind of method was this? How could it be so easy to directly penetrate into his inner world? How terrifying, how terrifying, how terrifying. The inner world was the weakest, but also the most sacred and important place of a person. However, he did not expect that Fu Yunyi could easily penetrate into Qin Xiao's inner world. This made Qin Xiao shocked and frightened. He struggled desperately, but he was tightly held by that invisible force. There was no way for him to resist. Qin Xiao watched the 2 saint origin fruits fly out of his inner world and fall into Fu Yunyi's hands. The force that penetrated Qin Xiao's inner world was withdrawn. However, the force that captured Qin Xiao did not loosen, so Qin Xiao was still unable to move an inch. Qin Shao stared at Fu Yunny. He really wanted to cry, but had no tears. This time, he suffered a big loss. After eating a few fruits, he did not expect to lose 2 sane origin fruits. This was not a good deal for Qin Shao at all. If this was the case, he would rather not eat those fruits. Oh, you're not bad. You actually have 2 sane origin fruits. This thing is extremely rare, and it can't be cultivated. Although this fruit is not delicious at all, it is still a relatively precious thing. It is more precious than my fruit. You ate 4 sane origin fruits and left 2. Since you have taken them, this young lady is too lazy to take them back. This young lady dislikes the things that you have touched. It will be disgusting to eat them. As for these 2 sane origin fruits, I'll keep them for now. You have taken 6 fruits from this young lady. Taking 2 sane origin fruits from you is a bargain, right? After saying that, Fu Yunny withdrew her hand and put away the 2 sane origin fruits. With a wave of her hand, the force that was suppressing Qin Shao dissipated and Qin Shao was able to move. Qin Shao anxiously rushed forward, but he still did not reach Fu Yunny. No matter how strong he was, in front of Fu Yunny, he could not withstand a single blow. He was as weak as an ant. What? Only you can take this young lady's things, but I can't take yours? Otherwise, if you return 6 fruits to this young lady will return the 2 saint origin fruits to you. Otherwise, you'd better behave yourself. This is the punishment you deserve. If you're not happy, believe it or not, this young lady will take away all the things in your inner world. Fu Yunny glared at Qin Shao and said. His words were filled with a threatening tone. What could Qin Shao do? He could only clench his teeth secretly. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. He was not as strong as others, so he could only be bullied like this. Chapter 25:48. Qin Shao looked at Fu Yunny coldly and said with some anger, Miss Fu, do you usually treat other people's privacy like this? You can spy on them as you please? You are an extremely powerful ancient saint, a big shot who stands at the peak of the immortal domain. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Even if you aren't afraid of being laughed at by others, this doesn't suit your status, does it? Fu Yunny smiled indifferently and said, Did I spy on your privacy? I didn't search your soul or memory. I just took something from your inner world. When I took it, I didn't want to look at your inner world. What? You say this young lady spied on your thoughts. Then it seems this young lady has to search your soul and memory. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wronged by you? Qin Shao was speechless, completely powerless to resist. Qin Shao had never liked to be threatened, but when Fu Yunny threatened him like this, he suddenly lost his temper. Could this woman really do such a thing? Qin Shao really didn't dare to say this. Perhaps she really could do it. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let this kind of thing happen. Okay, we are even this round. I took 6 of your holy fruits. I was indeed in the wrong first. You took 2 of my saint origin fruits and spied on my inner world. You can be considered to have returned a blow to me. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, It was better to not provoke such a woman. Qin Shao also knew this. He also didn't want to provoke this woman. But there was no other way. He had to do it. If he bowed his head and apologized from the beginning, and comforted his wounded heart with the words a good man doesn't fight with a woman, perhaps everything would have been settled. But things didn't develop like this. Even if he had the chance to do it again, Qin Shao believed that he wouldn't do it again. There were some things that couldn't be compromised, and couldn't be compromised just because the other party was a woman. The bottom line of principle shouldn't be differentiated by gender. Although Qin Shao hadn't completely bowed down, he had somewhat compromised. To Fu Yunny, this was a big victory. That's more like it. Wouldn't everything be fine if you did this earlier? Fu Yunny said with satisfaction. That smug look on his face made it seem as if his scheme had succeeded. Fu Yunny said again, Why don't you just settle this once and for all? Beg me to let you go and apologize to me sincerely. Then, I will forgive you and let you leave the Fushi sacred ground. Also, I'll return those 2 saint origin fruits to you. What do you think? What do you think? Qin Shao curled her lips and said, It does sound like a good deal. Even I'm tempted. Ha ha ha. Of course it's a very good deal. This lady is very kind and benevolent to give you a chance. Such a great opportunity is right in front of you. You have to cherish it. Lowering my head and apologizing to you and begging for forgiveness is just a matter of a few words. Is it so difficult? Fu Yeni raised her chin and looked very proud. Qin Xiao shook his head and chuckled. He said, "It's really not difficult. It's just that I can't do it. If you don't want to return it, then don't. If you want to use this as a trade, then I'm very sorry. Qin Xiao's dignity, principle, is worth more than this." Qin Xiao's words made Fu Yeni very angry. Her jade face turned green. Her pair of small fists clenched and her delicate body trembled. She looked as if she wanted to skin Qin Xiao alive. Hateful, hateful. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. You stay here. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Zhu and Bai, keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave, then activate the array. Don't be polite. If he activates the array, then he's dead. Don't blame this lady. Fu Yeni angrily threw down a sentence and left in a huff. It sounded like she was going to leave this place again. This woman was really a busy person. She didn't stay in her little palace for long after she came back. However, this was not bad news for Qin Xiao. Without Fu Yeni, he had some peace and quiet. Zhu and Bai obeyed the order and guarded Qin Xiao. In contrast, Qin Xiao felt that Zhu and Bai were quite interesting. They were puppets that had been given some life. They were just like stupid girls. Generally speaking, stupid girls were especially cute and lovable. Qin Xiao looked at the two of them. Before Qin Xiao could speak, Bai said, "Don't even think about it. If you dare to leave there, we will immediately activate the array. At that time, you may really die. So, you better stay there and don't move." Qin Xiao curled his lips. He had just praised them for being cute, but now they were not cute anymore. Forget it, forget it. I won't be able to talk much with these two puppets anyway. I'll just forget about it. They would definitely follow orders, so Qin Xiao naturally would not dare to provoke them easily. If it didn't leave, then so be it. What was the big deal? Qin Xiao simply sat down and began to cultivate. He couldn't waste time. This woman is really ruthless in her game. I must be very careful when fighting with her. This time, I lost 2 divine origin fruits because of you. It's really painful. No, I left those 2 divine origin fruits for my brothers in the desolate land. They are for our Hongmeng universe. They are the future of our Hongmeng universe. I must find a way to get the divine origin fruits back from her. But this woman forced me to bow my head and apologize to her. It's really a headache. A headache indeed. There was definitely no way for the time being. He could only stop thinking about such a troublesome matter. He would see if there was a chance in the future. Qin Xiao didn't believe that Fu Yeni would keep him detained like this. She probably didn't have the time to waste on him. She was fighting for her dignity, and he was also fighting for his dignity. It was just that no one was willing to submit to the other. Cultivate. The law of immortal Tao was unfathomable. It was much more difficult to cultivate than the law of space. At least, that was what Qin Xiao felt. Perhaps it was because Qin Xiao's law of space had been cultivated to the small success stage. So when he looked back, he didn't feel that it was too difficult. However, the law of immortal Tao was different. Qin Xiao was only half a step into the law of immortal Tao. His level was still very low. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was very difficult. It was too difficult to cross this threshold. It was precisely because it was difficult that it was also very challenging for Qin Xiao. At this time, he was immersed in cultivation and comprehending the many things that the immortal Tao sacred fruit had brought him. He had to digest them one by one, understand them thoroughly, and then turn them into his own. Only in this way would he be able to accumulate his cultivation. Finally, when the time was right, he would be able to break through to the next realm. Cultivating the law of immortal Tao was actually a path to open up an ancient road. This road was very long and very difficult. It was full of endless hardships and bumps and thorns. Immersed in cultivation, Qin Xiao didn't realize that time was passing unknowingly. Suddenly, Qin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His cultivation was interrupted, and he looked in a direction. He felt a familiar aura approaching. Sure enough, his gaze soon fell on a familiar figure. Seeing the person, Qin Xiao was quite surprised and immediately stood up. A Zhu and a Bai saw Qin Shao move, and their eyes immediately stared at her, raising a bit of vigilance. However, when they saw the person coming, they took a step back and made way. It didn't stop the person. The person came directly in front of Qin Shao. After looking at Qin Shao, he said, "You're really unlucky." Hearing these words, Qin Shao immediately grabbed the person's hand excitedly and said, "Great minds think alike. I also think that I'm really unlucky. You could have provoked anyone, but you just had to provoke your sister. Fu Zhongshuan. Isn't Fu Yunny your sister? Why don't you go persuade your sister? We're even now. Ask her to let me go. If this continues, I don't think it'll be good for everyone." The person who came was none other than Fu Zhongshuan. Fu Zhongshuan frowned and said, "I came back this time because of this matter. I heard that you were taken to the Fuxi Holy Land by my sister, so I hurried back. I wanted to ask my sister for mercy on your behalf, but I didn't expect her to be here. If that's the case, then I'll use another method. But seriously, you really shouldn't have provoked my sister. Even I don't dare to provoke her. I'm afraid there aren't many in the Fuxi clan who would dare to provoke her. Even if I did, I'm afraid it wouldn't be of any use. Since my sister took you back, she won't let you go easily." Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said rather helplessly, "You can't blame me for this. I didn't want to. It was your sister who wanted to bully me. I'm the victim here." Fu Zhongshuan froze for a moment, then shook his head and said helplessly, "I know your character. You wouldn't take the initiative to provoke my sister. But you shouldn't be too harsh when dealing with my sister. You'll only get what you want. But with your personality, I don't think you'll be able to bow down and admit defeat to my sister. So when the two of you collide, it's natural that you'll be at each other's throats. Neither of you will give in to the other. The more you collide, the more intense the sparks will be. Forget it. It's actually not a big deal. It's just your personalities." After saying that, Fu Zhongshuan looked at Zhu and Bai and said, "I want to talk to Qin Shao alone. You don't have to stay here. You can leave first." Zhu and Bai looked at each other and shook their heads. Bai said, "Young master, Miss told us to keep an eye on this place and not let him leave. So we can't leave. Please don't make things difficult for us." "If that's the case, then forget it." After saying that, Fu Zhongshuan suddenly waved his hand and an invisible force enveloped Zhu and Bai. Zhu and Bai couldn't resist at all. As soon as they were touched by the force, they fell down and fainted. After dealing with Zhu and Bai, Fu Zhongshuan immediately said to Qin Shao, "Let's go. I'll take you away from here. Hurry up, my sister might come back at any time." Qin Shao was really grateful to Fu Zhongshuan. After knowing that something happened to her, he took the initiative to come back from the Saint Academy to save her. She didn't have much interaction with him before, and there wasn't much friendship between them. Regarding this friendship, Qin Shao had always engraved it in his heart. Chapter 25:49. With Fu Zhongshuan leading the way, the two had a smooth journey and left Fu Yunny's place of cultivation. After all, Fu Yunny was Fu Zhongshuan's sister, so Fu Zhongshuan was naturally familiar with her place of cultivation. Naturally, he could enter and leave as he pleased. If it was someone else, they would have already triggered the restriction array. After leaving Fu Yunny's place of cultivation, Fu Zhongshuan directly led Qin Shao out of the Fuxi Holy Land. After passing through a piece of chaos, they came out and arrived at the territory of the 9 continents Huaxia country. When Qin Shao breathed in this familiar aura and looked at the territory in front of him, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, we're out. We're finally out. It was not easy. It was really not easy to escape from Fu Yunny's hands this time. Moreover, it was so fast that Qin Shao did not expect it. Qin Shao really did not expect that Fu Zhongshuan would take the initiative to rush back to the Fuxi Holy Land to save him. In terms of friendship, he actually did not have much of a friendship with Fu Zhongshuan. Moreover, he was the one who defeated Fu Zhongshuan in the student tournament and took the first-place title from him. Logically speaking, Fu Zhongshuan should hate him, but Fu Zhongshuan did not. Instead, he showed superhuman magnanimity. Not only did he not hate Qin Shao, but he was also very friendly to Qin Shao. Among the students of the Sacred Academy, Qin Shao was probably the only one in Fu Zhongshuan's eyes. Perhaps this was what it meant by experts cherishing experts. Fu Zhongshuan had always given people the impression that he was very cold and aloof, and no one could get close to him. In the Sacred Academy, he rarely showed his face. Even if he did, he would not look at anyone. No one could get close to him. Qin Shao was also a little curious, and asked, Fu Zhongshuan, it seems that we have not been in contact since the student tournament. I always thought that you would treat me as your opponent, but I did not expect that you would rush over from the Sacred Academy to save me. Why did you go through so much trouble to save me? There doesn't seem to be any friendship between us, right? There was no expression on Fu Zhongshuan's face. It was as if he didn't know how to smile. He was always so cold. His face was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years. It was always cold and expressionless. Therefore, you couldn't see anything on his face at all times. You couldn't even tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. Would you believe me if I told you that I was worried that you would be played to death by my sister, and that I would have one less opponent in the Sacred Institute? Fu Zhongshuan asked. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Perhaps this is one of the reasons, but I believe that this is definitely not the main reason. There is a saying that heroes cherish heroes. You see me as an opponent, so you don't want me to die so quickly. That's possible. However, it doesn't make sense for you to save me because of this. Don't need to make it too clear? Fu Zhongshuan asked. This question stunned Qin Shao. She was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Yes, was there a need? As a person, do things according to your heart. Why do you need to do everything with a reason, a purpose, and benefits? If you want to do something, just do it. You only need a thought, no need for any reason. Isn't that good? I heard from Brother Zhongyu that you were captured by my sister and brought to the Fuxi sacred ground. With my understanding of my sister, I know that you will have a hard time. Firstly, I don't want my sister to do such a shameful thing. Secondly, I really don't want you to accidentally die in my sister's hands. Furthermore, if you were kidnapped by my sister, it would definitely severely affect your cultivation. With my sister's temper, it would be normal for her to lock you up for a few years. I lost to you in the student competition, so you should admit it. You're the only one who has defeated me so far, but I won't admit defeat. I will climb back up from where I fell, so I will get back up from where I lost to you. I will win it back. If your cultivation is always delayed, then even if I win against you next time, I will feel that it is unfair to you. So, I came to save you. This way, if I win against you in the future, I can accept the fruits of victory with a clear conscience. Fu Zhongshuan said again. His words were very sincere. Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. He gave Fu Zhongshuan a thumbs up, admiring him. Fu Zhongshuan was indeed a very special person. He was a man worthy of respect. He was a man of character. No matter what, Qin Shao would remember this big favor. He owed Fu Zhongshuan. Of course, a favor was a favor, and a matter was a matter. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Then you have to work hard. You are a person who doesn't dare to admit defeat easily, but I, Qin Shao, am the same. Since I can beat you once, I believe that I can beat you again. You want to get it back, but I may not let you do as you wish. If you work hard, I will also work harder. Fu Zhongshuan's lips curled up slightly. He said, That's good. The harder you work, the more motivation I will have. You have your confidence, and I have mine. Then let's see who will win the next time we fight. I believe that victory is mine. Haha, what a coincidence. I also think that victory is mine. Qin Shao smiled. The words of the two seemed to be full of sharpness, but there were no sparks. This was a kind of mutual appreciation between masters. The feeling of freedom was really good. Qin Shao didn't want to feel the feeling of being controlled again in his life. But now that they were in the 9 states of Huaxia, it was safe. It wouldn't take much time to go to the Sacred Academy. It was better to go back to the Sacred Academy first. As soon as the two stepped out, the space suddenly became chaotic. One by one, the space surged out of thin air. This sudden change caught Qin Shao and Fu Zhongshuan off guard. The two of them were directly separated by space. In an instant, Qin Shao and Fu Zhongshuan's figure disappeared. They didn't know where they were sent to, but Qin Shao was trapped by the space, forming a space cage. Qin Xiao was trapped inside. Qin Xiao had already experienced such a powerful space technique. Naturally, he knew who was coming. Fu Yeni was here again. Qin Xiao's face was completely gloomy. His eyes were incomparably cold as he stared at the space around him. It seemed that he shouldn't be happy too early. He didn't expect that Fu Yeni would still chase after him even after he left the Fuxi Holy Land. Ha, you're quite capable. You run quite fast. I almost couldn't catch up with you. You're quite good. You actually managed to bewitch my younger brother to come and save you. That traitorous guy really pissed me off. He actually helped an outsider to deal with his own sister. I seriously doubt whether he's my younger brother or not. But it's useless. With your little strength, do you think you can escape from this lady's palm? What are you thinking? This lady already told you to give up on the idea of running away. You still don't want to give up? Why don't you try to escape? Let's see how capable you are. Even if your wings grow strong, it's still useless. As long as this lady doesn't take the initiative to let you go, you won't be able to escape from this lady's palm. Fu Yeni's voice came over, and she also walked out of the void. At this time, she was like a goddess of space, and all the space was under her control and for her to use. You really don't want to let me go? Qin Xiao asked coldly. Fu Yeni smiled and said, It's not that I don't want to let you go. You're the one who doesn't want to let yourself go. This lady has already told you the conditions to let you go. It's very simple. You didn't even agree to such simple conditions. You can't even do it. How can this lady let you go? How can there be a way out? You're too stubborn. Don't blame this lady. It's said that a tree lives with a layer of bark. Humans fight for their dignity. This lady will really fight with you to the end. Let's see who will win in the end. A tree lives with a layer of bark. Humans fight for their dignity. This sentence was also often said by Qin Xiao. He actually agreed with this principle. As a person, one should fight for their dignity. In order to fight for their dignity, it was worth it even if they had to risk their lives. Facing such an incomparably powerful Fu Yeni, Qin Xiao was truly somewhat powerless. He really had the intention to admit defeat. Just admitting defeat was nothing. But this woman didn't just want to admit defeat, right? She wanted him to lower his head and admit his mistake, apologize to her, and beg for mercy. How could Qin Xiao do these things? Moreover, Qin Xiao had always said that he would never lower his head. If he did now, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? She, Fu Yeni, wanted to fight for her dignity, but he, Qin Xiao, also wanted to fight for his dignity. But now the situation was a little complicated. Both of them wanted to fight for their dignity. Both of them couldn't take half a step back. Naturally, they were in a deadlock. How is it, Qin Xiao? Have you thought it through now? If you have, it's just a matter of a few words. This lady will let you go and let you go back to Saint Institute. I'll give you back your freedom. This is the territory of Huaxia in Jiuzhou. It's very convenient for you to go back to Saint Institute. Your friends should be waiting for you there, right? If you still don't admit defeat, you know the consequences. Fu Yeni said again. She was forcing Qin Xiao to lower his head and beg for mercy again. How many times had it been? He couldn't help but admire Fu Yeni's strong perseverance. She really didn't let go. Should he lower his head? If he took a step back, he would be free from this woman's control. If he took a step back, he would be able to go back to Saint Institute and return to his normal life. If he took a step back, what was wrong with that? But after Qin Xiao struggled and weighed the pros and cons in his heart, he still shook his head. No, he couldn't take a step back. He absolutely couldn't take a step back. This time, it wasn't his fault from the beginning. He was the one who was bullied from the beginning. He was already magnanimous to not care about it. A good man wouldn't fight with a woman. If he was forced to lower his head, wouldn't that be trampling on his dignity? If a person didn't live with dignity, he might as well die. This was the bottom line of his principles. He absolutely couldn't give it up just because he was greedy for a moment of life and death. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's conviction became firm again. You want me to lower my head to you? Absolutely impossible. What do you want? I'll accompany you to the end. Why should I, Qin Xiao, be afraid of any consequences? Fine. If you don't lower your head, then forget it. This lady already expected you to be like this. If that's the case, then you should obediently be this lady's prisoner for the time being. When you think it through, then I'll give you back your freedom. Fu Yeni wasn't angry this time. Instead, she seemed to have expected this. Chapter 2550. Playing this trick again? Was there no end to it? Fu Yeni actually did something that hurt a man's pride again and again. It was obvious how unruly, domineering, and arrogant this woman was. She couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. She was willing to fight to the death just because of a moment of anger. More importantly, you're not in the right either. If you were in the right, then things would be easier. Sometimes, Qin Shao wondered why he had to be so calculated with a woman. She was unreasonable, so why did he have to fight to the death with her? It wasn't worth it. If he continued to fight to the death with her, then he would appear to be too stubborn. There was nothing wrong with being stubborn, but there were some things that didn't have much meaning. A good man didn't fight with a woman. If he was so calculative with a woman, then he had already lost 10%. All this time, Qin Shao had been asking himself this question over and over again. Was it right or wrong to be so stubborn? Between him and Fu Yeni, there was actually no big deal. There was no resentment, no hatred, and no deep hatred. In fact, no matter how he thought about it, it shouldn't have come to such a situation. Women were unruly, willful, and domineering. That was normal. Perhaps it was a woman's nature. Other than forcing him to bow his head and beg for mercy, Fu Yeni didn't do anything too out of line. In general, this woman had a bottom line. As a member of the Fushi clan, he should at least have a sense of righteousness. As a man, it wasn't a good idea for him to keep arguing with this woman. Dragging it out wouldn't do him any good. It would only make things worse. Forget it, forget it. I'll make an exception this time. If I bow my head to an unreasonable woman, then I'll bow my head. Just treat it as me going easy on her. Isn't there an ancient saying that a good man doesn't fight with a woman? Then I'll be a good man. Isn't there a saying that a person who fights with a madman is a fool, and a person who fights with a woman is a madman? With this thought, Qin Shao let go of the stubbornness in his heart. He was comforted. Qin Shao then said to Fu Yeni, "Miss Fu, I admit defeat. I am no match for you. Please let me go, okay? I'm just an ant. Before an extremely powerful ancient saint like you, I'm insignificant. Why are you wasting your time on me?" Hearing Qin Shao admitting defeat and begging for mercy, Fu Yeni immediately became happy and a big smile appeared on her face. Ha ha ha! Fu Yeni looked at Qin Shao happily and said, "What about the apology?" Qin Shao was speechless. She secretly gritted her teeth. Since she had decided to admit defeat, it didn't matter. She didn't want to fight with this woman. She didn't want to be a lunatic. Therefore, Qin Shao also said, "Sorry, I apologize to you." That's it. Fu Yeni did not seem satisfied. Not done yet? What else do you want? Qin Shao suddenly frowned deeply. A light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Fu Yeni. You're not sincere at all. Boring. This is not what I want. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You're saying these words while you're comforting yourself. You're a good man who doesn't fight with women. You want to lower yourself to the same level as a stubborn miss? If you don't mean what you say, then forget it. Fu Yeni said. Qin Shao was really a little angry. She still wanted a sincere apology from him. Why? Why? What did she do wrong? The biggest mistake was that she was unlucky enough to meet Miss Fu. She was already very determined to lower her head and beg for mercy. She had comforted her for a long time. What else did she want? How could Qin Shao do such an excessive request? Qin Shao clearly felt that Fu Yeni was deliberately making things difficult for her. She did it deliberately. She did not intend to let her go. Are you going to go back on your words? Miss Fu, you're a member of the Fushi clan. You're a dignified ancient sage. Are you going to go back on your words? Qin Shao said angrily. Fu Yeni laughed. How am I going back on my words? I said that if you lower your head and beg for mercy, I'll let you go. But I also said that you have to apologize sincerely. You're not sincere at all. That means you didn't meet my requirements. Naturally, I can't let you go. However, since you're willing to lower your head, I won't tie you up. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape in front of me. It's better for you to obediently follow me. With that, Fu Yeni waved her hand and withdrew the immortal rope. She released Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao be someone who would sit and wait for death? Run. Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately ran. But in front of Fu Yunny, how could he escape? As soon as he ran, he was firmly bound by an invisible force. It was as if he was trapped in a swamp. There was no way for him to struggle. It was completely impossible for him to escape. Qin Shao knew this, but he did not want to accept his fate. Even if he couldn't escape, he had to try. At least he could express his determination. If you run again, I'll have to tie you up again. That will only make things worse for you. Let's go. I want to take you back to the Fuxi sacred land. I'll take you somewhere fun, Fu Yunny said with a smile. She waved her hand and took Qin Shao away. Qin Shao had no choice but to leave. He had no power to resist at all. Moreover, Qin Shao did not struggle. He did not want to be tied up again. If that happened, he would really want to cry. Following Fu Yunny, they left the immortal realm and entered the endless universe sea. After Qin Shao entered the immortal realm, this was the first time he left the immortal realm and entered the endless universe sea. His memory seemed to have returned to the past. Why did this woman leave the immortal realm? However, Qin Shao was not worried about anything now. He had an upper-grade celestial device with him. Moreover, he was now a fourth-step celestial master. No matter where he was not afraid of anything. No matter how far away he could return. In the immortal realm, Fu Yunny left the immortal realm for something. But he did not know what this woman was going to do. Fu Yunny walked directly in the endless universe sea. She did not need a celestial device at all. She was completely shuttling through the void. Her speed was extremely fast, many times faster than an upper-grade celestial device. Such a terrifying speed really amazed Qin Shao. He really did not know what realm this woman was at. Third step ancient sage? Or was it a four-step ancient sage? Anyway, this kind of strength was definitely in existence that Qin Shao could only look up to. At such a speed, Fu Yunny walked in the endless universe sea for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years of nonstop traveling, they did not know how far away they were from the immortal realm. Qin Shao did not have a map with him, so he did not know how far they had traveled. He only sensed with his original body in the primordial universe and vaguely felt that they were extremely far away from the immortal realm. Along the way, the two of them did not speak and did not speak. Finally, the two of them landed on a continent. This continent was not big, with an area of about 1,000,000 miles. In the endless universe, see, it was not even comparable to a speck of dust. If one was not close enough, there was no way to discover it. Such a small continent could actually stand tall in the endless universe sea, which was quite a miraculous thing. Although it was called a continent, it could be said that it was a big rock. It was also bare with nothing on it. There was no life. It was just a rock. However, on this continent, a small palace was built. It was very unique and elegant, and the decorations were very beautiful. It made people feel very warm when they looked at it. Qin Shao saw that there were 4 extremely beautiful women of different appearances, each with their own merits. They were frolicking over there, giving off a very joyful feeling. What surprised Qin Shao was that the 4 women's beauty did not lose to Fu Yunny. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, they were comparable to Fu Yunny. It was just that each of them had their own beauty and charm, but they were the kind that could make people's eyes light up. It was a great fortune to be able to see one of such beauties, but there were as many as 4 of them gathered here. If Fu Yunny was included, there would be as many as 5 beauties. What a grand event! Seeing such a scene, even a man would be a little excited. It was very pleasing to the eye. It was really pleasing to the eye. It made people's eyes dazzled. Yo, Yunny, as the leader, why are you always the last to arrive at every meeting? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Hee, isn't that so? In the past, being the last to arrive could be understood as a show of authority. After all, it was the leader's fault. This time, the situation seems to be a little different. As the woman spoke, she looked at Qin Shao meaningfully. The meaning behind her words was obvious. The 4 women's gazes fell on Qin Shao, and they sized him up. Hee, Yunny, I didn't expect you to like this. You like to eat young grass. However, this little brother is quite handsome. It's very comfortable to look at. Although his realm is a little weak, It's fine. We can nurture him well. Nurture him well. Little brother, you are so powerful. You actually took down our leader. Tell us, how did you do it? Listening to the four women's words, Qin Xiao was embarrassed and his face was about to turn red. What are they talking about? These women, are they all so bold and unrestrained? Or is it that I am too inexperienced? Why are you so shy? We are all grown up. Isn't it natural for men and women to do things between men and women? Since our leader dared to introduce you to us, it means that he has decided on you. Have you already done that? Yinya, why are you so unrestrained? Do you still need to ask about this kind of thing? It's fine as long as you don't say it out loud. Hee. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Understand? What the hell? Qin Xiao was really speechless. He wanted to explain, but he felt that his mouth was no match for the four women's mouths. These were four women's mouths. Anyway, Qin Xiao was a little afraid of women now. These four women seemed to be dangerous characters, so it was better not to provoke them. It was better to keep quiet. Fu Yunny rolled his eyes at the four women and said angrily, "You four little bitches, I think you're crazy about men, right? How can you think of this kind of thing? Am I the kind of person who is greedy for men? If I liked men, I would have a man long ago. Why would I wait until now? Moreover, how could this lady take a fancy to such an ant? It's just that this guy was not sensible and provoked me, so I caught him. Now he is my little follower, so I brought him here to broaden his horizons. Hee. Even a little follower can be treated so well? Why don't I believe it? Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Hee, don't talk." Chapter 25:51. All right, enough joking. Let's get down to business. Fu Yunny waved her hand and said with a serious look. It could be seen that Fu Yunny's authority was quite sufficient. Once she became serious, everyone stopped joking. How could they not know that Qin Xiao couldn't be Fu Yunny's man? If he was really a man, she wouldn't have brought him to such a place. Qin Xiao was thinking about where Fu Yunny was bringing him along the way. He didn't expect that he would end up meeting these four beautiful ladies. From the aura emitted from their bodies, he could tell that their strength wasn't much weaker than Fu Yunny. They should be powerful existences on the same level. 5 powerful ancient sages gathered here, and they were all extremely beautiful women. What kind of sensational event was this? Fu Yunny walked to the side and picked up a book to read. She threw Qin Xiao to the side and didn't care about him anymore. The other four women's gazes fell on Qin Xiao curiously. They sized him up as if they wanted to figure out who this Qin Xiao was. Being sized up by 4 beautiful women like this, Qin Xiao indeed felt very uncomfortable. This feeling was indeed very strange. He felt a little happy, a little honored, a little shy, a little strange. In short, it was very strange. A woman in a fiery red dress with flower patterns said, "Little brother, you don't look like someone from the immortal domain. Where are you from? What's your name? Are you married and have children?" Cough. It was fine to ask his name, but what the hell was with asking if he was married and had children? This one is Qin Xiao. I came to the immortal domain from a universe. Qin Xiao replied, "Oh, you came from a universe? Then you are indeed very talented and outstanding. It is said that those who can ascend from many universes have been the supreme ruler of a universe. Do you have many wives and concubines?" The woman in the red dress asked. Ahem. Qin Xiao coughed awkwardly. He didn't want to answer this question, but now it seemed that if he didn't answer, he would be misunderstood. I haven't married and had children yet, but I have a woman I like. She belongs to someone. Well, you actually have a woman that you like. But fortunately, they weren't married yet, so there was still a chance. No wonder Fu Yunny wanted to keep you by his side. It seems like he wants to start by taking over your body and slowly take over you. What a person. Not bad, little brother Qin Xiao. You are the first man who can make our Miss Fu so interested in you. The woman in the red dress started joking again. Qin Xiao was even more speechless. Why would Fu Yunny like her? Besides, Qin Xiao didn't want such a terrible thing to happen. If it really happened, then it would be the beginning of a nightmare. Of course, Qin Xiao also knew that with his current ability, he was far from being qualified to capture Fu Yunny's heart. They were not on the same level at all. Whether it was strength or status, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. The woman in the red dress sized up Qin Shao. As she sized him up, she said, "Although you're not that handsome, and your strength is extremely weak, you're still a tiny ant. You don't have any status or background. You're also incomparably humble. As for temperament, it is basically not good. You're a little ordinary in all aspects. However, you could be held captive by our Yunny, so you must have something extraordinary." Why did she say that he was useless? Was he really so unbearable? Qin Shao curled his lips and suddenly didn't want to say anything. It was purely a blow to him. A woman wearing a golden crown said, "Yinya, the extraordinary part of man needs to be tried. How do you know if you don't try?" Huffed. The woman in the red dress, Yinya, suddenly laughed and said to the woman in the golden crown, "Jin Fengli, you dirty demon king, it seems like you have experience." Jin Fengli said faintly like an old Taoist, "You're already an old woman. Why are you still pretending to be young? After living for so long, what should I know and what shouldn't I know, don't I know? You haven't seen a pig run, but you haven't eaten pork. Between a man and a woman, it is just like that. If you want to try, you can ask this little brother Qin Shao to help you, but he might not be willing. I don't want to. I am still very pure, okay? I don't want to be done by a man so early." Yinya shook her head and said. Jin Fengli bluntly added, "You say it as if there will be a man willing to do it with you. If you don't believe me, you can ask this little brother and see if he is willing." Listening to the conversation between the two women, Qin Shao was really speechless. Was the conversation between women so unrestrained? In his impression, shouldn't women be very reserved? Moreover, these were the women of extremely powerful existences, all of them supreme existences of the third or fourth step of the ancient sage realm. Were they still so vulgar when they stood at such a high position? But after thinking about it, Qin Shao smiled. No matter how strong one was, how high one's realm was, and what position one stood at, they were still human in the end. No matter if one was an immortal, a sage, or a god, they were still human in the end. Just like himself, he would not change just because he grew from the most ordinary life form to the present. He had many thoughts in the past, and he still had them now. Therefore, although these women's realms were extremely high and they stood in an extremely high position, it was very normal for them to have some thoughts that ordinary people would have. Of course, they might appear cold in front of outsiders, but among friends, they would appear very casual and would not deliberately show anything. You are called Qin Shao. Could it be that you are the Qin Shao who shook the entire immortal domain some time ago? The one who defeated Fu Zhongshuan in the Holy Academy's student competition and obtained the first place on the Holy List? Finally, someone knew Qin Zhao's background, although this background was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Xian Mumu, your brain is only now enlightened. If it is not that Qin Shao, then who is Qin Shao? Even a slightly more ordinary person would not be able to enter our leader's eyes, right? Yinya said. The girl called Xian Mumu suddenly became curious about Qin Shao and approached Qin Shao. Qin Shao was speechless. He thought to himself, have these women never seen a man before? He was not a monster. Did they have to look at him with such a curious look? Immortal Domain's #1 youth genius. This title is very powerful. Even Fu Zhongshuan was not your opponent. No wonder Sister Yunny wanted to kidnap you. Is your talent and potential beyond the limit? Xian Mumu asked Qin Shao with a very curious look. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It is just a false title that some people like to spread. I have never thought of myself as the #1 youth genius of the immortal domain. Defeating Fu Zhongshuan was just a moment of luck. He did not have the opportunity to display his true strength, so I did not really win against him." Xian Mumu laughed. Hee, I did not expect you to be so modest that it makes me feel like you are pretending. A win is a win. It is your ability. You don't have to be embarrassed to admit it. Besides, if you really want to compare, then your background is far inferior to Fu Zhongshuan's. You are just a humble life form that came out of the universe. Your conditions are far inferior to others in all aspects. You were able to suppress the heroes and reach this point. You could be considered heaven-defying. Your talent and potential must be very powerful. However, I am very curious. How did you provoke Sister Yunny, and why were you detained by her? This Xian Mumu's words were quite pleasant to hear, and Qin Xiao felt that this woman should be relatively kind-hearted. He felt that this woman should be a kind and benevolent woman, full of awe-inspiring righteousness. It should be said that the four women gave Qin Xiao a good feeling. At first glance, his intuition told him that these women were not bad. They should not be the kind of unruly and willful, not the kind of unreasonable, not the kind of young mistemper, and there was not a trace of evil aura on them, only awe-inspiring righteousness. I am also very curious. How did I provoke your sister Yunny? Qin Xiao curled his lips and said. Hearing this, Xian Mumu was stunned, blinking his eyes and looking at Qin Xiao. Xian Mumu looked back at Fu Yunny, opened his mouth to say something, but closed his mouth bitterly and did not say anything. Let's not talk about this. Your talent and potential are so heaven-defying. I am really curious. Otherwise, I will give you a test to see if you want it. Xian Mumu immediately changed the topic. Test? What test? Qin Xiao looked at Xian Mumu with some confusion. Looking at her appearance, she should not be harming him. Then what test is it? It sounds like there are some benefits for him. If you don't speak, I will take it as a yes. Anyway, it is a bit boring here. Just treat it as playing with us. The number one genius of the immortal realm. This title is definitely not given casually. You must have some heaven-defying aspects. With that, Xian Mumu's hand moved, and a Rubik's Cube emitting a sacred light appeared in Qin Xiao's hand, looking sacred and bright. This light seemed to be able to illuminate all the darkness in the universe. Although he did not know what this thing was, he could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. It was definitely a sacred item, and it was very likely to be an extremely high-grade sacred item. This light shone on his body, making Qin Xiao feel very peaceful, very comfortable, and very comfortable. It could even be said that his mind was soothed, making Qin Xiao's heart instantly calm down. This is the light Rubik's Cube, a toy of mine when I was young. After I cultivated the law of light, I opened it. If you can open this light Rubik's Cube, then I will give this Rubik's Cube to you. Play. Do you want to play with it? Let me see how much of a genius you are. See if you can use less time than me. Xian Mumu raised a Rubik's Cube in his hand and said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao did not know what the light Rubik's Cube was, but it sounded like it was related to the law of light. Yo, Mumu, you're really generous. You're even willing to give away your favorite toy, the light Rubik's Cube. It's a middle-grade holy artifact, and it's worth a lot. The last beautiful woman who hadn't spoken until now also spoke. She spoke. Xian Mumu stuck out his pink tongue at her and said with a cute and playful look, Fanji, this is just a small toy. I don't play with it anymore. Besides, he may not be able to open it. I am still very curious. How heaven-defying is this number one genius of the immortal realm? Aren't you all curious? Don't you want to know if he is more experienced than us? Chapter 2552. Fu Yunny was from the Fushi clan, and you should be a descendant of the Yin Emperor, Shennong, and Jin Fengli should be a descendant of the West Emperor, Jin Tian. Xian Mumu should be a descendant of the North Emperor, Xianming. Lastly, the lady named Fangji should be from the Xianyuan clan. She should be called Xianyuan Fangji. In that case, these 5 people belong to the 5 supreme clans. What was the purpose of having so many ancient sages from each of the supreme clans, all of whom were beautiful women, gathering here? Birds of a feather flocked together. Beautiful women gathered in groups as well. However, Qin Xiao did not think too much about this. After all, it had nothing to do with him. What an expert of this level wanted to do was far from what he could participate in. Qin Xiao retracted his thoughts and looked at the light Rubik's Cube. According to what Fu Yunny had said, this light Rubik's Cube was a sacred object for cultivating the law of light. The law of light was also the law that Qin Xiao longed to cultivate. Qin Xiao wanted to cultivate all 5 basic laws. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not refuse the benefits that had been delivered to his doorstep. All right, I'll give it a try. Qin Xiao nodded and took the light Rubik's Cube from Xian Mumu. On the other side, Fu Yunny, who was reading a book, looked at Qin Xiao with some disdain and muttered, "How thick-skinned." Qin Xiao pretended not to hear Fu Yunny's mutterings. After taking the light Rubik's Cube, Qin Xiao immediately immersed himself in it and studied this sacred object carefully. It was a mid-grade sacred object. Just its value alone was priceless. It was even more valuable than a divine origin fruit. Of course, the two had different effects and could not be blindly compared. For those who needed it, even 10 mid-grade sacred objects would not be able to exchange for a divine origin fruit. Qin Xiao held the light Rubik's Cube in his hand and felt the pure and true light power. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of chaos. It was the origin of all light. Light was the most basic law of the universe, the most basic substance, and the most basic energy. In this world, there was both darkness and light. Light and darkness existed as opposites, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, coexisting and coexisting. When the light came, the darkness would retreat. When the darkness came, the light would hide. At this time, Qin Xiao had personally experienced the truest light and entered a world of light. In this world of light, he saw the fundamental law of light. He truly understood what light was, what its origin was, and what its true essence was. The laws of light, the Tao of light. Why does this world need light? The world, shrouded in darkness, had lost its original heart. There had to be light to illuminate it, to awaken it. And so there was light. The Creator said that there is light in this world. So there is light in this world. Light is the power of sincerity, goodness, and truth. It is the power that fights against darkness and balances the power of this world. There is darkness in the world because all things came from the primal chaos. They are filled with darkness and evil. If there is no light, the world will no longer be beautiful. At this time, Qin Xiao was completely immersed in the cultivation of the laws of light. Xian Mumu was like a curious baby, staring at Qin Xiao with a curious expression. Xin Yuan Fangji walked over and patted Xian Mumu. "It looks like you want to steal Fu Yunny's man. That's going to be fun. Our demon-vanquishing Saintess group is going to be jealous of a man. If this gets out, won't it be very strict? Won't it damage our dignity?" "That's not it." Xian Mumu immediately shook her head and explained, "Fangji, don't joke around. If we joke about Sister Yunny again, she might really get angry. I think it's fine to joke about this kind of thing for a while. We can't keep doing it. I really think that little brother Qin Xiao is quite funny. Looking at his bitter and helpless face, I also think it's funny. If it was another man, he would probably go crazy with joy when he saw the five of us. But look at Qin Xiao. He doesn't look happy at all. His eyes aren't messing around with us either. Isn't that very special? Also, he's known as the #1 youth genius of the Immortal region. Aren't you guys curious as to why he's called the #1 youth genius of the Immortal region? I'm just curious, so I want to try and see if he's really that heaven-defying. He was able to defeat Fu Zhongshuan in the saint ranking competition. He was born in such a lowly place and has only cultivated for a very short time, but he's already so heaven-defying. Don't you think he's amazing? I feel that he's a very good person, and he's a very good person, so I want to play with him." Xin Yuan Fangji waved her hand and said, all right, you don't have to explain anymore. If you continue, you will praise him to the heavens. But how should I put it? This little brother is indeed quite amazing. He's able to shake the heavens with his lowly status. He's going against the heavens and walking the path of the unparalleled. It's really not bad. To be able to anger our young Miss Fu Yunny to this extent, it's enough to show his ability. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. This place was still calm and peaceful. Other than Fu Yunny, who had been reading a book, the other 4 women had nothing to do. They were chatting or discussing Qin Xiao together. It was a little boring. Because of this, Qin Xiao had become a very popular person. From time to time, he would become the focus of attention and the subject of heated discussions. There was no other way. There were more women than men here, and Qin Xiao was the only man here. A golden light suddenly flashed in Qin Xiao's mind, completely illuminating the world in Qin Zhao's mind. A piece of light, a piece of holiness, a piece of heaven and earth. Qin Zhao's eyes seemed to be blooming with holy light. Light. So that's how it is. Qin Zhao's hands suddenly moved, moving on the light Rubik's Cube. There were hundreds of millions of tiny light spots on the light Rubik's Cube. These light spots were completely disordered. If he wanted to open the light Rubik's Cube, he had to arrange these light spots in the correct order to form the correct law. Then, he could open the light Rubik's Cube. If he could do this, Qin Zhao could be considered to have grasped the law of light and reached the initial realm of the law of light. This light Rubik's Cube was worthy of being a mid-grade sacred object. It had a huge guiding effect on the cultivation of the law of light. After 1,000,000 years of meditation and cultivation, Qin Zhao had a lot of understanding of the law of light. Therefore, he was trying to make the final impact to see if he could open the light Rubik's Cube in one fell swoop and break through to the law of light, the initial realm of the law of light. Now, Qin Zhao could be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the law of light. However, he was still a little bit away from breaking through. Although it was just a little bit, it was not an easy thing to break through. A barrier was indeed as thin as a piece of paper, but it was also as thick as a natural chasm. Therefore, this impact was the key point. If he could open the light Rubik's Cube in one fell swoop, he could break through in one fell swoop. If he could not take advantage of this opportunity to open the light Rubik's Cube, it meant that his accumulation of the law of light was not enough, and he had not reached the point of breaking through. If that was the case, it was basically impossible to break through the law of space this time. If he could not break through this time, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult to break through the next time. He has started to open the Rubik's Cube. Seeing that Qin Zhao had started to open the light Rubik's Cube, Xianmu's jade eyes suddenly bloomed with light. He said excitedly to Xianyuan Fangji and the others. Yinya joked, Moo, are you stupid? If he opens the light Rubik's Cube, your light Rubik's Cube will belong to him. Why are you so happy? Although this light Rubik's Cube is only a mid-grade sacred artifact, its value is comparable to a high-grade sacred artifact. You are really generous. You gave it to Qin Zhao so casually. People who don't know would think that you really like him. Ahem, Xianmu stuck out his tongue awkwardly and said, No, Sister Yinya. I just thought it was fun, so I didn't think too much about it. But forget it. If he really opens the light Rubik's Cube, I'll just give it to him. It's no big deal. This light Rubik's Cube is of no use to me. Yinya tapped Xianmu's forehead with her finger and said, You are so stupid, but you still like to be a good person. If a girl like you goes out alone, you will probably be tricked into giving birth to children. It's good to have a pure and kind heart, but you can't be too pure and kind. You still have to reserve some. Huh? Xianmu smiled and said, Okay, Sister Yinya, I know you're doing this for my own good. I know. You often give me lessons like this I have long understood. Although I'm a little stupid, I am not stupid. Besides, I don't understand the matters between men and women, and I don't want to understand. It's boring. My strength is not bad. Ordinary people can't hurt me. Hey, look, Brother Qin Zhao is going to open the light Rubik's Cube. Sure enough, a dazzling light bloomed on the light Rubik's Cube. When the light Rubik's Cube opened, the countless lights on it suddenly moved rhythmically and quickly became a huge Rubik's Cube. Qin Zhao withdrew his hand, and the light Rubik's Cube quickly shrank and returned to its original appearance. It fell on Qin Zhao's hand, and the light also shrank back and returned to its original appearance. Looking at the light Rubik's Cube in his hand, Qin Zhao smiled slightly. After 1,000,000 years of meditation and cultivation, he had also gained a lot. He had actually broken through to the initial realm of the space law. In addition to his previous mastery of the law of space, it meant that Qin Zhao had grasped 2 of the 5 fundamental laws, the law of space and the law of light. Both had reached the elementary level. Although it was only the first realm, it was already considered a very heaven-defying thing for a 4th-step heavenly venerate. The breakthrough this time only took 1,000,000 years, which was much less time than the breakthrough of the laws of space. The breakthrough of the space laws had taken a total of 10,000,000 years. The breakthrough of the light law only took 1,000,000 years, which was 1/10 of the time it took to break through the space law. Qin Shao was naturally overjoyed with such a breakthrough. He didn't expect to be brought here by Fu Yunyi and have such a huge, unexpected gain. For the first time, Qin Shao felt that being caught by Fu Yunyi was an excellent thing. That was why it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Sometimes it was hard to tell. Chapter 25:53. Hee, little brother Qin Shao, you're really heaven-defying. No wonder you're called the #1 genius in the immortal realm. You're really capable. Back then, it took me almost 2,000,000 years to solve this magic cube of light. I didn't expect you to only use 1,000,000 years to solve it. It's really admirable. At this time, there might not be anyone who can surpass you. Xian Mumu smiled very happily. Seeing Xian Mumu, Qin Shao thought of a person, Yuan Yuan. These two people really had some similarities. They were both very pure, kind, and also gave people a feeling that they were a little stupid and cute. However, Xian Mumu was obviously better than Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan was a little too pure, and she was like a little girl. For Xian Mumu, she was at least an adult. It was just that compared to ordinary people, she was a little more pure, a little more kind, and a little more cute. How should he put it? Such a girl was very likable. She was also like her, called Mumu. She gave people the feeling that she was a little wooden. Thank you, Miss Xian Mumu. I was also lucky. Previously, I broke through the law of space, but it also took me 10,000,000 years. This time, I didn't expect that I would only use 1,000,000 years to break through. Perhaps, the heavens want me to perform well in front of you ladies. Qin Shao said gratefully. In his heart, Qin Shao was indeed very grateful to Xian Mumu. Although it was just a game, it was indeed a great opportunity for Qin Shao. It allowed Qin Shao to obtain great benefits. Otherwise, Qin Shao didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate the law of light to the initial realm. Under the guidance of this magic cube of light, he broke through in 1,000,000 years. This was equivalent to a great opportunity. Glib tongue. Fu Yunyi, who was reading a book at the side, turned her head and glanced at Qin Shao as she said in annoyance, "Glib tongue? All he did was say some nice words. How could that be counted?" But Qin Shao was too lazy to care. Anyway, he was not compatible with Miss Fu Yunyi, so why should he care about her? All in all, Qin Shao had to thank Fu Yunyi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get such an opportunity. Furthermore, he had eaten a few of her holy fruits, so his harvest was not small. Thinking of this, Qin Shao remembered that his 2 saint essence fruits had been snatched away by Fu Yunyi. It was a pain that could not be erased. He didn't know if he could find a way to get these 2 saint origin fruits back. If he couldn't get them back, he would really want to cry. Most importantly, Qin Shao was in the wrong. He had plucked Fu Yunyi's 6 holy fruits. To be honest, the value of those 6 holy fruits was no less than 2 saint origin fruits. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't have the confidence to force the divine origin fruit. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was still a little conflicted about this matter in her heart. Qin Shao, this light Rubik's Cube is for you. I've just said that if you can solve it, I will give it to you. Although it is a middle-grade holy artifact, it is useless to me. It is just a toy of mine. You can have it, Xian Mu said generously to Qin Shao. After solving this light Rubik's Cube, Qin Shao also understood the power of this light Rubik's Cube. This light Rubik's Cube could not only guide people to cultivate and comprehend the law of light, but it could also be used as a dangerous treasure. This light Rubik's Cube could trap people. Moreover, its ability to trap people was obviously very powerful. It was estimated that ordinary second-step ancient saints might be trapped by it. Of course, if it was used in his hands, its power would be greatly reduced. But even if its power was greatly reduced, it would be very easy to trap a first-step ancient saint. This light Rubik's Cube was indeed a rare holy artifact. It was an absolute treasure. For Qin Shao, this was a treasure that surpassed all the treasures he had. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want it. Qin Shao really wanted it. Wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't want a treasure that was delivered to his door for free? But no matter how much he wanted it, Qin Shao had to have a bottom line of principles. Naturally, He couldn't easily accept other people's things, let alone a girl's things. Therefore, Qin Xiao immediately shook his head and waved his hand. Qin Xiao appreciates Miss Xian Mu's kindness. I'm very grateful for your kindness. Qin Xiao is really flattered. However, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward for nothing. Qin Xiao really can't accept such a precious thing. Miss Xian Mu, you have given me the light Rubik's Cube to comprehend and cultivate. You have helped me to solve it and master the law of light. This is already a great fortune for me. I'm already very grateful to Miss Xian Mu. If I accept this light Rubik's Cube, wouldn't I be very shameless? I can't do such a thing. So, Miss Xian Mu, please accept this light Rubik's Cube. Thank you very much. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's refusal, Yinya looked at Qin Xiao with interest and smiled. Wow, this is interesting. This is the first time I've seen a beautiful girl refuse to give something away. My Mumu is very hurt. This is probably the first time she has given something to a man. She actually got rejected. TSK, TSK, TSK. How hurtful is that? It's not easy for a woman to give something to a man. She definitely wouldn't give it away so easily. Now that she finally gave it away, she got rejected. If it were me, I would probably go up and give that man 2 slaps. This light Rubik's Cube has an extremely powerful trapping effect. It can easily trap a second step ancient saint. Although it's only a mid-grade sacred artifact, its value is comparable to a high-grade sacred artifact. Such a precious item is probably enough to make 2 second-step ancient saints fight with their lives on the line. You don't want it? Upon hearing Yinya's words, Xian Mu's mood suddenly turned sour. She looked at Qin Xiao as if she was about to cry. It was her first time giving something to someone, and she got rejected? Was there a need to be so hurtful? Was there a reason why it was so difficult to give something away in this world? Seeing Xian Mu's expression, Qin Xiao immediately smiled bitterly with a helpless expression. What was this? He was really embarrassed. He didn't want to thicken his face to accept such a precious sacred artifact. But looking at the situation, if he didn't accept it, he would hurt Miss Xian Mu's heart. Do you want it or not? Xian Mu suddenly asked again. Her voice seemed to be a little choked with emotions. Looking at the situation, if Qin Xiao dared to say no, she would really dare to cry. Xinyuan Fangji also came out to smooth things over. Little brother Qin Xiao, since Mu said that she would give it to you if you unlock it, it's quite hurtful for her to take back what she said just now. This is the first time Mu has given something to a man. If you refuse or don't accept it, it'll be too hurtful. And this thing is indeed not a valuable thing to Mu. It's just a small toy. So, I think you should just accept it. Just think of it as your luck. You just happened to bump into us, and we were bored, so we decided to give you some benefits. Just think of it as a chance encounter in your life. It's nothing. I just think that you're a person of great fortune. Well, what he said was reasonable. It was indeed quite hurtful to be rejected after giving something away. Qin Xiao could also understand this. If he were to put himself in her shoes, he would also feel uncomfortable. What's more, such a thing happened to a simple-minded girl. If he didn't accept it, it would indeed hurt the Xian Mu. Qin Xiao was already very grateful to the Xian Mu. So how could he hurt her? Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Xiao nodded and said, All right, then I'll accept this light Rubik's Cube. Thank you, Miss Xian Mu. I, Qin Xiao, will remember this favor. You don't have to be so polite. Helping others is the root of happiness. I'm actually quite happy to be able to help you. Just think of it as fate. The Xian Mu suddenly became happy and smiled at Qin Xiao. When this woman smiled, it made people feel as if the whole world was filled with sunshine. Fu Yunyi was a little speechless. She didn't expect that after she brought Qin Xiao here, she would bring Qin Xiao such a great benefit. Her original intention was to keep him by her side and teach him a lesson when she had the chance. The anger in her heart had not completely dissipated. Now, she hadn't even taught him a lesson. Instead, she had given him a big gift. Once a woman's kindness was unleashed, it was like a flood or a fierce beast, uncontrollable. The Xian Mu was happy and said to Yinya and the other two, Yinya, Feng Li, Fanji, do you have a toy like the light Rubik's Cube? If you do, Take it out and give it to little brother Qin Shao. His talent and potential are really heaven-defying. With this kind of guidance, I feel that he can master and break through the 5 fundamental laws in a very short time. He has already mastered the space and light laws, and in such a short time, I feel that it is entirely possible for him to master all 5 laws and become a destiny cultivator. Master all 5 laws and become a destiny cultivator? Qin Shao knew what the 5 laws meant. It meant to master all 5 fundamental laws. But what did a destiny cultivator mean? This was the first time Qin Shao had heard of a destiny cultivator. He didn't know what a destiny cultivator meant or what it meant. It just sounded like a destiny cultivator was very high level. Moreover, from the sound of the name, one could feel that they were given the stability of the mandate of heaven. Thinking about it, only a cultivator who had mastered all 5 fundamental laws was qualified to be called a destiny cultivator. Qin Shao naturally wanted to master all 5 laws. He would also work hard in this direction. Now that he had mastered the space and light laws, the next step was to cultivate the time laws, the darkness laws, and the myriad laws. However, it was not so easy to master the 5 fundamental laws. The cultivation of laws was the most difficult thing. The difficulty of cultivating each of the 5 great fundamental laws to the initial realm was not much easier than opening up one's own ancient road. He was able to break through the space laws in 10 million years because of the guidance of the 10,000-dimensional space. In addition to his own talent and potential, he was able to achieve a heaven-defying breakthrough. Being able to grasp the law of light in just 1 million years was due to the guidance of a sacred object like the light magic cube. It was as if he had cheated. If he were to cultivate normally, even with the 5 laws record, it would be way too difficult for him to break through. Opportunities were often very important in cultivation. Yinya shook her head and said, "Moo Moo, what are you thinking? You went into the water yourself. Do you want to drag us down with you? We are not as generous as you. We don't have such a good sacred object to give away so casually. If you want to help him so much, then help him yourself. We won't play with you." Chapter 25:54. Xian Mumu pouted, then her eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed Yinya's hand and said, "Big sister Yinya, I remember you have times saint fruits. Take some out." Yinya immediately broke free from Xian Mumu's hand and took 2 steps back, creating a certain distance from Xian Mumu. With a vigilant look, she said, "Dead Mumu, what do you want to do? Don't even think about my times saint fruits. I've only cultivated 1 of them. It takes a long time for it to bear 2 fruits. I don't even have enough for myself. Where would I have the time? You don't have any times saint fruits left? I don't have any on me. Don't even think about it." No. Xian Mumu shook her head and said, "I clearly saw you pick 2 when you left. You didn't eat them along the way. You still have 2 on you." Yinya immediately said, "You have shifty eyes. You remember it so clearly. But don't even think about it. I won't give it to you. Little Moo Moo, you can't forget your friends in the face of a lover. I only have 2 times saint fruits left. I don't know how long it will take for the next batch to mature. Everything else can be discussed, but not the times saint fruits." Xian Mumu shook Yinya's hand and said with a pleading look, "Don't be like this, big sister Yinya. Please help little brother Qin Shao. He has no status or background. It's really a waste for him to have such heaven-defying talent and potential. You help him once. Isn't that forming a good karma? It's fate that brought us together. Just help him once. 1 time saint fruit is enough. How about it? Sigh, good big sister Yinya, I beg you. Just give me 1. At worst, I'll give you a light saint fruit next time." Yinya was also helpless against Xian Mumu. She could only take out 1 time saint fruit and stuffed it into Yinya's hand, saying, Okay, I'm afraid of you. You're just too kind-hearted. You want to help everyone you see. Get to me." "Hee. Thank you, big sister Yinya. I knew you were good." Xian Mumu immediately became happy. Qin Shao, on the other hand, seemed a little embarrassed. He didn't want a mystic wood tree to do this for him. Moreover, he had already obtained the light magic cube. His law of light had also broken through to the small success stage. This was already a great harvest. This was a great opportunity. Originally, Qin Shao was already very embarrassed. He let the profound wood tree worry about him, and let the profound wood tree owe other people a favor. Qin Xiao felt even more apologetic. Qin Xiao wasn't that ambitious, so Qin Xiao said, Miss Xianmu, I really appreciate your kindness, but you really don't need to do this for me. I'm really sorry. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it. The Blackwood would wave his hand at Qin Xiao and continue to work. After harvesting Yinya, the Blackwood tree looked at Jin Fengli and smiled. Jin Fengli immediately made a stop gesture and said, Don't look at me. I don't have the holy fruit of darkness. I don't plant that thing. I can't get it myself, and I don't like to eat it, so I definitely don't have it on me. Big Sister Fengli, I know you don't have the holy fruit of darkness, but I remember that you seem to have the holy staff of darkness, right? Qian Mumu said. What? Jin Fengli's expression immediately changed. She didn't even think about it and directly refused. Deadwood Tree, are you crazy? What are you thinking? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? The Holy Staff of Darkness is a high-grade, sacred artifact. It's extremely important to me. It's my weapon. How can I give you the Holy Staff of Darkness? This matter is not negotiable. Don't even talk about it. If you talk about it again, I will get angry with you. No, I don't want it. The Blackwood Tree immediately shook her head and explained, Big Sister Fengli, I know how important the Holy Staff of Darkness is to you. Of course, I don't want the Holy Staff of Darkness. I just want you to take out the Holy Staff of Darkness and let little brother Qin Xiao comprehend it. I feel that the effect should be better than the Holy Fruit of Darkness. How about it? Not good. Jin Fengli still decisively refused. There's no discussion. I will never let anyone touch my Holy Staff of Darkness. This is my sacred artifact. Don't even think about it. Big Sister Fengli. The Blackwood Tree still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jin Fengli. Okay, don't say anymore. Otherwise, I will really get angry. Seeing that Jin Fengli was really angry, the Blackwood Tree bitterly shut up and didn't say anything more. Although she felt a little stupid, she wasn't stupid. Although she could throw a little tantrum and act coquettishly or something. But if Jin Fengli was really angry, she knew when to stop. Moreover, this request was indeed a little too much. Qin Xiao wanted to say something, but when he saw the Blackwood Tree's expression, he hesitated. This woman was indeed too kind-hearted. Once she decided to do something, she would persist in doing it. The Blackwood Tree looked at Xianyuan Fangji with a playful smile. Xianyuan Fangji seemed to be afraid of the Blackwood Tree. Without waiting for the Blackwood Tree to speak, she took the initiative to say, Don't say anymore. I really don't have the fruit of creation on me. You can't take it out. I have a universal atlas here. Just take it as a gift. It's just an ordinary sacred artifact anyway. After saying that, a scroll appeared in Xianyuan Fangji's hand, and she handed it to the Blackwood Tree. The Blackwood Tree didn't mind at all and immediately took it happily. It hugged Xianyuan Fangji and said, Thank you, Fangji. I know you were good to me. The Blackwood Tree, who had a great harvest, immediately jumped in front of Qin Xiao happily and handed the fruit of time and a universal atlas to Qin Xiao. Here, little brother Qin Xiao, I can only help you this much. I admire your talent and potential, and I also admire your character. I hope you can achieve something. You have to work hard. These two things should be of great help to your cultivation of the law of time and the law of creation. I hope you can become a mandate cultivator soon. Take it. Don't be polite with me. As long as you don't forget about me in the future. It was said that helping others was the root of happiness. The more sincere one was in the joy of helping others, the happier one would be. The Blackwood Tree's heart to help others was obviously very sincere, so she was very happy and the smile on her face was very sweet. Qin Xiao looked at the Blackwood Tree. Looking at her happy face, Qin Xiao knew that if he refused, he would only hurt the Blackwood Tree. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Qin Xiao still accepted it shamelessly. Thank you. Qin Xiao, will remember your kindness. Everything was in his heart. He hoped that he would have a chance to repay them in the future. But speaking of which, these things were indeed what Qin Xiao needed the most right now. They would be of great help to Qin Xiao's cultivation. Fu Yeni glanced at Qin Xiao again. Although she didn't mutter anything this time, There was a trace of disdain in her eyes. The Blackwood Tree said again, "Little brother Qin Shao, I won't ask for anything in return, but I want you to promise me something, okay?" "Okay, tell me." Qin Shao nodded and agreed without even thinking. The Blackwood Tree turned around to look at Fu Yunny before continuing to speak to Qin Shao. "Sister Yunny is actually a very good person. She is our group leader, our boss. She takes care of us very much and can make us respect and admire her. We listen to her orders. Sister Yunny is not only powerful, but she's also smart and beautiful. She is also very talented. She has led us to do many meaningful things. Although Sister Yunny's temper might be a little fiery, she is not an unreasonable person. It's just that you are not familiar with her, and you might have made her unhappy. That's why Sister Yunny captured you. But I think that Sister Yunny didn't do anything out of line to you, right? So, can you stop being angry with Sister Yunny? Don't be angry with her. Don't blame her, okay?" Qin Shao was stunned. Miss Blackwood Tree first shot a sugar-coated bullet at him, then opened her mouth to talk about this. How would he say this? There was no way to refuse. Whether it was his fault or not, he couldn't refuse anymore. If he refused, wouldn't he be an ungrateful person? Qin Shao thought for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "In fact, I am no longer angry with Miss Fu, nor do I blame or resent her. Men and women are different, and there are many areas where our thinking is indeed very different. I already bowed my head and apologized to her, but her anger towards Miss Fu hasn't subsided yet, so she didn't let me go. You can't blame me. I didn't have the power to resist at all. If you want to talk about being bullied, it should be me who was bullied by her, right? Miss Moo Moo, if you want to mediate this matter, then you should talk to Miss Fu and ask her to be merciful and let me go. She wants me to apologize to her, and I have already apologized. She wants me to bow my head and admit defeat, and I also bowed my head and admitted defeat. She wants me to beg for mercy, and I have already begged for mercy. What else can I do? Then you are not angry with Sister Yunny?" The Blackwood Tree asked again. Qin Shao shook his head and said no. That's good. Then I will go and plead with Sister Yunny for you." The Blackwood Tree giggled and immediately ran over to Fu Yunny. What a considerate girl. Qin Shao smiled. He also hoped that she could really resolve this matter. If she did, then it would really be at Ba. But just as the Blackwood Tree walked to Fu Yunny's side, something strange happened. A monstrous bloody light instantly shrouded the area and descended from the endless universe ocean. A terrifying and strong aura covered the area. Once he touched this bloody aura, Qin Shao felt abnormally uncomfortable. The pressure made his body tremble involuntarily, and a nameless sense of fear rose up spontaneously. What a terrifying aura! What a bloody aura! What a murderous aura! What a sinister aura! Terrifying, terrifying, too terrifying. Qin Shao had never felt such a terrifying aura before. This aura was so oppressive that he could not move at all. He felt that he would soon be devoured by this aura and die under this aura. What kind of terrifying existence could emit such a terrifying aura? Moreover, this aura contained an extremely heavy murderous aura, which also made people smell the dangerous aura of death. Qin Shao knew that this aura was targeted at Fu Yunny and the other four. What was he doing? Humph, it's finally here. Fu Yunny snorted coldly and instantly stood up. A powerful holy light bloomed from her body, like a scorching sun hanging high in the endless darkness. It was as if it wanted to illuminate the darkness and burn away the bloody aura. The aura of light burned away. The other four also bloomed their auras one after another to resist this monstrous bloody aura. Listening to Fu Yunny's words, the five of them were here to wait for this person to attack. Qin Shao was even more speechless. You are waiting for a great being to attack. Don't drag me into a battle of this level. Chapter 2555. Fu Yunny and the other four emitted a supreme light, like five chivalrous war gods, with supreme righteousness. From her body, Qin Shao could feel the righteous aura of a great hero, which was also something that Qin Shao admired. It was indeed admirable for the five women to be able to perform so well. Yo, 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 your demon-vanquishing Sanus group, is pretty gutsy. Everyone's here. You dare to use yourselves as bait in the depths of the endless universe ocean to lure me out. Aren't you afraid of getting yourselves killed? Ha ha ha. 5 arrogant and beautiful women. I really can't bear to hurt you. It's a pity. But why are you women so unappreciative? Why don't you take the path to heaven? Why do you have to come to hell? In the sky full of bloody light, a creepy voice resounded through the entire world. It was so loud that Qin Zhao's blood flowed in reverse. Qin Zhao knew that this was because he was within the protective circle of Fu Yunyi and the other 4. If it wasn't for the protection of these powers, the voice alone would have been enough to shock him to death. What a scary being. What a scary being. At this moment, Qin Zhao could really feel how small he was. He was really small. Fu Yunyi pointed at the bloody light in the sky and said with a voice as cold as a sword, "Prince Bloody Slaughter, we are here waiting for you to come to us. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. We want to go deep into your tiger's den and then take care of you. We are afraid that you won't dare to come out and fight with us. You dare to fight with us, so why should we be afraid to fight with you? Since we dare to come, we are naturally not afraid of anything. Killing you and uprooting the Bloodbath Alliance is to eliminate evil in the name of saving the world. That is the purpose of our demon-killing Saints group. Us 5 sisters came together and formed the evil-vanquishing Saints group. Our goal is to eliminate all the darkness, evil, and demons in this world, and return peace to this world, making this world a better place. The light. Your Bloodbath Alliance is barbaric and arrogant. You've done all sorts of evil. You've spread your seeds and brought chaos to the common people. You've disrupted the operations of the greater Thousand Realms. The most important mission of the demon-vanquishing Saintesses is to uproot the Bloodbath Alliance and return peace to the world. You, young Master Bloodslaughter, are a #1 target. You created the Bloodbath Alliance, which is an unforgivable crime. Since you dare to come here today, then prepare to die. Ha ha ha. Hearing Fu Yunyi's words, the Bloody Slaughter Prince laughed instead of being angry. His laughter was arrogant, disdainful, and full of confidence. Obviously, Prince Bloody Slaughter did not put Fu Yunyi and the others in his eyes. He came here with confidence. When arrogant little girl, when I ruled the world, you weren't even born yet. Now that you've grown some wings, you think you can look down on everyone? You think you can look down on anyone? You 5 little girls, what's the point of learning about chivalry? What a joke. Since the 5 of you are so insensible, I'll teach you a lesson today. I'll let you know that the Bloodbath Alliance is not something you can afford to offend. Following Prince Bloody Slaughter Prince's words, the bloody light in the sky became more turbulent. It made people feel as if the sky was covered in fresh blood. It covered the entire world, and it was going to swallow Qin Zhao and the others into the endless blood. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart tremble. It was terrifying. Such a scene really made one's head explode. No one knew what kind of terrifying technique Prince Bloody Slaughter Prince had. Anyway, just looking at him alone was enough to make Qin Zhao terrified. He was far more powerful than any ancient saint that he had met before. Of course, Qin Zhao had not seen many ancient saints in action, especially those who were above Step 1 Ancient Saint. Prince Bloody Slaughter Prince was certain that he was a Step 4 Ancient Saint. Moreover, he was at the peak of the Step 4 Ancient Saint realm. Such an existence could easily destroy a world. He was a giant turtle that could pluck the stars from the 9 heavens and suppress the 5 oceans. He could cover the sky with one hand and shock the world with one sword. The strength of such an existence was far beyond Qin Zhao's imagination. In the entire Great Thousand World, a 4-step ancient saint was definitely in existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. In that case, Fu Yunyi and the others were really bold. They were actually using themselves as bait to set up a trap to kill Prince Bloody Slaughter Prince. The demon-vanquishing Saintess group took it as their duty to kill demons and eliminate all darkness and evil. What a chivalrous group. This was something that many men did not dare to do. However, these 5 ladies were using their actions to do it. Bloodbath Alliance? Prince Bloody Slaughter Prince? However, What surprised Qin Shao the most was this message. Qin Shao was no stranger to the Bloodbath Alliance. When he was still in the Hongmeng universe, he had fought against the Bloodbath Alliance. Until now, Yao Shiwilian was still in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao had never forgotten this heavy pain. It had been almost 40 million years. He wondered how Yao Shiwilian was doing now. He had been kidnapped by Master Galen for almost 40 million years. Was he doing well now? Qin Shao had always wanted to save Yao Shiwilian, but now was not the right time. Although he was already a step 4 heavenly venerate and was very strong, the Bloodbath Alliance was an extremely powerful force with many ancient saints. Qin Shao believed that he could kill Master Galen easily. However, what about ancient Saint Yuluo Sha? What about the other ancient saints? How could it be so easy to save them? He had not expected to see the leader of the Bloodbath Alliance, Prince Bloody Slaughter, today. Was the person hiding in the bloody light the founder of the Bloodbath Alliance? Qin Shao had always hated the people of the Bloodbath Alliance. The people of the Bloodbath Alliance did not shrink from any evil. They were all extremely bloody and evil. Humph! What a boastful guy. Prince Bloody Slaughter, since you are here today, you should accept your death obediently. You should apologize for the countless wronged souls that died at the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance, Fu Yunny shouted coldly. The great battle had begun. Fu Yunny and the other 4 heavenly venerates attacked the bloody light that filled the sky. The moment these 5 people made their moves, Qin Shao was also immediately taken aback. Such a terrifying aura, such means they should be step 4 ancient saints, right? The 5 of them are all step 4 ancient saints. Prince Bloody Slaughter dared to be so confident when 5 step 4 ancient saints are going against him. What kind of cultivation realm is this Prince Bloody Slaughter? Could he be a worldly god? Worldly god. Qin Shao could not help but take a deep breath when he thought about it. That kind of supreme existence was far beyond his imagination. Worldly god, an existence that was one realm higher. If he was really a worldly god, Fu Yunny and the other 4 heavenly venerates would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, that should not be the case. If he was really a worldly god, Fu Yunny and the other 4 heavenly venerates would not be so stupid to attack him. Since they dared to use themselves as bait to kill Prince Bloody Slaughter, it meant that they were confident. If that was the case, Prince Bloody Slaughter should only be a step 4 ancient saint. It could only mean that he was extremely powerful. Or perhaps he had reached the level of a half-step world god. Of course, Qin Shao did not know if a half-step world god existed. However, according to common sense, it should exist. There were half-step heavenly venerates and half-step ancient saints. Then, there should be a half-step world god, right? Of course, whether there was a half-step world god or not, Prince Bloody Slaughter's strength must be extremely powerful. Qin Zhao's intuition as a man told him that he was worried for Fu Yunny and the other 4 heavenly venerates. Although the 5 heavenly venerates were righteous and had the demeanor of a great hero, they were still women after all. They might not be so considerate when they did things. If Prince Bloody Slaughter was able to create the Bloodbath Alliance, he must be an extremely shrewd and cunning person. Many forces did not dare to provoke him. This was enough to show how terrifying he was. Why would such a terrifying person come knocking on their door so easily? He must have some confidence in it. Because of this, Qin Shao was naturally worried. Little brother Qin Shao, stay there and don't move. It's best if you hide in the Radiant Rubik's Cube. The Radiant Rubik's Cube has a strong defensive power. Moreover, we will protect you. However, don't move. You have our bodyguard. Nothing will happen to you. Don't worry. Xianmu's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Shao wanted to run. This was a good opportunity for him to escape. However, under such circumstances, how would he dare to move? Just a trace of energy was enough to turn him into ashes. If he were to run around now, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not move. Hearing Xianmu's words, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately opened the Radiant Rubik's Cube and entered it. The Radiant Rubik's Cube was a sealed space. It was protected by the law of light, which made the Rubik's Cube extremely strong. It should be known that the Radiant Rubik's Cube could easily trap a second-step Ancient Saint. It could be said that if a second-step Ancient Saint were to attack the Radiant Rubik's Cube with all his strength, he would not be able to destroy it. The Radiant Rubik's Cube was strong enough to withstand the full attack of a third-step Ancient Saint. If he hid here, it would naturally be much safer. Qin Shao hid in the Radiant Rubik's Cube and watched the battle. If the situation was not good, he was prepared to escape. In fact, he was even prepared to ask his master for help in case of any situation. No matter how strong Bloody Slaughter Prince was, he would not dare to not be afraid of his master, Li Shang. A battle of this level was indeed too frightening. The boulder was quickly shattered and turned into nothingness, allowing everyone to enter the endless universe ocean. The power of all kinds of laws, secret techniques, and even the power of innate abilities. There were also many sacred weapons and magical treasures. All of them were attacking wildly. The battle was very intense. Boom, boom, boom. The void was annihilated. The terrifying energy annihilated everything, and Qin Shao could not see the situation clearly. He had no idea what was going on inside the Radiant Rubik's Cube. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that he was in a storm. Waves of energy were roaring and bombarding the Radiant Rubik's Cube. Fortunately, the Radiant Rubik's Cube's cube was very strong, so there was nothing that could break it. Come in. However, this feeling was very worrying. If the Radiant Rubik's Cube could not hold on, he was afraid that a wave of energy would break in. He would not even have the chance to ask for help before he would be annihilated. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart was in his mouth. He wanted to ask his master for help, but it did not seem to be necessary. Chapter 25:56. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao was also very conflicted. He didn't know what to do. On one hand, he was worried about his own safety, and on the other hand, he was worried about the safety of Fu Yunny and the rest. Although Fu Yunny was a bit unruly and willful, she was able to form a group of devil-vanquishing saintesses. With the four of them, they could form a powerful force to exorcise evil and sweep away the darkness and evil in the world. The world would be filled with light. For her righteous spirit, Qin Shao had a vote for her. Therefore, Qin Shao did not want anything to happen to Fu Yunny and the rest, especially when there was Xian Mu Mu, an extremely kind and helpful woman. However, Qin Shao did not have the ability to participate in a battle of this level. Therefore, the only thing Qin Shao could do now was to pray silently that nothing would happen to Fu Yunny and the rest. However, Qin Shao had a bad feeling about this. Before the battle even began, he had this feeling that something big was going to happen today. The situation might not be good. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's bad feeling was soon confirmed. A figure flew out from the monstrous light energy, looking a little embarrassed. The person who was sent flying was Xian Mu Mu. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her brows were tightly knitted together, and there was a trace of pain on her face. To think that a fourth-step ancient saint would actually be injured. However, Xian Mu Mu was a strong girl. After she roared, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and continued to charge forward, completely ignoring the fact that she was injured. After that, Fu Yunny and the rest were sent flying one after another. However, they were extremely strong and stubborn. They were unwilling to admit defeat and charged forward again as if they were determined to fight to the death. The five of them were no match for Bloody Slaughter Prince even when they joined forces. They were all fourth-step ancient saints, and they were all fourth-step ancient saint from the five supreme surnames. How powerful were their innate divine abilities? How powerful were their saint weapons? How powerful were their saint spells and secret techniques? In fact, it could even be said that both of them possessed the physique of an immortal king. Their bodies were strong enough that ordinary fourth-step ancient saints couldn't compare to them. However, even with the combined power of the five of them, they were still at a disadvantage. They really did not know how strong Mr. Bloodkill was. It was no wonder that he could create such a terrifying force like the Bloodkiller Alliance. Yao, Shulian, and Baby Mo were still in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. Deep down, Qin Shao wanted Child Bloody Slaughter dead. If the leader of the Bloodbath Alliance were to die, then the Bloodbath Alliance would fall apart very quickly. At that time, it would be much easier to rescue them. All he had to do was to deal with Honorable Lord Galen and Ancient Saint Yuluosha. Ancient Saint Yuluosha was only a first-step Ancient Saint. Qin Shao could mobilize 3 first-step Ancient Saints. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with Ancient Saint Yuluosha? It was just that Ancient Saint Yuluosha had the powerful and mysterious Bloodbath Alliance behind her. That was why Qin Shao was so wary of her. Ha ha! 5 little girls, you dare to come out and kill me with that little bit of strength? Is it the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who gave you the courage? Why don't you let them come and kill me personally? That way, I won't dare to come out. But you 5 little girls who haven't even grown up yet dare to come out and show off your righteousness? I can only say that you're too naive. Tis TSK. 5 beautiful girls. It'll be a pity if I kill you. All right, I played with you for so long. I don't have the time to play with you any longer. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my true strength. Amidst the bloody light, Prince Bloody Slaughter let out a hearty laugh. His strength suddenly increased by more than 10 times, instantly enveloping the entire world. As soon as the power was released, Qin Shao, who was hiding in the light Rubik's Cube, suddenly felt the world turning dark. His mind was spinning, and he felt like he was going to faint. What kind of power was this? It felt like the power of a 4th-step Ancient Saint. With a trace of divine might, the heavens were destroyed, and the ages were withered. At this moment, it was as if there was no sky, no earth, no time, no space, no light, no darkness, and no living things. Qin Shao only felt darkness and emptiness in front of him. He couldn't see anything, and he couldn't feel his own existence. There was only a trace of consciousness left, floating freely in the endless world like a duckweed. This was the feeling of falling into destruction, the feeling of dying. Am I going to die? I don't even have a chance to ask Master for help. In Qin Zhao's subconscious mind, such a thought appeared. At this moment, he felt that nothing was his anymore. There was only a trace of consciousness left, and this consciousness was a little blurry, and it was gradually dissipating. Gradually, everything turned into nothingness, and his consciousness disappeared. Am I dead? Qin Shao moved his heavy eyelids forcefully, trying to open his eyes. However, he felt that his eyelids were extremely heavy, and he couldn't open them at all. His whole body was very weak, and he didn't have a trace of strength. He didn't have much consciousness, and his mind was groggy. He wanted to wake up, but he couldn't. He didn't know how long this state lasted. Only then did Qin Shao use his strength to open his eyes, and his consciousness instantly returned to his mind. When his consciousness returned, his body felt like it was his own. He could control his body, and he could move. However, Qin Shao felt a soreness all over his body, and he still felt a little weak. He didn't know what he had experienced. When he opened his eyes, he saw the rock wall in front of him, which was only about 100 feet away. It was a little dim here, and the light came in from one side. He speculated that he should be in a cave at this time. He also felt a cold feeling on his back. He was lying on the ground, which confirmed Qin Zhao's guess. I'm not dead. Qin Shao soon breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was still alive. This time, he was really lucky. He didn't die. Thinking about it, he felt a burst of fear. The horror of that scene was still deeply engraved in Qin Zhao's mind, just like what had happened just now. In fact, for Qin Shao, it did happen just now. After all, he didn't know how long he had been in a coma. During this period of time, he had no memory at all, so his memory was still at the moment of destruction. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I have to see where I am first. Qin Shao comforted himself in his heart. When he was about to move his body, he felt a ball of softness on his arm. There was a body pressing on his arm. It was so soft and petite. It should be a woman's body. Qin Shao was really shocked. He turned his head and looked over. What entered his eyes was a familiar side profile, a familiar figure, and a familiar aura. Although the fragrance of orchids came to his nose, Qin Shao was in no mood to enjoy the refreshing fragrance of a woman's body. At this time, The woman pressing on his arm with her body was no one else but Fu Yunny. Both of them were lying on the ground, and Qin Zhao's arm was pressed under Fu Yunny's body, which showed that Qin Zhao was sleeping with Fu Yunny. How could this be? What happened when he was in a coma? And looking at Fu Yunny, it seemed that she was also in a coma. What was going on? Did Fu Yunny save him? But what was this all about? Why was he hugging Fu Yunny and sleeping together? Qin Zhao had never even done such an intimate act with Gu Lingwei. This made Qin Zhao want to cry, but no tears would come out. This time, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Qin Zhao tried to pull his arm, but Fu Yunny seemed to be in a deep coma. He could not pull out at all. Qin Zhao did not dare to pull out forcefully. If he woke Fu Yunny up, he would not be able to explain himself. There was still blood at the corner of Fu Yunny's mouth. Her face was pale, and her breathing was weak. It was obvious that she was severely injured. Thinking of that battle, Qin Zhao guessed that Fu Yunny and the others had suffered a great loss at the hands of Bloody Slaughter Prince. Qin Zhao slowly and carefully pulled his arm out, trying his best not to disturb Fu Yunny. It would be best if he could pull his arm out before Fu Yunny woke up. Then, he could pretend that nothing had happened. Otherwise, if Fu Yunny saw the scene of him taking advantage of her, who knew what kind of trouble would come out of it? Qin Zhao knew about this woman's wild temper. It was best not to provoke this woman. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. However, Qin Zhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Whatever he was worried about, it would happen. Qin Zhao was halfway through pulling his arm out when Fu Yunny suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Qin Zhao. Coupled with the blood at the corner of her mouth, her pale face, and a murderous look in her eyes after waking up, they were like two sharp swords that ruthlessly pierced into Qin Zhao's mind. This feeling was really scary. The sudden stare almost scared Qin Zhao out of his wits. Bastard, hooligan, seeing that Qin Zhao was holding her in his arms, Fu Yunny was furious. After cursing angrily, she raised her hand and slapped Qin Zhao's face. She gave Qin Zhao a solid slap. At this time, Qin Zhao had completely pulled his arm out. However, he did not manage to avoid the slap and was hit squarely. Qin Zhao subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, he still felt the burning pain on his face. Uffed! Fu Yunny was so agitated that she wanted to hit Qin Zhao again. However, her qi and blood were in a mess. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back weakly. Obviously, she was seriously injured. It might have damaged her vitality. At this time, her body was so weak that it was difficult for her to even stand up. This was the first time in Qin Zhao's life that he was slapped. Qin Zhao was about to lose his temper. However, when he saw Fu Yunny's appearance, his inexplicable anger was extinguished. He did not know how to explain this matter. He did not know how he fell asleep with Fu Yunny in his arms. Fu Yunny probably did not know how she fell asleep with Qin Zhao in his arms. Therefore, both of them were confused and did not know what had happened. Fu Yunny saw this scene when she fell asleep. Naturally, she wanted to hit Qin Zhao. However, when he saw her vomiting blood and falling to the ground, Qin Zhao's addiction to sex was triggered again. He could not get angry. Although she fell back, Fu Yunny's eyes were still filled with anger and hatred as she stared coldly at Qin Zhao. She gritted her teeth and looked like she hated Qin Zhao very much. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and calmed down. He said, "Miss Fu, first of all, I just regained consciousness. I don't know what happened. I did not mean to take advantage of you." Chapter 25:57. Even. At this time, Fu Yunny, who was lying weakly on the ground, snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "You shameless hooligan, you ruined my chastity, and you think I'll call it even with a slap? Do you think that's possible? My chastity has been tarnished by a bastard like you all these years. I'm going to chop off your hands and castrate your lower body. Only then will we be even. I've never been touched by any man in my life, let alone being hugged and slept by a shameless hooligan like you for 10,000 years. You ruined my chastity, and you think I'll call it even with a slap? You're dreaming." Qin Zhao was speechless. What kind of woman was this? Why did she want to hit, kill, or chop him at every turn? Did she have to be so ruthless? Castrate him? How could she be so violent? Qin Shao still wanted to cry injustice. He curled his lips and simply said, "Ha, Miss Fu, do you think you have any chastity? Do you think I, Qin Shao, have no chastity? I, Qin Shao, am still a virgin, and I haven't been slept with by a woman yet. I was unconscious from the very beginning. It's impossible for me to do anything to you. You brought me here and slept with me. Now you're blaming me for it? You lost your chastity, but I didn't. I was very generous to let you slap me, and you humiliated me like this. Now you want to take advantage of me? You?" Fu Yeni was speechless. She was already badly injured, and her body was weak. Now that she was agitated, her face became uglier, and blood kept flowing from her mouth. She struggled as if she wanted to teach Qin Shao a lesson. Unfortunately, her body was too weak, and there was no way for her to stand up. "What about me? Am I wrong? Fu Yeni, even if you're a woman, you can't be so unreasonable, right? You're a fourth-step ancient saint, and you still call yourself the demon-vanquishing saintess? You still think you're a hero? I think you don't live up to your name. Be honest. Did I say anything wrong? I was knocked out by Bloody Slaughter Prince's power when you were fighting. When I woke up, I was here, and my hand was pressed down by you. I still want to know what's going on. Miss Fu, why don't you explain why I'm here, why you're pressing down on my hand, and why you're sleeping beside me? I'm telling you, I already have a sweetheart. Don't think that you can use this method to stick to me. I don't have the slightest bit of interest in you, Miss Fu." Qin Shao once again bombarded her with words. This series of counterattacks made Fu Yeni's face even more unsightly. Yeni, she knew what was going on. But since when was she a man? "Humph, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead," Fu Yeni said angrily. She didn't have any strength to fight back. Although she didn't have the strength to fight back, she still felt very uncomfortable. She muttered, "You're a man, but you don't know how to give in after taking advantage of a woman. Humph." Hearing this, Qin Shao understood the situation. It turned out that Fu Yeni had saved her. This woman was injured to this extent, but when she left, she still wanted to take her with her. Seeing how badly Fu Yeni was injured, Qin Shao could roughly imagine how fierce the battle was. Fu Yeni was the strongest among the five of them. If the strongest person was injured like this, it seemed that Xian Mumu and the others weren't any better. In such a situation, they couldn't even protect themselves. How could they care about others? However, Fu Yeni actually saved her and brought her here. Then she fainted. From this point of view, in fact, this woman was indeed a little unruly and a little hot, but she was actually quite kind and had the heart to save the world and help the secular world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have set up the demon-vanquishing saintess group with Xian Mumu and the others. In addition, this woman's unruly character was indeed something that Qin Shao didn't like. If this character didn't target her, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't have such a strong feeling. However, this character really targeted her. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't have a good impression of Fu Yeni. Arrogant women, even if it was their fault, they wouldn't admit it. They would always blame men. This was normal. Qin Shao also figured out how they came back. Probably after Fu Yeni dragged her to hide here, she was so weak that she directly fainted. Therefore, she didn't know what happened and fell in her arms. Under her arms, there was a scene where the two of them hugged to sleep. Unexpectedly, this sleep turned out to be 10,000 years. However, even if it was 10,000 years, the two of them didn't do anything. They were both in a coma and didn't feel anything at all. It was the first time that he hugged a beauty to sleep. He missed it perfectly. Fortunately, he missed it. Otherwise, he would probably lose his life. If he really did something to this woman, Qin Shao would cry. Qin Shao wasn't a petty person. No matter what, Fu Yeni saved him. Qin Shao was still very grateful to her. "Thank you for saving me," Qin Shao said. I shouldn't have saved you." Fu Yeni was still angry. She turned her head to the side and spat. Qin Shao shook his head. She was really a hot-tempered woman. Qin Shao really couldn't stand this kind of character. Qin Shao walked over and reached out to help Fu Yeni. Seeing Qin Shao's action, Fu Yeni reached out to hit Qin Shao again. However, she was too weak, so Qin Shao grabbed her hand. Then, Qin Shao said with a serious face, "You're injured." Save your strength. Don't move. After saying that, Qin Shao directly helped Fu Yunny up and sat her down on a stone, regardless of whether she objected or not. However, Fu Yunny couldn't accept such physical contact. She tried her best to resist, but she didn't have the strength to resist at this time. Qin Shao, you bastard. What do you want to do? I'm warning you. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also destroy your hometown. You'd better stay away from me. Don't touch me. Take your dirty hands away. Qin Shao ignored Fu Yunny. After helping Fu Yunny up, he let her go. He glared at Fu Yunny and said, "If you want to continue lying on the ground, I don't mind. You're seriously injured. Don't be so stubborn. You think too highly of yourself. I've already said that I'm not interested in you. My heart is already occupied by someone else. You can't squeeze in even if you want to. Besides, Qin Shao, would never do something like taking advantage of someone else's power. I'm not stupid. I still want to live for a few more years." Fu Yunny was stunned by his words. What did he mean? What did he mean by not being interested in her at all? Did he mean that she was so unattractive? That she couldn't arouse his interest at all? Was she that bad? What did he mean by his heart was occupied by someone else, and she couldn't squeeze in even if she wanted to? What did she want to squeeze in? She really wanted to squeeze in, but she couldn't? In this world, what kind of man could she not get even if she wanted to? There were many men who were hundreds and thousands of times better than Qin Shao who pursued her. How could this Qin Shao be so narcissistic? What did he mean? Women were like this sometimes. She liked men to praise her beauty and liked men to like her. However, when a man really stared at her, she would scold him, "Shameless hooligan." However, if the man didn't look at her, she would feel unhappy. What did this man mean? He didn't even look at her? Was she not beautiful enough? No, this man must be blind. I don't need you to care about me. I could do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Fu Yunny said. Qin Shao had never seen such a woman who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although Qin Shao had been in a coma for 10,000 years, he was fine probably because he was protected by the light Rubik's Cube. Qin Shao checked him. Fortunately, the light Rubik's Cube was still there and wasn't damaged. However, to be honest, if he wanted to run away, now was the best time. Now, Fu Yunny didn't have the ability to make him stay. Okay. I don't care about you. You saved me, and I also received a slap from you. I also want to thank you. Whether you admit it or not, we're even now. Okay, you're awake and I'm fine. Let's say goodbye. Anyway, you don't want me to care about you, and I don't care about you either. We're not on the same page anyway. Instead of looking at each other and feeling uncomfortable, it's better to not see each other. Then let's say goodbye. Goodbye. No, let's not see each other anymore. Qin Shao curled his lips. He's leaving. Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to leave, Fu Yunny was stunned for a moment, but immediately snorted and said, "If you want to leave, then leave quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm annoyed just looking at you. I can't wait to kill you. Quickly disappear from my sight. If you don't leave now, when this lady recovers, it will be your death. You won't be able to escape even if you want to." Thank you for your reminder, Miss Fu. I will definitely run away and run far away so that Miss Fu will not have the chance to catch me again. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. A smirk appeared on his face as he said, "Miss Fu, you should take good care of yourself. After I leave, there will be no one to protect you. Who knows what kind of people you will meet? Miss Fu, you're so beautiful. Any man who sees you will have the urge to commit a crime. I don't know where this place is, but I feel like it's a continent. There should be life here. Looking at Miss Fu, I don't think you'll be able to recover in a short period of time. If other people find this place, then Miss Fu, you'll have to pray for yourself. If Miss Fu ends up being taken advantage of by other people, TSK, then it's really a pity. Such a beautiful woman. What a pity, what a pity. Okay, I'll stop talking. I should go." After saying that, Qin Shao laughed, waved his hand, and quickly left. He even said loudly, "I'm free." Seeing that Qin Shao really left, Fu Yunny was dumbfounded. She looked at the direction of the cave's exit and was stunned for a while. "Bastard, Qin Shao, you bastard. You heartless bastard. I shouldn't have saved you." Fu Yunny gritted her teeth. Thinking about the situation that Qin Xiao said, she couldn't help but worry. Chapter 2558. This was the Wulong secret realm. When she escaped here, she did not have the time or energy to carefully choose a place to hide, so she just randomly found a cave to hide in. Luckily, she had been unconscious here for 10,000 years, so no one came in. However, 10,000 years wasn't a long time. This place was vast and sparsely populated, so it was normal for no one to pass by here for 10,000 years. However, some things were really unpredictable. What if someone passed by and found this place, then came in and found her? What if they were lustful again? Would she still have the strength to resist? She did not have any strength to resist at all. Even if she still had treasures on her, she could not use them at all. It was fine if Qin Xiao did not mention these things. She would not deliberately think in this direction. However, after hearing Qin Xiao's words, she couldn't help but think in this direction, especially considering that she was indeed in a very bad situation at this time. So she thought more about it. If that was really the case, she would rather die. However, if that really happened, she would not be able to die even if she wanted to. What should she do? Was this bastard really going to leave her behind? Was she really going to take such a big risk? To be honest, Fu Yunny, who was always fearless, was really scared now. This was the first time in her life that she felt like this. It was really not good. Qin Xiao, come back. In a moment of desperation, Fu Yunny abruptly shouted out. However, after shouting, Qin Xiao did not come back. There was no change at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that Qin Xiao had really left, Fu Yunny immediately panicked. Did this guy really leave her behind? However, thinking about how she had treated him so badly, it was normal for him to leave. Why would he not run with such a good opportunity? If he did not run, would he wait for her to recover before dealing with him? If it was a normal person, they would probably choose this opportunity to run, right? Qin Xiao, you bastard. Leave. Just don't fall into my hands in the future. Oomph. Fu Yunny fiercely gritted her teeth. However, what could she do? Who could she blame? I hope I won't be so unlucky. I definitely won't. No, I have to hurry up and recover my Yuan Qi. That damned Prince Bloody Slaughter. He really hid his strength well. He actually made us, the devil-vanquishing Saintus group, suffer such a huge loss. I wonder how Yenya and the others are doing. They shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. After all, no matter how ruthless Prince Bloody Slaughter is, he wouldn't dare to kill us. At most, he would injure us severely. I blocked most of the power of the last attack, giving them a chance to escape. Their injuries shouldn't be as serious as mine, so they should be able to preserve some of their strength. Normal small dangers shouldn't be able to threaten them. As long as they're fine, I'm relieved. Now, I need to quickly recover my strength. Even if I can only recover 1/10 of my strength, I can still return to the Fushi Sacred Ground. If I don't return to the Fushi Sacred Ground, I won't be able to fully recover. Fu Yunny could only pray silently in her heart. At this moment, footsteps could be heard coming from the entrance of the cave. Hearing the footsteps, Fu Yunny immediately became vigilant. She stared at the entrance of the cave, and her nerves couldn't help but become tense. I can't be so unlucky, right? What I'm worried about won't happen, right? If she really met someone with bad intentions, then she wanted to die directly. However, she didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. This was the most tragic thing. The footsteps seemed to be lingering at the entrance of the cave, and it didn't rush into the cave. This kind of situation tested Fu Yunny's nerves. She was tensed up as she stared at the entrance of the cave. She was very nervous. After waiting for a long time, the footsteps finally moved again. A figure walked in. As the figure walked in, Fu Yunny's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Finally, the figure walked in. When she saw the figure, Fu Yunny was stunned. She stood there as if she was struck by lightning. She stared at the person in a daze. The person who walked in was none other than Qin Xiao. At this moment, Qin Xiao was holding some beautiful fruits in his hands. He walked towards Fu Yunny and went straight to Fu Yunny's side. After looking at Fu Yunny, Qin Xiao picked up a fruit and put it in front of Fu Yunny's mouth as a gesture. Fu Yunny stared at Qin Xiao with her jade eyes wide open. It was as if she hadn't completely regained her senses. She was still scolding Qin Xiao just now, But Qin Xiao didn't really leave her alone. He went out to find some fruits and came back. This guy didn't leave. He was just scaring her. If she was deceived by someone normally, Fu Yunny would definitely be angry. However, she didn't know why, but she couldn't get angry this time. Don't look at me. I've already washed them. They're clean. I've also washed my hands. They're not dirty. I've tried this fruit. It's delicious and contains immortal essence. It's good for your body to eat, Qin Xiao said. Fu Yunny was stunned. She hesitated for a moment before she raised her hand to take the fruit. However, she was too weak right now. She didn't have any strength at all. She couldn't even lift her hand. Seeing her like this, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "All right, don't force yourself. You're a girl. Can't you be a little weaker? I'll feed you if you don't mind. Sigh, I don't know if I owed you in my previous life or if I've done something bad to you. After being bullied by you, I can't bear to leave you here alone. I even have to serve you like this. However, someone doesn't appreciate my kindness. I don't know if he'll catch me again after he recovers." Although he said this, Qin Xiao still fed the fruit into Fu Yunny's mouth. Fu Yunny looked at Qin Xiao. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. However, in the end, she didn't say anything. However, she still ate the fruit. She was too weak now. She needed to nourish her body. Of course, she had to eat some fruits that were good for her body. This way, she would recover faster. Qin Xiao fed all the fruits he picked to Fu Yunny in one go. After eating some fruits, Fu Yunny regained some strength and recovered some saint power. However, the recovered saint power was only enough to allow her to move her body slightly. It didn't recover much. After feeding the fruit, Qin Xiao clapped his hands and heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Xiao stood aside and looked at Fu Yunny. He couldn't help but sigh. "Miss Fu, look at you now. You're quieter, gentler, and more delicate. Isn't that good? You'll be more likable this way. Why do you have to be so hot-tempered and unruly? Sometimes, you're even a little unreasonable and self-centered. It's none of your business. Who do you think you are? Don't think that I'll be grateful to you and treat you well just because you gave me a few fruits." Fu Yunny was sharp-tongued again. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Are you still being reasonable? I'm helping you. Can't you speak nicely?" Fu Yunny glared at Qin Xiao coldly and said, "I can't speak nicely to you. I haven't even settled the matter of you taking advantage of me. You want me to be polite to you? Dream on. It's impossible." "You woman." Qin Xiao was speechless. He smacked his lips and said, "I think you really want to stay here alone." Fu Yunny was slightly taken aback. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she endured it. She only looked coldly at Qin Xiao, showing that she was very unhappy. Seeing that Fu Yunny wanted to flare up but didn't dare to, Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, Okay. I'm afraid of you. I admit defeat. Don't worry. Although you don't treat me well, you still saved my life. I can't leave you alone. Even if you didn't save my life, I won't leave you in a lurch. Although you've been bullying me, but fortunately, you didn't do anything to me. Moreover, I profited from this disaster and gained a lot of benefits. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Miss Fu. So, I definitely won't leave you alone. I, Qin Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. Even if it's because of Miss Xian Mu, I will still save you. As for whether you want to catch me in the future, that's up to you. At the very least, as long as I can do things with a clear conscience, that's enough. As for the rest, I can't care so much for the time being. Okay, Miss Fu, if you want to recover faster, then don't resist anymore. I don't have any healing elixirs on me, so I can only use the stupidest method, which is to inject some immortal power into your body. But I'm only a fourth-step heavenly venerable, not a saint, so my ability is limited. I have a good brother by my side. I'll ask him to transfer his saint power to me. If I lose to you, don't resist later. Otherwise, I really won't care about you. I'll let you slowly recover. After that, Qin Xiao didn't care whether Fu Yunny agreed or not. He just took it that she agreed. Qin Xiao let Xiaogu out and told him what to do. Xiaogu naturally didn't ask anything. He only needed to follow Qin Xiao's orders. Qin Xiao sat cross-legged beside Fu Yunny. Xiaogu sat cross-legged behind Qin Xiao. Xiaogu transferred his saint power to Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao transferred his saint power and immortal power to Fu Yunny at the same time. Fu Yunny wanted to say something, but Qin Shao didn't give her a chance to speak. He immediately started to heal her. Fu Yunny didn't say anything in the end. She started to heal herself. The most important thing now was to recover some of her strength. This process lasted for nearly 1,000 minutes. Xiaogu directly collapsed and couldn't transfer his saint power anymore. Qin Shao also collapsed. He couldn't lose to Fu Yunny again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any strength left. That would be a problem. Troublesome. Qin Shao still had some ordinary immortal pills that could help him recover some of his immortal power. Qin Shao also had many chaos source rocks that could be used to quickly recover his immortal power. However, Fu Yunny was still in trouble. Relying on his and Xiao Gu's immortal power and saint power, they couldn't help Fu Yunny recover much. They only recovered a small part of her strength. Now, Fu Yunny had some color. Her face looked much better. It was no longer frighteningly pale. Her body could move freely. She could stand up. Her body had some strength, and she also had some strength. Even though she was still very weak and her vitality was damaged, it was already very difficult to recover. If her vitality couldn't recover, it would be very difficult to recover her strength. However, although she was still very weak, she at least had some strength to protect herself. Life forms at the first or second step of the heavenly venerate realm could forget about getting close to her. Her situation was much better than before. Even if Qin Shao wanted to leave now, she probably had some strength to protect herself, as long as she didn't encounter any life forms that were too dangerous. Chapter 2559. Qin Shao couldn't help much with the rest of the healing. He was only a fourth-step heavenly venerable. He did not have the ability to heal Fu Yunny. Fu Yunny's injury this time was not as simple as exhausting all her saint energy. Her vitality was damaged. Her foundation was damaged. Therefore, it would be very difficult for her to fully recover from this injury. If he were to rely on himself to slowly cultivate and recover, it would probably take several eras, or even longer. If her vitality was damaged, she would need to rely on external forces to recover. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. What Fu Yunny needed to do now was to basically recover her saint energy. Then, she would have about 10% of her strength, and she could return to the Fuxi Sacred Land. Once she returned to the Fuxi Sacred Land, it would be much easier to recover her vitality. It was not difficult to recover her saint energy, but it would take some time. Qin Shao, thank you for healing me just now. I basically have the ability to protect myself now. I don't need you to protect me anymore. I, Fu Yunny, have never liked to owe others. I saved you once, and you healed me. We're even now. You can leave now. You better leave now. Otherwise, when I recover my strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Fu Yunny suddenly said. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, I want to leave too, but I really can't do it. My conscience will feel bad. No matter what, since I said I won't leave you alone, I definitely won't leave you alone. I will definitely bring you back to the immortal region. When we reach the immortal region, I don't want to be with you. I'll definitely run faster than anyone else. I think you can basically move now. Why don't we go back to the immortal region now? I have a high-grade flying celestial device with me. Although it's a little slow, we can still return to the immortal region. I'll be in charge of the journey. You can slowly heal yourself on the flying celestial device. What do you think, Miss Fu? Seeing that Qin Shao was still not leaving, Fu Yunny was slightly stunned. She looked at Qin Shao strangely. Perhaps she didn't expect that Qin Shao still wouldn't leave her alone after she treated him like this. Was this man stupid? From the bottom of her heart, Fu Yunny was inexplicably touched. This was a feeling she had never felt before. She had never felt this way about any other man. Why did she feel this way about Qin Shao? Fu Yunny secretly shook her head and threw away the distracting thoughts in her heart. She did not want to think about these things. No. Fu Yunny shook her head. No. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Fu Yunny. Why not? His strength was not weak, and he had Xiao Gu with him. If he really encountered any danger, he should be able to deal with it calmly. The speed of an upper-grade flying celestial device was quite fast. It shouldn't take too long to return to the immortal region, right? Fu Yunny said, "This is the Wulong secret realm. We're almost at the edge of the Great Thousand Domains. If you want to return to the immortal region from here with your upper-grade flying celestial device, I'm afraid it'll take at least 10 million years. In the endless universe ocean, there are countless dangers. The journey is so long, and we might encounter many dangers along the way. The risk is too great. If we're unlucky, we might even die along the way. Therefore, this is not a good method. If you want to go back, you can go back alone. If you're lucky, you might be able to return to the immortal region smoothly. I definitely won't follow you back to the immortal region on your upper-grade flying celestial device." Wulong's secret realm? Qin Shao didn't know where this was before, but when the Wulong secret realm was mentioned, Qin Shao knew where it was. After all, Qin Shao had seen the map of the Great Thousand Domains many times, so he remembered the Great Thousand Domains clearly. Of course, Qin Shao remembered the Wulong secret realm. It was located at the edge of the Great Thousand Domains, extremely far away from the immortal region. If it was really the Wulong secret realm, then Fu Yunny was right. Even with an upper-grade flying celestial device, it would take 10 million years to return to the immortal region. Moreover, this was under the condition that everything went smoothly. This was only possible if there wasn't any delay. If there was any delay on the way, then it would take 10 million years for them to return to the immortal region. 10 million years was a relatively long time for Qin Shao. Time didn't mean much. If they could really return to the immortal region smoothly, then 10 million years was fine. However, the problem was that even if they spent 10 million years, they might not be able to return to the immortal region smoothly. Qin Shao knew about the dangers in the endless cosmic ocean, especially at the edge of the Great Thousand Domains. It was filled with endless, unknown dangers. Therefore, after hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Shao had to treat it seriously. "Young Mistress Fu, your vitality foundation has been greatly damaged. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover here. If you want to fully recover, then it's better to return to the Fushi Holy Land. Therefore, we still have to return to the immortal region first. If we don't use an upper-grade flying celestial device, then you won't be able to recover. If we can't rely on you to travel, then we won't be able to return to the immortal region. Will we stay here forever? Or have you already asked for help from the experts of your Fushi clan? Will someone come to save you? But I don't think so. Someone as prideful as you probably won't ask for help so easily." Qin Shao was puzzled. Fu Yunny indeed didn't ask for help. If she did, then the people who came to save her would have already arrived. She was in such a sorry state this time. After suffering such a loss, she was too embarrassed to ask for help from her family. Moreover, her family didn't really support her in this matter. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized how stupid and impulsive this matter was. She didn't have a good plan at all. It was just a plan she made on a whim. In the end, he had severely underestimated young Master Bloody Slaughter, which had resulted in him suffering a crushing defeat. Not only her, but Yinya and the other three were also in such a state. This matter, Fu Yunny also blamed herself in her heart. It's too risky to use your upper-grade flying celestial device to return to the immortal region. It's not the best choice. My vitality is greatly damaged. I can't go back either. However, Yinya and the others will come to find us. When we meet up with them, we'll naturally have a way to return to the immortal region. Their injuries aren't as severe as mine. After resting for a while, they'll probably come to find us. So, we'll wait in the Wulong secret realm for a few more days. I believe that we'll meet up in less than 1,000,000 years. This method is the safest, Fu Yunny said. Since Fu Yunny already said so, then Qin Shao also listened and believed it. Moreover, Qin Shao was also worried about Xian Mu and the others. If they could meet up with them, that would be the best thing. Waiting for a few more days was nothing. In any case, Qin Shao wasn't in a rush. "All right, Big Sister Fu, how are Lady Mu Mu and the others? What happened to you in the end? Why is that young Master Bloody Slaughter so powerful? The 5 of you are all 4th-step Empyrean saints. 5 4th-step Empyrean saints working together. Even when you're 4 ancient saints of the 4th step, your vitality was greatly damaged by young Master Bloody Slaughter. Isn't this too unbelievable? Qin Xiao asked. When that matter was mentioned, Fu Yunny's expression was gloomy, unsightly, and extremely deep. Obviously, when she thought about it now, it was still a pain that could not be erased. It was still fresh in her memory, and it was an unprecedented heavy blow to her. After a moment of excitement, Fu Yunny said, Moo Moo and the others should be fine. At the very least, they shouldn't be injured as badly as me. However, all of their vitality was damaged, but they should still be able to protect themselves. I blocked more than half of the power of the last attack. The rest of the power was shared by the four of them. They shouldn't be too badly injured. No matter what, we're all from the 5 great surnames. We're the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. No matter how ruthless young Master Bloody Slaughter is, he wouldn't dare to kill us. However, this time, we've underestimated young Master Bloody Slaughter. We underestimated him too much. That's why we lost so miserably. It's my fault. My plan was seriously flawed. When the matter was brought up, Fu Yunny's face was filled with remorse and self-blame. Qin Xiao comforted her. It's all right, Miss Fu. It's all in the past. You don't have to blame yourself. Since it's already like this, let's look on the bright side. No matter how much you blame yourself, it's useless. Everything is already set in stone. Blaming yourself won't change anything. Furthermore, you didn't want things to turn out this way. Your intentions were good. It's just that the outcome was beyond your expectations. You can't blame yourself. Success or failure this time doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It only means that the enemy is too strong. By the way, Miss Fu, how strong is young Master Bloody Slaughter? What's his background? Is he the founder of the Bloodbath Alliance? Sigh. Fu Yunny let out a long sigh and shook her head. After a long while, Fu Yunny continued, I don't know where young Master Bloody Slaughter came from. No one knows where he came from. We can't even be sure if he's from the immortal region. We've always thought that he's just a 4th-step Empyrean saint. At most, he's a half-step world god. But what I didn't expect was that young Master Bloodbath was actually a world god. That's why we lost so miserably. That's why we were so badly injured. How could the 5 of us possibly be a match for a world god? Young Master Bloody Slaughter hid his strength too deeply. He's too sinister. He's always shown that he's a 4th-step Empyrean saint, but he's always been hiding his true strength. He's always been a world god. Young Master Bloody Slaughter isn't the founder of the Bloodbath Alliance. He's just one of the leaders of the Bloodbath Alliance. Or, to be more precise, he's the highest-ranking leader of the Bloodbath Alliance in the Immortal Region. In the Immortal Region, everyone from the Bloodbath Alliance listens to young Master Bloody Slaughter. What did she mean? Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Xiao was completely shocked. He frowned and said in astonishment, Miss Fu, are you saying that young Master Bloody Slaughter is just a small leader of the Bloodbath Alliance? He's not the true leader? He's not the true founder? Yes, he's just a small leader. Fu Yunny nodded. That can't be right. Someone as powerful as young Master Bloody Slaughter, a world god, was just a small leader of the Bloodbath Alliance? He wasn't the true founder? If that was the case, how terrifyingly powerful was the Bloodbath Alliance? If that was the case, then wouldn't there be at least 8 sacred realms if a sacred realm had a leader like the Bloody Slaughter Prince? At least 8 world gods. Chapter 2560. If that was really the case, then it was simply too unimaginable. Once again, Qin Xiao's understanding of the Bloodbath Alliance was refreshed. Qin Xiao had always known that the Bloodbath Alliance was mysterious and powerful. Its influence had already spread to the Great Thousand Domains, and many universes were ruled by the Bloodbath Alliance. In the Immortal Domain, whether it was in the Southern Wilderness or the 9 continents of Huaxia, Qin Xiao had encountered people from the Bloodbath Alliance. This meant that the claws and teeth of the Bloodbath Alliance had already spread throughout the Immortal Domain. This in itself was a very terrifying thing. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance was indeed very difficult to imagine. But now, after hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Xiao realized that his understanding of the Bloodbath Alliance was still too little. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance was far beyond his imagination. In that case, wouldn't the Bloodbath Alliance's influence spread throughout the Great Thousand Domains, including the 8 Great Holy Domains? Which other force could do this? In the Immortal Domain, Qin Shao had at least not heard of the existence of forces from other holy domains. But the Bloodbath Alliance could actually do this? What kind of terrifying existence was that? Just thinking about it made him feel a chill. It was too terrifying. Fu Yunyi shook his head again and said, "There are many things that we don't understand. You don't need to know so much for the time being. Knowing too much won't do you any good. If you know too much, you'll only provoke the Bloodbath Alliance to deal with you. I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble then. The Bloodbath Alliance is so powerful that even my old ancestor is unwilling to talk about it. Although I don't know who the founder of the Bloodbath Alliance is, it should be an existence that even my old ancestor is somewhat afraid of." What? Even Fu Yunyi's old ancestor is somewhat afraid of an existence? Just what kind of terrifying background did this creator have? Who was Fu Yunyi's old ancestor? He was the human emperor Fuxi, the leader of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was probably the strongest of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If even the human emperor Fuxi was somewhat afraid of him, then it was simply unimaginable. It was no wonder that he could win over so many world gods to work for him, and that his influence could spread throughout the Great Thousand Domains. The Bloodbath Alliance was indeed an existence that Qin Shao could not afford to provoke. However, could Qin Shao not provoke the Bloodkiller Alliance? He had already formed an irreconcilable grudge with the Bloodkiller Alliance. Now that Yao Shuilian and Baby Mo were still in the hands of the Bloodkiller Alliance, he had to face the Bloodkiller Alliance head-on. At the very least, he had to save them. If he wanted to save them, he would have to kill them. Furthermore, he had killed members of the Bloodkiller Alliance before. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to resolve this grudge with the Bloodkiller Alliance. I don't want to provoke them, but I still have 2 friends in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. It's just that I'm not strong enough to save them. I'll definitely have to fight with the Bloodbath Alliance." Qin Shao shook his head. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Yunyi was slightly surprised. After looking at Qin Shao, she said, "I didn't expect that a mere 4th-step heavenly venerable like you would provoke the Bloodbath Alliance. However, you should have provoked some small fries. That's nothing. If you kill some small fries, perhaps the Bloodbath Alliance won't bother to deal with you. But if you kill an important member of the Bloodbath Alliance, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. What if I kill an ancient saint?" "1-step ancient saint?" Qin Shao asked. "1-step ancient saint?" Fu Yunyi frowned slightly, then said, "If you kill a 1-step ancient saint, I'm afraid you'll offend the core of the Bloodbath Alliance. Once you offend the core of the Bloodbath Alliance won't let you off easily. The Bloodbath Alliance is extremely large, and its members are extremely mysterious. They're spread out widely, and the number of ancient saints is also very large. They're managed by a region. An ancient saint is basically the core person in charge of managing a region. If you kill such a core person, you'll probably get into big trouble." Qin Shao pursed his lips and shook his head. There was no other way. He definitely had to kill Yu Luosha. If he didn't kill Yu Luosha, how would he be able to save Baby Mo? Given Yu Luosha's character, there was no way she could save Baby Mo without killing him. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very helpless. But let's not worry about this for now. If trouble comes, you can't stop it. You can't just not do it because there's trouble. No matter what, Qin Shao had to save Baby Mo. Yu Luosha had humiliated him several times. Qin Shao had to take revenge for this. Therefore, no matter what kind of danger and trouble it would bring, Qin Shao would definitely not let Yu Luosha go. At most, now that he knew the trouble it would bring, he would look for Yu Luosha later. It wouldn't be too late to kill Yu Luosha after he had a certain amount of confidence. Originally, Qin Shao was also planning to save Yao Shuilian and Baby Mo after things settled down here. But now, it seemed that this plan would have to be delayed. What? From the looks of it, you still want to kill a prime sage of the Bloodbath Alliance? Fu Yunyi looked at Qin Shao and asked. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Yes, one of my spiritual beasts was captured by a prime sage called Yu Luosha. He even humiliated me several times. No matter what, I have to kill this person. Aren't you afraid of provoking the Bloodbath Alliance and inviting death? Fu Yunny asked with a smile. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid at all. After all, I'm only a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate now. Even if I break through to the Prime Sage level, I'm still very weak. At least in front of the Bloodbath Alliance. I'm just a small ant. But you can't just not do it because you're afraid of trouble and danger, right? Revenge that should be taken will definitely be taken. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer. Those that should be saved will definitely be saved. It's just a matter of finding a better opportunity. I'm just an insignificant person. If the Bloodbath Alliance is really determined to kill me, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to escape. However, the Bloodbath Alliance shouldn't be that strong yet. Otherwise, the world would have changed long ago. No matter how strong the Bloodbath Alliance is, they still don't dare to come out in the open. They still hide and use mystery to show off their strength. Moreover, the Bloodbath Alliance's strength is too scattered. It's probably not too strong in the Immortal region. They're very strong. Otherwise, the Bloodslaughter Alliance would be acting without the slightest scruple. They wouldn't be acting so cautiously and hiding everything so deeply. After killing an ancient saint existence, even if the Bloodbath Alliance wants to find trouble with me, they won't dare to be too brazen. At most, they'll send some experts to assassinate me. Moreover, they won't dare to send someone too strong. After all, I'm also a student of the Sacred Institute. Normally, I'll stay within the 9 provinces Huaxia country and won't leave easily. It's still a little too early to talk about revenge. I'll break through to the Ancient Saint Realm first. Once I step onto the Ancient Road, I won't be afraid of anything. Fu Yunny looked at Qin Shao for a long time without saying anything. She didn't know if she forgot to speak, didn't know what to say, or was influenced by Qin Shao. This man was indeed a little different from the rest. If you want to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance, I can help you. Fu Yunny didn't know why she said this sentence. After she finished speaking, her face couldn't help but blush. She regretted it after saying it. However, the words that were said were like water that couldn't be taken back. She didn't know why she said such things to Qin Shao. Was she taking the initiative to express goodwill? Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Shao was also stunned. He looked at Fu Yunny in surprise. What did she mean? What was wrong with this woman? Wasn't she very fierce to him before? Why did she take the initiative to offer to help him now? Moreover, she was helping him deal with the Bloodbath Alliance. This wasn't a small matter. What was wrong with this woman? What I mean is, Fu Yunny felt awkward and immediately explained. Aren't we from the Demon Vanquishing Saintess group? The purpose of the Demon Vanquishing Saintess group is to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance. Eliminating the Bloodbath Alliance is our top priority. We are all actively dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, as long as it's something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance, it's our business. We will do it without hesitation. Since you also want to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance, then you have the same goal as us. Therefore, when I said that I would help you, it's also our mission. You don't have to look at me like this. I'm not helping you. Don't be so optimistic. How can this lady help you? The most typical example of a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He joked, "Yes, I was wondering why Miss Fu was so kind. Even if you were to be kind, you wouldn't do it to me. We didn't see eye to eye from the beginning. I'll be thankful if you don't bully me. How can I expect Miss Fu to be kind to me? Isn't that wishful thinking?" Fu Yunny stared at Qin Shao angrily and didn't want to say anything. What did he mean? Why was she so unfriendly? Why was she so unkind? Why was she so evil? This hateful guy, why was he so annoying? Would it kill him to say something nice? Okay, I'm just joking. Thank you for your kindness. I know that you're actually quite kind in your heart. You're a heroine with a sense of justice. However, this is my own enmity. Naturally, I have to take revenge. For this small enmity, if I still have to trouble Miss Fu to help me. Even if Miss Fu is willing to help me, I don't have the face to accept it, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it make Miss Fu look down on me even more? Qin Shao definitely can't do such a thing. Besides, this small enmity I can solve it myself. If I can solve it myself, don't easily ask others for help. I'm not used to asking others for help. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He smiled and said again. Fu Yanni's heart was a little relieved. This guy didn't seem to be so annoying. Although his words were still unpleasant to hear, it was still okay. It wasn't that bad. You're really thick-skinned, Fu Yanni said. Cough. Qin Shao was speechless. Wasn't it just that he took 6 of her holy fruits without her consent? Was this considered thick-skinned? However, Qin Shao knew that he was in the wrong in this matter, so he didn't argue. Fine, then I'll be thick-skinned. As a man, it's okay to be a little thick-skinned. It's not like you women. If you're thick-skinned, then it's not good, right? What did he mean? Fu Yanni stared at Qin Shao with her jade eyes. Are you saying that I'm thick-skinned? Haha, I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Chapter 2561. While Fu Yanni was recuperating, Qin Shao also took the opportunity to cultivate. However, he had to wait for 1,000,000 years. Qin Shao naturally couldn't waste such a long time. Now that Qin Shao had mastered the laws of space and light, these 2 fundamental laws had reached the initial stage. Although he had mastered a lot of the 2 fundamental laws, he was still a little weak in using them in battle. He didn't have to spend time in this aspect, so he was naturally a little lacking in other aspects. However, in terms of Saint Arts, Qin Shao was now a little lacking. Previously, he had chosen True Incantation of Fighting, True Incantation of Being, 5 Law Record, and Solitude Heart Technique. These Saint Arts couldn't apply the laws of space and light. So now, Qin Shao had mastered the laws, but he didn't have a good way to use them. Of course, he could study the methods himself. After all, the power of the 5 fundamental laws could be integrated into other Daos. For example, he could integrate the power of the laws of space and light into the Flying Dagger Dao to create his own method. Of course, it wasn't so easy to do this. It was very difficult to do. Not only could he integrate it into the Flying Dagger Dao, but he could also try to integrate it into his Heart Force, Immortal Dao Power, and Heaven-Splitting Sword Art. As long as he could do it, everything could be created. Just cultivating other people's Saint Arts was one way, and researching and creating one's own method was another way. This was the key direction of Qin Shao's cultivation. Now, he needed some of his own methods. Without some methods, it would be very difficult to improve his strength. Ordinary methods were effective against ordinary people, but it was very difficult to deal with people with more experience. For example, if he faced a demi-sage, he wouldn't have any resistance. Qin Shao had personally experienced this. But now that he had the laws of space and light, Qin Shao didn't have to fear a demi-sage. However, Qin Shao's current goal wasn't as simple as becoming a demi-sage. Let's put these aside for the time being and focus on the cultivation of the 5 fundamental laws. I still haven't used the Time Saint Fruit and Myriad Atlas that Miss Xianmu gave me. I can take advantage of this period of time to cultivate. If I can master the laws of time and the laws of all things, my future path will be much easier. The best thing would be to quickly become a Heaven's Mandate cultivator and master all 5 fundamental laws. That's what I should be pursuing. I don't have the opportunity to cultivate the laws of darkness for now. So I'll cultivate the laws of time and the laws of all things first. Let's see if I can grasp these 2 laws. Qin Shao pondered and weighed the pros and cons in his heart before making a decision. After making the decision, Qin Shao took out the Time Saint Fruit. Although the Sacred Time Fruit might not be able to help him master the time laws, it should be able to help him step through the threshold and touch the door. As long as he could feel the doorway and get on the right path, the road ahead would be much easier to walk. In the past, Qin Shao had never thought that the 5 fundamental laws would have corresponding sacred fruits. This sacred fruit was of great help to cultivation. It could directly guide one's cultivation. Its effect was comparable to the Saint Origin fruit. It was just that it wasn't as overbearing as the Saint Origin fruit. The Saint Origin fruit could directly enhance one's cultivation. The 5-element sacred fruit was a powerful guiding force. However, whether one could enhance one's cultivation depended on the individual ability of the devourer. If the devourer's talent and potential were not good enough, then there might be no harvest. This was different from the sane origin fruit. The sane origin fruit was mainly targeted at those who didn't have much talent and potential. They were basically hopeless in opening the ancient road. For such people, the sane origin fruit could forcibly enhance and open the ancient road. Qin Shao calmed down and swallowed the time fruit. There was only one time fruit, so Qin Shao cherished it very much. It would be best if he could reap a great harvest by digesting this time fruit. As soon as the fruit entered Qin Zhao's stomach, the law of time, the power, the true meaning, the structure, and the foundation of the law of time appeared clearly in Qin Zhao's mind, in the most primitive state, in the most direct form, in the most simple in the simplest and most simple way. Everything was presented in an easy-to-understand way. This was the power of the 5 elements sacred fruit. It was beneficial to cultivators. Relying on the 5 elemental sacred fruits to cultivate the 5 fundamental laws was like having the help of the heavens. It was like having an experienced teacher patiently teaching you step by step, guiding you step by step, starting from every detail and guiding you bit by bit, moving forward, improving, and finally stepping into the threshold of the laws. This was the preciousness of the 5 elements sacred fruit. The preciousness of the 5 elements sacred fruit was not much less than that of the sane origin fruit. For some talented cultivators, the value of the 5 elements sacred fruit was obviously higher than that of the sane origin fruit. The sane origin fruit was useless to geniuses. Some arrogant geniuses would not use the sane origin fruit. There were only 2 kinds of people who would eat the sane origin fruit. One kind was people who had no talent and potential at all and had no hope of opening the ancient path. The other kind was people who had some talent and potential and had some hope of opening the ancient path. However, after working hard for a long time, they were still unable to take that step and finally despaired. Therefore, they wanted to use the sane origin fruit. As long as they had some confidence in opening the ancient path, they would definitely not use the sane origin fruit. Once they used the sane origin fruit, their cultivation path was basically cut off. They would not be able to take another step forward in their cultivation in the future. Therefore, using the sane origin fruit to break through to the sane origin realm required a huge price. The 5-element sacred fruit was also very rare and extremely rare. At this time, Qin Shao was immersed in the world of time, wandering in the sea of laws and comprehending the laws of time to his heart's content. What is time? From a macroscopic point of view, time is the past, present, and future. Any time is the past, the present, and the future. Therefore, time is a line with no end and no end. There are countless points on the line, representing every point in time. For every point behind it, this point is the past. For itself, this point is the present. For the points in front of it, this point is the future. Every point exists on this line of time, and it will exist forever. Past, present, and future. This was the macroscopic explanation of the laws of time. But how could one understand this? It was easy to understand from a simple point of view. However, if one wanted to grasp the laws of time, then one couldn't comprehend it from a simple point of view. One had to comprehend the essence of the laws of time. One had to comprehend it thoroughly. One must fully comprehend it. Time was a long line with no end and no end. If one wanted to master the laws of time, one must master this line of time. One must be able to enter this line of time and understand the past, present, and future. After understanding some of the essence of the laws of time, Qin Shao could not help but have a sudden thought. Since time had a past, present, and future, then if someone completely mastered the laws of time, could they roam freely on the line of time? In other words, could someone go back to the past and even enter the future? For example, did the controller of the laws of time have such an ability? Thinking about it, it was really a bit incredible. If one could go back to the past and go to the future, wouldn't it change a lot of things? Especially if one could go back to the future, wouldn't it be possible to see a lot of things in the future? Could one see their own future? Going back in time was not a difficult thing. Resurrecting people from the past was also not a difficult thing. This was something that Qin Shao could also do in the past, traveling through time at what was truly an unimaginable and unimaginable thing. For example, if someone could go back to the past, could they change history at will? If a person was changed, a lot of things would be changed. In that case, wouldn't the line of time be messed up? Going back in time to resurrect the living was different. It only resurrected the dead in the present. This would not change the track of history in the past. The dead in the past would still be dead, and the things that happened in the past would still happen. It was just that the dead in the past would be resurrected in the present and added to the new history. But in essence, it did not change anything. Naturally, it would not touch the line of time. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was too profound and too complicated. It was really something that was hard to imagine. However, if he wanted to cultivate the laws of time, he had to think about these things. So at this time, Qin Shao thought a lot, and he also thought very deeply and very far. He thought about things that he had never thought about before now, and he made many assumptions that even he felt were incredible. This was cultivation. Think about things that you didn't dare to think about before, make assumptions that you didn't dare to make before, and then make inferences from these assumptions, so as to get rid of the false and retain the truth and really comprehend something. Cultivation was to broaden one's horizons and mind, allowing one to see higher, farther, and broader things. To understand time, you had to understand a lot of things. Time involved a lot of things. It was vast and boundless, just like a huge iceberg. If you want to understand this iceberg, you might need to understand it from the smallest particles. Then slowly understand the structure of the iceberg, its shape, its hardness, and many other things. This is all necessary information, and it's all necessary to understand it. Grasping these points. As long as you fully grasped all the points, you could understand the true meaning of the laws of time. Only by fully comprehending the true meaning could you truly master the laws of time. Qin Shao had been wandering in the ocean of the laws of time. In this vast ocean, there were countless things that Qin Shao couldn't think of before, such as knowledge and the true meaning. The assumptions that Qin Shao made in his mind were then proven one after another, and finally became the true meaning of the laws and the points of time. Qin Shao was accumulating these points of time little by little. Little by little, Qin Shao's grasp of the laws of time naturally increased. Immersing himself in the ocean of time to cultivate was really like having the help of the gods, and the results were 100 times better with half the effort. This kind of cultivation was obvious and rapid. Such speed of improvement also made Qin Shao see the hope of a breakthrough. However, the good times didn't last long. The effect of the time saint fruit didn't last long. Finally, it dissipated completely. Without the help of the time saint fruit, the effect naturally decreased a lot in an instant. If this kind of cultivation continued, the effect would be greatly reduced. Qin Shao helplessly smiled bitterly and shook his head. What a pity. If the time could be doubled, then I would have a great chance to break through to the initial realm of the laws of time in one fell swoop and master the laws of time in one fell swoop. Now, I just stepped into the threshold of the laws of time, but I still feel some distance away from breakthrough. Chapter 2562. However, he could only think about it. Qin Shao shook his head. Thinking about it was enough. This kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. How could it be so easy to get a time saint fruit? Who didn't want such a rare saint fruit? Who didn't regard it as a treasure? This time, he was lucky enough to obtain one because the profound wood tree shamelessly begged for it. If it wasn't for the profound wood tree, how could he have obtained this fruit? Previously, in Fu Yunny's cultivation palace, he had picked 6-time saint fruits. He had shamelessly picked them when Fu Yunny was not at home. For this, Qin Shao had paid a great price. Not only had he been taught a lesson by Fu Yunny, but he had also lost 2-time saint origin fruits. It could be said that he had paid a great price in exchange for it. With another time saint fruit, Qin Shao did not want to think about it anymore. At least, he did not need to think about it now. Forget it, forget it. I've already gotten enough. One should be content with what one has. Desire can never be satisfied. One must learn to control one's desire. If one is controlled by desire, one's human nature will be distorted. I've gotten so much. It can be said that my luck is against the heavens. It is indeed impractical to cultivate the laws of time to the initial mastery of the laws of time with a single fruit. Now that I have stepped into the threshold of the law of time, my harvest could be said to be huge. At least I have some mastery of the law of time. The door is open and the path is right. The road ahead will be much smoother. Even without the time saint fruit, I have the 5 law records to assist my cultivation. If I spend some time, I can still cultivate the law of time to the initial realm. Now I have full confidence. The only thing missing is time. Thinking of this, Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face, and he felt relaxed and happy. He could not put too much pressure on himself. This time, he did not spend much time cultivating. He had only cultivated for 10,000 years. The maximum effect of the time saint fruit was 10,000 years. Qin Shao had squeezed the effect of the time saint fruit to the limit. The effect of the sacred fruit of time was gone, but Qin Shao did not stop cultivating. Instead, he continued to cultivate. Since he still had time, he might as well take advantage of this time to cultivate. This cultivation lasted for another 100,000 years. The effect of his own cultivation was obviously far inferior to that of the time saint fruit. The difference was simply too great. However, during these 100,000 years of cultivation, he had gained a lot. At the very least, he had consolidated his previous understanding of the law of time. Moreover, he had also made a lot of progress. It could be said that he had taken another big step towards a breakthrough. If this trend continued, it was believed that Qin Shao would be able to make a breakthrough within a few million years. Qin Shao wanted to directly break through to the initial realm of time law in one go. However, if he really entered such a state of cultivation, he would have to go into seclusion to cultivate. Obviously, there was no way to cultivate in seclusion now. Xian Mumu and the others could find him at any time and leave this place at any time. Therefore, Qin Shao also suppressed the rush in his heart. If he wanted to go into seclusion, he would have to wait until he returned to the Sacred Academy. Now, he was not in a hurry. With this assurance, it was the greatest gain. He was already halfway to success. Therefore, Qin Shao did not continue to cultivate the law of time. Instead, he shifted his attention to the law of all things. Qin Shao moved his hand, and the universal atlas that Xian Mumu asked from Xianyuan Fanji appeared in his hand. From the name, it could be seen that the universal atlas recorded the law of all things, the root of all things, the law of all things, and the true essence of all things. It would definitely be of great help to the cultivation of the law of all things. It was precisely because of this that Xian Mumu asked for it on behalf of Qin Shao. This was also a low-grade sacred object. As long as it was a sacred object, it could be said to be invaluable to Qin Shao. Qin Shao took out the universal atlas and slowly opened the scroll. Sacred light emitted from the atlas. All things in the heavens turned into symbols. Images were presented clearly in front of Qin Shao. As the sacred light entered Qin Shao's eyes, it went straight into his mind and consciousness, allowing Qin Shao to more directly see. These things could be seen. The universal atlas was to draw all things in the world into this atlas. It was to express and describe all things in the world in the form of an atlas. All things in the world, in a broad sense, referred to all things in the world. Everything that had substance in the world could be called all things. Time formed the line of the world, allowing the world to have a past, present, and future. Space gave the world endless space. There was a world in a leaf, a world in a grain of sand, a sky in a grain of sand, countless universes, countless small worlds, countless heavens beyond the heavens, and countless spaces. Darkness was the most primitive power of the world. It was the beginning of the world. The world originated from chaos. Chaos originated from darkness. Darkness was the source of everything. Light was a piece of holiness that illuminated the world. With light, the world would have balance, stability, prosperity, and the splendor of a golden age. However, if there were only these 4 things, the world would at best be a space of nothingness. All things were the power of the laws that made the world colorful. With the existence of all things in the world were born, and all things were born. Everything in the heavens was in all things. Therefore, all things were the most inclusive laws. The universal atlas recorded all things in the world. Endless things slowly appeared before Qin Zhao's eyes and entered Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao was immediately attracted by the universal atlas. His consciousness seemed to be sucked into the world of all things. It took Qin Zhao 10,000 years just to accept the information of all things in the universal atlas. Qin Zhao was an extremely experienced and talented fourth-step celestial venerable. It was needless to say how strong his ability to accept information was. He was probably not inferior to an ordinary first-step ancient sage. With such a strong ability to accept information, it took him 10,000 years to accept all the information of all things in the universal atlas. However, he had only just finished accepting the information. Just accepting the information was not of much use. It only meant that he understood some basic things. However, the most important thing in cultivation was to cultivate, not to understand some basic things. The basics were just the tip of the iceberg. Superficial things were the most superficial things. The real important things were in the core. Therefore, receiving the information of all things was just the first step. It allowed Qin Zhao to have a general understanding of all things. However, this understanding had indeed greatly broadened Qin Zhao's horizons. It opened a window and allowed him to see a whole new world. All things in the world are really wonderful. I'm afraid there's nothing more wonderful than all things in the world. All things in the world are so rich and colorful. There are many strange things that you can't imagine. Everything in the world is in all things. The law of all things also exists in all things. It's everywhere. The power of all things is the power of all heavens. If I am able to grasp the law of all things, I will be able to borrow the power of all things in the world. I will be able to do anything in the world. I will be able to borrow my power to kill my enemies. How overbearing and powerful would that be? Among the 5 fundamental laws, in terms of combat, the law of darkness is ranked first. The law of all things can definitely be ranked second. In fact, if used well, the law of all things is not weaker than the law of darkness. It might even be stronger. Although the law of darkness is the beginning and source of all things, it's extremely powerful and terrifying. However, the law of all things is inclusive of all things. It can be used by all things in the world. It might not be weaker than the law of darkness. The law of darkness is extremely domineering. The law of all things can be inclusive of all things. Both of them have their strengths. As expected of the 5 fundamental laws. Although it might not be as good as the 8 great principles in terms of cultivation, it still has an absolute advantage in other aspects. After all, the 5 fundamental laws have existed since the beginning of the world. They are the natural laws of the world. The 8 great principles are the Tao and the laws created by the later generations. Qin Zhao was immersed in the universal atlas, comprehending the law of all things and seeing through all things in the world. All things in the world, all things in the Tao, 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 all things in the heart. There were too many ways to cultivate in the laws, and they were too profound. Once one was immersed in it, one would realize that one had entered a vast ocean. One had to swim in this ocean, discover, improve, accumulate, and break through. Time always seemed to pass quickly when one was cultivating. Although the universal atlas was not as powerful as the 5 elements Saint Fruit in terms of guidance and assistance, it was still very good and had a good guiding power. Time flew by and soon, 500,000 years had passed. Qin Zhao and Fu Yunyi had stayed in the Wulong secret realm for 600,000 years. There were only 400,000 years left until Fu Yunyi's prediction of 1,000,000 years. However, Xian Mumu and the others still had no news. They had not come to look for Fu Yunyi. Fu Yunyi had been recuperating all this time while Qin Zhao had been cultivating. Fu Yunyi would occasionally look at Qin Zhao, but Qin Zhao was always immersed in cultivation. Fu Yunyi did not disturb Qin Zhao either. Clearly, he was bored sometimes. This fellow, when he is serious, he is not so annoying. In fact, he even has a unique manly aura. Pa pa pa, Fu Yunny. Oh Fu Yunny, what are you thinking in that head of yours? This despicable fellow is a shameless bastard, a stubborn donkey, a bastard who likes to provoke me. Where's the slightest bit of manliness in him? Phew, Fu Yunny, you are a lady who has seen countless outstanding men. You cannot be fooled by Qin Zhao's appearance. You cannot have such thoughts. You haven't completely vented your anger yet. You can't forgive Qin Zhao just like that. Amen, you cannot. You absolutely cannot. At this moment, Fu Yunny's eyebrows suddenly twitched. She looked at the entrance of the cave and saw a flash of light. Someone really did find this place. Fu Yunny snorted coldly. At this moment, footsteps came from the entrance. Qin Zhao frowned. He opened his eyes and looked over. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.